You are listening to Rebel of Riddle and Woe, Book 3 of the Tidecaller Chronicles by Levi Jacobs. Read for you by Kelvin Myers. 1. 7 days from Duran. Well, slop, Anon says, staring at the broken wheel. It pretty well sums up how I feel, too. 3 of the 8 spokes are shattered, our formerly handsome iron-rimmed wheel now an egg-shaped lump on the polished rail of the ironway. We're a week out of Duran, traveling by wagon to escape notice. Far enough out that traffic is light and the exchange yards few. The midday heat is oppressive, and striped flies buzz in the air around us, looking for a chance to bite. I knew there was a reason we got a deal on this cart, Anon mutters, pawing his vest for a clove twist. So what do we do now? I sigh. I guess we start walking. He glances at me. If you don't want to walk, I'm sure we can get a Kiefe to do it. Or Isong. He's got the longest legs. It's not that, I say. It's... What is going on? Tewo asks, leaning his tanned head and shoulders from the wagon's canvas-covered bed. His eyes are bleary from sleep. He took second watch last night. Cart's beggared, Anon says, striking a match to light his twist. It's not beggared, I say. The spokes just broke. Ah, Tewo says, climbing from the cart to take a look. I do not know much of cartwheels, but I am sure it will be okay. Another caravan will come along the rails soon. We can buy a new wheel from them. It's a nice thought, but I'm not going to sit here all day hoping someone comes. The thing is, buy one? Anon snorts. Any Dara with half a brain is going to rob you blind this far from an exchange with your caravan broke down. But if you all can distract them... We're not stealing spokes, Anon, I cut in. Gaxna got me used to stealing for survival, back in Surrey, and we couldn't have escaped Duran without Anon's skills, but stealing from innocent people still roils my waters. What? They rob us or we rob them? It's the Daranese way. The skinny thief shrugs. Besides, you didn't seem too excited about walking. I sigh. I'm not. The next yard could be hours away on foot, and then we have to buy the things and get back and fix it. But it still sounds better than waiting around, hoping a caravan will come by with the parts we need. Tewo frowns. What is the hurry, Alethea? I slap at a fly. I have to remind myself that this is different for them, that as much as they're on board with helping me stop the floods and save Gaxna and kill my enemies, it isn't urgent for them the way it is for me. They didn't see the world end in a holy vision. They haven't felt only silence from their lover, where everyone else in my blood sight is a constant stream of emotion. A day feels like a long time, I say at last, when I've iced the churn inside enough not to snap at him. We don't know when the floods are coming, or our enemies for that matter. He puts a hand on my shoulder. We have a day at least, and no other options. All will be well. I appreciate the gesture, even if I don't share his faith. Anon nods up the rails. Looks like a Kiefe knows something we don't. Maybe he can help. I start at the sight of the massive Bamani man running back to us between the parallel iron rails, naked blade in hand. 100 immediate worries blot out my longer-term ones. Was this sabotage? Did he see bandits up ahead? Or another pack of overseers sent from Surrey to kill me? I have my own staff out, unconsciously taking Floodwater's rise, when he pounds up. What is it? I call out. Bandits? Overseers? I saw you were in trouble, he puffs out, pounding to a halt, eyes scanning the patchy jungle. Are we under attack? From which side? Anon blows a lazy lungful of smoke. Attack of a broken wheel. A Kiefe stares at him a moment, still tensed for battle, then his shoulders drop. Ah, well, I am sure we will overcome this too. I can't help feeling disappointed. Even if he was only running to warn us of bandits, I could have used an honest fight. Something I'm good at, instead of managing broken wagon wheels in the hinterlands. Did you see any caravans up there? I ask. A Kiefe has been ranging ahead, scouting for bandits or trouble. He seems to like the role, and he's good at it. A symptom of living under the constant threat of raids in Bamani, no doubt. None, he says. No bandits. He eyes the cart, then me. What do we do? I roll my shoulders. This is something new for me. In the arena, I set myself up as the battle leader, and it was a role I felt comfortable with. I had the most training of anyone, and I wanted to be the one taking the most risk. Out here, I don't really have any special skills or training. Definitely less than people like Anon and Isong, who've actually traveled by wagon before. Still, in the last week, everyone started looking to me for answers. I guess because I'm the one with the most to lose. We walk, I guess, I say, though it probably means a full day wasted. Ekifte frowns. With such a party as ours? No, we can carry this thing. You, me, Tewo, Isong, we have strength enough. It will make a great tale. Anon clears his throat. You forgot someone. The massive, tattooed man bellows out a laugh, clean and wholehearted. It's one of my favorite things about him. No, tiny man, I did not. Someone must still drive the cart, yes? I eye the next hill, then the sturdy wagon, heavy with 40,000 of the bull's ravas stuffed into a panel beneath the floor. I'm not sure we can make it that far. Ekifte looks almost hurt. Did we not defeat the bull of Duran in open combat? One gonad-shaped wheel cannot stand in our way. Ah, there! Isong, come and let us carry this measly wagon to the next exchange. I turn to find the tall man climbing down from the back, a sheaf of papers still in his hand. He's been helping me read the Immersion Chronicles, partially because the motion of the wagon makes me sick, but mostly because I'm afraid I'll miss something. My father's notes are dense, and I've never been much of a scholar. We could do that, he says slowly. Or we could just pull the boxing, distribute the spokes, and rework the fellows. I'm glad I'm not the only one staring at him. I hate it when he does this, Anon mutters. Say it again without the smug? Spread out the spokes, Isong says. 5 of them are still in good shape. If we pull the broken ones and space out the solid ones evenly, we should be able to make it to the next exchange at least. And you can do this? Ekifte asks, looking at the egg-shaped wheel like it's a strange carcass washed up on the beach. Isong shrugs. Why not? Anon looks amused, Ekifte disappointed, and Tewo unsurprised. I just feel relieved. One less day wasted. One less day for Gaxna to die, or the floods to come, or my enemies to get ahead while we trundle across the continent. Every day I question whether it wouldn't have been better to just take a ship, even though Narimes will be expecting that and probably has overseers in every port, waiting for me. Thank you, I say, and hold out a hand for the Chronicles. One of us is reading them at any point in the day, and we've still only made it through the full text once in a week. My father was thorough. Find anything? Isong scrunches his chin. Not really. More mentions of the floods, some cryptic passages about uniting different ways, but nothing we can use. I take them, the sheafs of vellum soft in my hand. There has to be something here, some key to stopping the floods. My father was sure of it. Though a voice inside whispers, what's the point if we don't save Gaxna first? If she still can be saved. I poke again at her seed in my chest, dead for weeks now. But she's not dead. I know it. Other fears swim there too, like manta rays lurking on the bottom of my consciousness. The fear that whatever my dad found in the Chronicles, Narimes already knows about it. Or that he's found some way around it, with the strange magic he and Hiana share. Or that Gaxna is still alive, but after what I put her through, she wants nothing to do with me. She always said it wasn't worth it, and now here we are. My fingers tap out a rhythm against my thigh. They've been doing that lately when I get stressed, which feels like a lot of the time. Hey, a voice comes, and I startle out of it. Anon's looking at me. The wheel's broken, not the canvas. I start. How long have I been standing here, staring at the roof of the wagon? Right, I should start reading these papers. Isong already has the wheel halfway off, with Tewo and Ekifte hovering nearby. You should relax is what you should do. Do you know today marks a week we've been on the road with no one trying to kill us or send us back to the arena? That deserves a clove twist at least. Everything deserves a clove twist to Anon. Still, he's right. I fold the papers and sit down next to him on the thick iron rails. What I need to do is meditate. Why don't you then? He asks, passing me a twist and leaning in so I can light it off his. I inhale clove smoke, smooth and rich and tingly against the back of my throat. That's the ironic thing. The times I need it most are the times I want to do it least. Sounds right, he says. Still, I saw you in the arena. I wouldn't think a broken wheel could lick you like this. I exhale. It's not the wheel. In the arena, I knew what to do. There were only two options, right? You bow down to Booker and accept his slop, or you kill yourself trying to get out. He blows smoke in a way that feels like agreement. I knew what to do even if everyone thought I was crazy, I go on. But out here, I don't know. Should we just go to the nearest port and deal with the overseers if they're there? If we do, are we going to Saray to try to kill my enemies and get Gaxna out? Or do we need to find the rebel temple and try to come in with an army? Before any of that, am I wasting my time trying to find out how to stop the floods and all this nonsense? I shake the Chronicles in my hands. Or does everything else need to wait on that because nothing matters if we all drown? Or do I need one of the monastics to help me figure it out because I'm getting nothing so far? Anon nods sagely. I was wrong. You're going to need at least 2 clove twists. I bark a laugh despite it all, or maybe because of it all. You're nuts, you know that, Anon? How does all of this not get you down? The fact that we might all die tonight in a sudden flood we can't do anything to stop? He pulls at his clove. When he exhales, his expression is serious, something I've seen happen to him more often lately. You saw me in the arena. I was ready to die. Knew I was going to die. Was really only living so I could spit in my wife's face, in Duran's face, because that was the only thing left that I could do. But all this? Getting out? He shakes his head, gazing toward the vine-choked bluffs rising in the distance. This is like the biggest hit I've ever pulled. Getting more time. A second chance at life. So even if we die tonight, that's like 7 more days than I thought I'd get. I pull in smoke, my heart warming because I know I had some part in that, even as that kind of gratitude feels an ocean away from where I am, swimming in worry and fear. I grind the clove out against the rail. Well, thank you for reminding me. I should have been dead 100 times too. And thank you for the smoke. I think I can face this thing again. I pick up the papers. He shrugs. Always got more when you need 'em. We bought a whole bale, remember? I spend the next hour poring over my dad's crabbed writing, while Isang miraculously takes the wheel apart and rebuilds it with Akifte and Tewo's help. I find nothing in the text other than my own impatience, but Isang's fix works, and I'm relieved at least to get moving again. And when Anon insists that night that we all drink to celebrate our first week of freedom, I even manage to ignore my worries for a few hours and have some laughs around the fire with my allies. No, I think, as Anon starts in on another ridiculous story and Akifte searches his brain for one to top it. Not my allies, my friends. Tewo eventually steps out to take watch, and Anon and Akifte take the half-full bottle of rice wine, our third tonight, into the back of the wagon, where they usually sleep. Isang and I go back to our tent. I wasn't sure, at first, what to do with the tent we bought. It didn't feel right to sleep in it alone, especially with space so limited elsewhere. But even though we all crammed our pallets together for protection in the gay old tower, it feels different to lay my bed next to just one person. I'm also not stupid. Much as I grew up in a temple and have barely had a relationship with anyone outside of Gaxna, I knew how choosing one person for my tent might affect the rest of the group. But they all saw me kiss Isang that last day on the sands, and if it was going to be anyone, it was going to be him. Even if this still feels like betraying Gaxna, who's locked up in the pits under the Saray temple right now. My heart tightens, if she's even alive. So even though we share a tent, Isang and I have kept our distance, or I've kept it, though every night, as my loneliness for Gaxna erodes into simple loneliness for touch, that distance gets smaller and smaller. Isang rolls over on his pallet, holding some papers up to the candlelight. What about this section, he asks, gesturing to one of the earliest recorded immersions, and my father's copious notes on them. Doesn't it seem like your father put special weight on them, like they meant something more to him? There are 3 or 4 in a row like this. I saw that, I say, messing with the flap letting in a deliciously cool breeze. But the only thing he really seems to say about them is they're not hallucinations, like he's just figuring that out, but not necessarily what any of them mean. Uniting the ways? That could mean anything. He sighs. Well, I might call it a night. I think the wine diluted any remaining ability to think on my part. I purse my lips. I should do the same, but the days are long and frustrating, with me itching to read and the motion of the wagon keeping me from it. Think I'll stay up a while more. He nods, then hesitates. I know this is weird for him. We haven't talked about it. Haven't even really talked about what happened on the sands, even though we're obviously more than friends, whatever that means. Thank you, I say, in the suddenly awkward silence after my words, for figuring out the wheel today. I don't know why, but I couldn't stand the thought of taking a whole day to fix it. You couldn't stand it because you know how important this is, he says, taking my hand. We sleep like that sometimes, fingers entwined, me torn between loving the warmth coming through our bond and hating myself for enjoying it while Gaxner rots somewhere alone. I sigh. I just wish I knew we were on the right path. He gives my hands a squeeze, and I feel another pulse of that heat. We are, or we're looking for it anyway. Better to search a day than run a week in the wrong direction, my master used to say. Well, thanks for searching with me, I say, still not sure what to do with the tension between us. Sometimes I wish he'd just kiss me if he's going to do it. Other times, I'm grateful he hasn't. I know you probably have people you want to see back in the Dale. He doesn't bite at the reference to the woman from his past. Maybe he feels as guilty about this as I do. The main Dale I need to see isn't there, he says instead. She's in Surrey, and helping you with this search seems like my best chance of paying her back for what she did to me, to my people. Yeolat. I nod, and things seem a little clearer again. This is one of the things I love about Isong. He doesn't say it, but I can hear "to the world" at the end of his speech, a thing Gaxna would never say. He cares about the world the way I do, about the people outside his immediate bubble, wants to help them, and the more time I spend away from the temple, the rarer I realize that is. Floods, the rarer I realize it is inside the temple. I clear my throat and give his hand a last squeeze before letting go. Well, if we're going to do that, I guess I need to keep reading. I see a flash of disappointment in his eyes when we lose touch, but I don't know what to do with that or with the echo of it in my own chest, so I ice it. On the hierarchy of desperate problems, my and Isong's feelings end up pretty low, even if it doesn't always feel like it. Deluge first, impossibly powerful enemies next, or Gaxna, I don't know. Isong rolls away from the lantern burning between us, and I turn back to my father's words. They are as dense as ever. Dense, but I feel a connection to him, pouring through his notes, like I'm peeking into a world I never got to explore while he was alive. His world. I will always feel hurt he chose this over me, but then I did the same thing to Gaxna. So maybe I feel a kinship to him too. How twisted is that? Every now and then, my name comes up in his notes. Here, it's just a single word, like a question. Alethea? It shocks me every time, popping out of some dense analysis. He was thinking about me. He saw my future in all of this, somewhere. I know now that he didn't just stick me into training to get rid of me after Mom died. He had a purpose for it, saw something in the fact I had an ability I shouldn't. I still don't really know what that is. I don't think he meant me for the dais. But it makes me feel a little closer to him, even here, 1,000 leagues away and a year after his death. An owl hoots in the dark, and my eyes catch on a phrase, "Quell the coming inundation." I read it again, starting at the beginning. It's not in my father's notes, but the record of the immersion itself. She spoke to me then of the source of all waters, of the eye that weeps them, born in the unity of ways, that it could quell the coming inundation. I frown, even as my heart skips a beat. Quell the inundation? That sounds an awful lot like what I'm trying to do. My eyes switch to my father's notes on the passage, sparser here than elsewhere. Feels essential. Mirrored in entries 18, 213, 303. The monocle? Meaning of way unity. I flip to entry 18, keeping my finger on this one. Read the chronicle, read his notes. There. Star mentioned here connected to monocle, or reference to Tide Man. I frown. What is this monocle? It's nothing I ever heard of in the temple, and we had a whole semester on holy artifacts. But it seems like my father knew, enough that he didn't even need to describe it here. Entry 213 is total gibberish. The chronicles are like this sometimes, maybe the records of initiates who went in too soon. But the word monocle appears in the text, and there in the margins, my father's notes. Function as an antidote to deluge, but metaphor? See entry 18-146. I flipped to 146, nothing about a monocle. But he said an antidote to deluge, like quell the inundation before. That's what I need, to stop the floods. I search for 303, hands shaking, miss the mark, go back. It's a short chronicle, just 5 sentences. Monk reports meeting grandfather in waters. Talk of apocalypse, fear of death. Monocle or eyepiece as saving grace. Numb hands, pale skin, signs of true immersion. Recommended for full seer. Apocalypse. Monocle. Saving grace? I almost slap Isong awake, but I need to be sure. The chronicles are full of talk of end times and apocalypses. No wonder they suppress them. But this is the first pattern I've noticed about a way to stop them. I go back to 11. It could quell the inundation. And my father's note, feels essential. The monocle? I take a breath, icing whatever it is boiling in my chest. Excitement, desperation, I don't know what. Ice it enough to concentrate. My father knew about this monocle, whatever it is, mentioned it in 11 and 18, and the text itself names it in 213 and 303. Did he intentionally keep from explaining it in his notes? Was he worried even then that his enemies would read this? In the letter he left me, I pat my robes, where it lies tucked over my heart, the ink faded nearly to illegibility. He wrote about his enemies, knew they wanted to kill him, worried they would read his secrets through his blind. What did he say? The signs are there in the chronicles, but it has taken years of study to decipher them. A chill spreads through me, despite my racing heart. In the rest of the letter, he talked about the truth, but he wrote the signs in that part and mentioned years of study. Did he plant these signs here for me to discover? To point me to his real discoveries but keep his enemies from them? That's it. It's the only reason I can think of for someone obsessed with the floods to not explain what a flood-stopping thing is in their notes. But the answers are there if you read closely enough. Quell the inundation at its source. Antidote to deluge. Monocle as saving grace. Isong, I say, flopping a hand at him without looking, my eyes still glued to entry 303. Wake up. I think I found it. Two. We stay up half the night talking, checking the connections, scanning for other references now that we know what to look for, talking through the implications. We find 2 more references to a monocle, both in immersion records, not notes, but neither really changes the facts. The holy visions of 6 monks point to something, whatever it is, capable of stopping the floods. A monocle. My initial elation lasts only until I start to think about trying to get it. Isong looks up from the page with the same expression in his eyes. If these hints are here in the text, he says, and Narimes has access to them, then he probably knows about them too, I say, heart suddenly a stone sinking in dark waters. Or if he doesn't, he could figure them out any time. He has a flooding temple full of scholars to put on this. Isong lays a hand on my arm, and I realize I'm tense like I'm going to jump up and hitch the wagon, even though it's the middle of the night. Wait, he says, this is good. This is a way we can stop the floods, but we don't know how to do it. I curse and drop back onto my pallet. Right, the unity of ways, it says. That could mean anything. Isong frowns, the cleft in his chin deepening. Well, there are only so many ways I can think of that would fit. Political, like a uniting of divided peoples. My stomach clenches, like my city, divided by gender, but he's not done. Spiritual, he says, like uniting religions or beliefs. Or craftological, uniting some kind of technologies, making a tool. My gut gets tighter yet. The Dale are the only ones who know craftology. Yale at? Do you think she has it? Or is she trying to make it? Is that what she's doing in Surrey? His brow furrows, pale eyes staring through me. If she had it, I don't think she would be building the arcs. But Hiana! I take a breath, try to gather my thoughts. The monocle changes everything, if it exists. Hiana was talking about using the floods, that she wanted to prepare for them, to be the one who survived them and controlled the society to come. She even told me about something pre-flood, an inscription she had, that she thought was proof people had done it before, that's how our society came to be at all. Isang nods, brows still furrowed. There are stories among my people, saying we survived that way too, that it's how we've been able to advance so much faster than the rest of the world. They claim we never lost our material culture in the way others did. But, he shakes his head, if they want the flood to happen, what good would quelling the inundation be? I pick up the papers, staring at my father's writing again. An antidote to deluge. I mean, it's power, right? What they want is power. If Yeolot's building giant ships up there, then maybe she doesn't have it. Maybe that's not the right unity of ways. But who knows what this thing can do? What if it can stop the flood for a particular area? Imagine if Narimes could save Saray while the rest of the world drowned and paint himself as some kind of savior. They would worship him. I get angry at the very thought. The fact that he already holds the highest position in our religion makes me furious. I'm not going to let him do it. And I'm not going to let her do it, Isang says, sounding no less determined. But that means we have to get this thing, figure out the unity of ways. I nod. And the fact that Yeolot hasn't got it, or it doesn't seem like she has, because why would she be trying to marry Narimes if she already has this power, the words are just kind of tumbling out of me, is no guarantee the unity isn't craftology. Or someone hasn't already made it in the Deul, or found one and fixed it. Isang looks at the papers again, like he can see through them. We keep and catalog everything from the old world. There were cities up there, you know, incredible ancient cities, ones we think might have survived the last flood, mountains that were a chain of islands before. It's the other theory of why we got so advanced so fast, or another one anyway. I frown. So we could, go to the Deul and interview craftologists looking for the monocle? I realize I have no idea what it looks like. It wouldn't be that easy, if we could even get in. He shakes his head. And it could just as easily be a unity of political ways, tying all the nations of the world together. My stomach goes cold. Like your people are trying to do. Like Narimes and Yeolot are trying to do, to get power. I shake my head. But that's impossible. At least not if we're right about when the floods are coming. Maybe it doesn't have to be the world, he says, still staring at the Chronicles. Maybe just the place you came from. Like Yeolot uniting the Deul houses, or Narimes conquering the witches. But it's not, I say, because neither of them are acting like they're done, unless they haven't united them the right way. Floods. How are we supposed to know? The silence stretches, and I realize how tired I am, how late it is, and how many late nights I've pulled since we left Iran, trying to find this. Isang picks up the Chronicles and starts leafing through them, while I rack my brain for some way, short of uniting my city and conquering the Deul, too. Here, he says, pointing at entry 11. This is the only one saying anything about uniting things, the unity of ways. So, it sounds even more vague now. The unity of ways could be anything. So, your immersion was a powerful experience, right? Would you remember more details from it than you might have told someone recording it? What if this monk is still alive, this Yemla? I suck in a breath. Yemla? He was one of my trainers in the temple, a former overseer turned scholar. He taught language and politics. I know him. Is he still alive? Isang's gaze bores into me. I don't know. A lot of people died in the fight at Narimes' wedding, and then probably more when the people loyal to my father split off and escaped. And Yemla was old, as old as Urte, but strong for all that, one of the scholars who never gave up the physical meditations. I work my jaw. I don't even know if he'd be a loyalist or a traditionalist. Can you find out? I've intentionally kept from trying to contact anyone since I escaped. All I really know of what's happening in Saray is what I've heard from my enemies, from Hyana and the overseers who came to kill me in the arena. But there is a way. Riverpost, I say. I don't know how they're working now that the temple's split, but it used to be if you wanted to contact anyone far away, you sent a message by water. I doubt they've closed them down, even with the divisions. Isang nods. He's likely seen them in his travels. We actually passed one a few days ago. A tiny temple perched on the bank of a middling river, like some giant plucked a piece of old Saray and dropped it into the hinterlands. It made me homesick like I haven't been in months. For all that's happened, I still miss the temple. still believe in it or what it could be. I think my father did too. You'll have to be careful how you do it, he says. The messages travel openly, don't they? Kind of. It's like that old game of Secret, where people whisper a message to each other down a line. I mean, they're careful to make sure it doesn't get garbled in the same way, but everyone up and downstream hears it and records it, so you always have to be careful what you say. Send things in code if you can. But with the division in the temple now, I can't even imagine. The first thing will be figuring out if the monk at the river post is on my side or Narime's. And then how to find what you want to know without giving it away, or giving us away if they still think we're going by boat. Floods. I flop back onto my pallet, suddenly exhausted. This is good, though. We finally know what to do. We get to the next river post, find out if Yemla's alive, and if he is, we find him and see if he knows more. The immersion is like a dream, or it was for me at least. You see things. Maybe even if he doesn't understand the unity of ways exactly, he can describe it. If he's still alive. I smile. If he's not, then he'll actually be easier to find. I haven't seen him in any of my immersions, but you tend to only see the people who are most important to you in life. Still, the others in my immersion circle will know. The thought makes me miss my father all over again. I've been avoiding the ocean since we left Iran, even though it's occasionally only a few hundred yards distant, because I know the more I visit him there, the less distinct he'll become. That he will fade with time like my mother has, and every time I visit them in there, it uses up a little more of what's left, like rubbing a wet finger over a story written in ink, blurring it more every time until you're just left with the color, but no meaning. If Yemla is dead, hopefully he hasn't been visited enough to blur out his memories. But first things first. We'll start at the river post. With any luck, he's still alive and on my side, and the monk at the post doesn't figure out who I am. As if he can feel how overwhelming it suddenly is, Isang reaches over and squeezes my hand. We'll figure it out. We'll get this thing, one way or another. We have to, I hold back from saying, or we're all dead. 3. Anon lets out a whoop when I tell him the next morning. Some jewel that can save the world? Slops, yes. Just tell me where to break in. Trust him to assume it's a jewel and he can steal it. Still, we might need him to do just that. It will be a grand adventure, Kifte says, striking a fist to his chest. A legend! The bards will sing of it for centuries to come. The mother smiles on us, Tewo says simply, though his eyes gleam. So where do we go? Anon asks. I explain about Yemla and the river post, and our sleepy morning camp is suddenly a bustle of activity, hitching oxen and cooking breakfast and oiling the wagon hubs, everyone talking excitedly about the flood monocle. I feel a wave of gratitude that they care about this as much as I do. Then impatience rolls over it like a tidal wave, huge and implacable and ready to bury anything in its path. It was bad before, but now that we have a goal, I give up completely on trying to control it. Everything in my life points me towards this river post. Ujay, help me if it's a dead end. We stopped to wait out the day's heat at a trading post, sharing dried fish and bitter millet porridge. I would be back on the rails in a minute if the oxen could handle it. Anon and I share a smoke, and I try to relax into the small talk. Then I start up at a whistle from a Kifte, who's taken watch while the rest of us relax in the shade of the exchange's threadbare awning. Thought you might want to see this, he says when I reach him. Looks like one of yours. I squint against the sun, heat sending ripples off the iron rails, distorting a solitary figure walking there. They do wear the flowing open-bottom blouse of women in my home city, out of place here in the Darnese hinterlands. I squint harder. There's something familiar about that gait, too, that self-confident swagger. Everything okay? He asks, but I barely hear him, mouth dropping open in shock. Gaxna? I run, pelting down the iron track, my mind a tempest of questions, my heart the sea churning beneath. It can't be her. It's impossible. But there she is, stopping to grin that insolent old grin, a patch over her eye and a wig on her head. I crush her in the hardest hug I've ever given, tears flooding out of my eyes. She tries to say something and I just jam my mouth on hers, not ready for words yet, not having any myself, just a storm wall of love and relief, washing away all the fear and uncertainty and guilt I've been waiting in these last 2 months. Well, maybe not all the guilt. I'm sorry, I gasp when we come up for air, for leaving you. Don't be stupid, she says, and pulls me back in, her body like a sun-warmed pool after a day in the freezing wind, her hands sparking on my skin like tiny lightning bolts. The connection is still blank, her seed still silent inside, and the reminder of all my questions, all my fears, pulls me out of our embrace. How did you get here? I breathe. Are they after you? What did they do to you? Floods, Gaxna. First rule of thievery, she smirks. Use every tool you've got. Remember that monk trick you taught me? The blind or whatever? It worked on the witches a little, so I kept working and, she shrugs, I figured it out. It all comes back to me. That last fight in Narimes' bedchamber, you blocked the blood push for a second, she snorts. Long enough to get stabbed, yeah? And then you disappeared, I say, unable to keep all the grief from my voice, even here, with her whole and alive and smirking in my arms. She was ready to die for me, and I abandoned her. Your seed inside, I got some of your blood when the blade went through you and into me. It was how I knew you weren't dead. Well, that and the immersions, even though I was avoiding them, but then the seed went cold. It's still cold, I want to say, but she's so real in my arms that it doesn't matter. She's alive. Must be the blood block, she shrugs. I don't know. I never made it that far in the training, and the witches don't know how to block it anyway. But I keep it up all the time now, even when I sleep. The second I let it down, a shadow passes across her eyes, and my heart swells with compassion. I remember that life. Have only recently gotten used to not keeping my blind up day and night, though I probably should. Too many people have my blood. And then you just escaped? Not that easy, she says, expression going grim. They kept me in the pits, took me out for parades, that kind of thing. So even after I figured it out, I had to keep it a secret. If they knew I could block their push, they would have just chained me up, maybe never let me out. I think they were trying to use me to get to you, though Miara would come sometimes and spout some slop about how I could be their figurehead too, how they're going to take me back to the guild, then train me in the temple. She shakes her head. She was the one who had control of me mostly, her and a couple of her other witches. A part of me notes that Gaxna knows things we could use, might have information that could help in the search for the monocle, but I don't care right now. So you waited until one of those parades and snuck right out of the cage, she grins. Narimes was looking one way, Yale at the other, so I picked a lock and blocked her push and leapt onto a rooftop. I never had a chance from there. I know it wasn't that easy. I remember being chased by a bloodborne overseer across the roofs of Saray. It ended in me almost dying. Still, I don't call out her modesty, already feeling guilty enough. The important thing is that she got out and she's here, with me. I shake my head. How did you find me? Remember that sword that stuck my blood into you? It brought yours back to me on the way out. And I don't know what in slops you've been doing the last couple of months, but you were stressing me out. She shakes her head, looking at me. I was the one locked in the pits, right? I smile. I missed you. And I kind of got locked into a thing too, but I got out, which makes me remember where we are and who I'm with. A sudden dread fills my stomach. Isong. Some friends help me, I say, my tongue feeling numb. You want to meet them? Her arms don't loosen where they're looped around the small of my back. How about we ditch them instead, she says in a lower voice. We're out of Saray now, Thea, like we always dreamed about. We can go anywhere. This time, I can't share her smile. There are floods coming, Gaxna, like real floods. She pulls back a touch, and you're going to stop them. It's not a question, but I hear the question in it. Someone has to. Again? First you needed to prove your dad was murdered, and now you gotta stop the bleeding floods? Don't you ever take time for yourself? There's no time to take, I almost say, but I don't want to have this conversation right now. Already I feel my joy slipping, and I don't want to lose it. I want to savor it. And floods, yes, I want to take the time for us. Tonight, I whisper, catching sight of Anon and the others coming up the rails. I have a tent. We'll talk it all through, okay? I squeeze her hands and pull her body close. However confused my heart is, my body knows exactly what it wants. I press my lips to her ear. Or we don't have to talk. Anon whistles behind us, and a blush rises in my cheeks. The last flooding thing I want right now is to lose what little privacy we have, but I need my friends. And I've spent so much time thinking about what they would think of Gaxna, I'm excited for them to meet. Or I used to be, before Isong. So this is the lady love, huh? Anon calls, looking Gaxna up and down. I'm still searching for words when Isong steps in front of him. Anon, show some manners. He turns to Gaxna, and my heart pounds, and he drops into a perfectly formal Sarayan bow. Isong Ajuja of Duran, at your service. Gaxna is giving all of them a less than enthusiastic look. Gaxna, she says briefly, from Saray. You are fortunate, he says neutrally, to find us so far from your city. The Gaxna, Ikifte calls, never one for reading moods, the famous thief, and wrongfully imprisoned by the usurper and his evil witches. And now you have escaped. He slaps a fist to his chest. I look forward to hearing your tales, great Gaxna, and welcome you into our growing band. May the bards sing your name 100 years. Gaxna seems even less equipped to deal with this, but I'm only half watching, my eyes jumping between her and Isong, my heart twisting into knots. Does she know? What does Isong think? He has on his professional face, the one he used for negotiating with guards or dealing with his contacts outside the arena, and he's too flooding good at it for me to have any idea what he's actually thinking. My hands itch to grab him, to get some read through his skin of what he's thinking, but I can't exactly do that in front of Gaxna. Or at all now. Floods. I can't just ignore what I have with Isong. I realize they're all staring at me, like somebody just asked me a question. Right. Well, can't stand here all day, I say. Catastrophic floods and, I glance at Gaxna, overseers to escape, right? For a second, all 5 of them give me the same flat stare. Then Anon slaps Gaxna on the shoulder. Welcome to the slop show. Smoke? We've got the best clove in the world. I don't really know how we get back to the wagon and underway again. My heart is still swimming with the fact that Gaxna's alive and here, and my head drowning in trying to figure out what this means for me and Isong. Not to mention how I'm going to figure out my old fight with Gaxna about being together versus saving the world, especially since I already chose the world once, and it nearly got her killed. I keep glancing at her as we roll down the rails, Anon at the reins with Gaxna and me on the buckboard, Isong and Tewo in the back and Akifte scouting. Looking for some sign that she's mad at me, or is just happy to have found me, or is fine with my friends if it means she can have me. If she resents the hell out of me for not just ditching all of them and running away with her on sight. I sigh, axles creaking beneath us as we cross another fork in the rails, one spur leading toward the ocean and a port, Andos according to our map. If only I could read her through our hands, clasped together between us, clammy from the heat. If only I could feel her through the bond of our blood, but she keeps both blocked. If I had the strange power Narimes does, maybe I could read her through her blind. And if I had tasted Isong's blood on that day in the arena, when he was bleeding out in my arms, maybe I would know what he's feeling too. It's nothing I want to talk to either of them about when everyone else can hear. So, Gaxna, Anon says, giving a tiny flick of the reins. Halithia tells me you're a thief. Sometimes, Gaxna says. She's basically been staring straight ahead since we got on the buckboard, answering in single syllables. I don't need magic to know she doesn't want to be here. Ever hit any of the guilds? I always wanted to get to your city and try one out. Gaxna snorts. I hit all of them. I hear just a little bit of the Gaxna I know in her tone. That easy, huh? She shifts. Oh, you gotta know what you're doing. Not like these idiots in Duran I hear about, so uppity with their money they don't even think anyone's gonna take it. Anon's turn to snort. Regular people maybe, but when you start working on amaranths... On impulse, I slip off the board. If anything's gonna keep Gaxna occupied, it's talking about stealing. And if anything's gonna keep Anon going, it's trying to outboast someone. Plus, I've always thought if those two just started talking clove quality, they could probably go on for hours. I hope they do. I sincerely want Gaxna and my other friends to get along. But right now, I just need to make sure I haven't hurt more people I love. Scratch that. I don't think it's an if with Isong. just a how much. The cart rumbles past me, new spokes standing out against the older ones in our repaired wheel, the hooped canvas top bright in the afternoon sun. I take a deep breath, catch the back rail, and jump in. Only to find Tewo alone, eyes closed, likely in whatever form of meditation his people do. Isong's not there, though he spends most of his days back here, reading the Chronicles or writing letters. My heart squeezes. Did he leave? Without even saying goodbye? That doesn't feel like Isong. Gaxna maybe, but Isong's too considerate for that. Tewo opens his eyes. You are looking for your lover, or your other lover. Floods. What do these people think of me now? I know multiple partner relationships are more common in some parts of the world. Yemla would be ashamed at me for not remembering which. But it's certainly not that way in Saray, and I'm too much in Ujjain to be able to ignore that. Just the thought of somehow convincing Isong and Gaxna of that. He is back there, Tewo says, nodding his head at the rails behind us. Been walking all afternoon. Slops. But I don't know why I expected any different. Of course he wanted to get away from me and Gaxna, and I should probably respect that. Sometimes people need space. I certainly have my moments. Should, but I can't. I thank him and hop out, then start walking the opposite direction, the cart's rumble fading as it heads west, and I, briefly, walk back toward Duran. I see Isong eventually, just a tall thread wavering in the heat as he tops the last hill we climbed. I take a deep breath, then another, willing my heart to settle, for the stewing mass of worry and guilt in my chest to sort itself out. The air is thick with heat and moisture, and I force my focus outward, like I was taught. Tall grasses line the shoulders of the ironway, and green-winged insects cling to them, filling the air with a whirring song. I welcome the breeze that sways through them, brushing cool against my skin and carrying the tang of salt water, the same here as everywhere, the scent of my home. The meditation does its work, and if I'm not fully settled by the time Isong gets close, I'm not a total wreck either. I want to smile at him, but my chest is too tight, so I hold out a hand instead. He hesitates for a moment, then takes it. Hey, I say, falling in beside him. Hey. You doing okay? Floods, I hate how bad I am at words. With your old lover suddenly showing up, you mean? Isong suffers no such problems, even if his words come out stiff. Isong, I didn't know she was coming. I search for the right words. I did, he says quietly. I didn't expect her here, but you've never been shy about wanting to rescue her, about wanting her back, about her coming first. His last words are hard, like a dagger pushing against the armor around my heart. The irony's not lost on me that Gaxna's hurt too, because I chose fighting Narimes over being with her. I can't win. Deep breath. I don't know who comes first. I don't want to have to choose. I thought we would have more time together, but you always knew you would pick her if you did get her back. It sounds so cold that way, like a merchant transaction. You're not a pastime for me, Isong. The words come out angry. I don't know what we are, but I care about you. I'm not just going to forget about you, even with Gaxna here. He chews on his lip a moment, face calm, but the bond of our touch betrays a storm of thoughts inside. Have you considered, he says after a moment, how strange it is for her to show up here, now? I haven't had time to consider anything since Gaxna came. Yes, I mean, it's a miracle that she escaped Saray at all, but after that? She has my blood, and she had some training with the Theracans, so she just followed it here. He nods, still staring forward. A week earlier, and she would have found you still trapped in the arena. A week later, and following us on foot from the west would have meant she likely never caught up. My brows draw in. What are you saying? I am saying, he says, still watching the horizon, that we have no idea what she actually went through in Saray, what kind of bargain she might have struck to get out. The words are like a slap to the face. She would never do that, never sell out. His smile is sad. My trainer used to tell me the easiest mistake is assuming your opponent fights like you do. You would never sell out, Alethea. But Gaxna? How long did you actually know her before she got captured? A week? 2? Can you be sure? I set my jaw. I don't think we should be having this conversation. You think I'm saying this because I'm jealous, that I want to drive a wedge between you two. And I am jealous, Alethea. Of course I am. His grip tightens in mine. But I would never do that. You know me, saw me in every kind of situation in Duran. I'm being honest when I say I just want what's best for you, even if that means stepping aside. His voice gets thick. I'll probably never stop wanting to be with you, but I'm not going to get in the way of your happiness, no matter how much it hurts. That's not what love is, not to me anyway. He might as well rip my heart out and mash it under his boot heel, but some of my anger at his words about Gaxna still burns. I grab at it like lumber in a shipwreck, desperate to stay on the surface of my deeper feelings. If I fall down there, I'm never coming out. But you will try to make me suspicious of Gaxna, is that it? He flinches, and I know I've only hurt him more. The sea of despair swells, and I cling to my anger for dear life. What I'll do is still try to protect you, he says. Think about it. Gaxna found you because she had your blood, and Miara controlled Gaxna because she had Gaxna's blood. I don't know how Therakin powers work, but what if Miara can use that connection to find you? What if she sent Gaxna, or she's still controlling her somehow? Bloodborne can't talk, I snap, then feel bad about it. I think he really is just trying to protect me, even if maybe jealousy is driving him somewhere deeper down. I take a breath. Not naturally, anyway, and they move awkwardly when they walk. There's no way you could mistake them for a regular person. And Gaxna escaped by blocking that push, by concentrating to keep Miara out of her body, the same way that I can concentrate to keep other seers out of my mind. I know she did because I felt her connection go blank weeks ago. He nods, and for a moment there's just insect song and the steady crunch of our feet on the gravel between the rails. Just be careful, okay? He truly means well, this man that I have hurt. Floods. I'm sorry, Yisong. I don't know what I'm doing. He squeezes my hand. No one does. We'll figure it out. I think it's that we, after I've done so much to hurt him, that pulls the last bit of footing out from under me. I slip into a sea of self-loathing. I don't know what I did to deserve you, but what? I'm gonna pick him over Gaxna now? No, but still. I find myself holding on to him, crying in the broad daylight of the Ironway. His lean body is solid as a rock, his voice soft and reassuring. We stay like that a long time. I hate that what shakes me out of it is a sudden jolt of fear, imagining Gaxna seeing us. I pull back and see the hurt in his eyes before the mask comes up. My heart squeezes. I guess we better go back. He nods, but doesn't start walking. You go ahead. I'll keep watch from back here for now. It hurts to leave him there, but everything hurts today. I go. 4. We shared dinner and rice wine at a small exchange that night with forced joviality. Isong and Gaxna sit on opposite sides of a smoky fire, not exactly glaring at each other, but close enough. I have to ice the dread building in my chest 3 times before I stand, the rice wine still making its rounds. I'm gonna turn in early, I say, throat suddenly thick. Every eye turns to me, but it's Isong's and Gaxna's that burn. There's no way to do this without hurting someone's feelings. I just wish I could get mine straight. Still, I know who I want to come with me, and it's the one I've been pining for since I left Saray. Gaxna, I say in the suddenly awkward silence. Do you want to come? Floods, I hate words, but I hate even more the tension that comes into Isong's back as he looks away. I want to stay, to explain it all, but I don't know what I'd say, and Gaxna is standing up, so I just go. We get in and light the lantern and tie the flaps, and after pining all day to be alone with her, the space suddenly feels tiny, and I don't know where to start. Gaxna, for her part, seems to finally relax. She flops back on her mat and rips the wig from her head, revealing her trademark stubble. So, you had a thing with the Dale? My heart lurches. I've been dreading this all day, too. The sea of self-loathing, now a solid lead weight in my stomach. We did, kind of. I mean, I didn't have sex with him or anything, but... You kissed him, she says, her one eye steady on me. I just nod, feeling guilty but also stupid when she says it like that. It was just a kiss. It just feels like more than that. And you want to do it again? No, I mean, not now that you're here. But if I wasn't, she frowns, he'd be in here right now? My face burns. Probably. He's helped me a lot with the Chronicles. The monocle, you mean, she says. I jump at the opportunity to talk about anything else. You've heard of it? Did Narime say something? She smirks. What do you give me if I tell you? I recognize in her voice the easy, flirting banter we had in Surrey. It feels leagues away from where I am right now, but I ice all my confusion and doubt and just try to get there with her. This is what I've been wanting. Anything, I say, letting my robe fall open as I lean forward. Anything at all. She sidles a little closer. Well then, if anything's on the table, her expression gets serious. Yes, they talked about it a lot. At first, just about the search, about how many people they had out looking, about Yalelat and some Dale machines, about some ancient relic. I offered to just go steal it for them a couple of times, but they weren't having it. I lean in. So they were trying to make it? That would simplify things a lot. I don't know. I didn't hear much for a while, and then I started hearing just Narimes talking to his cronies, or whatever you call them. Theocrats. Right. Well, turns out you can hear a lot from the pits. It's like they wanted to torture us by reminding us of how other people were walking around free up there. Something about the air tunnels they dug, not big enough to climb through, but connected to the rest of the temple, so if you listened in, you could hear a lot. Her eye softens a little. You were really stuck with a bunch of slop holes up there, weren't you? I was, I say, all my old worry and fear for her flooding back as compassion. But I wasn't in prison like you. I could get out any time. Jackson, I'm so sorry. It had to be so awful. She looks away. It's over now. That's all that matters. Don't blame yourself, okay? I don't have words for how sorry I am, and I know there's no point in insisting it was my fault, even though it was. So I just put my arms around her and hold her close. My fingers pick this moment to start tapping again, and I realize maybe Gaxton knows something about this. Do you recognize that? I ask in the dark. What my fingers are doing. What? Twitching? Yeah, it's been happening lately. I thought it might be a Therican thing. It feels rhythmic somehow. She shakes her head, hair brushing my chin. Scabs if I know. Okay. We lie there a while, me spooned into her back. My fingers stop moving, and I can't help notice the soft curves of Gaxna's body under my hands. Feel the way her hips press against me with each breath, and smell that same smell I remember, like clove and pepper and cardamom. I remember the first time we lay like this, after Estresia broke into our hideout in Surrey, when Gaxna finally told me about her past with the Thericans. I've dreamed of being back here for so long. Gaxna catches my hand where it started to roam her body, and it takes me a minute to realize she's not holding it, so much as stopping it. She turns, and I see the first hint of real pain there, the reality behind her bluff exterior. Thea, she says, I can't yet. I need some time. Of course, I say, pulling back, even as my heart thunders, confused. Can't? Is she still heard about Isong? Or was it something from talking about the pits? Or is it just me, the one who put her through all this in the first place? Anyways, she goes on, still facing away from me, I started hearing just Narimes talking to his cronies about a trip to the Dale, how he needed something up there. Once again, I grasp at something simpler and easier to understand than my own heart. The monocle? That's what I figured, that he'd found something out, so he stopped talking to Miara about it. She turns to face me. And that's why I came. I mean that, and I wanted to be with you. But I figured you would want to know, too. Would need it if you're going to stop him, or the floods, or whatever. I grip her tighter, finally hearing what she said through the storm of my emotions. A trip to the Dale. Craftology! That has to be what my father's papers were talking about. The whole thing I went to Duran to get? In the same part that first talks about the monocle, it says they're made from the unity of ways. We didn't know if that was craftology or not. Isong thought maybe it was more political, but... Gaxna scoffs. What does he know? Probably none of them know about it if it's up there and Yale lets down in Surrey. Or at least She doesn't know about it, and she seems to be one of the top dogs of the Frost Eyes. I only half hear what she's saying. The Dale, it's not even that far off our path. We would just head north instead of west at one of the next branchings. Gaxner rolls over. But here's the thing. I don't want to go with your whole gang. I don't think we can. First rule of thievery. The more people in your team, the more likely you're going to get caught. I smile at her, still talking about first rules of thievery, even as her words jar me. But my friends, she sighs. Look, I'm sorry I asked you to ditch them all earlier today. I know this is who you are, that you're not going to rest until you've saved the world or whatever, and they're probably all on board with that. And yeah, I wish you would just drop it all and go live with me on a beach somewhere. But all that passion is one of the reasons I love you, too. I thought a lot about it in the pits, and I figured this is how we can both be happy. What, going to the Dale? I ask, even as my heart contracts at the mention of the pits. I will never stop feeling awful about that. Being a team, you and me, the thief and the warrior, the passion and the calm, the brains and the heart, whatever you want to call us, we complete each other, Thea. And if I have to go save the world to stay complete, then I'm willing to do it. She takes my hand. You get your missions, and I get you. Her words are a river's current just before a waterfall, pulling me to join them, jump in with both feet. Just the fact that she thought through all this while she was locked in the pits, the fact that she's willing to give up her whole life to share mine, it means the world to me. But abandoning my friends? It feels wrong in my core, even Isong aside. You have me, I try, feeling like a fake, wishing I had some gentler way to say this. We have each other now. We can have every day and every night together. But her face is already starting to close off. But my friends are a team too. I mean, Isong's from the Dale. How valuable would he? Isong, right. I escaped the temple pits and travel halfway across the flooding world to find you, but you can't give up a bleeding frost eyes to be with me. No, it's not like that. Gaxna. But she's already rolled away from me, everything about her posture accusing. Sure, she says from inside her blanket. See you in the morning, okay? If that fits your plans, I mean. My chest aches like someone punched me. Gaxna, I need some time to think, okay? It's a lot, all at once. You, the monocle, going to the Dale. All I get is hurt silence. Gaxna, I'm pleading now. Nothing. I'm not saying no, I don't know what I'm saying. I just know she's not listening. That I've hurt someone I only want to make happy. And if I know her, nothing's going to change her mind now that she's dug in. I lie back, lead weight back in my belly, feeling sick, alone next to the woman I love most in the world. 5. Gaxna is gone when I wake in the morning. I have no idea when I finally fell asleep, but it was long enough to overhear Gaxna moaning and crying in her sleep. She never used to do that, and on top of our conversation, it wore me threadbare in the night, thinking about what must have happened to give her those nightmares, about how it was my fault. If it's a ploy to get me to agree to abandoning my friends, it's a good one. I step from the tent almost ready to agree to her plan, anything to move this stone in my belly, to add some good memories on top of her nightmares. I'm surprised to find Gaxna working next to Isong, hitching up the team. She turns. Thea, there you are. Thought you were going to sleep all day. Come on, daylight's wasting. Still some of Tewo's amazing porridge, even if it's gone kind of cold. I stare. I have never seen her this cheery. Gaxna, are you okay? She grins. Better than okay. Thought Anon was crazy when he said a clove twist was the best way to start the day, but you know what? He was right. No, come on. Everyone's waiting on you. I hesitate. I'm not going to call her out in front of everyone, and they are ready to go. And behind all the joy and heartache of this last day is still that tidal wall of impatience, demanding I act now if I'm ever going to stop the floods. So I roll up the tent, load the wagon, and hop on the buckboard, still scraping the last of the porridge from the pot. Gaxna doesn't join. Tewo's teaching me to cook, she calls, hopping in the back. But Isong's there, I almost say, then bite my tongue. Is this her way of trying to do things my way? To fit in? But there's something off about that gleam in her eyes, the too cheery way she's saying everything. No, this is Gaxna taking revenge somehow, in a deeper way. And I can't even say anything about that because the weight in my belly says I deserve it. The rolling hills we've traveled since leaving the Daranese plain are giving way today to lusher vegetation, land rising steeply to the north, the same uplift that will eventually lead to the Dale Peaks. Over the clop of ox hoof and squeak of iron-shod wheels on rail, I hear Gaxna laughing in the wagon bed. It grates on me. I almost wish she'd just be angry or withdrawn instead of this false cheer. I can't imagine what this is like for Isong. I turn over our conversation as trees crowd the ironway and the air grows fragrant with tiny, blossom-laden vines hanging from the trees. It's no surprise Narime Signiara knew about the monocle too. They surely have their own copies of the Chronicles. It's also completely believable that someone's made or found a monocle in the Dale and we just happen to be close to them right now. So, why am I not excited about it? And why, I keep asking myself, did I not sneak off with her last night to start our adventure and save the world? I'd like to say it's just loyalty to my friends, but I've already proven myself the kind of person who will abandon anyone for the sake of her mission. And I think that's it. This feels too perfect somehow. Gaxna finding me out here, loaded with the information I need, and ready to go on a dangerous mission with me. I know the time in the pits changed her, the nightmares are proof, but the Gaxna I knew probably wouldn't even have mentioned what she overheard and would have argued a lot harder for just running away somewhere and letting the world drown. I shake my head. Or is this just the seed of doubt Isong planted yesterday, finding roots in a complicated situation? I don't think he was doing it out of malice, but neither do I think he can see Gaxna in an unbiased way. Which is part of the reason I haven't said anything about her new information to anyone. They deserve to know if I decide the Dale is the right path, but I need to decide for myself first. I laugh out loud. Good luck with that when I can't even decide who to sleep with. A nudge on the arm brings me back to my surroundings. It's Anon, holding out a clove twist. Lit, even. I take it, smiling. He's been unusually quiet all morning, probably sensing my mood, or reading the currents around how different Gaxna is acting. Good place for an ambush, he says, blowing smoke at the trees crowding the rails. The ironway is less tended here. Each exchange yard seems to care for the rails around it, but they've grown sparse as the jungle has thickened. It is, I say, senses suddenly coming alive. The branches are nearly overhead now, just a pace or so of clear ground to either side of the rails, and yesterday's insect song is gone in chirps and bird calls and the occasional raucous howl of a monkey. Not only could we likely not see bandits coming through the dense foliage, we wouldn't hear them either. My heartbeat rises. I used to do 'em, Non says, as if he's discussing the weather. Ambushes. Not this far out, but in the plains around Iran. We had to get clever there, use the grass and the hills. Here you could basically just walk up and take it before they knew you were there. It's like all my anxiety shifts in an instant from Gaxna and the Dale to a possible ambush. I take some deep breaths. Akifte is ranging ahead, and he's good at what he does. He's used to this kind of terrain, from Bomani. Why did you leave the city, I ask. I don't know why I'm trying to keep up normal conversation, but it feels important. And if Anon used to do this, and he's not worried, maybe I'm overreacting. He shrugs. Things that get too sticky in Duran, I go work the rails for a while. I wasn't always as good as I am now, so sometimes I'd need to leave for a while. Only so many places to hide in the city. Besides, I kinda liked it out here, even if the food is slop. I never really left Saray before I had to flee. I shift on my seat. I've never been in jungle like this. This is jungle, right? Yeah, that's not what's bothering you, though. He says it so casually, like it's a topic we've been on most of the morning. Maybe we have. I sigh, heaviness warring with uneasiness inside. No, it's not. I get it, he says, nodding toward the wagon bed, where it sounds like Tewo is trying to teach Gaxna to play the lute. Isong has to be gritting his teeth. I open my mouth to say something, but they'll be able to hear everything. Here we are in the middle of nowhere, and still no privacy. Anon holds up a hand. There were times out here where we'd scope a caravan out and decide to hit it and set up our whole plan. I was usually the mark, stumbling out into the road or playing dead or whatever. Anyways, it took a lot of work to set it up because you couldn't really reuse spots. Caravansers talk to each other. So we'd do all this setup and wait all day, and then the wagons would roll over the hill and you'd realize something was wrong. He draws on his twist and I frown, trying to watch the forest and also figure out where he's going with this. I catch a glimpse of Akifte ahead on the rails, which settles me a little. He hasn't spotted anyone, and he hasn't gotten shot yet. That's all good. They'd have more guards out, or another caravan would be right behind them, or a scout would see us, or whatever. And your first reaction is to pull back, or to quick make some new plan. But you're already committed by then. Run, and there's going to be a chase because they know you'll be back. Make a new plan, and you won't have time to get it set up, and they'll probably see you doing it anyway. Every time we'd choke, somebody'd die. I look at him, interested now despite myself. So, what did you do? Depended on how smart my team was. But the best thing to do? He flicks his clove stub into the woods. The best thing was always to stick to the plan, even if it felt like it didn't fit. That's what we found out anyway. He pulls a new twist from his pocket and reaches over. Give me an ember? I hand my twist to him, I've barely smoked it, and sit back against the worn cedar backrest, watching the trees without really seeing them. The chronicles point to Yemla, which means a river post. Yaxna wants us to go to the Daol alone. Isong thinks she's a danger, but he's got his own reasons for thinking that. And me? My heart is a jungle without a road, full of sounds and suspicions with no clear path out. Anon inhales deep and hands my twist back. So we still headed to the next river post? You're flooding perceptive for just being a thief. You sure you never studied water sight? Anon makes a hurt expression. Just a thief? That's a whole industry you're insulting right there. I'm the top of it. Or I was. I glance at him, wondering how much he knows or has guessed about what Gaxna wants. Whatever it is, he will have told the rest of the crew. That's just how Anon is, and I love him for it. Yeah, the river post, I say, surprising myself with how confident I feel. It's the most logical choice. I've known that for a while, because there'll likely be another post before a road leading to the Daol, so we might as well get more information before we decide. I just couldn't see that for all the emotions in my way. But if you're lost in a jungle, the best move is probably to keep going. And to remember, you're not walking it alone. I smile. And after that, maybe up to the Daol. He chokes on his smoke. The what? The Daol, I say, and I hear the laughter cut off in the wagon bed behind me. So be it. I'm not keeping secrets from my friends. Gaxna overheard Narime's talking before she left Saray. It sounds like he thinks there's a monocle up there, and he's going to get it. That's amazing, but the Daol? Offers. I don't even know if I would want to hit that. Shouldn't we just send Isong or something? Send me where? A voice comes from the wagon, and Isong is out a moment later, his face still in the neutral mask he wore this morning. Tewo's not far behind him. No one's going anywhere yet, I say as Gaxna joins them, her too bright expression gone in a scowl. Except to the river post to get information. We still need to know if Yemla is alive, if we can find him, and see if he remembers anything more about his immersion. But yes, there's a chance there might be a monocle in the Daol. Her scowl deepens, but Isong is the one who speaks. I don't know if that would even be possible, he says, his long strides keeping pace with the wagon easily. The peaks aren't like the lowlands, where you just have city-states and outlands and nothing's really guarded or policed. We have borders, guards, watchtowers, and the only foreigners you see inside are slaves. Perfect, Anon says, either not reading Isong's skepticism and Gaxna's scowl, or ignoring them. We all get taken as slaves, or Isong leads us in like he's our owner, and then once we're in, we get assigned to wherever the monocle is. Gaxna and I steal the thing, you all break us free. Done. World saved, right? I almost laugh at how easy he makes it sound. But we don't know where the monocle is in the Daol, right, Gaxna? It feels so weird to talk to her this way, like we're in front of a crowd. Her scowl deepens. No. This probably feels like a breach of trust for her, that I told them what was probably supposed to be a secret, that I'm even thinking of going altogether. But they all care about this just as much as I do, and I was never going to keep secrets from my friends. That's just who I am, and for once today, I don't feel bad about it. Isong clears his throat. Peaks are not a small place. Alethea and I have already talked about this. Gaxna flushes at that. But there are 7 citadels, each with their own repositories of ancient artifacts and craftworks, and many more kept in individual houses. Even if we could search without worrying about getting caught, it could take years to find it and all that. And you forget that so long as Yeolat is in power, I'm in exile. People will remember me. He grimaces. Little makeup, maybe a haircut, we'll hide you good, Anon says, but his voice has lost a lot of enthusiasm. We can handle it, Gaxna cuts in, obviously meaning a different we. Thea and I have done lots of hits. This is just one more. There's no way, Isong cuts in. You'd be taken, killed. You don't know what my people are like. I know enough, Gaxna growls, and just when I feel the conversation spinning out of control, Tewo holds up a hand. Just that, but he has such a deliberate way of doing it, either that or because he talks so rarely, that we all quiet, looking to him. We all want the same thing here, he says in the sudden silence, to stop the floods, but we need more information. Where the monocle is in the Deol and whether Yemla lives. If he does, and it is in the Deol, perhaps he can point us to it, or tell us how they made it. We are not enemies, and our plans are not opposed. Alethea is right. We should wait until we know more. The river post will tell us what we need to know, if we have ears to hear. It's like he's poured cool water on a bed of coals. Gaxna still simmers, and Isong is pointedly not looking at her, but neither looks ready to rip each other's hair out anymore. Thank you, Tewo, I say. I need to learn how to talk like that. He didn't say anything different than I did, he just said it better. For now, Anon was pointing out how easy it would be to get ambushed out here, so let's focus on staying alive. Isong, how long till the river post? He shrugs. It's hard to tell distance without landmarks, but tomorrow maybe? It's in a place called Chengai. We stop in another rustic exchange for the night, where a massive bulk thrusts up from the forest floor, relic of a bygone age. Centuries of decay have flaked layers from what might once have been a tower or an upthrust fist, obscuring its shape and creating a dead patch around it. Whatever it was, the jungle gives it a wide berth. Maybe not the best place to stop, but I'll still take it over the dark tangle on all sides. Gaxna keeps up her false cheerfulness around the fire, charming everyone except Isong with her stories from the streets of Saray. Ekifte listens, rapt, as he works on one of his tattoos. Anon accepts her as one of his own kind, and Tewo takes her in stride, as he seems to everything. I feel a little more settled since our talk. Telling them about the Dale was the right decision, and so was insisting on the river post before we make any decisions. Still, the lead weight returns to my belly when the fire burns low. I stand to turn in for the night, dreading the conversation that's coming with Gaxna, the alone togetherness of the tent that I ironically used to pine for. To my surprise, she doesn't get up when I do, taking another twist from Anon instead. She comes to bed much later, when basic tide has almost carried me to sleep and is clearly in no mood to talk. I leave it like that. I know I've hurt her, but depending on what we learn tomorrow, I might have to hurt her a lot more. If there's no new information on the Dale, but we find out Yemla is alive and somewhere we can reach, I'm going to have to choose that no matter how much my heart pulls me to run away with her anywhere. Because it pulls me to run toward my goals with Isong too, to stop the flood, whatever it takes. Her moans start almost immediately, and my fingers do their tapping thing again, sounding out a rhythm in the night. There's no way I'm sleeping like this, so I lie awake and listen, trying to find a pattern in the taps or some intelligible phrase in her nightmares, something to give me the guidance I need. I find nothing, so I seek solace in my own breath, praying that the river post will make things clear. 6. Shanghai is a second jungle of leaning houses pushing through the trees, shingle walls and thatch roofs blending into the green canopy, scarlet blossomed vines climbing everything. The city is built around a cluster of ruins. People seem to cling to signs of the past, as though by living near them we might gather some blessing from the ancients, some hint of how to survive the flood we all know is coming. Except they didn't survive, or these wouldn't be ruins. The city's streets are as tangled as the jungle it rises from, though they grow wider as we approach the center of town, where one of the massive relics rests, like a rust-eaten whale breaching for air. Short, olive-skinned people amble through the streets, balancing baskets on heads and shoulders, chatting in what sounds like a strange version of Dharanese. The air is heavy with humidity and smells of the local coffee and cardamom crop drying on blankets in the sun. No one gives our wagon a second glance, which I'm grateful for. Going to the river post is already a risk. If we're not careful, the questions we need to ask run a high risk of revealing who we are, who I am. I have no doubt that Narimes will send a squad of overseers up the rails if he hears I was here. The irony is the river post system is designed to do exactly that, transfer information up and downstream, and across drainages to create a network of communication. The temple needs it as eyes and ears in the wider world, but the monks who man each station double as a kind of local representative of our faith, supporting themselves through selling information and the ability to send messages long distance, but also offering the counseling and arbitration services the temple does in Saray. I don't know whether it's spread our actual faith outside the Eugaean Peninsula, but the river posts are an integral part of life and trade out here. So while I need this river post for its news of the wider world, I also need it to not figure out that I'm news and broadcast Alethea Viola's location to anyone with a coin to listen. The whole reason we're out here is because Narimes would expect me to take a ship. He's no doubt heard, by river post, that I escaped Duran. The longer I go without appearing at the ports, the more he will start paying attention to news from inland. Unless he's stopped caring about me. That would be nice. But I doubt it. Even if he is preparing for a trip to the Daewal, he will know I have dangerous information. That my father's papers were in Duran, that Gaxno likely came to me with news of Saray, and that Hiana will have revealed things to me in her attempts to recruit me. He will see me as a threat now more than ever, which is good. I am a threat. I just don't want to face him till I'm ready. The Iron Way cuts straight through the tangle of Chengai, rails built long before the city was here, leading to one of the Daewal's daring, iron-girded bridges over the River Nai. The river post clings to a rocky island in the middle of the Nai, all austere lines and stonework like the home temple in Saray. A mix of fear and longing squeezes my heart at the sight, not so different from when I lived in Saray, though it feels like a lifetime ago. I miss it and hate it at the same time. We parked the wagon on the far side of the river, at a proper exchange yard with stalls full of local goods and ox handlers and 100 inviting scents from food peddlers. They would be inviting, anyway, if my stomach wasn't in knots over what's coming. I've been trying to untie those knots in basic tide all morning, but ever since Gaxna showed up, my concentration has felt like an ocean bottom I dive for and never reach. Which is a problem when we get to the river post. Poor concentration means a weak blind, and the monks stationed at these posts spend hours every day deep in water sight, listening for information in the water, then passing it along. Though they are often the students who couldn't pass the full training, coming up mediocre at physical forms or theocratic exams or political acumen, they are always skilled at water sight. I should know. I was almost one of them. I probably would have been if I hadn't stood up to Narimes and proved myself too dangerous to just exile. With my concentration scattered like this, all it will take is a brush of the wrist for the monk to see through my disguise. Anon and Gaxna work at it as soon as we're stopped, trading my worn thief's blacks for a local sarong and shawl, and carefully rubbing dirt into my skin, already tacky from the humidity and 3 days without a proper bath. They take my shoes, too, and I find some solace in the packed dirt of the streets as Anon and I walk toward the river post. I don't spend enough time in contact with the soil, and it strikes me now like a second kind of sea. Like with different training, I might be able to spread my awareness through the ground as well. Anon's voice pulls me out of my head. You ready for this? We are on the riverbank, a series of mossy boulders forming a stepstone bridge out to the river post. The air is cooler here, and the rush of the current around the stones is comforting, like a mother's shush. I nod and take his hand, information flooding through the touch. Anon's thoughts are like a second, familiar stream alongside my own, a peculiar blend of humor and lechery and detailed observation. I am, I send through our bond. I am to play his local girlfriend, attending in silence as he, the Daranese trader, seeks information about the state of the world before deciding where to sell his load of textiles. I will guide his questions through our skin, and hopefully no one will be the wiser as to who we really are, so long as they don't touch my skin or question my off-colored eyes. Good, he grins. Let's go. We step onto the boulders, their tops worn with centuries of travelers come to seek information and guidance, the rush of the river Nai around them soothing to my ears. I keep breathing as we hop from one to the next, and my mind focuses. Gaxna and the rest of the crew wait back at the exchange, in clear sight if something goes wrong, but far enough that I can let go of them for now. We are here for a purpose. For clarity, oddly enough, though not the kind I usually seek from an Ujjayan temple. Clarity of plans. A monk sits on the lowest step leading up to the temple, eyes closed and robes arranged, one foot in the water, an open ledger in his lap. This is where posters spend most of their days, alternating shifts with the other monk inside. They are like the hermits in the caves below the temple, only instead of listening for Ujay's holy voice in the immersion, they're stuck listening for messages in the river current. The monk looks up as we approach, and my heart skips a beat. He's young, not so uncommon, as the younger monks are often sent to rural posts at first, but his gaze is penetrating, and a jolt of panic passes through me, that he has somehow read me through the air, that he already knows everything, and has sent a message in the waters to Saray. I ice it. The monk rises smoothly, closing the ledger and bowing as though we are in front of the home temple in Saray, not some backwater post. No sign he has realized I'm the heretic daughter who has split the temple and tried to kill the chosen of Ujay. You are welcome in Ujay's sight, he says, glancing at me briefly before looking to Anon. How may I be of service? News, Anon says, his voice shifted to sound like the merchants we meet on the rails, bored and impatient. Got a load of textiles bound for Saray, but I want clink of the city before the next intersection, case it's turned coffers while I was gone. The monk doesn't blink at his language. Daranese merchants are not known for their social grace. And thankfully, his eyes stay on Anon, apparently dismissing me as unimportant. For once, I'm grateful for the misogyny of my brethren. Maybe it will keep me out of trouble for a change. By all means, he says, gesturing to stairs cut into the steep side of the rocky island. We follow, and Anon drops some coins in the green patinaed copper pot at the top, an expected offering, though the temple doesn't stipulate how much. Ujay knows they should be able to support all this with what they take from the people of Saray. What are you seeking more specifically? The monk asks, once we are settled on cushions in the temple's Spartan altar room, rose incense burning and floor uneven underfoot, shaped to look like running water. Behind a curtain of hanging beads, the rear wall is open to the river, showing a view of it upstream. Taxes, Anon says. Your Amaranth married one of the day-old, didn't he? Only a matter of time before they hike prices on us. Coffers know they're cutting into business everywhere else. The young monk adjusts his robes. The temple levied an extra 2% tariff on imported goods last month, but I assure you it is in keeping with their yearly adjustments, and not to do with Shejan Yeolat's rise in the temple. The way he says her name gives me pause. Yeolat, I push through a non-skin. Ask more about her. Sounds like you might not be a fan. Yeolat, huh? Dale taking over the temple too? The theocrats have made certain allowances to the Salem Dale since her marriage to the Chosen, yes. He shifts as he says this, and I wish I could read him without giving myself away. If he's opposed to the Dale influence, or better yet to Narimes, this will all be a lot easier. But no, this will have to be done the old-fashioned way. Allowances, Anon echoes. They're still buying goods off the Iron Way, though? They are. The allowance is for a particular section of the city, which is now strictly for Dale use, along with their port privileges. I keep the shock from my face. That is an allowance indeed. Is the city to set up a craftwork temple? Is that how they're uniting the ways? But why would they need to if there's a monocle in the Dale? Or is that a secret Narimes is keeping from Yeolat? I let go of all of that for now. It sounds like this monk doesn't approve, though he's trying to sound neutral about it. Not professional, but I'm grateful he's letting his trained exterior slip out here. I prompt Anon to ask more. The port and the city now, huh? You all gonna be craftologists pretty soon then? The monk's back stiffens. The temple would never allow that. We are faithful to Ujjayi. I see the opening and cue in on. Are ya? I heard there's 2 temples now, but some of you couldn't stand the Dale woman and split off to form your own group. What does Ujjayi think about that? The proper temple will be restored, he says, and when I hear the fervor in his voice, my shoulders drop in relief. I don't need water sight to read that. May it be, brother, I say, raising my eyes from the floor. He starts, looking at me, then starts again, seeing my eyes, hearing my Sarayan accent. Aleph, I am a simple traveler, I say quickly, holding up a hand. I come in peace and in secrecy. Can I trust you to keep that? His thoughts could be read against his will or in a moment of weakness. Even if he's sympathetic to my cause, I have to be careful here. He takes a breath, and I can almost see him icing the emotions. My heart opens. This is no failed seer sent to the hinterlands to serve Ujjayi as best he can. This is a talented monk exiled for Narime's ambition, as I would have been. You can, he says a beat later, but my superior will be back soon. He left for the market maybe an hour gone. He pauses, then says, I am Talimha. I return his seated bow, as to an equal, though he bows much lower. Well met, Talimha. I will be swift. Do you remember Trainer Yemla? Talimha smiles. How could I forget? He was the one who encouraged me to be a theocrat. Before... I nod, watching him again ice his emotions. I know that pain, aspiring to be something the theocracy doesn't allow. I long to take his hand, but I can't risk him reading my secrets through the bond. It would be too easy for his counterpart to find out and send word to Narime's. I grip his shoulder instead, cloth insulating our sight. You will be a theocrat, brother, if we can pull this all off. Is Yemla alive? Do you have any idea where he is? He's with the rebels, Talimha says, composed again, at least as far as I can tell. They are careful to hide their identities, but I haven't heard talk of him through the main channels. He's not in Saray, I'm almost sure of that. And the rebels? They have a temple somewhere? He grimaces. Yes, they never message from the same place, but... He opens his ledger, leafing through it to a normal-looking set of entries. I have been paying attention to the messages I think are from rebels, guessing at the originating post for each of them. Well, I and some of my cohort that ended up out here too. I nod. They will be other students like him, exiled here against their will, burning to know more of the rebellion. To join it, maybe. How many more are like him? I shake my head. I don't have time for that. I'm not trying to lead a rebellion. The floods are more important. The monocle. Unless uniting the ways means taking back Saray. And? He swallows. As nearly as we can tell, they are somewhere in the Upper Peninsula. Maybe Kentau or the hills above it. Good. Thank you. He hesitates. They have been sending for you. I start. For me? But how could they? Not directly, not obviously. But there are messages that mention you, beyond the ones calling for your arrest and death. They're usually sent like merchant postings, seeking new laborers for hire, but, well, there are not too many people in the world who fit your description. Merchant postings, that is clever. Lots of jobs are offered through the river post so that locals with particular talents can find work outside their home cities. Too many for the temple to monitor, but a bored river poster? Still, affirming as it is, I don't need the rebels, just Yemla. But if he's with them, could you send a message back? Respond to one of these posts, maybe? Would that be too obvious? I haven't actually used the river post system myself much. He chews his lip. Maybe, but what would you say? Floods. I think fast. That I'm interested, maybe, but that I would need to work with Yemla directly. That I need to meet with him. Word it however makes the most sense. Maybe send the messages out separately? I don't know. He nods. I can do that. You should go now. Your eyes... I know. It was a risk coming here at all. Thank Ujjayi I found you and not your superior. I pause, halfway up. One more thing. Have you heard any talk of Narime's preparing for a trip to the Dale? Or a contingent of monks heading up there? It would likely be in secret. His eyes get distant, and he leafs through the last few pages in his ledger. No. Why? Call it a hunch, I say, wishing I could tell him more. There's too much risk someone will read what he knows later on, especially if they find out I was here. If you do hear something, is there a way to let me know? I'll post something for Chengai. A job, maybe. He grins. Temple restoration. North Coasters preferred. I smile back. I'll look for that. Thank you. Of course. His grin fades. Now you should go. Better if my superior never sees you at all. I stand and fumble awkwardly for a moment, wanting to join hands in the Ujayan way, before I pull him into a hug instead. Talimha is one of the good ones. Proof Narimes hasn't completely ruined our faith. I hate that I have to keep secrets from him. Ujay keep you, Talimha. Thea? Anon says, as Talimha is answering, and currents guide you, Alethea of the House Viola, rightful chosen of Ujay. His words strike such a bolt through me, it takes Anon saying my name a second time before I hear him. What? But I follow his finger before he can even answer, through the curtain, up the river, to where a squad of men in dark blue robes stride toward us through the current. Overseers. Hm. 7. My first reaction is to round on Talimha. Did you tell them? Did you send them? His face has gone bone white. No, sister, but here. He rushes through the door behind the altar, beckoning us to follow. I would feel bad for doubting him if I had time, but I don't, and have been betrayed too many times to trust people like I used to. Anan and I run after Talimha, who rushes us through a cramped living space and kitchen, through the bedroom, to a narrow set of stairs. It leads down to a crevice in the rock, where a small canoe is secured to the stone. Take this, he says. Keep the island between you and their line of sight. I'll distract them as long as I can. Maybe they're not here for you. I don't need water sight to read the skepticism in his voice. We both know why they're here. The question is how they found me, and how to survive this. Thank you, I say, climbing in and holding out a hand. Anon, don't let any of the water touch you, or they'll hear us. He shudders. Anon has seen overseers in action in the Gale Tower, and steps in, careful as a cat. We shove off, Talimha already climbing the stairs. I navigate into the current with the canoe's single oar, the current fast but steady, mine spinning 10 paces ahead. If we can get to the wagon, we can slip away, but the rails are too obvious. So the jungle? I keep an eye on the island behind us, trying to keep it between us and the men, who have probably reached it by now. I offer a prayer to Ujay that Talimha can distract them, and more so that he can keep his blind steady when the overseers read him. We need time to get away. Talented fighters though my friends are, we're no match for 6 overseers. Thea, Anon whispers, the bridge. I whip my head around in time to see the Ironway Bridge approaching, latticed girders descending into the water. Atop it, a single figure is silhouetted in the sun, robes billowing. The overseer. Floods. I ram the oar sideways, icing the fear that roils black in my gut, trying to cut away from him. He leaps from the bridge, Ironwood's staff held high in thunder's echo. There's nothing for it. Get to the exchange, I shout at Anon, and push him out. I roll off the far side. The overseer's strike cracks through the water a second later, smashing into the canoe, but I am diving down, kicking for the nearest girder. I thicken my blind against what has to come next. There, the faint tickle of his mind as he reads the water, a hint of steely determination to find me. There's no shout of alarm in his thoughts, and no message intended for a river post, saying they've found me. He's too confident they'll catch me first. Good. He's probably right, but I can use that confidence. And if we happen to survive this, the last thing I need is Narimes knowing where I am. My hands brush solid iron, and I clutch the underwater girder, fighting the current and pulling myself close. My heart beats so fast I already need air, but I ignore it, listening for the overseer's thoughts. It's not as easy as locating someone by sound, but there is a certain speed to thoughts in water, a difference between those coming with the current and those traveling against it, and I feel that shift as he passes, like the descending whir of an arrow flying past. He thinks I'm trying to escape downstream and is chasing. Good. I was counting on that. I wait until my lungs begin to hitch, keeping my blind thick as a sea cliff, then pull myself up the girder. I poked just my eyes up at first, blinking away water to see him already 100 paces downstream, crouched in the boat with one hand in the water, head swiveling as he searches. In the wrong direction. I smile, gasping air and clambering up the crossed iron struts. Now if Talimha can just keep the others occupied. A shout sounds from upstream, and I see overseers boiling out of the tiny temple, some diving into the river, others leaping across the stepstone bridge. So much for Talimha's diversion. Still, it bought me some time, and I send a prayer of gratitude as I sprint across the narrow bridge, trying to form a plan. My friends wait in the packed dirt of the exchange yard. Anon must have warned them. "What's our move?" he asks. "Run? Fight?" "There's no way we can run fast enough," I say. "It's a simple matter of physique, now that they've found us, and none of us have the speed or strength to outlast them. Not without vitality, anyway, and the bull's coins still need 2 weeks before they'll lend us strength." "We hide, then?" Anon asks. "No time for that either," I say. "We fight!" Ikifte cries, ripping his sword from his back and thrusting it up, to shouts of alarm from the crowded marketplace. "We fight," I agree, as the first overseer tops the bank and unlimbers his staff. I grab my own from the cart and take a steadying breath. But we do it arena style. They're after me, so I take point. Isong, Akifte, to my flanks. Tewo, your backup if someone falls. Anon, Gaxna, run interference on the far end, but don't risk yourselves. I want to say more to Gaxna, tell her she doesn't need to fight, but she's scowling with a barbed knife in her hand, and there's no time. I guess she has her own vendetta with overseers these days. The first overseer reaches us, slashing with his staff. I meet his shark's eye with ice and summer rain, our staffs cracking together above my head. In the brief moment of contact, our muscles straining against flexing wood, Kifte rams his sword up through the man's ribs. The overseer's eyes open wide, then he collapses, gurgling blood. My breath catches. This is not how I was trained to fight. I ice it as the crowd around us starts running, knocking down merchant stalls. More overseers boil from the riverbanks, staffs out, eyes icy in the grip of concentration. Training or not, I doubt they'll hesitate to kill me. I guess this is the game we're playing now. Good thing it's a familiar one to gladiators. "That's good," I shout to my team, as 4 more trained killers sprint for us. "They're not used to team tactics. Stick together, wait for your chance." Our arena tactics worked on 1, but there are 4 more here and 2 still on the way by my count. They descend in a wave, the center 2 attacking me, the others going for our flanks. And for a time, all I can do is strike and counterstrike and leverage everything I've learned and done in the last month against the perfection of their forms. A tall one slashes down and wave strikes stone, and I respond with Moontide, twisting inside of his staff's reach to add a 7 Karen strike to the sternum. He doubles over, but before I can shifting tides him, the other overseer is ramming a steel-tipped staff at my forehead. I fall left, while around us wagons groan and oxen bellow and the furious clash of battle sounds. Isong fells another man, shattering both legs in quick succession, but 2 fresh fighters take his place, dripping wet from the river. Which reminds me, I have more moves to use here than just 7 cairns. I close with one of them, deep in the ice of my concentration, and get inside his guard to grip his arm in 1/2 of a 2nd cairn bind. Not such a useful move by itself, but as soon as our skins connect, I ram thoughts through the bond, shocking him enough that I can land an elbow to his throat. He slows, choking, then he's fountaining blood from a missing hand. Kifte grins. My stomach clenches. I'm not used to his brand of violence, but it's effective. More than one of the overseers circles now, bleeding from minor cuts, while Akifte stands proud, blood dripping from his blade. Yemla always said if the Bamani could manage to unify politically, no army in the world could stand against them. I take the chance to survey the rest of my team. They don't look good. Tewo limps, Isong cradles one arm against the other, and Gaxana's face has gone bone white. No wonder. She probably thought she'd finally escaped these men. And now she's facing them again. For me. I ice all the guilt trying to rise. None of it matters if we die here. In the clarity that follows, I see that we can't win this. Not when it's basically Akifte and I versus the remaining 4 overseers. So I try a different tactic. "We don't have to do this, brothers," I call over the rumble of a caravan hurriedly pulling away. You know in your hearts that Narimes has perverted our faith, has sold our sovereignty to the Thericans in exchange for power. They say nothing, circling in mirrored whalefish lurks, feinting toward us now and then, obviously wary of Akifte and his sword. Two of them have strange staffs, like thin, ridged metal, though they flex and move like regular oak wood, with thick black wrappings in the middle. Do you know how the overseers sent against me in Duran died? I press. It was not at my hands, brothers. It was the witches. After we defeated them, Miara spoke to me through Brother Sisgen, said they were too much liability to keep alive. Then she choked them all with her blood magic. I leave out that I am the one who actually killed them. That was a mercy. Their faces stay stony, concentrated, as overseers are trained to do. Still, I have to believe the truth will sway at least one of them, that their perversion cannot run so deep. And now she sends you in the same way. Will you be killed for your failure too, if you survive? Will he? I gesture at the overseer with shattered legs, unconscious but breathing a few paces away. You may not agree with me or my cause, but surely you can see the one you now fight is a betrayal of our faith, a bigger heresy than mine in the sight of Ujay. I see a few eyebrows twitch. One of them strikes in, and Akifte responds in a counterblow so perfect only the overseer's lightning reflexes keep his head on his shoulders. The man's strange staff clangs against Akifte's sword, and I notice it has begun to glow, just as I smell hot metal. What are those things? I do not want to kill you, I call out, and I don't want to see you killed. It is another heresy before Ujay. The flood is coming, brothers, and our faith stands divided when what we need is unity. Drop your arms and let me show you what I say is truth. It's a risk. Dropping my blind to them will reveal things I do not want my enemies to know, but I have no stomach for this kind of fighting. The risk is worth it. One of them finally responds, a stocky man with blunt, calculating features. None of the witches have our blood, he says, and we volunteered for this search. You are the corruption in our faith, Viola. You and your father, who first allowed heresy in our ranks. We end that today. Not blood-pushed, then. Just zealots. Great. I do not want to kill you, I repeat, a plan forming in my mind. But I will choose the fate of the world over the fate of my brethren every time. Don't make me do this. Another feint in, drawing Tewo out on his hurt leg. Akifte jumps in to defend, and we almost descend back into a melee that would be our deaths. Praise Ujay, the overseers pull back again. The two metallic staffs are glowing now, the dull red of a blacksmith's forge, and I can feel the heat radiating from them. Craftology. Those have to be craftology, another sign of the Dael influence on our faith. And that I need a plan fast. Akifte, I say, not taking my eyes off the overseers. Hold out your sword. He frowns, but does it, and, icing the disgust that wells up, I run my tongue down the length of his blade. Foul copper fills my mouth. A second later, 3 new seeds bloom in my chest, seeds of pain and ice and calculation. Blood sight for 3 of the 4 remaining overseers. Their faces shift at the sight, concentration weakening under the weight of old prejudices and fears. I smile. There's more than one way to fight this battle. You know what I am, I call, and you know what I can do with this blood. Lay down your weapons, and I'll leave you alive. A fraught moment passes, our lives hanging in the balance. I murmur a prayer to Ujay. I do not want any more blood spilt here, nor do I want to find out what those staffs can do. They keep glowing brighter, the air around them warping with heat. Lies, the stocky one suddenly barks and raises his staff. For Ujay! They strike as one body. Tewo falls almost immediately, Gaxna and Anon struggling against another fighter as Akifte and I battle our own attackers. I block a strike from one of the glowing staffs, and smoke boils where the weapons meet, the heat of the glowing metal oppressive at this range. I pull away half on instinct, and half to keep the thing from burning my staff in half. I ice the fear trying to rise inside. I can only imagine what it would do to skin. A cry from behind tells me another friend has fallen. I spin to find Anon down and a second overseer sprinting for me. My opponent strikes, and I block on the far side of my staff, smoke again rolling in choking clouds, his grin fierce as he forces the weapon deeper into mine. If ever there was a time for a blood push, it's now. So when the breath before my staff burns through, and Anon's overseer arrives to overwhelm me, I seize the 3 new streams inside and push a command against the current. Open your hand, like I once pushed the bull to open his hands, dropping Anon. A staff rams me in the spine, and I slam into the ground. Panic frays my concentration. It didn't work. It has to work. There's no way I can fight these 2 overseers from here, and Akifte has 2 of his own to deal with. This blood push is our only hope. I try again, focusing my concentration, shoving that hand-jerking open sensation through the bond of our blood, as I did for the bull, as I do so easily through bonds of water. Nothing. My stomach sinks. As if by unspoken agreement, the overseers looming over me raise their feet for avalanche meeting stone. The move Narimes once tried to end my life with. I scramble backwards, heart pounding. I'm not going to make it. My gut wrenches. So this is how it ends. The overseer to the left jerks, hands flying to his throat. An arrow sticks through his fingers, and blood blossoms beneath his hands. I hear a second arrow zipping through the air a moment before my other attacker stumbles back, a dark feathered shaft appearing in the joint between his neck and collarbone. The red-hot staff tumbles from his grasp, and I scramble out of the way. There's no time to wonder who shot them or how. I just leap to my feet, praying they don't also shoot me, and slam a 7 cairns kick into the second overseer's hip, sending him stumbling over the first one. I follow it up with a thunder's echo to the head, and his eyes glaze. I spin, realizing it might be a local militia or a caravan guard who's begun shooting, that they might not care which side is which, only that we're putting their charges in danger. I see Akifte, sword melted in half, slashing desperately at his pair of attackers now that they are distracted. Beyond him, a figure in temple robes holds a bow, face gripped in icy concentration. I suck a ragged breath. An 8th overseer. Floods. Then I see the youth of his features, and my heart opens like a blossom struck by morning light. Not an overseer, an exiled seer still faithful to the true cause. Kalimha. He fires again, and an arrow punches into the dominant arm of one of Akifte's attackers, distracting him long enough for Akifte to open his stomach in a powerful slash. I'm about to help him with the last overseer, the blunt-faced man, when I see a second set of river post robes behind Talimha, staff raised. Fear smashes my new-blossomed hope. Talimha, I shout, behind you! He spins, too late. I sprint forward, too slow. The second man's blow knocks Talimha to the ground, boneless. Sudden rage speeds my sprint. That was Gut the fish, a killing blow, and suddenly all I want to do is return it tenfold. The monk looks up, features grim, and raises his staff. Talimha's superior. It has to be. You, he says, you'll finally be my ticket out of... His strike is pathetically slow. I spin around it in kelp wavers, then drive my seared staff against his spine in a second Gut the fish. His vertebra shatters, and he falls dead to the deserted street. Beyond, Akifte kicks his final opponent to the ground, bloody half-sword buried in the man's chest. That was the last overseer. I scream in triumph, the sound raw, caught in the rush of having survived. Then I see my friends on the ground, and Talimha laying face down in front of me, and the relief surging inside turns sick. I kneel, pressing my fingers to Talimha's neck, but the bond confirms my fears long before I can sense the lack of pulse. There is an awful slowing in water sight when someone dies. Like a flash flood drying up, the mind does not stop so much as lose current, the deepest thoughts finding pools on the bottom while the rest flow away. My sight catches in one of these, Talimha's desperate longing to see his father again, a pale-eyed fisherman in a village outside Surrey, to show him that his son had done well. I search deeper, trying to catch as much of his life, of who he was, before it disappears, to honor this person who died for our cause. In a second, rapidly evaporating pool, I find his passion to see our faith restored, the memories of secret communications up and down the river, his plans to join the rebels in the Upper Peninsula. And there, one of the last thoughts to go from the dying stream of his mind is his faith in Ujjayi. His faith in me as a kind of symbol of what our temple could be. What it would be if Narimes hadn't perverted it. What it will be, I whisper to him like an oath. Thank you. Ujay take you up, and I will see you again in the waters. His body becomes just a thing under my touch, water sight fading to blindness. I stand, tears burning in my eyes, knowing I have my own team to see to. Akifte is already there, bent over Isong, but the man's eyes are open, his breathing steady. A quick touch of Anon and Tewo tells me they're alive too, just knocked unconscious. Praise Ujay, the Saray Temple apparently still doesn't believe in killing. Except for killing me, of course, but I'm always the exception. A rope tightens across my chest. He killed Talima's superior without even thinking about it. Lost control and just wanted him dead, which is the opposite of how I was trained. And 5 of the 7 overseers that came after me today lie in pools of their own blood. Could have stopped this. I shake my head, find my breath, and ice the guilt. I'll deal with that later. For now, the townspeople are starting to crowd in, looking angry, and I still don't know if my crew's okay. Gaxna, how could I have left her for last? I scramble to her, lying a small distance away, and thrust my fingers to her skin, only to find that blankness, that awful, impossible wall I've felt in water and blood since it first started, weeks ago. Her eyes open at my touch, and I suck air in relief. You're alive, I choke out. Did they? She just stares for a moment, and I get this awful fear that they did do something to her, that they had commands to tie up her loose end too, that she's paralyzed, or worse. Then she coughs. Didn't touch me. They just wanted you. Thank Ujay, I say, gripping her. I never wanted you to. To what? Be in any danger? That's sort of part of being your woman, in case you didn't notice. I smile. Well, thanks for doing it anyway. Then all the pain and uncertainty of the last few days comes crashing down, like my heart was just holding its breath during the fight. And now I can get back to feeling awful about everything I do. About Gaxna saying she's my woman and me acting like it's true, even though we've ignored each other for the last 2 days. Hey, she says, grabbing my wrist. I try to feel some connection through her blind. I'm sorry I was being such a witch the last couple days. I know this is hard. I know I can be stubborn. But we'll get through this, okay? I stare at her, vision flooding for the second time in as many minutes. Okay, I say. I don't have better words. I just pull her to me. It feels like winning a second battle, one I was sure we'd already lost. 8. Akifte's voice shakes me from my reverie. Prepare yourself, he's saying. We have won a song-worthy victory, but another battle comes. I suck a breath, looking for more overseers. What I see instead is a crowd on the verge of becoming a mob, angry men and women shouting in the local tongue. They crowd close, pointing at the bodies on the ground. Some of them clutch glaives, which look disturbingly well kept for how remote Chengai is. Floods. I pull back from Gaxna, looking her over. You can walk? You're okay? I'm fine, she says, her shoulders tensing as she takes in the crowd. There are merchant guards among them too, hardened men with hands on swords. But this isn't a walk situation, Thea. We need to climb. She's right, of course. If it were just the 2 of us, Chengai's vine-laden houses would be the perfect way to escape. But it's not just us, and I'm not leaving my friends. Isong looks lucid but pale with pain, clutching his arm, and Tewo is still passed out, something off about his leg. We need to get out of here, not least because more overseers could show up too. But if their wounds get worse, they will just bring us right back here. Ujay knows the other exchanges we've found in this jungle didn't have healers. Healers. I look at Gaxna like I'm seeing her all over again. You remember what the Therakins taught you? How to heal? She hesitates. In the pause, Akifte stomps a foot. He's holding one of the glowing iron staffs. Stand, Alethea of the Viola. We must defend our kinsfolk against the mob. Floods. He's not wrong, but there are too many ways that defense could turn into a bloody slaughter. Slaughter we still end up losing. And I need to make a plan for healing our friends. Gaxna! I can't, she bursts out. I covered up all that stuff, Thea. Everything I learned back then. I grit my teeth. But you must remember some stuff. Isong's arm. Can you tell what's wrong? She looks at it, like a viper coiled to strike. No, everything they do uses blood sight. To read the wound from the inside. They didn't really bother teaching us other ways. That was for healers, they'd say, not theracants. Floods. Reading a wound from the inside, healing it that way, sounds amazing. No wonder Panewa was able to fix so many fighters so fast. Panewa. That gives me an idea. Then Akifte starts shouting, slashing the red-hot staff through the air. Do not think to attack the forces Viola, he shouts, the crowd swirling back from his swings. We have defeated the best of the Syrian monks here before you. What you will find is only death. He sounds almost excited about it. I curse, jumping up and grabbing his arm. Akifte, what are you doing? Beginning the battle, he says, face flushed with excitement, or beating them with words. Either way, Alethea, this will make a legendary tale. How we too— Stop, I hiss. We don't need legends right now. We need to disappear. The more word of this gets out, the more likely Narimes will send more overseers after us. At least don't use my name. He looks almost hurt, but nods. You are the legend, but what do we do then? This crowd demands blood. I take a deep breath, looking at them, seeking inner clarity as I read the crowd. He's right, they're angry. But none of them have any issue with us beyond disturbing their peace and threatening the safety of their cargo. These are merchants, mainly, and the people of Chengai that depend on the merchant caravans, which is probably everyone in a place so isolated. I narrow my eyes. They're not worried about us. They're worried about their money. And we have plenty of that. People of Chengai, I call, excuse my guards and please excuse this mess. Who can I pay for the damages? The stir my words cause tells me I'm right. A white-haired man steps forward after a few moments, his sarong immaculate, skin tight and gaze sharp despite his age. I am the director of this caravanserai, he says in a sing-song Ujjayan, and not only have you lost us several trading partners, from the looks of it you have killed our river posters and likely attracted the ire of the port. The port is how some people up-continent refer to Saray, as it's the meeting of the only safe water passage between Bamani and our continent, and also the end of the ironway bringing goods from inland. And I apologize for that, I say, bowing. We were only defending our own. Can I trust you to make recompenses to the offended parties and offer tokens of our apology in creating this inconvenience? Recompenses? He repeats, recoiling like he's been slapped. Tokens? We will need much more than 3,000 Dharanese ravas, Anand says, stepping up behind me. Vital ravas, mind you, worth 5 times their mark and lickin' hard to find outside the capital. Anand sways slightly on his feet. He must have just woken up, but his merchant accent is dead on, and his offer gives the director pause. Vital, you say? I will need proof of this quality. Course you will, Anand spits, and I think I catch a gleam in his eye as he does. He loves playing this role. Anon extends an arm toward our wagon, and a part of me relaxes. One fight with the mob avoided, but Isong and Tewo still need help, and the one person among us who's trained to help them says she can't. Not for the first time, I wish I'd taken time to train with the Theracants, regardless of their bigger agendas. With Panewa, at least. Memories of the hard-edged ex-Theracant remind me of my idea. I jog after the director, catching his arm. Please, we intend to leave your city as soon as we're able, but I have men in need of healing. Is there a Jayan clinic in the city? The guild's reach is not as large as the temple's, but I know they try to station at least one healer in every major city, like Panewa and Duran. The director's chest puffs out a touch. We've had both a river post and a clinic for the better part of a century. Rural pride. I nod in appreciation. Can you take us there? I can, he says, after you show me the ravas. Of course. Still, word appears to have traveled through the crowd, which is looking less restless now. I hear whispers of 3,000 ravas and vital. Better yet, it appears they trust the director to distribute it because no one else pushes forward. Ikifte looks crestfallen, though. While Anan makes the transaction, I get the Bamani man to help me with Tewo. Isong is already on his feet, if shaky. Then all 6 of us follow the director into the tangle of the city proper. It's beautiful. 2- and 3-story houses lean over the narrow streets, draped in flowering vines, with shaded verandas smelling of coffee and cardamom. The air is remarkably fresh for so many people packed together, fresher than Surrey or Duran anyway, and the faces that watch us from upper-story windows and balconies look more curious than cunning or afraid. Perhaps Chingai would not be such a bad place to live. If a flood wasn't going to sweep it all away, that is. The strange relics thrusting from the soil here, many of them draped in offerings of flowered garlands and colorful cloth, will offer no protection. To me, they just feel like a warning. The Theracant's clinic is a leaning 3-story house, unmarked from the others save for the dense and carefully tended planters of herbs surrounding it, and the guild's symbol, a triangle within a triangle, carved in wood above the door. A few patients wait in the herb garden, but the director bustles us past them, all smiles and friendly aid now that he's been paid. The bottom level of the clinic is a single room with beds lining the walls and a workstation along the far wall, just like Panewa's infirmary. The gaze the weathered woman gives us feels familiar too. Is this something they teach in the guild? Director Osenga, she says with a curt nod. I heard of the disturbance at the exchange. I assume these are the results? These and 2 more, Osenga says, referring to the living overseers. They required stretches. My insides coil at the thought of the 2 monks. If they are anything like the blunt-faced one, they'll be back in the river as soon as they can crawl, sharing news of what happened here, no doubt presenting it as further murders and heresies. I can't let that happen. The Theracant gets Tewo onto an exam table. He's awake but looks distant, no doubt in his own version of Sliver Moon, focusing his concentration to dull the pain. I watch what she does while my mind still spins on the overseers. The last thing I want to do is kill 2 more people, even if we disagree. But I don't know how else to stop them from talking, from putting my friends and our mission in danger. Isong touches my shoulder. You are worried about the overseers. It's amazing how he can just read my thoughts. I sometimes wonder if he's secretly trained as a monk. Mostly worried about word of this getting out, I mutter, not wanting the Theracant to hear. It's going to look strange enough with the river post suddenly going silent, but once they get back to the water, they will tell all. Behind him, the Theracant pushes her palm into Tewo's hip, and the man jerks up, shouting. Strange how I trust the healer, despite not knowing her. I really do think most Theracants wish their patients well. Like I think most monks want to help the faithful, all politics aside. And if they do, more will come after us, I say. We got lucky today. If Talima hadn't come for us, he eyes me. But you don't want to outright kill the survivors. No, especially because I don't think the witches have their blood, so word hasn't gotten out that way. Behind him, I see Gaxna pacing in the garden. She refused to come into the clinic. Why don't you think that? Because Miara killed the last ones as soon as they lost, I say, a chill running through me at the memory, and strengthening my determination not to do the same. I will be better, even if I don't know how yet. Those 2 were still alive when we left, so I have to assume no one has their blood, or they haven't figured out what happened here from Bloodsight. Isong chews his lip. So we take them with us? There's no way I can imagine that working. Partially because the one with shattered legs couldn't handle wagon travel, and partially because I know overseers. They'll do everything they can to kill us as soon as they're halfway able. I shake my head. I can't see doing that. And even if we do, rumor of this is going to spread the normal way. A fight with Sarayan overseers in the streets? Dale and Bamani men and a single wagon merchant train with enough vital ravas to leave 3,000 here? Plus those staffs they had? Craftology, Isang mutters. Lava staffs, if I read the labels right. I blow out a breath. The river posts up and downstream will probably hear about it just from the local gossip. I narrow my eyes, thinking about the river posts up and downstream, and feel the tendrils of a plan in my mind. You gonna be okay if I leave for a minute? This, he jerks his wounded arm, standard stuff in the arena. Where are you going? I cut my eyes at the Theracant. Better if I don't say. The women have their own information network, though I don't know exactly how it works. I nod to Anon where he stands with the director, still scowling his merchant's scowl, and murmur to Akifte to keep watch over our wounded. He straightens up, laying a hand to his chest. After seeing him in action, I actually feel pretty confident he can handle any threat. Plus, he still holds the lava staff, though it's gone cold again. I walk out to the herb gardens, where Gaxna scowls at a pot of thyme. Couldn't make myself go in, she says, not looking up. They okay? I nod, wishing I could bridge this gap between her and the Theracants, between her and her past. Not all of them are bad, and if she could remember what she learned with them, it would help so much. Another part of me says that's just me trying to use her again, to weaponize her for my own needs, like I did in Saray. I reach a hand out. I think so, I say. Witches know their healing, right? It's a weak attempt at a joke, but she smiles, and better yet, takes my hand. I want to believe something is different between us after the fight. Going somewhere? River Post, I say. I need to make sure word of this doesn't get out. Want some company? For a second, my mind plays out the fantasy of Gaxon and I pulling each other's clothes off in the altar room of the River Post, and the idea is so profane I almost say yes. But she's made it clear she's not ready for that, and I'm going to need to concentrate to pull this off. I shake my head. Better if I do it alone. You have a way of distracting me. She grins. I still feel some of the strain there. We both know she hasn't distracted me in a good way since Saray. But I smile back, then go. I follow winding green streets till I hit the river. A path along the shore leads to the river post, wide stones mossy with age and moisture, but my body longs for the water. I missed it so much in Duran. The sensation of weightlessness, of a current carrying me, of the way my awareness spreads out and my mind stills in water. Thinking about it reminds me of a prayer we teach to supplicants. I step into the river now, whispering the words. I take a breath to help the river hold me, spread my arms to feel the river pull me, lose my feet to let the river guide me, close my eyes to find Ujjayi inside me. I drift like that, water blind up but awareness spreading out. I can feel the wall of emotions I've iced in the last few hours, but I'm not ready to thaw them yet. Instead, I float, taking a few moments to just breathe. Then I hear the rush of river against stones and climb out onto the temple's rocky island, feeling a pang of sadness that it stands empty now. I believe in our mission, but the price in lives feels high. I hate the idea that if we don't succeed, I will have left the world with fewer good people in it. Then again, I'll have left it with fewer bad ones, too. I walk, dripping, to the altar room. Tulima's ledger still lies on the floor. I flip through the pages of his loose script, remembering vaguely where he turned when he mentioned his friends up and down the river. Not for the first time, I wish I were more of a scholar. Isong or Yemla could likely identify the hidden conversations much sooner. I find them eventually. The entries are marked as uncertain, as though the posts had come through muddled, and Tulima wasn't sure he'd read them right. The messages themselves are full of his friends' opinions of posts from the Upper Peninsula, as well as theories on how many strong the rebels are, or thoughts on how to find them. A few are just shared longing for Saray, or commiserating on the state of our faith. They break my heart, because I know all this suffering and uncertainty was avoidable, that Talimha would still be alive and serving a real role in the temple if my father had stayed in power. At the same time, I find new strength reading through these, because no matter what numbers the rebels have, these messages show me there are many more like Talimha, who just need a little more guidance to protect our faith. Yes, there are men like the overseers today, who are convinced I'm a heresy, but there are more who agree with my father, who stand with him in his vision of the future of our faith. In my vision, if I'm honest with myself, these messages talk about me a lot more than Sturgjon. I breathe out at the thought. May I live long enough and grow wise enough to be worthy of their hope. For now, I note the names of the sympathetic river posters and their locations. The most frequent one appears to be a young monk just one station downstream, Lathius. The others come from farther upriver, passing through posts either indifferent or hostile to the cause. Have those posts noticed the secret communication among Talimha and his friends? Are they tolerating it? If so, how will they react when they hear about what happened today? For a moment, that pulls me back to the question my thoughts have circled since I first saw the overseers coming downstream. How did they know I was here? It might be, if I stayed here long enough, working the post and pretending to be Talimha, I could learn the answers, could gather more support for my cause, and use Talimha's friends to contact the rebels like Talimha was going to. Another pang crosses my heart at the thought of Talimha's body in the street. I let it flow through me, not wanting to ice more pain. Better some good people die now than all of us die later in a flood, or that we survive only to live under the control of people like Miara and Narimes, should they find the monocle first. No, his death was for a cause, as I guess, in a twisted way, the overseers' were too. They died fighting for what they believed in, and I have to trust that Ujay will welcome them all into the waters equally, that he's guiding my hand in causing all this conflict. For now, I don't have time to take Talimha's place. I just need to leverage the connections he had to stop this information from getting out. So I stick my hand into the rushing water and spread my awareness out. I don't exactly know how river posts work. I think there are set times of day to send and receive, having to do with the position of the sun, but I don't know them and I don't have time to wait for that. Message for Lathius, of uncertain content, I send downstream, imitating the words that began most of Talimha's entries, regarding the Upper Peninsula and the girl. That's how I appear in their discussions. The girl. Not my favorite nickname, but I've had worse. Ready for receipt? I wait for what feels like forever, wondering if I've done it wrong, wondering if I'll get Lathius' superior instead, and if his elder is as opposed to our cause as Talimha's was. I murmur a prayer to Ujay, looking upriver and imagining a second squad of overseers paddling down it. It wouldn't take many to finish us right now. Ready, comes a single word from downstream. My heart leaps. Lathius? Yes, his voice comes, distant but clear enough I can read the hint of a question there. I take a deep breath. This is not Talimha, but I am sympathetic to your cause. I have news. Long pause. What news? Interesting that he doesn't ask who I am, but I guess the fact that I can use Watersight this well and know of Talimha's private politics recommends me well enough. Unless it points to me being a rat for Narimes. Floods. How am I going to prove myself to this stranger, especially with Talimha being suspiciously absent? There's only one way. It's always been hard for me, but I guess that's something that should change. How's your Watersight? Can you read me if I'm not actively sending? The answer is quick this time. I was the best in my class. I wince. Another talent wasted by Narimes, and obviously with some hurt feelings about it. Then read closely, brother. I take a deep breath and drop my blind. It's a risk. If any seer is nearby, they could see things I don't want Narimes to know. But I run through the last few months of my memories anyway. Narimes threatening to kill me in the Deepling Pool, the search through Saray for my father's killers, the fight at Narimes' wedding, my flight to Duran, the revelations from Hiana there, my mission now. There's only silence when I'm done. Did you get that? I send. Another pause, then. Sister, it's really you. My shoulders drop. It's me, I send, and I need your help. I walk through my memories of the morning, my iced feelings coming up as I do. Taking a deep breath, I let them thaw. The panic at Talimha's first gaze, my horror at the bloody deaths of the overseers, the guilt at involving Gaxna all over again, my grief for Talimha's death. I let the dark currents wash through me as the memories play out, imagine them taken up by the river nigh. Back to Ujay. Among them is fear that Lathius will see all this and lose faith in me, and I let that go too. I have to trust that Ujay's guidance will shine through my actions. I will not let news of this out, are his first words, and in the wake of all my pain comes a small, welcome flush of victory. I will keep you safe as long as I can. Thank you. Do you know the poster Talimha was talking to upstream, Rilinre? Do you think I can convince him too? You could, sister, but no need. Go. The sooner you flee, the better. I will handle this. How? I can't help myself, and maybe the information will be useful. I will tell my superior I heard word of a disturbance, of the Chengai post in danger. I'll come to investigate, following protocol, and when I find them dead, man the post alone until a replacement can be sent. They take months, sometimes. I stare at the water, wishing suddenly I could see this Lathius' face. His quick mind and ability with water sight are such gifts. Nurimes was a fool to exile him. With Lathius and Chengai, he will control news of the battle and of Talimha and his superiors' death. Gossip will still spread down the rails, but at the speed of oxen and distorted in a way the river post's strict protocol does not allow. It will buy us the time we need. You are a true gift, Lathius, I say, echoing the words of one of our holy texts. But when the replacement comes, you will be in danger. They will suspect you. Your story will differ from the local version. I can't read emotion in the water. That's for theracants and blood. But still, an edge comes through sometimes, almost like a color to the words. And I see in Lathia's voice here an edge of strength and decisiveness. Let them come. By then, Ujay willing, I will be on my way to the rebels. I grin a warrior's grin, all teeth. You are a true ally too, then, Lathias. Currents carry you till then. And you, sister. It sounds like a farewell, and the less we talk here, the less chance we have of being overheard. But I remember I need more than just keeping this quiet. Talimha was going to send a message for me, I say. A response to the coded messages the rebels have been sending. Can you do it? He agrees, and I give him my request for Yemla. He promises to post it like Talimha planned, as a job for temple restoration in Chengai. Thank you, brother. I linger a moment, savoring this connection in the water. This is what the temple should have felt like. This is the promise of our faith and our water site, a deep and profound communion with fellow minds. It's to serve the world, but it's also personally fulfilling, especially for me, who is always unwelcome in the temple's collective mind, who always had to keep my blind thick because the temple didn't accept me. Lathias accepts me. I don't need to hide anything from him. So simple, but it's like rain soaking a garden cracked with drought. Like the promise that something could still grow where I had mostly given up hope. I take a long breath and ice this emotion too, for when I'll need it. One last question, I send, though I doubt he will know the answer. Do you know how the overseers found me? Did you hear any hint of their plans in the waters? A pause. None, but I pray this was happenstance and the only party he sent. I thank him, meaning every word of the traditional farewell. Here is an ally every bit as stalwart as my friends, when he has no reason to be. But as I pull my hand from the water and close Talimha's ledger, my heart returns to his closing words. I pray it was happenstance too, but prayer is not enough here. I need to find out how they found me before they do it again. Luckily, I think I know someone who can help. 9. We get back on the railway by mid-afternoon. Neither Isong nor Tewo looks great, but they can walk at least, and both carry foul-smelling pouches of herbs sent by the theracant. Knowing her kind, she also has their blood now. I pray she uses it to continue their healing as we travel, and that she didn't figure out who I am. We leave 4,000 ravas lighter. Anon made a generous donation to the theracant, hoping it would keep her quiet, but one body heavier. The overseer with the shattered legs was on his way out from internal bleeding, but the other hardly needed any treatment, and I couldn't bring myself to kill him, much as everyone but Isong argued for it. Instead, he's tied and sedated in the wagon bed. With any luck, he'll be useful. Meanwhile, now that we've survived, and Lathia seems likely to stop word of our battle getting back to the temple, my mind keeps chewing at how the overseers found us. Fortunately, I'm not the only one. Hiana, Anon says, clove twist bouncing as we cross a gap in the rails. She sent word to Narime somehow, using their popularity magic or whatever it is. Told them where you'd be. But I didn't tell her where I was going. I didn't even really know until the day after we got out, when we decided the rails would be safer than a ship. Panewa then, Gaxna says, striding next to the wagon. She's been neither withdrawn nor falsely cheerful since we left, but I notice she walks on the far side of the wagon from Isong. Part of me is happy to have overseers to worry about. It at least feels like a problem I can solve, unlike Isong and Gaxna. The witch in Duran, Gaxna goes on, she probably sent word through their network. Miara told Narimes and Narime sent them out. Or more likely, found some that were close and sent them to Chengai. I don't think Panewa would do that, I say. She's not a regular theracant. A regular witch, you mean, Gaxna said. And they're all regular, all the same. That aside, Isong says from the far side, how would she know the exact day and time we were getting there, and the exact part of the city? Anon blows smoke. They didn't stop at the exchange to ask directions either. Those beggars came straight down the river at us like they'd been waiting upstream. Gaxna scowls at this, doesn't answer. In the trees, a monkey howls. Did Narime see you in the water when you crossed the bridge? Tewo asks. Or see you at a previous stream? I do not know how this water-seeing works. I shake my head, nothing fitting. No, I say absently. Water sight's only immediate. There's no way they could have known when we would get there, even if they'd gotten word of us previously. And I've made sure to stay out of the water. Waiting, Ekifte says. They were waiting on the road. You have said Narimes would be sending men by boat to search for you in the ports. These, then, he sent by rail. Maybe they got word from another caravan or spotted us yesterday and came here to make their ambush. They must have guessed you would go alone to the river post, so they chose to attack there. It's the most plausible explanation, and still, I don't know, I sigh, watching the jungle passing to either side, hating the anticipation that we'll find a pack of overseers around each turn. That story would make sense for bandits, but overseers, you saw how strong they are, and they believe Ujay is guiding them, that they can't lose. They would have attacked the first moment they could. And they came from the river, Tewo says, not the rails. What I don't get, Anon says, is why they're bothering. I mean, you tried to kill Narimes and you got licked, right? And yeah, you got the Chronicles, but so does he, plus an army of overseers and witches and frost eyes on his side. What does he care about you? A bird screeches to our left, and I jump. Probably because he knows the Chronicles talk about the monocle, I say. He wants to make sure I don't get one first. That, and I have his blood. Tewo frowns. So you can read his emotions? That's all I can do right now, but with the right training. She could stop his heart, Gaxna says, voice hollow. Make him bloodborne. Do anything she wants to him. Tewo pales. The woman back in Chingai, she took my blood. Could she? Price of healing, Gaxna says. That's why the witches don't charge. Your blood is payment enough. I grit my teeth while Tewo processes that. I can feel Narimes there, inside me, brimming with anger and discontentment as usual. Feel him, but there's nothing I can do about it. I've tried pushing him before, but it doesn't work. Like it didn't work with the overseers in Chingai. At least this time I can't blame Gaxna for that, like part of me does for her not being able to heal Isong and Tewo. She fled the guild before they taught her to do it. The silence stretches. Isong clears his throat. There is one option, he says, that we have not considered. I hear the hesitance in his voice and get a sick feeling in my stomach. Well, Anon snaps, you gonna tell us or just smirk about it? Gaxna, he says simply, and the sickness in my stomach blossoms like a rotting flower. She says she found us by following Alethea's blood. Could not the monks have found us by following Gaxna, getting their information from the Theracants? No, Gaxna snaps, instantly angry. They couldn't, because I keep them blocked from my blood every waking moment of the day. Or did you miss the part where that's how I escaped from their flooding prison in the first place? Guys, I say, trying to hold off what I know is coming, trying to stem the nausea creeping up my spine. Wait, oh, did they let you out? Isang overrides me. Make you think you got free because they never cared about you, just getting to Alethea. And when they saw she wasn't coming for you, they figured they'd let you go to her. It wouldn't matter, Gaxna says through clenched teeth, because they can't read me. Isong is all cool logic, but there's a light in his eyes, one that's been there since Gaxna first showed up. Maybe they don't need to, he says. Maybe you've been followed this whole time, by someone who is sending word back through the waters. Or maybe you just think they can't read you. Alethea has said Narimes and Hiane can do things they should not be able to because of their strange powers. That Narimes could read her through her water blind. Why couldn't Miara do the same? I hate that part of me is right there with him, that he's speaking the doubts that have been pushing roots into my gut since Gaxna came. That it would be the perfect setup because Narimes knows how much I care about her, how hard it would be for me to doubt her, to see past the miracle of her showing up, to get rid of her. Which is true. I've thought of all this, and yet I still can't bring myself to doubt her. Easy enough to find out, Isong says. Alethea can read you. Just let down your blind for a minute. Just long enough for her to see the truth. But you won't, will you? If you're saying I'm a pawn of the witches, Gaxna spits, then just say it, Frost Eyes. Because I swear to Jay I'll put a knife in you if you keep trying to poison Thea against me. I am not trying to poison her, Isong says, his normal calm gone icy cold. I am pointing out the facts, and your knife would never find it. Stop it! I shout, sawing on the reins to pull the cart to a halt. No one's knifing anyone. We don't know how the overseers found us. Isong, I appreciate you bringing it up, but we all know you have your own reasons to resent Gaxna being here. He recoils like I've slapped him, but I'm not done. And Gaxna, you can't blame him for wondering because he has a point. I know you would never harm me, would never hurt any of us, even though the last thing you want to do is be stuck with a bunch of strangers instead of just me. I almost choke at the hurt welling in her eyes, but I push myself on. But we don't know what Norimes and the rest can do. They really could be using you, even if you don't think they are. She grits her teeth. I would know. On the far side of the cart, Isong shakes his head. The only safe thing to do is leave her. We can't risk our whole mission, stopping the floods themselves, on giving the benefit of the doubt to someone even you only knew for a few weeks, Alethea. Think about it. I blow out a long breath, trying to exhale the sickness inside. I have thought about it. Every flooding minute of every day since she came. I don't know which words come next. Don't know what to do, short of the thing I can't do. I hate walking this line between Isong and Gaxna and our mission and my heart. Hate the way I can't get clear on this, like I can with everything else. A part of me cries out just to leave all of them. Do this on my own like I used to. Only, I know I need their help. Slowly, deliberately, Akifte walks around the still team of oxen from where he'd been walking next to Gaxna. There is something we have not discussed, he says as he walks. You could not see it in the fight, Alethea, but I know the others did. The overseers would not touch Gaxna, did not touch her. They tried to kill us, wounded everyone else, but your friend? She survived without a scratch. I frown, realizing it's true. Gaxna was fine. I would chalk it up to her fighting skills, he says, rounding the lead ox, but she does not fight as the rest of us do. She should have been the first to go down, the first to die, as those men were not seeking wounds only. We have a saying among my people. Among the survivors, you will find the traitor. He stops walking beside Isong and puts a hand on his shoulder. I am sorry to say it, but I am with the Dale in this. She is too much of a risk. None of us have become legends, save perhaps Alethea, and she yet has more to do. We cannot risk it. The sick feeling in my gut spreads into a whole garden of rotting vines, because I can see Tewo and Anon waver, looking back and forth between the two sides of our party. I feel the unity we had start to sicken too. I have to stop it somehow. Please, I say, passing my eyes around the circle. I need you, every one of you. I know today was dangerous. I know we almost died. But if there were more overseers close, they would have attacked by now. That means we have time to figure it out. And when the monk in the back wakes up, maybe he'll be able to explain it all. It feels like a big maybe, but right now, I'd say anything to keep them all here. I know I'll have to make a choice eventually. Isong or Gaxna, my love or my mission. I just can't. Both choices feel like defeat. Anon takes a deep breath and blows it out. Well, Gaxna, you're still all right by me. I've been on the wrong side of the law before and had everybody suspecting me. Maybe they are following you, but slops, maybe they're following me too, or Alethea. All the more reason to stick together. Maybe the puss face in the back would clear everything up. And if he doesn't, he shrugs. We'd all be dead right now if it wasn't for Talimha anyway, so we better just make the best of the time we have, right? Tewo nods. It is as Anon says. I do not want to act on suspicions. We need facts. The overseer in the back will bring them. Let us be patient for now. Still, Gaxna glares fury across the rails at Isong. And still, Isong shoots these glances at me, like, you know I'm right. I wish I did. I wish I knew anything, other than how flooding hard this feels. Anon insists we all drink the mango arak he buys at the exchange that night, to honor Talimha and celebrate surviving one more day. It tastes foul. I've never been one for liquor. But I drink it anyway, needing some way to dull the storm of blades inside. There's no way I can turn, no decision I can make that doesn't end up hurting someone, and every choice hurts me, even choosing not to choose. Maybe especially choosing not to choose. I'd rather just make a clean break and start healing. I just don't know what to break. The Arak does its work, though, so I'm sufficiently dulled when I stand that night to not care if Gaxna follows me to the tent or stays out here sulking. Amazingly, she gets up too, though I see the flash of hurt on Isong's face. See the sliver of chot in his hand. Another knife. But choosing Isong instead, or sleeping alone, they would all hurt someone just as badly. So I just do it. The tent doesn't feel as claustrophobic as it has the last 2 nights. Maybe that's just the Arak, but Gaxna seems different tonight too. More herself. After some small talk, she takes my hand. You don't really believe everything Isong was saying, do you? Another knife, flying for my heart. But I'm not going to dodge this one. I don't know, I say, just letting the blade hit. Part about Norime's reading me through my blind? That's true, G. Maybe he is following you. There's no way to know. So you're gonna leave me? She doesn't even have to say again, because I hear it. See the hurt behind the way her face suddenly goes stiff. More knives. No, I say, gripping her hand harder. I'm not. I'm not ever gonna leave you. If they're using you, then we need to find out how and stop it. Sail the flooding Saray and kill all of them if that's what it takes. Or die trying, because no, I'm not leaving you. Not ever again. Her eyes soften, and she leans in, and before I know it, our lips touch. It's like the knives all fall away, or we walk into the eye of the storm. For a second, I think she's finally ready to let me in. She pulls back before I'm ready, my lips still burning for hers. I press against her, push my head into her neck, but I can feel her tensing up. I'm sorry, Thea, she whispers. I can't lose control. Maybe if we were alone, or if we do kill them, or get the monocle at least. But if I lose my concentration, I know, I whisper, I know. I remember that feeling. That was me in the temple. The fear of what would happen if I let my blind slip, even for a second. And I was only worried about them reading my heresies. Gaxna would get blood pushed, like she did the night the witches forced her to kill. I hate that my enemies can come between us even here. That I've put her in the trap I used to be in. Hey, she says, brushing at the tears coming from my eyes. It's okay. I got out, right? Better this than that. We'll get through this. I nod, wishing I had her faith, wishing the whole thing didn't feel so awful, that my awareness didn't push against that awful blankness when she touched me. But at least I understand now. I know why she can't be with me. It's just 100 knives in my chest is all. If it's this, I whisper when I can, or you being gone, being theirs, I'll take this every day, for as long as it takes. As long as it takes, she whispers back, touching her forehead to mine, our faces inches from each other in the dark. You and me, Thea. And even as she says it, I imagine Isong lying out there alone in the dark. You and me, my mind echoes as we lay down. You and me and the knives. 10. I wake to the eerie sensation of my fingers tapping a rhythm against my leg, then open my eyes to find Gaxna awake and watching me. Odds, I say, jumping despite myself. How long have you been doing that? Just worried, she says. Couldn't sleep. Isong's right, Thea. We can't just stay here, waiting for overseers to attack again. We need to go. I'm about to say we're not just staying here when I realize what she's talking about. You mean go to the Dale? Of course to the Dale. The overseers are looking for you on the rails and in the ports. Even if I didn't know about Norime's secret plans, going somewhere unexpected would still be the safest option right now. But you mean you and me, not everyone. Well, definitely not Isong anyway. And Akifte can get scabbed if he's going to betray me so fast after he was talking about how I'm a legendary thief or whatever. But yes, the best would be just you and me. Less bodies to attract attention. We can find them again after we get the monocle. He takes my hands. Please, Thea, I'm doing this for you. But the longer we wait, the more chance Norimes gets there first. She grins. And then we will have no choice but to go live on a beach somewhere till the floods come. I try to return the smile, but already the storm of knives in my chest is spinning back up, and everything hurts. I'll think about it, okay? I give her hands a squeeze. But I want to talk to the overseer first. He should be awake by now. He's awake and icy-eyed when I walk over to the wagon, handlers and merchants calling in the yard around us. Fought like a stuck boar when he woke, Akifte announces. Thought I was going to have to break his legs, but then he got like this. He waves at the bound man, perfectly still on the plank floor of the wagon, eyes alert. Focused, I say, conserving his energy, waiting for his chance. It's what we do. Thank you. Will you stay here while I talk to him, in case something happens? Of course. He glances left, to where Gaxna climbs out of our tent. Just that, but I feel the difference in him since yesterday. The way he's joined Isong in thinking Gaxna is a threat. The subtle divide that's spreading through my tribe. Is this how Jaism was in the beginning, before it split into men and women? Is this how all societies fall apart, like a river wearing a new channel and nobody notices till it's an unbridgeable gorge? The overseer, Gulimhe, proves a true loyalist, not a zealot. His answers have none of the stink of belief without reason, and he does listen to my arguments. He just doesn't agree with them and refuses to tell me anything. Anything, and his concentration is too strong to read past his blind, even when I manage to get him angry. I come to respect him and the strength of his faith, despite the fact that we can't agree on whether I'm a heresy and Narime's a usurper or not. In the end, I tell him we'll keep him sedated, except for our talks and the necessities of life, until he tells us what we need to know. He takes it all with a monk's stoicism, only reacting slightly when I tell him I'm going to be watching his thoughts while he sleeps, too, to see if I can read anything in dreams he won't tell me while awake. You can do that? Anon goggles when I tell him how the interrogation went. Sure, I say, watching Isong check the harness leathers and Tewo cook breakfast on last night's coals. I just can't trust what I see in the same way. He shivers. Just don't do it to me, okay? I promise I won't, then work out a schedule with the Kifte to feed and water our prisoner. The air is already warm, my skin beginning to feel clammy, and I take a few clarifying breaths as I roll up our tent. Despite her resistance to staying with everyone, I notice Gaxna seems to have found a morning roll, helping Tewo with her breakfast, then distributing it to the others as they work. I smile, letting myself feel a touch of hope at that, and tie up the tent. I'm not surprised at what happened with the overseer, and I do think I can break him down with time, but I just wish it could happen faster. If I knew how they found us in Chengai, all my decisions would be so much easier. Well, maybe not easier if they point to Gaxna, but clear at least. Alethea, the Kifte says, trotting up with the cold lava staff slung where his sword used to be. Thought you would want to see this. He opens his calloused hand. A slug? Ah, he half laughs in that Bamani way. Not just a slug. Read the markings here, here, and here. This is how we tell weather at home. Cloud slugs, we call them. And what is this one telling you? His face gets serious. That it is going to rain. That it will rain for days and weeks and years. Cloud slugs stay on the lower branches, but I found this one in the canopy. There were hundreds of them. A chill runs down my back. The floods. He nods. I did not really believe you before, but cloud slugs don't lie. How long do we have? Ikifte runs a hand over his braids. A fortnight? A month? These lines are long, but not so long as a season. The chill hardens to full-scale ice in my gut. Not so long as a season. Floods. My old urgency and frustration come back. There's so much to do. We get the wagon on the rails. There's a lingering sense of unease among us. Maybe not least because a highly trained and dangerous man lies in the back of our wagon, where Tewo and Gaxna ride. The Kifte ranges in front, as is his way, and Isong takes the rear again, a move that seems prudent now, given the scene we left in Chengai. The dale comes up after a few leagues, around the time I'm considering reading the overseer. Alethea, he says, a touch formally, I noticed some of your moves were off in the fight yesterday. Would you care for a refresher on the 3rd and 6th cairns? It's an excuse to talk, but I don't call him on it. He's not wrong anyway. My forms were sloppy in the fight. And that was the kind of fight where a little slop could mean a lot of death. Of course, I say, dropping off the side and letting the wagon rumble ahead. He leads me through a few of the exercises we used to do in Duran, strange now with jungle instead of the tower's curving walls around us. Then we run through some spars, pausing to jog after the wagon when it gets too far ahead. I have been thinking, he says at the end of one of these jogs, about Saray. That's not what I was expecting. What about it? I ask, falling into a walk beside him. Isn't it strange how the cabal of people seeking the same hierarchical power, Narimes, Hiana, Yeolat, Miara, are all focused on your city? Narimes and Miara have always been there, but Yeolat had no particular ambitions towards Saray that I can recall, public anyway, and then she married into the theocracy. Hiana got her first taste of power while she was working there, I say. Her whole plan with me was to go back and conquer the city, setting me up as a figurehead while she ruled in the background, which always seemed strange to me because she already had a power base in Duran. He nods. Individually, it seems like coincidence, but taken together, it points to a monocle being there, I say, or something else as important. That was my thought too. As far as we know, to increase their power, they just need more people under them in a hierarchy. So why crowd one city-state, even if it is populous, when Bamani is left untouched, and Daran offers such a wealth of power? I nod, the crunch of our footsteps nearly drowned out in the insect and animal calls of the jungle. I only have to think for a few seconds to see the ploy behind this. I sigh. So what you're saying is, it seems really unlikely we'll find the unity of ways in the Daol. To Isong's credit, he does at least blush. Yes, but I've had more thoughts about that too. You have Narime's blood, right? You can sense where he is in the world, as Gaxna sensed you to find us. I nod, seeing where he's going with this too. He's still in Saray, not the Daol or even on the way there. But that doesn't mean that Gaxna's lying. He might just not have started yet. And I am not saying she's lying. I'm saying if they let her out on purpose to find you, they may have let her overhear that story about going to the Daol too, to lure us into a trap. I nod. Thought of that. They would be taking an awful risk, giving her information about the monocle and what it does, if I hadn't figured it out myself. He scrunches his chin. A calculated risk. It certainly made her information seem more believable. I slow. Isong? I can't find the words I need. He just slows too, looking at me. I sigh. I know you just want to be helpful, but you can see how your feelings for Gaxna might be skewing your thoughts, right? I'm jealous, he says simply. I won't deny it. But these are facts, Alethea. And if there's one thing you can count on from a Salem Daol, it's to put facts before feelings. We almost died back there, and there's a good chance Gaxna is drawing the next pack of overseers right to us. I just don't think it's worth the risk. You don't think she's worth the risk, I almost say, but I don't. Of course he doesn't. He barely knows her, and only as competition for me. Plus, I really do think Isong cares about stopping the floods, and he has his own thing with Yeolat. Thank you, I just say, because I don't have any other good words. This whole thing suddenly feels exhausting. And thanks for the cairn pointers, too. Isong gives a half shrug. Not that either of us really need them with a Kifte there. I smile. He was quite the force back there, and now he's got that crafted thing. A lava staff, yes. I showed him how to use the craftworks. Seems he's taken quite a liking to it. Good. At least we'll have one on our side, if we face more of them. Isong gets quiet. You don't approve. The staff itself? Fine. Seems like a good weapon. But that my brothers would give up our staffs, the thing we've used since before there were records, for something craftological? It just feels like the temple I knew is falling apart. Then again, maybe it always was. I huff a laugh. Anyways, I better get back. I want to try reading the Overseer while he's knocked out. Isong's pale eyes widen. You can do that? I shrug. What you end up doing is reading dreams, which obviously don't carry the same truth as waking thoughts. But still, sometimes there are hints there. Things I might use to work him when he's awake. You're committed to keeping him alive then. I am, but it's not just that I don't want to kill him. Everything we do, all this conflict between us on where to go and how to interpret the Chronicles, hinges on whether the temple is still using Gaxna or she actually escaped. Gleamhay probably knows that. He's way too valuable to kill, even if keeping him here puts us in more danger. He cracks a rare smile. What's a little more danger, right? I smile back, chest warming in gratitude that things with Isong are clear at least. He's jealous about Gaxna and biased, but he's upfront about it. Still an ally. Thanks, Isong, I say, and before I know what I'm doing, I give him a peck on the cheek. I freeze for a second, then turn and run, partially to avoid the questions that might come next, and partially so he doesn't see the deep red blush rising on my cheeks. Gleamhay's dreams are no help, a disorienting mix of conflicts in the streets of Saray and the deeper, formless visions of deep sleep. Kewo and Gaxna watch with interest as I read him, so to pass the time I try teaching them to do the same. Gaxna in particular should be able to do this, now that she's gotten so good at holding a blind, but neither of them report seeing anything. We stop for the night at a surprisingly well-stocked exchange attached to a small village, the dense foliage cleared and patches around it for fields of yams and fragrant ginger and groves of small, yellow-leaved shot trees. Another caravan is there, and I have to stop a Kifte from bragging about our fight to the guards. I will never understand your dislike for spreading word of our feats. Do you not see it can help in the future, as our reputation grows, to beat our enemies with words rather than swords? We can't beat our enemies with words or swords, I tell him, leading him back across the rutted earth of the exchange yard. We barely handled 7. We have to unite the ways, whatever that means. The big man stares openly at a shirtless porter, muscles rippling as he carries a sack of yams past. He looks the same way at the women who sway through the wide dirt yard, sarongs tied in pretty knots to leave one leg exposed. It's nice to have at least one other person on my team whose desire doesn't draw lines at gender. I think I know what you are doing, he says when the man is past. It is very clever. You save up your reputation, letting your enemies think you are weak. Then you will unleash it on the world all at once, and no one will be able to deny you are legendary. Falk of Ritumbra did such. He was reborn 8 times. I'll probably never convince him of the value of secrecy. We settle with the rest of our crew around Tewo's cooking fire, the smells of turmeric and tea leaves and pork belly rising from the pot in the middle. Their talk is light-hearted, anon teasing Isong about some incident with the confectioner's circle in Duran, but I don't miss that Gaxna sits on the far side of the fire from the pale-eyed Dale, with Anon and Tewo to either side of her, while Isong has held a spot for a Kifte next to him. My friends, subtly divided. And where do I sit? I make a space between a Kifte and Tewo, a neutral space if I'm reading the circle right, equidistant from Isong and Gaxna. Not for the first time, I wish the ocean was closer. My father would know how to fix this, or Reggiana. The led whole institutions of people. I can barely handle 5. So when a silence descends, as we're finishing bowls of Tewo's strange but delicious curry, I set mine down. You're probably all wondering, I say loudly, what our next move is, how I'm planning to keep us safe from the overseers. Isong pauses, bowl halfway to his lips. Did you read anything useful from the overseer today? No, I roll my shoulders. I tried him again before we stopped, but reading dreams is hard. Anon smirks. What she means is, turns out our monk has some pretty randy fantasies. That's one way to put it. Yeolat came up a lot, but not in any ways that were useful to me unless I'm just looking to embarrass the man. So what then? We prepare to fight again? This will be such a tale when we tell it, Akifte says, curry long gone and tattoo needle in hand. He's already started the record of our fight in Chengai, a hands-width scene along his left ribcage, to match the dozen tattoos already spreading up his arms and over his chest. We should prepare, I say, because we can't be sure that any decision is really going to keep us safe. But no, that's not my main thought. Gaxna and Isong both go tense at my words, watching me as if I'm going to say, You, Gaxna, shall go into exile forever despite the fact that I love you. Maybe I'd be a better leader if I could. The port, Anon guesses. There's a turn coming up, right? We switch to a ship now because they'll think we're on the rails. Hopefully they don't, I say, watching Isong's fingers roll a chot nut by his side. He didn't use any the whole week before Gaxna came, and now a pouch of them lies on the dirt next to him. I hate that he's back to it. Hopefully, Lathius can keep word of it from getting through the river posts, and it takes weeks before the temple hears anything more than rumors. For now, we have to assume Narimes is still looking hardest at the ports. He nearly got me that way before Duran. If not the port and not the rails, then what? Tewo asks, as if it were a question of Antor or Somwe, not life and death. I know he cares about our mission deeply, though he's never told me exactly why, but I can count on one hand the number of times anything has shaken Tewo's implacable calm. I wish I could be that solid. Gaxna watches closely, probably wondering if this is when I say we're going to the Dale, when I announce it's just her and me, or when I shoot her hopes down altogether. We stay on the rails, I say instead. I need to make contact with Yemla, which means getting to another river post, and this leaves all our options open, in case I learn something from the overseer meanwhile. Once we're on a ship, we lose our wagon and end up farther from the Dale if Yemla's memories point there. Anon frowns. But the whole reason we're talking about this is that we can't keep doing what we've been doing, or the next pack of overseers is going to lick us. At that, I grin. Who said anything about doing it the way we have been? "11. I like 'em 'cause they're cheaper, Anon drawls, feet up on the buckboard. Arena slaves will do anything to get out, and most of their owners are done with them after a year or so. Don't earn much in there, so they sell 'em cheap. Ahead of us, 12 more wagons creak against the rails, pulled by a massive team at the front. Our oxen are up there too, hitched to the rest like our wagon is hitched to the one in front. The man on the buckboard next to Anon spits, nearly hitting me where I walk alongside, pretending to be a caravan guard. "Revenge never pays," my father used to say. "I'm sure it feels good to put a thief in there and hope he dies, but like you, I'd rather make my coin back." He's dressed in dyed silks and soft leather slippers, the fabric hanging from bony shoulders. "Plus interest, right?" Anon elbows him. "Sides, feels good to have a couple Sarayans under me, you know what I mean?" Anon spits again, like he's trying to hit me. "Are you sure this is the best way, sister?" Tewo mutters next to me, where he walks with a sword he would never use in an actual fight. "I was before Anon started talking," I mutter back. Above us, on the buckboard, the caravan owner smiles, but glances uncertainly at Isong, who sits on Anon's other side, posing as the Daewoo financier. This was my big idea for staying on the rails but keeping out of sight, joining a merchant train and disguising ourselves as one more set of owners and guards in the caravan. Not only are the overseers less likely to notice us, I'm dressed as a man thanks to Gaxna's help, but if they do, they will be a lot more hesitant about attacking a full caravan, as part of the contract is that all guards respond to any threat. By my count, there are 30 or more mercenaries walking alongside the caravans, with more archers poised on the buckboards, enough to give even a squad of overseers pause. Anon was the only choice for caravan owner. Not only is he the only Daranese among us, he's already proven he does a great imitation of a merchant. A little too great. "Begging nightmare is what it was," he's saying. "You ever try to whip 30 backwoods spice farmers into any kind of schedule? Spent 26 days back there, when I'd planned on 5. Apparently, Daranese merchants are all highly prejudiced. That or the merchant Anon is imitating was, though the owner of the main caravan line seems no better. The owner chuckles. "Oh no, I have sons for that. When you seed your wife on day one, pray for daughters. There is no better worker than a son-in-law seeking to earn a daughter's hand." He wipes at the tears in his eyes. "I can't tell you how many years of free labor my daughter's loins have bought me." I grit my teeth as Akifte trots over. "There is no honor in this," he says in my ear, not nearly as quietly as he should. "Let us gut these pigs and take the caravan for ourselves." I plaster a smile on, glancing at the thin man on the buckboard, who's raising an eyebrow in our direction. "Silly Bamani," I call, aware I don't sound in any way natural and not sure how to change it. I've never been good at being someone other than myself. "Keep your eyes on the trees." Lower, I whisper, "Think of the tale it will make, brother. Trust me." This is the other catch in my brilliant idea. Aside from Anon and Gaxna, none of us have any practice playing characters. It's one of the reasons we decided to keep the lie of our origin close to the truth, that Anon bought us from the arena in Duran, along with it being a convenient excuse for why he's keeping guards of 4 ethnicities around his one wagon. Still, I don't trust myself to remember to play Alegni, the Sarayan sailor, any more than I do Isong to stick to his closed-mouthed Dale investor role. Akifte I trust even less, mostly because the very idea of pretending to be other than who we are offends him. I guess it isn't the Bamani way either. Gaxna, for her part, has been pretty quiet all morning, walking on the far side of the caravan with a long spear, acting the part of Alegni's closed-mouthed older brother. According to Anon's story, we were both caught leaving a Daranese pleasure house without paying, but mostly I'm just praying no one cares enough to ask. Still, as the day wears on and the land begins to climb, jungle thinning to either side, I do feel safer, and I think my friends do too. Anon handily plays down any suspicions the owner might have had, the other guards seem to take us in stride, and the overpowering odor of cardamom wafting from our wagon bed allays any doubts that we are other than spice merchants. Which is good, because I have an overseer of Saray bound and drugged back there, and if anyone finds him, it won't matter how well we play our roles. I take the noon changing of the guard as an opportunity to climb in and work on him again, but I learn nothing new. The man's concentration is a mountain, and a day in the sweltering cardamom stink of the wagon bed has done nothing to ingratiate him to our cause. I take his blood and try reading his body in blood sight as I ask him questions, but my skills are too unhoned to learn much. Would that I had Panewa here, or that Gaxna remembered her training. I give up after an hour or so, giving him another draught of the sedative and settling in to read his thoughts, hoping to see something in the transition from lucid to slumber that I missed yesterday. Before I can, Tewo pokes his head over the stack of burlap bags. I start up, heart beating faster. Tewo looks nervous. Someone is here, he says. I frown, scrambling over the cardamom. Who? Someone from Saray. I slip out, mind whirling with possibilities. It's not more overseers, or we'd all be fighting, but who else could it be? None of the options that rush through my mind prepare me for the aging face I see, calmly walking beside the wagon in a yellow traveling dress. I know her face. She's a Theracant, and I remember her from their guild house in Saray, but I can't quite remember her name. Then I see Gaxna's scowl. Fear knifes me in the belly. These two have a history, and not a good one. Alethea, the Theracant says, as if we're still in their citrus-smelling halls. There you are. You remember me? Astresia, what in New Jay's pits are you doing here? "12. Before the Theracant can answer, Gaxna pushes past me, knives appearing in her hands. She's come for me, the thief growls. Can't leave well enough alone, apparently. Fear twists deeper in my gut. I need Astresia gone, but more than that, I need her appearance to not blow our cover. I glance at the wagon behind us, trying to figure out a way to work this into our cover story. I haven't, actually, Astresia says, cool as glass, though I am genuinely happy to see you alive, Gaxana. I'm here for Alethea. Alegni, I say in a low tone, catching one of the guards watching us curiously. Do they recognize the aged face of a Theracant? My name is Alegni, and Gaxna, you need to put those knives away, and Astresia, you need to leave. She smiles. After coming all this way? I don't think so. Besides, looks like you'd rather I didn't tell everyone here what your real story is, so you'd better just find a way to fit me in. My stomach clenches. I can't fight her out of here without causing a scene. Can't even really make Gaxna stand down without raising a lot of questions. And all it will take is a few words from Astresia. Honey boo, Anon cries, jumping from the cart and wrapping an arm around Astresia. So glad to see you. He pulls her in for a kiss. I stare. Gaxna stares. Probably the guard from the wagon behind us is staring too. To her credit, Astresia only hesitates for a second. Then she's kissing him back, a hand snaking around his waist. Some distant part of my brain admires her for that, just as another part admires Anon for coming up with a story so fast. But most of me spins on what her coming here actually means, if this puts us in more danger or less, and if she's lying that she came here for me. A cold knife slips into my middle. She walked right to us, which means this woman, who does not have my blood, knows how to find me. And so do all of her sisters. Anon comes up for air, grinning like he's just burgled an Amaranth's palace. I step forward, taking Astresia's hand. My lady, I say, so good to have you back. How did you ever find us? I don't need her to answer. I read the answer through her skin, her mind unblinded to me in water sight, as all Theracants are. Panewa. I see Panewa and a Theracant in a wooden infirmary, the woman in Shanghai. Astresia snatches her hand away, about to snap something at me. Time for all of this later, yes? Anon booms, spreading his arms like we're all old friends. Floods, he's a good liar. But come, love, we have so much to catch up on. You can chat with the guards when we park for the night. And with that, he pulls her up to the buckboard, leaving Gaxna and me staring, knives still in her hands. Gaxna remembers herself a moment later, stashing them and turning to me. We can't let her stay. Walk, I hiss, falling into the guard saunter I've been practicing all morning. Now that I'm reasonably certain Astresia's not an immediate threat, the most important thing is not to draw attention in the caravan. Fortunately, those instincts are old hat for Gaxna, and she falls in next to me. After a few tense minutes, in which Anon and Astresia murmur inaudibly from the buckboard above us, Gaxna mutters, She'll give us away. Likely already has. You can't trust a thing she says. I flex my chin. I can trust what I read through the bond. Don't worry, your block is still working. Gaxna tenses. What do you mean? I mean she didn't find us through you, I mutter back. Estrija has Gaxna's blood, but she wouldn't have needed the other Theracants if she could just read Gaxna's location. She talked to the Theracants in Duran and Shanghai, though I don't know how she caught up to us so fast. She didn't, Gaxna says, keeping her one eye forward. Talk to them, I mean. Not in person. That tapping thing your fingers are doing, that's how they talk to each other. The witch version of your river posts. She probably talked to the other witches that way. I miss a step. Wait, you mean they can all talk to each other across distances? Yeah, lucky it took them this long to find us. I stare at her, losing all pretense of my disguise. And you didn't tell me that? Back when I was trying to figure out what my fingers were doing? I'm sorry, Thea. I thought it would stop. And I don't remember the code. I can't tell you what they're saying, just that they're doing it. I just stare at her, mouth working. You thought it would stop? I'm sorry. I should have told you. I hate everything to do with them. You know that. Even in the flush of hurt, a colder part of my mind works through the implications. So it's Panewa who's tapping my fingers then. Panewa or Yellen, trying to send me a message. They're the only ones with my blood. Or can somebody else push blood through them? It has to be a direct connection, I think, Gaxna grimaces. It's hard to remember, like I dreamed it, especially since the pits. The thought of the pits cools my anger some. Gaxna's been through a lot. No wonder if she blocked out some of her own past. Still, if you told me they could do this, I would have made sure the one in Shanghai didn't talk. I don't know how. Tie her up in the wagon too, maybe. I almost laugh, imagining her trussed next to Gleamhay. They'd make quite a pair. Gaxna takes my hand. I just hate that they already have hooks in you, that anyone has your blood. We need to get rid of Estrija. The less witches in our lives, the better. I nod. We agree on that much anyway, but I'm still thinking through the implications. But if my fingers do their thing again, she can read it. Tell me what it means. Who's sending it? And then tell everybody else in her network and have them tell everyone else. I frown, realizing I'm unconsciously walking in whalefish lurks, and force myself back to the saunter, which she could already have done when she found us. Fear grips my belly with an icy hand. She could have told Saray, sent more overseers after us. It's too much. To the pits with our cover. I leap up onto the buckboard and grab Estrija's wrist. Did you tell anyone we're here? She tries to pull away, but her strength is laughable. I hold tight, reading her thoughts. Yes, she did. But instead of the guild house in Saray, I see a farmhouse? Let go of me. I grab the back of her neck with my other hand and shove thoughts into her skin. I can kill you like this, witch, faster than you can do anything about it. This vertebrae, I get a grip on the one we target and gut the fish, right here. She gasps. This is probably the first time she's ever had thoughts appear in her head. Now tell me, who did you tell were here? A confused muddle of faces comes up. Just my sisters, she says, keeping her voice low. Not the guild house. We split after Miara sold us out, like the temple. Images flash in her stream of thought, like bluegill swimming upstream. A band of sisters slipping through the crypts beneath the Saray guild house. A circle of 20 faces around a fire, somewhere rocky and cold. The farmhouse again, women with ancient faces working the terraced gardens that surround it. She's telling the truth about that, at least. A second guild house. Theracants who aren't on Miara's side. The thought brings some measure of relief, but it doesn't mean we're out of danger. And those women on your farm, they're not going to tell Saray? They would not. We've cut off all ties. Why? Have you had trouble out here? I admire the woman for trying to turn the questions on me while I've got her life in my hands. Why did you really come here? Anon clears his throat. Hey, Alegni? Not really in your job description to be up here pawing my wife, if you get my meaning. Floods. I drop my hand from her neck. I'm still not sure Estrija's not a threat, but good enough for now, maybe. Why did I ever think traveling in disguise was a good idea? Later, I growl, not even sure who I'm talking to, and jump off the board. My stomach is in knots all afternoon, climbing the low hills between the Nye and Sac drainages. I feel mad at Gaxna for not telling me about the blood communication sooner, impatient for the day to end so I can grill Estrija, and worried all over again about the overseers finding us, now that there's another way word can get out. Maybe Estrija's not going to tell Saray. But did her questions tip the Chengai woman off to who we are? What are that woman's loyalties? Or Panewa's, for that matter? The caravan, at least, seems to have taken Astrasia's coming in stride. The owner came back a while later, all smiles and polite talk for Anand's Surayan wife, and a few of the other independent partners in the caravan stopped by, Anand playing the loving husband the whole time. He's such a good liar that they all leave convinced, and the danger we're in almost feels worth it to see the smile Astrasia keeps plastered on. The land is drier on the far side of the hills, towering tinma trees casting clouds of shade over the wild millet and fern that covers the wide glades. I relax some at the lack of cover. At least, if overseers find us here, we'll see them coming. We stop for the night at an exchange attached to a scattered village of sheep and goat herders. Anand pulls our wagon out of the main circle, a common enough practice for the independent traders. Tewo builds a fragrant fire out of dried dung, and as soon as it's burning, I tell Astrasia to sit down. Everyone else sits too, their faces a mix of curiosity and concern. I explain briefly who Astrasia actually is, and our history with her. Gaxna doesn't elaborate on the relationship they had before I met her, so I don't bring it up, but the tension between them is obvious. She says she's from a splinter of the Therakins Guild, I finish up, but when I knew her, she was still part of the same guild as Miara, who's working with Narimes and Yeolat. Ikifte frowns. Shouldn't we just kill her now? He says it like, isn't the soup ready? Well, there is the problem that I just told everybody she's my wife, Anand says, then loops an arm around Astrasia's shoulders. Besides, she's too cute to get rid of. Astrasia tosses his arm off. I will thank you to drop the pretense, Mr. Mudowa. Anand, he cuts in, flashing a smile. Please. But you can call me Honeycakes. I just about choke on my tea. Honeycakes? Anand is really getting into this. Astrasia huffs, obviously flustered. I am willing to go along with your fictions while we're in public, but I will not tolerate them in private. I almost grin at this. It's reassuring to see the woman has a side other than the frosty Therakint I've always known. But it doesn't mean I trust her. Ikifte has a point, I say evenly. Killing you would be the easiest solution to our problem. The only one, maybe, unless you convince us you're safe. Ikifte, keep a watch on Gaxna. Astrasia has her blood, and if Gaxna's block fails for some reason, she might be able to use her as a weapon. The rest of you, stay on guard. Therakints don't train in fighting like we do, but that doesn't mean she doesn't have any tricks. And you, I turn to her, holding up my hand. This is one touch you will tolerate if you intend to stay with us. I'm not afraid of you, Alethea Viola, she says calmly, setting her hand in mine. Her fingers are light and uncalloused. Just afraid of what you'll become if you don't get some guidance. Gaxna spits at this, but I hold up a hand. The Therakint in Chengai. You talk to her using your blood push tapping method? She nods. Coding, we call it. I see it in the waters, Astrasia sending the push and getting a tapped message back. I wonder for a moment how she can have so many seeds inside, that one of them is this minor healer out in the hinterlands, without being overwhelmed by sensation. I have 5 or 6, and already sometimes I wish I could block them out. Did you tell her who we are, I press? Who I am? I did not, Astrasia says simply, back straight and face poised. This is the Therakint version of the temple's calm, a self-assurance that has always felt unreachably feminine to me. I contacted her, among many others, seeking news. When she described the incident at their exchange and the patients she tended after, I put the pieces together. How did you get here so fast? Isong asks, watching her with the same guarded expression he's had since we stopped. He's familiar with Therakints from Panewa, but has heard a lot more about them from me. Mostly bad things, probably. I was already on the road. Panewa told us you'd escaped, and the sisters decided to send Samedla by sea and me by land to try to make contact. She betrayed us, Ikifte says, looking up from his tattoo work. Panewa did not betray you. She recognized that you need help and that we were the proper ones to offer it. Therakints like Panewa swear oaths when they leave Saray. One of those is to put care of our patients before all other considerations, which means she would never betray you. Another is to suspend all political alliances within the guild, as they will not have full information, and work with the other sisters equally. Panewa, in particular, has, so the woman in Chengai could tell Miara, I cut in, even if she's supposedly neutral to the split in your guild. She could, but I doubt she will. If she suspected who you were, she would have mentioned that. Since she does not, Saray will likely overlook the incident if they hear of it at all. They'll hear of it, I say. Miara is working with Narimes, and they're both looking for me. Be that as it may, the woman says, and I again have to remind myself she's Gaxana's age, because she seems so old somehow. My intervention will have changed nothing, but now that I'm here, I can help you. Really? Because all I see is nuisance and increased risk. I can teach you to use your powers, she says, the bond of our skins reflecting she actually means it. And I can find out what you need to know through Bloodworker's code. You don't have to risk going to river posts anymore. I assume that's what you were doing in Chengai. We just have to risk you selling us out, Gaxana says, single-eye hard, like you did me. I can't help remember, looking at her expression, that Gaxana lost that eye escaping from the Theracans years ago. I will not sell you out, Astresia says, then looks at me. Does that ring true in your water sight? Do you know enough to check it in my blood? I will swear it any way you like. I'm here to help. I clench my teeth. Everything she's said so far rings true, including her last statement. She really is here to help. And still I sense a trap in it, like a fish hook hidden in thick bait. Why? Tewo asks, gazing at her calmly across the fire. Why would you come all this way, risking yourself in the process, just to help? Because it's dangerous out here, she says. Alethea needs to be in the guild, safe, training in her powers. You came all this way to collect one novice, I say flatly, so you can train me. The waters show her words are true, but I'm not stupid. There's more to it than this. I did. You show great promise to already use blood as well as you do without training. But yes, there is more. Miara and Narimes are going to great lengths to find you, and I don't imagine it's just to execute you. They have plans of some kind. And whatever the guild in Saray wants, we want to stop. Simple as that. And your farmhouse, I say, that's going to keep me safe from the temple? We have plenty of their blood, Astresia says quietly, gathered during the wedding, before some of us saw the error of our ways, and also gathered in secret before then. We estimate about half of those still loyal to Narimes, which gives us pretty good odds of making them take care of each other if they ever grew so bold as to attack. I shiver at her words, take care of each other, imagining a force of overseers suddenly turning on itself, half of them losing control of their bodies and fighting without any care for personal harm. Theracant power is so slippery. The women themselves can do very little, but with blood work, they become armies. Thank you, Jay, only 2 of them have my blood. Typical, Gaxana scoffs. The world is too dangerous, and the guild knows best. Come back and trust us. Don't you remember that's what they told us years ago? Astresia looks at her sadly. I am sorry for what happened to you, Gaxana. Sorrier than you know. But the guild is different now. We've seen the dangers in letting just a few women control the circles, in forcing our novices to do as we wish without their input. We've lost too many capable women to keep doing that. She smooths out her skirts. You're the reason we chose the farmhouse, you know. Gaxana looks up. What do you mean? What farmhouse? The novices you were rescuing, the ones you would send up peninsula? After some discussion, we followed their blood, found where all the girls and women who'd been mistreated by our system were ending up. CD took us in, just like she's taken in all your escapees. She's part of the circle now, helping us change our ways. I'll believe that when I see it, Gaxana says, but her scowl is softer, and she stops rubbing at her missing eye. I hope you do. Astresia looks up. But my offer isn't just for Alethea and Gaxana. There's a place for all of you. The guild needs guards as well as blood workers. It's a nice offer, I say, but the floods are coming, Astresia. Soon. This is one piece of information I don't mind sharing. I want the world to know. Narimes and Miara know it. The Dale have seen it in their craftology. My father saw it in records of our immersions. I can't hole up somewhere and train, much as I would like to learn blood work. We have seen it too, she says. Her hand twitches, as if she wants to pull it out of mine, but she doesn't. I watch closer in water sight. We've been preparing for it. It's one of the reasons we chose CD's plantation. It's large, self-sufficient, and high in the foothills of the Dale. The waters would have to rise very high to cover us. The guild house and all of Saray is too low to be saved, but we can be a shelter for those who survive. That's why we need all the help we can get now, to prepare. Not good enough, I say. Nurimes and Miara are trying to control the floods, to hitch their political power to stopping the floods or controlling how they happen. Estrija turns a steady gaze on me. And what makes you think they'll be able to control them? I almost tell her. I want the world to know. But if Nurimes learns that I know, he'll probably come hunt me down himself. I have my reasons. Well, my offer remains. If you want a safe haven from the overseers and to understand your own abilities, or just to disrupt their plans, I will lead you back. I toss a stick in the fire. The way I see it, you're not in a position to be making any kind of offer right now. Still, her words have me thinking on other lines. How many overseers' blood do you have, I ask. Her gaze unfocuses. 33, she says at last. 33, with a few more who may have graduated since I took their sample. I almost goggle at the power that implies. This weathered little woman sitting next to me could control 33 overseers? All collected before the split, she adds. We are not the bloodthirsty witches you saw the day of Nurimes' wedding. Her words reflect true, and the roots of a plan are forming in my mind, but still I can't help doubting. The memory is all too fresh of this woman appearing in our hideout in Saray, blood-pushing Gaxna and demanding I deliver myself to the Theracans Guildhouse, telling me it was for training, when in fact they wanted me for something else. This doesn't feel so different. There's no way to know, but I need to decide now, tonight, to make a plan for dealing with her if I'm not going to keep her around. The problem is, I've got too many emotions muddying my waters when what I need is clarity. I summon my breathing and turn to my friends to buy time. Well, what do you all say? Do we keep her around or find a way to deal with her? They look a touch surprised, as if they were expecting me to figure this out alone. I'm still shocked they want me in charge. Instead of icing it, though, I let that emotion run, feeling my concentration deepen as they think through their answers. Beside me, Estrija waits patiently, not a trace of fear in her thoughts. I say she is not a risk, Isong says after a moment. She can't read our blood save Gaxna's, and it sounds like Gaxna can keep her out. She isn't a threat physically, and with your ability to check her truthfulness, her access to a wider scope of information could be useful. Plus, she could help us with unity. His eyes meet mine, and the implications hit me. I've been so focused on Nurimes having a monocle somewhere, on the idea it might be a uniting of craftology, that I've forgotten there are other options, like uniting things spiritually, water sight and blood sight. Estrija could teach me that, or uniting people politically. Nurimes is trying one version of that in Saray. If the witches have a new guild house, like my brothers have a new temple, maybe Estrija could help me unite them. Which is why we must kill her, Akifte is saying. Enemies will come speaking all kinds of lies, but once an enemy, always an enemy. Unless she proves herself in battle, but I don't think this one can fight. I might surprise you, Estrija says evenly, but inside her thoughts rush like a mountain stream in spring melt. I'm with Akifte, Gaxna says. Or, well, maybe not to kill her, she glances away, but get rid of her however we can. She's still a witch. I nod, still trying to sort out my own heart. The brain that says Estrija could be the answer, and the gut that says she's a threat to be dealt with. Anon grins, trying to throw another arm around Estrija. I say we keep her, he says. She knows a lot, she's not a threat, and besides, we're kind of committed to this wife story. By day, Estrija says, a hint of claws in her voice. We'll see, he grins. I turn to Tewo, letting my iced worry and anger melt. Truths start to poke through the blocks of emotion, like rocks under snow in spring. The pearler adjusts our fire with a long stick, then looks up. There is good and bad here, but to me the good outweighs the bad. The way she appeared, I would not be surprised if the tides sent her. We should not be so quick to throw away their gift. He looks to me. That is 3 for and 2 against. What do you say, Alethea? She stays, I say, once my emotions are clear. On certain conditions. I turn to Estrija. 1, you will not send any code unless I give permission. Some trust would go a long way here, she says. But fine, no code. Trust is something you earn. Tewo, bind her hands. Tight, so she can't move a finger. I don't want any word of this getting out. Tewo starts and Estrija scowls, but I'm not done. 2, I say, as Tewo fetches a round of jute from the wagon. You will not knowingly put any of us in danger. Of course, I've already sworn as much. 3, you will start training me in blood work. Going to be a pain without the use of my hands, she says, but holds the left one up to Tewo, who starts to tie. But fine, you could use some training. Good, I say, and stand. We start now. 13. This, I say, standing with Astresia over Galimhe's unconscious body, is a problem that followed us from Chengai. If the woman's going to be traveling with us, I don't see how I can keep him hidden. And if I need blood sight for anything, it's to read his secrets. We're standing on the far side of the wagon, Akifte having pulled the overseer out to tend to him. Dim firelight plays on the monk's features, making him look half dead. I know from the blood I took yesterday that he's actually asleep, but handling him would be so much easier if I could also control his body when I needed to. Like when he inevitably gets free and attacks us. Astresia regards his prone body without much emotion, then sips at her tea, clutched awkwardly in 2 bound hands. Tewo tied them thick enough to be mittens. I see, and you want me to do something with him? Take his blood and make him fight for you? Control him, at least, until I've learned enough to take over. Well, I won't. That's one of our new oaths. Take no blood without consent. And somehow I doubt this man would consent if I asked. I forced myself to unclench my jaw. Well, I already have his blood, so you can at least teach me to handle him. Even more than blood pushing, I need to learn how to read him. He knows something I need to learn. You can't read thoughts in blood, girl. That's the temple's domain. I know that, I snap. But you can read feelings, right? The body's reactions? I threw theories at him today, watching for his emotions or subtle things in his body, but his blind is thick as a brick wall, and his body... I grasp at words. It's like trying to read through a haze of smoke. He doesn't have a blind, but I can't see well enough to read what's there. Astresia eyes me. And you think once I tell you the trick, you can get it done? Tonight? I have never liked this woman, and it's not getting any better. I set my jaw. I'm a fast learner. I need to know now. We won't survive another attack if it comes, even with Astresia here. She has the blood of 33, but Narime's has hundreds of overseers. The odds aren't good even if Astresia does help. Well, your theory is a good one, Astresia says. We have our own process of evaluating truth based on the body's reactions. The body is often more telling than the emotions, you know. Emotional bodies vary widely, but tension in particular parts of the physical body almost always point to the same thing. Where? What do I look for? She sips her tea instead of answering, and the gesture is so infuriatingly Reggiana that for a moment my heart is all grief. I knew her so briefly, have known her longer in the waters, bizarrely, but she was a good woman. I wish she were here now. You're getting ahead of yourself. Here. Astresia tries to make a fist, then scowls at her bound hands. Give me your blood. Never, I say, resisting the urge to take a fighting stance. This woman is no threat to me. All novices do it. It's part of the training. Well, it's not going to be part of my training, so get over it. Now, where do we start? She regards me for a long moment, eyes reflecting the distant firelight. You start with yourself. We always start with ourselves. Your body is the template you will use to understand all bodies, the first map you memorize. And if its features are blurry at all, you won't be able to find your way through another's. Not so different than water sight. I shrug. Okay, what's next? The petite woman regards me skeptically. How's your liver? She asks. My liver? Your liver. Do you know where it is in your body? I point to somewhere on my belly. She sighs. Let's start at the beginning, shall we? She gestures at her own nose. The breath. The breath and the heartbeat are the 2 constant movements of your body, the 2 streams feeding the ocean of our awareness. Choose one and write it in. I ice my frustration at the woman's tone. I need to learn what she knows, and that means putting up with how she chooses to teach it. The breath, then. I steady my breathing and nod, ready for something like basic tide. Instead of regulating my breathing to create calm, though, Astresia has me stay with the sensation of my breathing, the tickle it makes as it passes through my airways. Then just my nose. Then only my nostrils, then just the barest ring around the left nostril, where the wet of my inner tissue meets the dry of my outer skin. I ice a lot of impatience in the process, looking at the drugged overseer laying there in the dark. I don't have time to learn basic meditation forms. Still, as the teaching wears on, my awareness transforms despite the urgency. I thought I was in touch with my body, but I find a depth there I never knew was here. So I'm surprised when, in the middle of focusing my entire awareness on that one narrow ring of sensation, she stands and stretches her back. Enough for tonight, I think. I frown, then realize the moon is 2 hands higher in the sky than it was. The fire is embers behind us, and my crew are turning in for sleep. You are a talented student, Astreja says. I'm glad we're training, even if this would be much easier with your blood. But you may need to give up on your hopes of learning anything from this man soon. It will take weeks before you notice a difference in blood sight. Then you'd better teach faster, I say, returning to regular perception with all my plans and fears and impatiences there waiting for me. We don't have weeks. Gaxna's a thundercloud when I crawl into the tent. Her back is to me, blankets pulled up, but I can tell she's not asleep. I can feel something wrong, almost as if her seed wasn't blank in my chest. Hey, I say, laying down on my pallet next to her. You doing okay? There's no answer, and for a second I think she's in one of her fugues. There have been a few times in the last week where she just stares, and I can't get an answer from her. I need to ask Astreja about that. Still, call it blood sight or intuition or what you will, I don't think this is one of those times either. Gaxna, I say, taking her hand and ignoring the blankness in the bond. Hey, talk to me. What'd you do with Astreja? She asks, voice muffled by the blanket drawn nearly up to her eyes. Bunch of boring breathing, mostly, I say. Focusing on my nostrils? Probably beginner stuff you did as a kid. Don't remember, she says, eyes still on the packed dirt between us. I try to scoot closer, but there's a heaviness to her body when I touch it, a leadenness. When she doesn't respond, I scoot back again, even if it weighs on my heart. I'm not going to force something that isn't there. I read her the whole time she was talking, I say, trying to find what's troubling Gaxna. Whatever else Astreja wants, whoever else she was in the past, she's telling the truth about wanting to help us, and that their guild is different. So what? Gaxna snaps. You just gonna go to Seedy's now? Done with me and the monocle and gonna go be a theracant? No, I wouldn't do that even if there was time. But she can teach me to read the Overseer, block out Narimes and Nar and all these streams of feeling in my chest, figure out who's trying to talk to me in code and what they want. All the things I can't teach you, she says bitterly, even though I should, right? I frown. Hey, I get it. If I could block out my years in the temple, I would. You get it. Doesn't stop you from training with her, though. Are you jealous? Should I be? I don't know, I snap, suddenly losing patience with all this. Yeah, maybe you should be. Maybe I want a lover that will actually touch me sometimes, that doesn't just hate all my friends and resent me for trying to do what I think is right. I wish I had the words back as soon as I've said them. They hang in the air between us, like arrows mid-flight toward an oncoming enemy. To my surprise, Gaxna doesn't raise her shields or fight back. She just nods after a moment, pulling the blankets tighter around her. Good night, Alethea. Hey, Gaxna. I reach out again, even if I'm not supposed to, icing a wave of frustration that I don't have any way of reaching out to her, that all my love and longing for her is getting worn down by these long days of silence and distance between us, when what I want is to build it back up to what we were, that my enemies are winning here in the most vulnerable place I have, that this is all my fault. Gaxna doesn't answer. I pull my hand away and lay back feeling the feeling I hate most of all, helplessness. She's watching me again when I wake, single eye on mine, strong shoulders silhouetted through her shift in the morning sunlight. All the emotion of last night comes back to me in a sudden tide, and I start to take the deep breaths I'm going to need not to get pulled in. She takes my hand. Hey, sorry I was being a slop hole last night. You weren't. Everything you said was right. I should be apologizing. I just wanted to explain. This isn't easy for me, Thea. I nod, going suddenly still. Gaxna never explains her feelings, and I desperately want to know what's going on. I stayed up so long last night trying to figure it out. You remember what happened with me and Astresia? I nod. You were lovers in the guild, but you wanted to leave and she didn't. It wasn't just that. She told the witches I was going to leave. Told me I was an idiot for giving the chance up, no matter what they made me do. That if I did something as Bloodborne, it wasn't my fault. You're worried she'll betray us again. No, she pauses. I'm worried you will. I start up. What? Gaxna, I would never. It's a pattern in my life, she goes on. My mom loves me until a new man comes along. Then I'm off to the witches. Astresia loves me until she cares about the witches better, and then I never hear from her again. You love me until you get a chance at killing Narimes. I didn't want to leave you, I plead, even as the guilt of that memory presses down on me, slipping out of the temple with Gaxna half dead and Bloodborne behind me. They would have killed us both. I know. I told myself that so many times, laying there in the pit in the dark, that you had to leave, that it didn't mean anything, that if I could just get out, get back to you, that you would be the one who is different. Her voice breaks, and her shoulders start shaking with sobs. I grab her and pull her into me. I won't. I swear I won't. I'm not going to leave you again. She shakes her head against me. That's what my mom said, what Astresia said, and now she's here and... She loses herself in sobs, but the pieces click together in my mind. I've already hurt her by choosing my friends and my mission over her. Now Astresia's here and she's stealing me, teaching me to be a witch instead of a thief like Gaxna did. And every day I don't drop it all for her, I'm repeating how she got hurt before. My heart wrenches. No wonder she tried to keep me away when we first met in Saray. I'm not going to leave you, Gaxna. She just keeps crying. I don't know what to say or do, so I just hold her as the morning sunlight hits the top of our tent and the space inside starts heating up. Eventually, her sobs die down. Okay, she says, still holding tight to me. Okay. I hold back just as tightly. I hate that as much as I want to tell her she's wrong, a part of her is right. I will do whatever I can to stop the floods, even if it means training with the Theracans, even if it means leaving her again. But she's the reason I would leave, the one who proved to me the world was worth saving, after my mother died and my father ignored me and I grew up in a temple full of people who resented me. If I can keep Narimes and the floods from ending this kind of connection between people, I will do everything I can, even if it makes things harder between us. Maybe that makes me broken. I don't know. But I'm not going to tell her any of this, because I don't accept that we can't have both. I don't know how to do it, and it feels more impossible every day, but I'm not giving up, even if it means swallowing a lot of bitterness in the meantime. "14. I walk and I work blood. Astresia gives me exercises to practice as our caravan rumbles out of the hills and into the Sac River drainage, winding through narrow valleys thick with farmhouses and tended fields, forests cleared to make way for millet and cassava and green groves of banana plants that rustle in the humid breeze. I take in just as much of it as I need to, while the rest of me focuses inside. The first few hours of the walk, she has me back on that thin ring of sensation around my nostril, pushing me to feel it more deeply, to hone my awareness like a razor. Once she's satisfied it is, I again refuse to give her my blood, though she says it's the only way to check. She has me spread that awareness over parts of my body, to circle it over my cheeks, my eyes, across the follicles on my scalp, every place it touches tingling with the power of my awareness. She sends it inside, too, following my breath down my windpipe and challenging me to feel it to the bottom of my lungs, or to chase a swallow of cold water as far down my throat as I can, into my belly, spreading into the blood vessels from there. I'm also getting a lesson on human anatomy, something I've only ever studied in terms of what to hurt and how to hurt it. Instead, she guides me through all the internal parts, explaining their shape and size and position, then challenging me to feel them. For the most part I can't, which is frustrating because I'm used to doing anything I want to with my awareness. But I'm equally amazed at the sheer complexity of my own body and how much the Theracans understand of it. How one long muscle runs from spine to knee, that my intestines are twice as long as I am tall, that the tension in my shoulders relaxes when I let go of my feelings of responsibility. If only the training actually helped me let go of them. Still, studying it is a welcome relief from just feeling it after my talks with Gaxna. The stone of guilt I've been carrying since Saray feels heavier than ever, and it's shot through with veins of self-doubt now that I even love her as much as I think I do. I'm starting to think I'm too selfish to be a good lover because I always put my own interests first, even if I think they're for the good of the world. What good is the world if I don't take care of the people in it? The farmhouses cluster as we get to the valley floor, turning into a sprawling kind of city. It can only be Amarat, a city I know because of a single workshop, where artisans have produced the temple's ironwood staffs for centuries. They harvest them from a grove where each tree is tended to make the right shape, then cut when it's old enough to be strong but young enough to stay supple. I'm dying to go there, to choose my own staff like a newly raised seer, but the workers would recognize a seer instantly, and there's only one female seer. So I stick to the rails and my role as a Legni instead, sauntering like Gaxna taught me in Saray and working this new Theracant awareness into my body. I can't help wondering what the artisans would think of Akifte's lava staff. Amarat has a river post, and I'm dying to know if Yemla or the rebels have answered, but we decided before leaving this morning that I can't risk going. Isong can do just as well with a lot less risk of exposure. So when we stop at the city's bustling exchange, Isong joins one of the other merchants heading toward the river, and I stay behind with the guards. I hate it. I want to be there, to hear exactly what the posts say, to ask the right questions, to get all the information. It's not that I don't trust Isong, it's just that so much rides on what he learns. I turn to the Chronicles to take my mind off it, skimming passages I've been over 100 times. I spent the first week of our journey reading these every waking moment, but since we found the monocle references and Gaxna came, I've only come back to them a few times. I know there's more to learn in these pages, that I have just as much chance of finding something useful in here as Isong does at the river post. I just have to see it. I always return to entry 18. She spoke to me then of the source of all waters, of the eye that weeps them, born in the unity of ways, that it could quell the coming inundation. I sigh, flipping the worn pages to entry 213, the one both 18 and 303 reference, but that seems to be total gibberish. Read it again, not because I have any hopes of understanding what my father saw in it, but just because I've read the other ones so many times I have them memorized. There does seem to be some sense in it, almost like the half-words Gaxna moans in her nightmares, but I can't make it out. I flip back to entry 18, barely registering the sense of cut onion and ox dung and clove smoke as I lean in the shadow of the wagon. I read my father's notes there for the millionth time, the ones that initially pointed me towards the monocle. A different line of his cramped script jumps out at me this time. Is star mentioned here connected to monocle or reference to Tide Man? I frown. Stars come up a lot in the Chronicles. You'd honestly think we worship the sky instead of the ocean, reading this. But Tide Man comes up less often. But no, not just Tide Man. My father capitalizes it here, like it's a particular man. I frown and flip to the other entries he references here, the backbone of how I piece together the monocle's existence. None of them mention a Tide Man, and I would probably ignore it, except he mentions it here, right next to the monocle, and it's capitalized. I start flipping through the entries, scanning for the word in the text of the immersions, though the lines always swim before my eyes. Anon calls something out, and I look up to see Isong walking back to the group. His face is reserved as usual, and I curse the man as I slam the Chronicles shut and jump up. He could at least give a hint of whether it's good or bad. Well, I demand, what do they say? They said a lot of things, he answers, glancing at the owner of our caravan, seated a few paces away with his family attendants. On day one, will you want an update on our trade prospects? Of course, Anon says, the mask of a Daranese merchant falling across his features. I'll watch your back, I say, remembering my role in following. Yemla is with the rebels, Isong says straight off, when we're out of earshot. There was a response to your job post in Qinghai. Lathius posted it like you'd planned. That could only be him. And, I ask, it's obvious from his tone there's more. One of the other rebels also responded. Do you know a Deshawn? Oh, Jay, it's been 100 years since I thought about Deshaun. The last time I saw him, he admitted he'd betrayed me to Narimes. But he'd also been escaping to start a rebel temple, and he was my only friend for 8 years. Suffice it to say, my feelings for him are complicated. I know him. What did he say? He said the rebels want you back, that you are the rightful heir to the dais, and that they need you to legitimize their cause. He mentioned you by name. I stare at him, a sinking feeling in my stomach. In code, right? He didn't just say that directly? There was no code. Do you think it might be someone pretending to be Deshaun? No, that's probably Deshaun, I sigh. He's an idiot. It's the easiest way to put it. But he was the only idiot dumb enough to be my friend in a temple set against me, so I don't think I can ever hate him completely. Did he say anything else? Well, he sent it to Amarat specifically, Isong says simply, but his expression tells me he knows how bad that is. Floods, I curse. He must have read the location attached to Lathius's job posting and figured out where we are. Classic Deshaun, just smart enough to be stupid. I ice a surge of frustration. We need to move. We have to assume Saray saw his message too, and then made the connection with Lathius's posting, if they hadn't before. Caravan's gonna be here a couple more hours, Anon drawls, walking with a particular swagger he reserves for his merchant persona. Leaving earlier than that'll raise a lot of eyebrows. I could see staying here, if we say we're making some kind of trade deal, but it's pretty close to Spice Country to sell cardamom, and if we end up behind the caravan, we're still just gonna catch up eventually. I roll my shoulders. Unless we head south, try to find a port. The nearest road to the coast is still a day ahead, Isong says, but we have time. The temple might think Deshaun is intentionally throwing them off. Even if they decide it's real, it'll take them a while to respond. The problem is, we don't know how long, I say, taking a deep breath, forcing my thoughts back into order. Flooding Deshaun? Anon, how quick could you get us out of the caravan if that's what we decide to do? Tomorrow, he says after a minute. I'll play it like Astresia brought some kind of news and we have to hurry. The owner will understand a troublesome wife. It's half of what he talks about anyway. Tomorrow. It sounds like forever, walking the rest of the day at the caravan's pace, waiting for a pack of overseers to descend. But we still have the protection of the other guards, and our disguises for what they're worth. Okay, I say after a few more breaths, letting the worry and impatience wash through me. We can talk more tonight. Make a plan. At least we know where to go now. Their message did say where to find them? In a manner of speaking, Isong says. The job applicant said he would need transport from Setumai. Setumai, a town along the Ironway, around the place where it bends south to follow the peninsula to Saray. Okay, Setumai it is then, however we get there. A weight lifts off my shoulders. Just one of many, but still it feels good. Anything else? News from Saray, Isong says, and my stomach tightens. You'll remember Eolat was granted an exclusive area of the port? Well, a huge new ship has shown up. The monk described it as 5 or 6 times the size of a typical cutter. Uche, I've never seen a boat that large. Any idea what it is, or what they're doing? No, but there is only one kind of ship my people build that size. An ark. The ships his people were building to survive the floods. But those are on the mountaintops, right? He shrugs. Most of our shipyards are in Onso. They could have built one there. Though why Yeolat wants an ark in Saray, I don't know. 100 reasons spring into my mind. To save the Sarayan people, or to get Narimes and Miara out, or for some non-ark purpose that still needs a giant ship. To unite the ways. I frown. It does mean one thing. You were right about all the people in Narimes' cabal seeming to care about Saray especially. Yeolat presumably got whatever she wanted from the marriage already, and now she's securing a part of the harbor and bringing in a special ship. He nods. Makes it seem like they know something we don't. I frown, thinking about Entry 18. It seems like they don't know of the existence of a monocle, like they're still trying to unite the ways politically. Anon shrugs. Unless there's a monocle in Saray, or your monk got his vision wrong to start with. I sigh, wishing it were clearer. At least we know where Yemla is now. He's the one who saw that vision in the first place, And if I know him, he's still sharp enough to remember it. He'll know what unite the ways means. He'll know, Isong repeats, almost like a prayer. Anon nods, then squints at me. So, are we going to be monks or witches? What? Monks or witches? Astrasia's already here, telling you to go back to their farmhouse and learn their magic, and now your boy Deshawn's telling you they want you at their new temple. You can't do both, right? So which one are you going to pick? In all the implications of Deshawn being stupid enough to name me in his message, I skipped over that part. The Rebel Temple wants me, just like the new Therakins Guild does. Neither, I say immediately. I haven't thought it through, but it's the only possible answer. The answer of my heart and the only way to unite the ways if it does mean politics. I wouldn't want them as allies unless they've really changed from what they were in Saray anyway, which I doubt, so neither. He nods, striking a match and drawing a fresh clove twist. Makes sense. So how do we meet with Yemlaw then? I'm still thinking when Isong tenses, eyes narrowing. I turn and see 6 men striding through exchange stalls, hands linked, lava staffs over their shoulders. My heart lurches. Overseers. How did they find us? I take a breath and drop into Floodwater's rise. Doesn't matter. Anon grabs my arm. Easy. They haven't seen us yet. Don't give them a reason to. I pause. He's right. They're not focused on us. They're just walking in our direction. I try to turn my sudden stance into a leg itch to look like a bored caravan guard. It's hard with my mind racing. If they did find us, maybe I can figure out how before they attack. I shouldn't look again, but I do, glancing over as I saunter toward our wagon, on the pretense of checking the oxen, but actually just needing a staff in my hands. The wagon reminds me what we have in the back, who we have in the back, and what kind of trouble he'll mean for us if the overseers find him. Or see him when they touch my friends' skin. My eyes snap to Tewo and Astrasia, who were browsing the market stalls last time I checked. They're still there, but both are smart enough to melt back with the rest of the crowd. Amarat is not Saray, at least. In Saray, it's a crime to avoid the overseers' touch, and overseers can demand anyone submit to being read. In the hinterlands, the temple's power is mostly in the river posts, and overseers have to walk a line with local authorities. Apparently, they're allowed to interrogate caravan owners. The overseers are pulling them aside one by one. The mostly Daranese men seem happy to talk, likely seeing any kind of law and order in this section of the Iron Way as a benefit. I don't miss that my Ujayan brothers seek any excuse to make skin contact, shaking a hand or gripping a shoulder, no doubt reading thoughts as they do. I take a shaky breath. If they read this caravan's owner and ask questions about a violet-eyed girl or even a one-eyed thief, our disguises will mean nothing. But what can I do? Alethea, Isong says evenly from a half-pace behind me. You need to run. We can handle this. I shake my head, stealing another glance at the pack of robed men. You can't. You need me if it comes to a fight. Even with a Kifte, all 6 have lava staffs. They're looking for you. You disappear, and we're just another merchant caravan. He's right. I'm the most recognizable one, even more so than Gaxna. He's right, and I can't leave. Not like this. Not bringing danger down on my friends' heads and then running instead of defending them. Even if this fight will be another Chengai and one without a Talima to show up and save us. I grip my staff harder, willing my heart to slow, for my body to find the icy focus I need to fight. At the head of the wagon train, the overseers pull aside our caravan's owner. One of them touches his bare forearm. I start to look for defensible places, for ways we can use the crowded yard to our advantage. Akifte nods to me from the herd of onlookers, lava staff held low. I take a deep breath. Better to make the first move. Use surprise as best we can. I'm about to run when Anon steps into the circle of overseers, grinning his imitation merchant grin, gesturing to the owner and slapping an overseer on the arm. I gag. Slapping him? On the arm? The overseers all turn to him, eyes impassive as always, listening to what he's saying. I find Floodwater's rise again and nod to Akifte. I don't know what Anon's doing, but it's not going to work. Anon's been with me since my first days in Duran. He knows everything, and he has no idea how to use a blind. Probably any one of his thoughts right now would give us away. Kifte starts slipping through the crowd, and I walk casually to the next wagon up. Isong follows, putting a hand to my shoulder. "Hold," he says. "Anon can do this." "He can't," I say, pulling free and walking closer. In the crowd, Akifte has thrown off his shawl, muscled and tattooed chest standing out in the crowd of locals. In the circle of overseers, Anon pauses. Then he and the owner throw back their heads like he's just told the funniest joke in the world. The overseers don't laugh, but neither do their eyes narrow or their hands seek more skin. A few of them look down the yard, toward the other caravans circled on the packed dirt. I slow, allowing myself one sliver of hope, one moment to trust Anon like Isang does, though the rest of me demands I attack now before they're prepared. Anon is still laughing, and he slaps an overseer's arm again, like laughing Dharanese men do. I curse under my breath. It's like he wants this to go wrong. Still, I hold back. If this has a chance of saving my friends from another fight, I'm taking it. Calloused hands touch calloused hands, and then, impossibly, the overseers turn and stride off through the crowd. I stared despite myself as they passed just a few paces from me. Between us, hidden by a worn canvas bonnet, a fellow overseer lies bound and drugged. All you would have to do is call out. They pull aside the next caravan owner and start asking questions. I sag in relief, and Isang puts an arm around me. I'm suddenly on the verge of tears, hating how close we just came to another fight we couldn't win, how hard this all is. I hold them back. Tears now would be a disaster for a number of reasons, not least of them Gaxna, slipping down from the roof of the market stalls and heading our way. I straighten up, remembering my role, and scan the crowd for my other friends. We lie low until the caravan finally moves out a few hours later. I wait for the overseers to come back the whole time, staff never far. It would be so easy for them to see a violet-eyed caravan guard in someone's thoughts, or to check the river post and hear of Deshawn's message. Or maybe Deshawn's message is why they are here. Flooding idiot. I pull hard on the current clove twist of a bundle Anon is feeding me, trying to cool my nerves, and think again about Isang telling me to run. About that moment when I knew he was right but couldn't accept how much danger that would put my friends in. Which leads to a whole line of thought on how much I've put them through since we left Iran, for what is essentially my mission and my history. Which feels an awful lot like what I've always done to Gaxna. A gloom descends on me as we walk the caravan out of the city, swirling clouds of doubt that I've really just been selfish this whole time, that a better leader would have found a way to get help without constantly putting everyone around them at risk, or a better hero would have found a way to do it herself instead of protecting herself at the expense of others. Isang pulls me aside to say, again, that we should get rid of Gaxna, that Miara could be tracking Gaxna even through her blind, using the extra powers like Nurimes has, and sending that information on to the overseers. I don't say that they could be doing that for me too, tracking me through Yelen's blood. I know he knows, which only makes me gloomier, thinking about his reasons for being here. That he has a vendetta against Yeolat, yes, but the lopsided way he gives advice shows he's biased against Gaxna, that he cares about being with me at least as much as he does about our mission. Another lover I'm putting in danger for my own goals. Another person who cares for me selflessly while I just use them to get what I want. I almost can't face Gaxna when we get in the tent that night. This woman who not only risked her life for me repeatedly in Saray, but then went through months of torture in the pits under the temple, and still came for me when she escaped. And after all that, I can't leave my mission to be with her. Can't even go along with her version of my mission because it seems a little less likely than the one I'm chasing. I'm so wrapped in self-loathing that it takes me a minute to meet her eye. When I do, it holds none of the hurt and blame I expect. It just looks concerned, which makes me feel worse. She takes my hand. "Are you okay?" "What do you mean?" "I mean you've been moping around ever since those overseers. It's not like you." I look away. I just can't help feeling this is all my fault. That I'm a flood hole for bringing any of you along. That I should be doing this alone. "No," she says fiercely. "Don't be stupid. But I'm the one they're after. I'm the one who knows their secrets, who has a claim to the dais, and who defeated Hyana back in Duran. You'd all be fine if I wasn't here. And you think I don't want to stop the floods? Thea, look at me. I do, even though it's hard. Even though I don't feel like I have any right to meet the gaze of this person I've asked so much of. Yes, Gaxna says. What I really want to do is run away with you, as far away from this as we can get. To sail out to the Pearls and just spend our days together. But I trust you when you say the floods are going to kill us pretty soon. And more than that, running away isn't you. That's what I love about you. You see a problem and you fight it every time. I've always been the one who runs away. You didn't run away from me. Her laugh is thick with emotion. Don't think I didn't think about it when I got out. I knew they might be able to track me, that Miara and Narimes can do more than they're supposed to. You're worried about putting your friends at risk? How about me showing up fresh from the slopping pits and just hoping I'm not bringing an army with me? I'm more of a risk than you are. You were fine, and I knew that finding you would put you in danger, but I couldn't stay away. So if you want to be mad at yourself, be mad at me too. I laugh, on the edge of tears. Pretty good pair, aren't we? The best pair, she whispers, pulling me close. You and me. I hug her back just as hard, and then my lips find hers, and I start to lose myself in it. Then she pulls back like she always does. I'm sorry, she whispers. I shake my head, forehead pressed to hers. No, I get it. It's fine. I don't feel like I can say anything about her needing limits anymore. I think I could, she says, if I knew it was just you, if we were alone. I draw a breath. You mean leaving? No, not if you don't want to. But you said it yourself. We're the ones bringing danger on your friends. If we left, all the reasons I've had for saying no to her melt like salt in a stream. The more dangerous meeting Yemla gets, the more attractive the Dale looks. And I don't know that it's a dead end. Maybe a monocle is up there. There are at least no overseers in the Dale, and no reason for overseers to bother my friends here. But the clarity that comes from deep breathing tells me it's more than that those are my reasons melting in the stream, but my longing for Gaxna is the rush of water, pulling everything in its wake. A current that's been pulling me since I left her so many months ago. A simple longing for the nights we spent in cramped hideouts in Saray, coming together as the world fell apart around us. Like the harder this gets, the more I need that closeness to remind me it's worth it. Because what is all this for if I can't have my love too? Floods, take it, I whisper suddenly. Let's go. "15. The pieces of the plan fit together like spokes on a wheel. I scribble a note while Gaxna packs, my heart pounding for a new reason. I'm not afraid for once. I'm excited. Isong, I'm sorry to leave you like this, but after yesterday, I think it's for the best. If we're attacked in the passes, we'll know they're tracking me or Gaxna at least. You have everything you need to find Yemla and figure out the monocle now, and it will be safer without us. With any luck, we'll find one in the mountains. I'll send River Post if we do. Look for a job listing in Chengai. Please do the same when you find something." I pause, looking at it, feeling again like I'm just using him. But he can abandon this mission if he wants to. Any of them can, though I don't think they will. Please don't come after us. We can take care of ourselves, and tides willing, we will meet again. Gaxna's ready, standing with the pack over her shoulder in the moonlight, and still this note doesn't feel done. I'm sorry for how this has turned out. I almost scribble it out, but no words are going to be perfect. I will miss you and everyone in our crew. Be safe till we meet again. I grimace, but what more can I say? If we're going to go, we need to go now. I tuck the paper into the side of the wagon, heart lurching at the thought of Galimhe inside, but I can't take care of everything. Maybe Akifte will kill him now. Maybe that's what a good leader would have done days ago. We slip through the caravan's guards, lax in a walled exchange like this, and out onto the railway. I feel like a fifth year, sneaking out of temple to wander the city, and have to stifle a giggle as Gaxna and I run down the rails, half moon rising to the east and Ujay's eye shining red in the sky above. Gaxna takes my hand and I squeeze it tight. So many things feel wrong, but that familiar calloused palm in mine, at least, feels right. Like old times, she whispers, even though we're well out of earshot of the exchange. Except we got no roofs and nothing to steal. Not true. We're going to the roof of the world to steal some ancient artifact. I grin. And this time I won't even make you wait in the middle of the mansion while I go interrogate someone. We'll get in, grab the monocle, and get out. It's not that easy, of course, but we spin plans and details through memories of our time as thieves in Surrey, and the paces slip by underfoot, till the Ironway crosses a middle-sized river with a decent road following it up. We turn off, mountains just jagged patches of starless dark ahead of us, land rising steeply from the river valley as the water divides and divides again into smaller tributaries. The road narrows too, but the map claimed it leads all the way to the Dale city of Hoi An, and it stays wide enough for a wagon as we climb, stream rushing alongside. The sky lightens in the east as we start to wind through rocky canyons. I turn at the rim of one of these to see the ocean on the horizon, glittering purple in the early dawn light. Gaxna stops with me, and we just breathe for a moment, watching the land lighten under the sun's touch, the air chill but her hand warm in mine. The world is ending, but I can't help feel it's just beginning too between us. That however I feel about all the danger I put my friends in, I could never do this alone. I don't want to. And so, as a line of brighter red appears on the horizon and fog begins to rise from the patchwork of jungles and fields below, I feel a tide of gratitude come in where there was only guilt before. Gratitude that I have people like Gaxna who care enough to stand with me in this. Gratitude for her in particular, who's gone through so much and stayed by my side. I just hope someday I get a chance to return the favor. We bivouac there for a few hours, snuggling into a crevice between two shards of a boulder that broke long ago, hugging each other for warmth under our one wool blanket. We kiss, too, and for a moment I think it will turn into something more, but Gaxna's eyes flutter shut, and I'm content just to lie with her body pressed to mine, watching the world wake outside our nest. We make good time the rest of the day, meeting travelers headed up and down the pass, but no one gives us a second look. There is no river post on this waterway, and hopefully no news for the overseers in Amarat to report. When none of my friends show up demanding I come back to the wagon, I begin to hope we maybe have escaped the overseers. Whether or not the monocle is up here, it will be good to lie low for a week or two, even if the delay kills me. With any luck, Isong will make contact with Yemla and get more information about where the monocle actually is if we don't find it up here. If Isong isn't so angry or hurt that he just abandons the whole thing, that is. I ice the guilt that comes up, remembering my last lines in the note. How impersonal they were, how they just glossed over everything we had before Gaxna came. Everything we still have, or I do, glowing in the recesses of my heart like a fire untended but far from cold. I ice that too, or ignore it, wanting to just be here and now. To laugh with Gaxna as she tells another story of her days in Surrey before we met, and all her close calls with the Theracants as she smuggled out the novices who were ready to escape. We talk over Estresia's news of the new Theracant Guild too, and how much they've actually changed. Gaxna's skeptical, and for once I share her doubts. Old ways die hard. I should know. Mountain villages dot the road, hard-looking men and women eking a living from the land here mining and tending sheep in the high reaches, many of them with tiny inns or homes offering rooms for the night. I convinced Gaxna we should stay in one of these, despite the risk. I just want a bed and 4 walls and some privacy with my lover for one night. Who knows what life will be like in the Dale? I don't even know if the town we stop in has a name, but we rent one of the 2 rooms at its inn and watch a local band of hopelessly dreamy-eyed troubadours sing love songs for coins when we step out to buy dinner. Gaxna snorts, watching them. The Performers Guild would toss them out in a heartbeat. Oh, they're not so bad. I press closer into her arm. Besides, didn't they throw you out too? That was for using my acrobatics to steal. These scabs couldn't steal a coin from a baby. You know what? I pull out one of the local marks we got as change for our rava. They don't have to. I toss one to them, and she snorts, and we get bowls of mutton curry from the kitchen a few doors down, and for a little while, I forget my cares. They try to come back when we get to our room. The worry and fears and anxiety I've had around being close to Gaxna since she came back. The compassion I feel for how she has to keep her blind up, and the guilt I feel that she has to it all, warring with my longing. Our nights together in Surrey feel so long ago. Will we ever have that again? I ice it all, and she blows the candle out, and we come together in the darkness. My hands explore her body like some new geography, while hers press on mine warm and sure, pulling clothes off. Our mouths stray from each other to the rest of our bodies, and my worries fall away like the layers of our clothes, lost in a tangle of limbs and skin and surrender. Gaxna finds a rhythm with me, and the pleasure in my belly starts to build. I feel my deeper walls start to come down, finally. All the things I've iced, all the barriers I've built between me and the emotions I don't want to feel, I let them melt in a warm tide building from my core out. Her hands slow just before I'm about to let it all go, and her body goes still. "What?" I ask, suddenly disoriented. "Are you okay?" She sits up, pushing against me in the dark. "We need to go. Now." Ice sheets in where pleasure was. Ice and panic. "What? Where? What's going on?" The walls slam up inside, holding back a tide of disappointment as I scrabble for clothes. "Overseers," she whispers. "Outside." "16. How do you know that?" I hiss. But the deeper part of me, the part that has always stayed alive, that never wanted my walls down in the first place, doesn't care. Those are questions for after we survive. Get out first. I yank robes on and find my staff in the corner, heart thumping double time. Gaxna hasn't answered, so I grab her. "How long do we have? Which door?" "The window," she croaks. "Take the window." I ice a wave of fear. If we need the window, that means they're in the inn or near it. I pull the frame up carefully, but the worn wood still moans against the sill. Floods. If they didn't know where we were before, they do now. I hesitate as Gaxna slips out, the ground just a short drop below. Is this just her fears? More of the trauma from her time in the pits? Something coming up because we were finally so flooding close to being with each other? Did she just get scared? A thump sounds on the door behind me, and all my doubts vanish. I leap out of the window and spot her 2 buildings down, crouch running through the kitchens and midden heaps behind houses, angling down and out of the village. I follow, icing everything but my focus. The main thing rising isn't fear so much as disappointment, like a giant ember in my throat. I ice it over and over again as we run, and still it burns. Around its edges smolder questions I don't have time to answer. How did Gaxna know the overseers were coming? Did she hear something I didn't? I was admittedly not paying attention, but still it seems unlikely. Anyways, what matters is that she did hear it, that she's on my side, whatever Isong says, that we got out before they got in. We're on the edge of town when shouts ring out behind us. Overseers wouldn't shout, so it must be startled townspeople. I send a prayer to Ujay that they're going door to door, assuming we hid somewhere close. The mountain has 1,000 places to hide if we can just get there. We race down the rutted path in the blackness, the moon obscured by black rock on all sides. I stumble a few times, and Gaxna does more, but we make it to a tight section I remember, where the road hugs the stream through a canyon of rock. "Here," I pant, pointing before I realize it probably does no good in the dark. "If we can get up, we can hide in the rocks up there." She doesn't answer, her breath's as heavy as mine, but she starts to climb. I follow suit. The rock face is not easy in the dark, but I trust her instincts, and we wedge our way up a weathered crevice in the stone. There is a massive slide of stones above it, leading further up the mountain, but one wrong step there and the resulting clatter will be like a trumpet calling them to us. We hide behind a bushy clump of trees instead, working our way into the deepest parts. We can't see the road, and getting out will take precious seconds, but it's a good hiding place. There's no reason they should be able to find us here. No reason except the one that brought them to that inn on this little-used roadway right when we were staying there. So when our breathing calms, I ask again, how did you know they were coming? Gaxna just stares at me. I think for a moment she's listening. The overseers will be nearly soundless on the road. But I hear nothing. Then I think maybe she's gone into one of her trauma states, where she stares and doesn't seem to see or hear anything. And then finally, when my mind has slipped back into its own spin of questions and theories to fill the empty space, she speaks. I'm not what you think I am, she says quietly. My head snaps to her, and ice forms in my gut. What do you mean? I'm not... Her head snaps up. They're coming. Climbing. I bite back a curse and listen, mind spinning, hating the fact that part of me is planning how to be on guard against her, too, the woman with whom just a few minutes ago I was defenseless, for one of the few times in my life. I hear the overseers, the quiet, labored breathing, the skitter of pebbles from their ascent. Gaxna is already inching out of the bushes. I exhale, finding my focus again. Whatever she is, whatever secrets she has, I guess she's still on my side. I climb out after her. There's only one way to go. Up. Up and pray we send enough rock sliding that it slows them down. Because I hear more than 1 or 2 men back there. More than the 6, even, that's a normal overseer contingent. Not that it matters. Gaxna's not a fighter, and I can handle maybe 2 overseers alone in perfect conditions, which these are not. And the pack we saw in Amarat all had lava staffs, so these likely do too. Running is our only option. I wave upwards at the slope, and Gaxna nods her head. The only problem is, they found us here, so where can we lose them? A head appears above the ridgeline, starlight dim on a shaved scalp. Go, I whisper, and we take off up the slope, the rocks treacherous and sliding underfoot. I nearly roll my ankle a few breaths in, and have to slow down to judge my footing in the near blackness. I can only pray the rocks we send sliding down behind us will cause worse problems for the men below. I trigger a clattering slide a few steps later, and something about the shift of balance feels familiar. I suck in a breath. I know how to unbalance stones. Isang has been training me in it for months. It suddenly makes sense that a people who live in the mountains would come up with a fighting style based on balance. Time to see how it works on actual rocks. I slow, scanning the rocks ahead of me, trying to see them as Isang taught me to see bodies, to find the balance of weights, the fulcrum points where a bit of force applied will cause the whole thing to fall. I step to an oblong rock, and rather than moving on, push it downward with all my weight. It breaks loose and triggers all the rocks under it to shift, sending a slide of rocks down toward the overseers. Not enough, though. Most of them scramble out of the way. I need something bigger, something to twist ankles and break legs. I climb back up toward Gaxna, eyes roving in the dim light, until I see a particularly steep section of rock, with a larger stone on top of it. A fulcrum point. Gaxna, I hiss. Over here! She comes as I skirt the side of the steep section, then lean my shoulder into the top rock. Push! She nods and we both shove. I curse, sweating every second we're not climbing higher, wishing I had 1,000 ravas of vitality around my neck. Finally, the stone grinds under our hands and topples, slow as an underwater dancer, to smash into the slope beneath it. A massive slide of stone spills out on impact, and secondary boulders break free as the slide widens, tumbling down the mountainside and picking up speed. I let out a whoop, too caught up in the moment to remember to be quiet. Then Gaxna's pulling at me and we start climbing again. Part of me wants to stay and watch, to see how many of the dark figures below will get hit and hurt. But Gaxna's right. It won't be all of them, and that means we need to move. But where? The scree slide is coming to an end, and they found us twice, too fast for this to be anything other than Theracant code, sent through their blood, from a woman who's tracking me or Gaxna through our blood. Me, I think, as we start to climb. They must be tracking me, otherwise they would have blood-pushed Gaxna days ago. She would never have gotten out of Saray. She knows how to blind against blood sight. I don't. That means Yellen or Panewa. They're the only 2 blood workers who have my blood, as far as I know. I wouldn't have thought it of Panewa, or Yellen for that matter, but maybe Miara's forcing her to do it? The going is rougher above the slide. We scramble over boulders and up tree-choked drainages. We need a plan. I know we need a plan, because running won't work. But rather than make one, my mind keeps circling the deeper problem. If Narimes and Miara can track me, why did they wait until now? Why not attack me in Duran? Why not blood push me and be done with it, unless there's some limit to their powers? We double back, slipping down the next drainage as they chase us up the last. With any luck, there's some delay in their communication, and this will gain us a lead. Voices sound above us as we exit the drainage, and I clench my fists. They either saw us despite the near blackness, or there's no delay in however they're being guided. We run back down. Could one of the overseers be bloodborne and the other just following where he goes? I shiver at the idea, and at the amount the temple would have to change to even allow such a thing. We get back onto the scree, robed shapes rushing down the slope toward us. If just one of them is getting messages, and I kill him, the rest won't know how to follow. But I don't know who it is, or even if it's only one. Maybe all their fingers are tapping out guidance as they chase us down this mountain. I grit my teeth. Either way, no more need for secrecy. We leap down the scree field, riding each successive wave of sliding rocks our steps bring. I hear calls for help and see a few figures, half buried in rock. I would regret hurting them if I had any space for feelings other than mounting anger and fear. Anger that it's my own brethren trying to kill me when we should be on the same side. Fear that they're going to win. We can't run and we can't fight. What can we do? There are no good options, and still something about the situation nags at me, like a half-remembered passage in an old book. We get back to the road and sprint down it in darkness, making up for the overseer's superior speed with recklessness. The trail is rutted and uneven underfoot, and only my honed balance and Gaxna's thief skills keep us from falling on our faces at every turn. Some falls are inevitable, though, and the pounding footsteps behind us grow closer with each one. We're out of time, and I still don't have an answer. Other than fighting and dying. I'd rather that than get cut down from behind. Is there anything we can do? I shout to Gaxna, desperate, not tearing my eyes from the road. Anything you know, like the overseers? She just runs next to me in the dark, breaths loud, and in the middle of my desperation, I get that strange feeling again, that she's not really here with me, despite the situation. Gaxna! Her foot catches a lip of rock and she slams down. I curse, skidding to a stop to help her up, overseers 10 paces behind us. Their lava staffs glow orange in the darkness. I pull my wooden one, thinking I'll have to fight the fastest of them. Then she's on her feet and we're running again. Even as we race, a heaviness grows in my heart. If Gaxna doesn't have some secret key here, we're done. As if she can hear my thoughts, as if she can feel my pain, Gaxna looks over at me, face a pale wash in the dark. I am sorry, Alethea. A red, hot staff flies between us before I can answer, bright enough to leave tracers in my vision. With it comes the barest whisper of a plan. Gaxna, I whisper, slowing down. Keep going. Warn the others. I send a prayer to Ujay that she does it, then see what I need around a bend ahead. A pitch-black section of canyon where the water rushes deep. The overseers may be faster and stronger, yes, but I was the best water seer in my class. In my generation, maybe. And I still practice the old ways of Ujayism. I step into the rushing stream, and despite everything, it's like coming home. Glowing lines of craftological metal rush toward me. I close my eyes against the glare. They'll destroy any chance of night vision here, and stretch my mind out through the water. 9 minds rush in. 12, 13. Their blinds are up, but their presence is still palpable, if your sight is sharp enough. I smile, slamming up a blind as thick as the mountainside. Theirs will need to be as sharp to find me. With the dark of the mountain and the glare of their weapons, water sight is the only way to see, which is how I want it. They rush forward, and I sidestep the first, then slam my staff into his neck and gut the fish. There's no room for mercy here, and I know they will show me none. The next mind slows, likely sensing the first one's pain, so I let slip a thought of Current's kiss, then strike instead in Thunder's echo. It earns a grunt from the front overseer, and I read a second mind trying to flank me from the left. I shove a thought at him, the memory of Narimes admitting his crimes, then use the hesitation it brings to crunch my staff into his left knee. His lava staff hisses as it hits cold water. 2 more rush forward, coordinating their attacks in water sight as we were trained to do. Only we never trained to fight ourselves. I give ground only to play one off the other, sending thoughts meant to sound like theirs to disrupt their coordination. They strike in error, and I use the gap to dislocate a knee and slam an ice fingers rising into the second. Then the other 8 are on me, their attacks too furious for me to play more games. I give the defense everything I've got, leveraging my 7 cairns training and arena-honed tactics to land a few blows. But slowly, step by step in the treacherous stream, they force me backward. I start to take more hits than I land, the air filling with smoke from my staff and clothes and skin, my body screaming with each burn. I fight back with water, kicking it at their staffs as I retreat. Hot metal hisses and men shout, burned by the sudden clouds of steam. I use the distraction to aim blows at their handles as best I can. We found delicate craftworks under the wrapped leather of Akiftes. I'll either break that or the fingers holding it. A staff slams into my shoulder, skin screaming with heat. I let it knock me into the stream, cold water quenching my burns, and shove more memories into the water. I may die here, but I won't do it without fighting for my cause. Deep down, I still believe the truth is undeniable, and that Ujay will make a way for it if I stay true to my vision. I get up and attack from a new angle, pushing my evidence against Narimes into the water, all the information I've gathered about his cabal with Miara and Hyana and Yeolat, and all the damning proof I've learned of the impending floods. The overseers find me and overwhelm me again, cold staffs hitting just as hard as hot, and I ram proof of all the work I've done for the good of the world into their minds, daring them to deny the justice of my cause. Still the blows come. I fall to one knee, blood sheeting down my face, blocking as best I can with the smoking ruins of my staff. Still they come. Still their blinds stay thick, their emotions cold as they close in for the kill. Is this really how I'm meant to die? I keep pushing my pain and questions into the water, as much to Ujay as to any of them. I lose my staff, tears running hot from my eyes. Have I really strayed so far from my path? Has my God abandoned me? One of their minds goes blank. I haven't processed what that means when I hear a cry in the dark, and a suddenly unblinded mind cries out in pain, the staff of the blank-minded one slamming into his forehead. I gasp. The other overseers spin, just as aware of it as I am in the water, and the rogue overseer attacks a second man, using Gut the fish to shatter his neck bones from behind. Is this Ujay? Has my God heard my cries and sent help? Then I recognize the blankness of the first mind. Bloodborne. That's the blankness of a Bloodborne. But who would be pushing an overseer? And why would they fight for my side? I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Maybe it is my God. I'm pretty sure I know what they would want me to do, whoever it is. I seize a cold lava staff from the water, bodies screaming in 100 places, and fight. I land a Gut the fish against a distracted overseer, and another body drops in the water. That makes 3. The fourth, a moment later, is the blood-pushed man, brought down by his fellows. I would salute him if I wasn't cracking staffs against another man, metal clanging where his orange staff clashes with my cold one. I close my eyes, find my breath, keep my focus in the water. The Bloodborne did a lot to even the odds. Still, it's not enough. I face 4 unwounded overseers, and I can barely keep my feet. The men circle me, coordinating openly in the water, their plan too simple for me to do anything about. "Surround her," they send. "Strike from all sides until she's down." I spin and counter as best I can, looking for a way out of the tightening circle. There is none. Pain blooms in the one about to Kraken's lash, and he drops his weapon. Pain from a slender knife stuck through his back. I know that knife strike. Gaxna! I duck a sensed blow and dart through the opening she's made, grateful to be alive even as a part of me despairs that she came back. You should go, I pant, facing off against the 3 men. We can't beat them. First rule of thievery, she says, pulling a second blade I can barely see in the blackness. Don't tell your mentor what to do. I would argue that in so many ways if I wasn't too busy icing relief and meeting the next attacks. Against my back is all I can manage, wishing she'd been with me in the arena at Duran, that she knew the tactics. Then we might have a chance. Too late, I realize one overseer is drawing my attention so the other 2 can strike at my sides. A searing staff takes me in the forehead where I'm already bleeding, and it's all I can do to keep my feet. The next blow will be my last. I raise my staff anyway, determination clawing through my hands, and then the man facing me twists away, pulled off balance and slammed into a leg-shattering bind. A 7 cairns bind, some part of my brain acknowledges, while the rest makes a desperate defense against the men to either side of me. Isong. That was Isong. How in floods is he here? I don't know, but I viciously ice another warm swell of emotion. 2 overseers are still attacking me. Any distraction could mean death. Isong catches another of the overseers as he's circling, binding his arms in a 3rd cairn variation, and I'm left facing just 1 overseer. Just. I would laugh if I wasn't exhausted and hurt in 100 places. It used to be all I could do to handle an overseer. Now 1 would be manageable if I wasn't half dead, and he armed with white-hot craftology. We trade blows back and forth across the rocky stream, Isong and the other man struggling in the dark. Then I land a quick strike to the sternum that buys me the time for an ice finger's rising. The man drops. I drop too, knees splashing into the stream in exhaustion. All the fight gone from me as I hear Isong get the best of his opponent in an awful snap of bones. Around us, water rushes loud over the bodies of the fallen. You came, I say as he stands, riding waves of relief and surprise and grief inside. Of course we did, fool girl, a voice comes from behind, and I turn to see Astresia, her dress a blur of yellow and the black. Now you've got some explaining to do. 17. Before I can answer, Isong pulls me into a hug, crushing my body against his. My wounds flare, but there's something so solid about his presence, so reassuring in the warmth I feel through his skin, that I melt into it. Thank the laws you're safe, he whispers into my ear. I was so worried. He shakes against me, but I'm too caught in the tide of my emotions, of melting fear and relief and shock at the fact that we survived, to even notice it for a space of breaths. Then I realize he's crying, each tear a sparkle of connection where our cheeks press together. Thank you for coming, I whisper back, only now realizing what would have happened if he hadn't, and how many times that's been the case, since the first time he saved me in the arena so long ago. I don't have the words, and he just shakes his head. It's fine. Of course. Always. I hug him tighter, like I've been freezing for days, and this heat radiating from him is the only warmth in the world. If you 2 can hold off weeping for a minute, a voice comes from behind. Some of these men aren't quite dead yet. So kill them, I hear Gaxna snap. You witches never worried about it before. The anger in her voice wakes me up. It feels like 100 years ago that I was in bed with her, but the memory of that time is still fresh in my body, blending with the heat radiating from Isong. I step back, suddenly confused, like I don't even know who I'm touching. Well, we should have, Astresia answers. I am sorry for what happened to you, Gaxana. To us. Our new vows swear not to kill unless absolutely necessary. But if none of you are going to do it, I count 2 men with multiple breaks, one with a contaminated puncture wound, and another who's getting at least a concussion. I'm going to need help to treat all this out here. To what? Gaxna barks, very obviously not looking at me where I stand next to Isong. Did you miss that these men were just trying to kill us? I did not, but I also happen to think if we help them, rather than killing them back, maybe it will solve our basic problem a little faster. Gaxna snorts. And logically, I know Astresia's way is next to impossible, but something in my heart twinges all the same. I never wanted to hurt these men. I hate hearing the conscious one moan, his legs a shattered mess. And I don't want to abandon them here in the darkness, whatever their beliefs about me. Astrea tugs at her skirts. But if it makes you feel better, Gaxana, I had my own share in what happened here tonight. The Bloodborne, I breathe, putting the pieces together. That was you. It's the only answer that makes sense. Astrea must have had the blood of one of the overseers chasing us, and she used it to take control of the man during the fight. You killed for us. Thank you. Astrea sniffs. Don't thank me, girl. I did it because, as far as I can tell, they were in the wrong and you the right, and there are no visions saying we need them to save the world. I suck in a breath. And there are visions saying I will? Details, she snaps. Are we staying here and helping them, or running before more people get hurt? Everyone looks to me. I look at the overseers, and I hate it, but they will need intense care, and there are more stuck in the rocks above us. I want to believe that if we had the time to nurse them back to health and talk through what happened, they might soften their views. But we don't, and they probably won't, so I have to stick to what I know. Otherwise, the world will drown while I'm still trying to convert a handful of overseers. We run, I say, then wince at my first step. Or walk, maybe. I have someone who can help with that, Astrea says, but he's a ways down the mountain and needs a rest. I want to ask, but there are 100 more pressing things I need to know first. And deep down, I just need a distraction from the currents of emotion inside, swirling around Gaxna and Isong and everything that's happened in the last few hours. So my mind leaps at the first question it can. Fortunately, there are plenty. The Bloodborne, I say as we start walking. That overseer you took control of during the fight. He's how you found us? Partially, Astrea says, standing from where she's used her bound hands to put pressure on a stab wound. As I said, I have the blood of about 33 of the temple's overseers, and so I knew this one was nearby. Where did they start? I cut in. In Hoi An? Or did they follow us from Amarat? I don't monitor all my seeds, the Therikin answers, picking her way carefully in the dark. I can't. But when we found you gone this morning, and I scanned for any danger on the path you were taking, he was higher up in the peaks. So they weren't tracking us specifically. Were they after the monocle? How did they know to attack right when Gaxna and I were alone? You said partially, I push, as we round a corner and find the half-moon floating in the distance. What was the rest of what led you to us? Gaxana, the woman says simply. She's one of the seeds I cannot bury, but, as I imagine you well know, hers has been blank for weeks now. When it came awake earlier tonight, and so close to the overseers, I knew we had to act fast. A tide of guilt swirls into the emotions churning inside. Gaxna's blind could only have dropped because she lost her concentration in our passion, something I pushed her for, even though we knew the risk. Is that how the overseers found us too? Is this all my fault? It took us a day and a half to get up here, Gaxna says. That's impossible. Her voice is loaded with skepticism, like it always is towards Therikins. Not with Alethea's crew, Astrea says. They insisted on following when we found the note, despite what she said. Just to be sure, were Isong's words. He clears his throat at this. Our going was a lot slower with the wagon until I sensed you were in danger. And then? I ask. And then your Dael friend here turned out to be a marathon runner. Isong looks away, and I swear if the light were better, I would see him blushing. Every Dael boy learns to run in the mountains, he says. I hadn't realized how much I missed it. I don't think that's what he was missing, but that's another wave in the churn of emotions I'm avoiding. Instead, my mind grabs at another unanswered question. That explains Isong. And for you? She took Galimhe's blood, Isong says, as soon as she realized you were in danger, and she would need to get there. Rode his back the whole way here. I goggle. You rode the overseer up the mountain? There are many uses for Bloodborne, Astrea says stiffly, and bound hands would make balancing difficult in the dark. He could have made it the whole way up if you'd taken better care of him. The mental image of Astrea riding monkey style on the back of an overseer would be comical if I had any room for laughter inside. But there's only the churn and the questions I cling to like a rope thrown over the edge. Did you see anything then? I ask. Anything in the blood of the one we fought that would tell us how they found us? Even as I ask, the tangle of my thoughts from our flight come back to me. how quickly they were getting updates on our location, how illogical it would be for them to have my blood, and wait until now to attack. How everything pointed back to Gaxna. What I'm more interested in, Astresia says, is how you two survived the initial attack of that many overseers. I understood something of the chase from Sewen's blood, but not that part. There was no initial attack, I say, and my voice catches in my throat, remembering swimming out of my sea of pleasure to find Gaxna sitting up, rigid, saying, "Overseers, they're outside." How did she know that? Why not? Astresia presses. I catch a furious glance from Gaxna, a pleading one, but I need to know this as badly as Astresia does. And if she knows, everyone here deserves to know too. Gaxna knew, I say. Before they even knocked on the door, she knew. She warned me, and we escaped. All eyes turn to Gaxna, and she scowls in the pale moonlight, the question obvious. "I just knew," she says. "You just knew," Isong repeats, voice flat as a blade. "It sounds like you knew, what, about a minute before they were at your door? Pretty convenient. Did you know before that, and you were waiting for something? How did you know?" Part of me wants to press her just as hard, wants to grab her wrist like an overseer and stare through the blood and get the answers. I probably would if her blind wasn't so thick. Because part of me does feel like this was her fault, that all the overseer attacks have been her fault, that Isong's right. The rest of me still longs for her and doesn't care if Gaxna's the reason we're in danger, or if Narimes is still using her, or there are things about herself that she doesn't understand. I hate the separation these suspicions make, the way it clams her up. "I don't know," she mutters after a silence broken only by our footsteps on the loose gravel. "I don't know, all right? I was just... Thea and I were together, and then I got this flash, like we need to get out. I don't know how. Maybe I had the Overseer's blood too. That could have happened while I was a novice." Astresia's expression is sorrowful. "It could not have. Not at the level you were when you left. But you might have gotten it afterwards?" "Your blood," Gaxna says, like she's snatching at a leaping fish. "I have Astresia's blood, and you had the Overseer's, so maybe I saw him through your blood, like when he got close enough it popped up." "Proximity means nothing to blood sight," Astresia says. "You know that. But if I'm remembering this right, you would have warned Alethea around the time that you lost your blind, and I felt you through the bond. It was how I knew to seek you out. What happened to make you lose it after holding it so long?" I blush furiously, grateful for the dim light. "Nothing," Gaxna says, and I swim up through my emotions to realize Astresia's question is the right one. That if anything is going to explain how Gaxna just knew about the Overseers when she didn't before, and I can't believe that she would have known and not told me, it has to be related to how she lost control of her blind. "None of it fits together for me," Isong says, striding along beside us, steps sure on the rocky ground. "As I understand blood sight, you have it whether your blind is up or not, right? So if Gaxna saw the Overseers in blood sight, she would have known about them for a long time, not just when her blind happened to slip, moments before they were at your door." The suspicion is thick in his voice, and I know Isong has his own reasons for doubting Gaxna, but his words make sense. At least, what he's saying would be right for water sight. "Is that right, Astresia?" I ask. "Is blood sight unaffected by blind?" "There is no blind for blood sight," she says slowly. "None that I know of, anyway." A silence falls as we digest that. "So you're saying," Isong says, "that Gaxna's entire story is impossible, that she couldn't have escaped by blocking the blood connection Miara held over her, and she couldn't have been keeping them from tracking her this whole time because blocking blood is impossible." "Not impossible," Astresia says, still in that careful tone. "It's just never been done before." "Did you know I learned water sight?" Gaxna cuts in. "That's impossible too, right? Just like everything Thea can do is impossible, because she's a girl?" She's right, and it's gratifying to see Isong and Astresia get quiet at this, because I've known for a while that our beliefs about our powers are wrong. That we could all probably be breaking the rules we believe in, like Narimes and Hyana do, if we could just see through them. But it doesn't answer the question of how Gaxna knew the Overseers were coming. And like a drain at the bottom of the ocean, I feel all the swirls of emotion inside me spiraling toward that one question. remembering that strange face she made when we were hiding in the bushes above the cliff, and I asked her how she'd known. "I'm not what you think I am," she'd said. And again, in the seconds before we stopped to fight, when I asked her if she knew anything else, anything that would help us, she'd turned to me in the dark and said, "I am sorry, Alethea." Gaxna never calls me Alethea. The emotions disappear, guilt and relief and anger and longer all sliding down the hole of that drain in my stomach, leaving me empty and cold. I am not what you think I am. "What's actually going on, Gaxna?" I ask, in the middle of Astresia saying something. Astresia stops, and Gaxna makes a mad face, a perfect Gaxna mad face, but somehow I don't believe it now. "Nothing, Thea, aside from a bunch of overseers trying to kill us and a long walk down a mountain with a witch and a slop hole." It's a perfectly Gaxna thing to say, but now that the emotions are gone, that the longing for her touch has left me, it's like my own blind has dropped and everything looks different. She's still Gaxna, yes, but where I used to feel comfortable letting down all my walls around her, she was the only one I could do that with. Now I don't feel the same. I don't feel safe, I realize with a chill. She's still staring at me, waiting for a response. I just nod. Even cold, as empty as I am, I can't leave her. I know it as clearly as I know I can't leave this mission either. One or the other will probably be the death of me, and I don't care. I love Gaxna, and I'll stop these floods or die trying. I'm not going to quit just because it's hard or I don't understand it. But the hope I felt for us, even this last week with all the confusion and distance, is gone. It's a long and cold walk down the mountain. 18. A silence descends on us by the time we get back to the wagon, parked at a wide spot in the road where the foothills release the land back into the river valleys. I don't know what's playing out in Astresia and Isong and Gaxna's heads, and for once I'm glad not to have insight into it. There's enough in my own, though this time it's not emotions getting in the way of facts. It's the facts themselves that stare at me as we wind our way down, picking up an exhausted and blood-pushed overseer on the way. Fact: I still love Gaxna, but I can't trust her. Fact: I don't know how the overseers found us, but it is connected to Gaxna. Fact: we can't keep getting lucky like this. I need to make a plan. Fact: I know what I need to do, and still, I can't. So I'm glad for the cheers that rise from the wagon as we approach. Happy to laugh as Anon plants a messy kiss on Astresia's cheek, then hands clove twists out in the moonlight. Smile as Akifte exclaims over our victory and mourns that he wasn't a part of it. "You must make a tattoo of this one," he's saying as we settle in around the embers of a fire, air chilly with descending damp. "At least, how will you ever become legends if you do not record your feats?" I sit next to Tewo, where he patiently adds sticks to a fire burned low. I'm exhausted, and for once don't want to worry about who I'm sitting next to or how the rest of them will take it. Want a break from the facts I've been staring at the last 3 hours. Wouldn't that be nice? "What are we going to do then?" Anon asks, once the rest of them have fallen in around Tewo's crackling stack of sticks. "Hike up there and kill the rest off? Or run to the witches and hope Narimes is too scared to chase us?" "We are Therakins, Anon Mudoa," Astresia says, clearly not pleased that the last seat left open was next to him. "Not witches." "Right, Therakins." He tries to pat her arm, and she slaps his hand. "You understand what I could do with your blood, boy?" He grins his signature grin. "Think about it all the time." Still, he pulls his hand back. "The monks make more sense," Isong says, gazing into the flames. "He's on the other side of Tewo from me, and part of me wishes he was here, wants the solidity I felt, hugging him on the mountain. Whatever happened up there, we don't know any more than we did about the location of the monocle. Yemla is the only one who can help with that, and he's with the monks. Plus, we have to assume the overseers will be able to track us anywhere we go now." He casts a sidelong glance at Gaxna. She bristles. "What are you saying, Milk Eyes?" "I'm saying what happened tonight is proof they can track you. Chengai could have been coincidence. Amarat too. But for them to find you in that little village on a minor trade route to the peaks, we'd be idiots not to see a pattern. not to plan for another attack. Why don't you just say what you really think? That I'm working for them, right? That I'm trying to kill you all? Isong's jaw tightens. You want to know what I think? I think you still haven't explained how you knew the overseers were there, which means you have something to hide, and that thing is putting us in danger. And if we hadn't run halfway up the mountain in the dark, Alethea would be dead right now. I hate how much his words echo my own darkest thoughts, but I hate even more how they harden Akifte's gaze and pull Anon's head back, with Astresia and Tewo looking increasingly uncertain between them. It's like watching a crack split us down the middle. I understand in a flash that I have to be the one to fix this, to unite the ways, that if I don't do something, this team will fall apart and likely our mission with it. The problem is, the division goes through me too. Thought you were the one who always stood up for the victims, Anon is saying, glaring at Isong, who wrote the letters no one else would inside the gale. Now that you're sweet on Alethea, that all changes? My heart squeezes. It's like he's swinging a hammer at our fragile little shell. We can't take much more of this, but what can I do? Isong clenches his jaw, and the look Gaxna shoots me is so hurt, so afraid, that for a second I think it's already too late. That I'm going to have to choose her or him right now and just accept the consequences. I only see one victim here, Isong grits, and it's not Gaxna. Or did you miss how she once again walked away from a battle to the death without a scratch? What more proof do you need that she's working with them? I've thought about this too and come to the same conclusion, and still, I can't stop loving her. Maybe that'll be my downfall. But I have to do something. Find a way to keep us safe without betraying myself. Without betraying her. I take a deep breath, pushing my awareness inside, past my worry and past the empty place where my passion was, deeper in. Exhale, take a second breath as the people I love stare at each other like enemies. Let it out. I need a solution. Anything. A third breath, sinking deep enough that I start to see things for how they are, like boats floating on the surface above, rather than what they mean to me. And I see the answer's shape down there. Or maybe not the answer, but an answer. Something to hold us together, for now. Look, we don't know how they're tracking us, I say, holding up a hand to forestall any more fighting. Isong and Akifte scowl at my words. They've obviously decided it's Gaxna. It could as easily be me, though it seems more likely it's Gaxna. Now Gaxna and Anon look hurt, but there's no avoiding that. I push on. All that matters right now is figuring out how they're tracking us and stopping it. And we have a way to do that. The girl will not drop her blind, Akifte protests. Unless you mean, no, I say, not even wanting him to finish the sentence. And we don't need her to. We have someone else who can't blind against us. I turn to Astresia. You have Gleamhae's blood, right? She shifts on her log. I do, but it was taken in self-defense. My vows prevent me from using it, now that the danger is over. Floods. Everyone watches her, and I feel the rift between us hanging on her words. The danger is not over, and he could tell us whether they're tracking Gaxna or not. The immediate danger is what I swore. Flooding oaths. Well, will you teach me at least? She brushes at her skirts, rubbing at some invisible stain. I have been, she says at last, but you can't learn it overnight. The tension around the fire drops at her words, even if my shoulders tighten with frustration. Try me. I stand up, burning to do something. Tides know I'm no good at leading. Maybe I'll be better at blood work. Astresia rises smoothly. Very well then. Anon, Isong, I trust you will behave yourselves while we're gone. Isong doesn't answer, but Anon, for his part, suddenly looks like a scolded child. I will. We walk away from the fire, stars bright as the half-moon sinks towards the west. Gleamhae appears, climbing out of the wagon with the jerky movements of a bloodborne. You can't keep delaying them like this, you know, Astresia says, not even glancing at the man under her control. At some point, you will need to make a choice, Gaxna or your mission. I don't answer. I know it's stupid, but I still want to believe there's another way out of this. That Gleamhae is magically going to say it's not Gaxna or me. That my friend is just messed up from her time in the pits, and I can go back to feeling guilty and lonely and not so damn suspicious. Or, Astresia says, steering us towards a copse of trees, you could come to the guild house. And that would help me how? Well, for one, Norimes would be a fool to attack us, as would Miara, or even both together. It's mutually assured destruction. We have too much of their blood, and we wouldn't hesitate to turn their soldiers suicidal if threatened. Same with our sisters, though I would hope they are too level-headed to attack. Okay, seems like the rebel temple could do as much. Astresia clucks her tongue, sitting on a length of fallen tree. But they can't offer Gaxana healing. We don't only work on the body, you know. Or I should say, the body is not just the body. People come to us with all sorts of unexplainable maladies, and we have learned to trace them from their symptoms back to the traumatic injuries in their lives. They often come up in the body, even when they aren't conscious in the mind. I cannot read Gaxana through her blind, but I believe we could do a lot to return her to herself. She's probably needed it since she escaped years ago. She looks sad at these last words, and I see true concern in her eyes. Whatever else happened between them, and whatever bitterness Gaxna has toward her, Astresia still cares about Gaxna. Give me your hands. Astresia raises an eyebrow, but lifts her bound hands to me. I draw my dagger and start cutting. She makes a sound of relief when the binds are off, flexing her fingers and rubbing at the angry red lines. What prompted that? You saved my life tonight, and it seems like you stretched your new vows quite a bit to do it. I broke my vow, so you'll trust me now? I don't know your oaths, but I know you wouldn't have done what you did tonight if you didn't honestly want to help. Astresia sniffs. Each woman's vows are her own responsibility. And yes, I decided you were worth a looser interpretation. Well, thank you. I nodded her hands. I'm sorry for how uncomfortable that had to be. I would have done the same in your situation, though I just switched to using my toes. She laughs at my sudden flash of anger. Don't worry, I sent nothing incriminating or that would indicate our location. I want us safe as much as you do. But not just to disrupt Norimes' plans or heal Gaxna. On the mountain, you mentioned visions. I did. We do want to guide you and heal Gaxana and keep the both of you out of Saray's hands. But yes, there is more. I take her rope-marked hands, hoping she will realize the bond will show me whatever she leaves out, so she might as well say it all. You have a visionary process in the temple, yes? Your immersions, you call them? Well, we have a version of that in the guild as well. We call it the 3 Bloods. I frown, all kinds of images flashing through the bond. 3 kinds of blood? 3 moments of bloodletting. Menstruation, penetration, and delivery. Like your immersion, the first time for each of these is the most powerful, though they will always offer some access to the wisdom of Jaya. I frown. You're saying when you get your first period? And the first time you have penetrative sex, and the first child you deliver. If you have learned to seat your awareness in your blood, these are transcendent experiences. Tools a Therican can use when we need guidance. I pause a moment, imagining using menstruation, usually just a nuisance, or sex or childbirth to get in touch with Ujay. You've likely already experienced it. Felt a shift in your consciousness around your moon each month. A stillness that comes on you. You haven't yet born child, but if you have had penetrative sex, I imagine it was the same. I barely keep the blush off my cheeks. What I have or haven't done with my body is not this woman's business. You haven't then, the witch says, and I do blush. Good. You can use that when you need it. The first time is always the most insightful. So what does this have to do with me coming to the guild house again? I demand, as much because I want to change the topic as because I want to know. We have noticed a pattern in the visions, she says slowly. Something that goes back decades, but increasing in frequency these last few years. Visions of the end, I say. The flood. We've seen it too. Tell me the guild hasn't been suppressing it the way the temple was. The flood is not a pattern so much as a constant. No, a figure keeps appearing. A girl with masculine features, weeping water from one eye and blood from another. A chill runs through me. I had that vision in my first immersion. The girl was me. Astresia nods, watching me. She's often seen in conjunction with the floods, holding them back, controlling them sometimes, or other times causing them, bringing down the end. In the most recent visions, she's had violet eyes. Her gaze meets mine, and if I was uncomfortable before, I outright squirm now. We believe that girl is you, Alethea. That Jaya is telling us if anyone is going to lead us through the next flood, it's you. My mind scrambles for questions to ask while my heart tries to catch up, pounding through disbelief and suspicion and, lower down, fear. I can't even keep my friends from each other's throats, and I'm supposed to save the world? And that's why you want me back at the guild house, so you can figure out how to control me and weaponize the floods? To guide you, Alethea. You have so much promise, but the temple did you a disservice in raising you as they did, teaching you the only way to survive was strength and self-reliance. It's made you strong, but brittle. You are not alone in this fight, and strength alone is not going to win it, nor will it be what the world needs if we do manage to survive. I shiver, not because her words ring true, though they do, but because it's like the woman has pulled back all my walls and read the words written on my heart, words I can barely make out myself. Maybe I do need guidance, but not if it means going along with their plans. I'm not any more excited about that than I am about the temple's armed rebellion. Well, it's not going to happen, I say flatly. I appreciate your help, and I do want to learn Bloodsight, but it would take me a long time to trust your entire guild house enough to let them affect my decisions, and we don't have that much time. If I'm even your girl. You are. Another shiver runs through me, but I ice it. This is all a distraction from what we need to be doing. I nod at the overseer. So you going to show me how to read this guy or what? I will. First, give me your blood. No. Astrea sighs, and I see a moment of true exasperation break through her normally calm face. I'm not going to blood push you, girl, or even read you beyond what I need to make sure you're embodying the training. This is how it works. Well, it's going to work differently for us. I freed your hands, but that doesn't mean I'm ready to give you my flooding blood. Talk me through it. She does, after a little more huffing, walking me back through, focusing my awareness in my nostrils, then sending it over my body, then noting the deeper sensations in each place, the aches and heavinesses that don't necessarily have a physical explanation. Which is difficult because I have a whole lot of aches and sorenesses right now that do have a physical explanation. But still, I find some in areas that show neither cut nor bruise, or that spread wider than an injury could explain. Astrea treats my wounds as I work, her hands gentle and sure on my skin, poulticing and bandaging and, in some cases, just massaging. My wounds throb from the lava staffs, but she says most of the burns won't leave scars. That tightness across the strap of your shoulders, Astrea says when I describe it to her. We generally find that tied to feeling overwhelmed or inadequate to your tasks. You needed blood work to figure that out? I said generally. There are 4 unique cords of muscles there. Can you name which one it is? Then we can get into specifics. I'm far from having that fine an awareness, though our lessons over the last few days have shown me it's at least possible. I wouldn't have believed it a week ago. She runs her hand across the area, cool fingers probing my skin. Ah, the major rhomboid. Every larger system has its general messages. Digestive for control struggles, nerve pain for social disconnection, and each smaller piece within it refines that message. You have refined versions of feeling overwhelmed for each one of those muscle cords? And refined versions of each for the type and quality of discomfort there, though they begin to inflect by personality. Floods. And this is how you read other people, too? Yes, once you've mastered it for yourself. As I said, your body is your map for the rest of humanity. You have to learn it intricately first, memorize it, before you can hope to apply it to other bodies. I feel a flash of frustration. So you're saying I'm not ready to read Galimhe? I'm saying you won't be able to read well enough to get anything of use from him, especially if you're trying to interrogate him at the same time, to elicit these subtle physical responses in him, to read his true feelings. It's delicate work, usually done by a pair of sisters anyway. Well, we're a pair, aren't we? She ties a last bandage and pulls up my robe. You are far from a full sister. The frustration comes back stronger, like a band of heat across my chest. This is what you don't understand, what no one understands. We don't have time to do it the old way. I'm not a full seer, couldn't be one with the laws they have in the temple, and yet I can defeat overseers and use Watersight better than anyone I've met, have had to do it to get as far as I have. Astrea clucks her tongue. This pride, too. Another product of how they raised you. A brittleness where you need flexibility. The frustration is almost a burn now, spreading up my neck and down my chest. You're the one who's inflexible. You said you took Gleamhae's blood for self-protection, right? How is this any different? If we don't figure out how the overseers are tracking us now, they're going to attack again and kill us. Just like the scabbing flood would swallow us all if we took the time to do it the way you want to. There, Astrea says, all mocking gone from her voice. That frustration. You feel it in your body, yes? Where? Name the places. This is all a flooding test? I rattle off the places, still angry. She nods. Good. Yes. I'm sorry for that, but without your blood, I have to be a little more blunt with my tools. So you don't care that I'm not a full sister? Everything I said was true, she says coolly. The fact that you're asking at all is proof of your brittleness. But no, I don't. Not now. Right now, as you said, we just need answers. I stare at her like I've been chasing a silverfin only to find it's a shark. I could ice these emotions, of course, but a part of me wants to learn how she's doing it because it's obviously different than how I am. So you'll interrogate Gleamhae with me? I will. And that was all some kind of lesson first? It was. Then teach me, I say. You were frustrated just a second ago. I saw it. How did you change so fast if you didn't ice it? The mind is the body is the mind. Once you know where these emotions arise in your body, you will know what they are before they take control of you. And once you know what they are, well, they become a lot easier to deal with. I rub at my chest, where I felt the frustration. I've practiced Dujayan awareness so long that it's hard to imagine a different way. And yet, I don't have to imagine this one. I can feel it, experience it in my own body. I shake my head. Well, thank you, I guess. Shall we get on with it? She nods. You ask the questions and I'll do the reading? It's exactly what I would have said, and I get a flash of how useful Astrea would be on my team, of what Gaxna might have seen in her all those years ago, and how my experience and opinion of her has been tainted by Gaxna's up until now. Like my opinion of Gaxna might be tainted by Isong right now. Gleamhae approaches from where he stood, still as a statue, 10 paces away. I nearly ice the uneasiness I feel at him, knowing that somewhere inside there he's aware and just unable to control his movements. Instead of icing it, though, I look for the feeling in my body and find it as a queasiness in my upper belly. I take note of that, like the first mark on the map Astrea's telling me to draw. Then I ice it. Much as I want to get good at blood work, I want to stay alive and stop the floods more. I take Astrea's hand. I'll read your thoughts on Gleamhae's reaction, I send, to a satisfying gasp on her part. That way, you don't have to try to keep him from hearing. Her lips start to make a word, then she goes back to stillness, but I can read what she wanted to say inside. Fine. Gleamhae's body sags as she releases the push, then snaps into Floodwater's rise. I wouldn't, I say to him, intentionally keeping my body from responding. Astrea can do a lot worse than run you up the mountain any time she wants to. Witch, he spits. I knew you were in league with them. Knew this was all a ploy. I'm done trying to prove myself to this man, and I likely can't anyway. In Astrea's thoughts, I read only an awareness of righteous anger in his body, like a white fire around the heart. I'll ask you one last time, I say, cutting right to the heart of it. How did you know to find us in Chengai? And I'll say again, Gleamhae spits, that you may as well kill me now, because I'll never tell you. Through Astrea, I read only determination in him, like cold steel in his chest. Gaxna told us, you know, I say, just looking for a reaction, that Miara had her blood the whole time, was sending you our location. I'm looking for surprise or disappointment in his blood, but through the bond, I only get what Astrea reads as mild interest, a patch of warmth under the chin. Floods. Interest is neither confirmation nor denial. So much for my bluff, but I'm committed now. She also said they were reading me, I try. More interest, this a little less pronounced in one area, which Astrea reads as more confused. Definitely not a confirmation. Slops. Maybe he doesn't know how his pack found me. Or maybe I need to make it more general. And more inflammatory. Either way, she said the witches were feeding you information, which makes you and Narimes as much in league with them as me, or more. That gets a reaction, but before the righteous anger comes back, I read a moment of indignation at my mention of the witches feeding him information. Like it's news to him, and news he doesn't like. which can only mean one thing. You didn't know, I say, losing track of my strategy in disappointment. This whole time you swore you'd never tell, you never even had anything to tell. The bond confirms this one, a calm satisfaction on his part, like a fighter who knows he's going to lose, but did his best anyway. Gleamhay's smile is grim. But it kept you on the rails longer, and it looks like that gave them one more chance at you. A chance they again failed, against all odds, I spit, unable to hold back. Can you not see Ujay's hand in this? His head crows back. In this? All I see is a heretic bent on destroying the true faith, a sign of the fallenness of the world, just like the Chosen predicted. I should be angry at his words, should be burning with the same righteous fury I read around his heart, but my mind is already spinning with the implications. He doesn't know, so I don't know, and my last chance to make a decision based on facts is gone. I exhale through my teeth. I still need to make one. It's just that my heart says one thing and my brain something else. Send Gaxna away or go away with her. Save the world or rescue the only part of it that matters to me. My mission or my lover. An impossible choice. And I can't help but feeling I'm supposed to unite the ways here, too. To do neither or both. Estrija walks Gleamhay out of earshot, and the sick churn that's returned to my belly must be clear, because she lays a hand on me. On the bright side, you did well in reading my readings of him, and you were right to insist we do it now. Waiting until you were better trained would only have played into his game. One thing's clear to me amidst the confusion inside. Estrija was a true ally tonight. Thank you, I say. I'm sure this is all stretching your vows farther than they were intended. It means a lot to me. She gazes at the moon, nearly touching the western mountains. I will stretch them as far as I need to see you safe and in place to do what you must. I cannot see the point of being a healer if I ignore the largest threat to the survival of our species. And like that, my gratitude gets swallowed back in the churn. How am I going to keep us safe without knowing the source of the threat? How I'm going to talk with Yemla without alerting Saray and getting involved in the Rebel Temple's plans? What I'm going to do with Gleamhay now? But most of all, what I'm going to do with Gaxna. Estrija runs a hand over my back. The tension is back in your rhomboid. I don't presume to know what's going on inside you, but can I offer something? Be my guest. The awareness we've been practicing is also a useful tool to get clarity. Go inside and follow the stresses in your body back to your heart. I nod. We have a similar process to get to clear thinking. She purses her lips. You monks are always seeking to think clearly, to dispel emotion and be logical, which is wonderful and has its uses. But there are times when no amount of logic can lead you to an answer, and yet you may feel it already waiting in here. She taps the robes over my heart. Intuition. That is our deepest form of knowing, something more primal than thought. I'm sure you've already had plenty of thoughts. Perhaps you will find better luck seeking something else. She leaves, Gleamhay following her jerkily back toward the wagons. Beyond it, the fire has died down, and my friends are turning in for the last few hours of sleep. When the sun rises, I need to have an answer for them, a way to keep Gaxna and Isong from dividing our group, which means a way to overcome that divide in my chest first. I need to unite the ways. I take a deep breath, resettling myself on the log and focusing my awareness. I send a prayer to Ujay, as I always do in such times, for clarity. And after a moment, watching the half-moon disappear behind clouds, I send one to Jaya as well, for intuition. "19. The moon is down when I finally crawl into our tent. I expect to find Gaxna asleep, maybe moaning in the nightmares that so often take her. Instead, her eyes are open when I pull back the flap. I smile, feeling 100 different things, longing, suspicion, confusion, but foremost among them, love. That's one thing I got clear on. You're awake, I whisper, not wanting to wake the others. How did it go? She asks. Did the overseer tell you anything? Her words stir the pool of my emotions, but my time in the dark has sent me deeper than those currents, watching from below, discerning their true shape. He didn't. I say simply, setting my cup of tea next to me. He didn't know. He never did. He was just trying to delay us, to give the overseers more chance to find us. Do I read a hint of relief at that? I dispel the doubt, as I have so many times. I'm not Astresia, and I don't have Gaxna's blood. 2 weeks of trying to figure out what to do using my Eugean methods failed, and almost got us killed. For now, I just have to trust my heart. And it tells me this is right, as much as it hurts. So what next then? Keep going to Yemla? I nod. Something like that. We'll talk it over in the morning. I sip at my tea, hot from the kettle Tewo leaves over the fire. Tea? Sure, she says, taking the cup from me, and I can't help remembering the times we shared a single bowl of curry or grilled fish in her hideouts in Saray. I don't ice the sadness that wells up. I let it run. I'm sorry the Dale didn't work out, I say, when she's taken a long drink. I really wanted more time with you. We could go again, she says, eyes lighting up. They won't expect us to double back. Suspicion washes into my internal tide. Why did she get so excited? I love this woman, but I don't know her. It's still hard to accept. I lay my hand on hers, letting the tears rise to my eyes. I would love that, I say honestly. I miss you, Gaxna. She yawns. I miss you too, Thea. I don't want this moment to end. Maybe when this is all over, we can go back, find that inn again and that troubadour group. They were awful, she murmurs, eyelids growing heavy. I smile. They were, but my time with you never was. I'm sorry, Gaxna. Sorry for what? I think I see a moment of comprehension in her eyes, of panic. Then the sedative pulls her under, and I'm alone again in the dark, holding my lover's hand. I find Tewo with his back to the fire's coals the next morning, a steaming cup of tea in his hands. You are up early, he says, eyes scanning the hills to the north. A thrush calls in the dark. I wonder what it's like for him, spending so long out of sight of the ocean, if he misses it like I do. Couldn't sleep. The trouble with Gaxna? The trouble, I say, in the love. I don't know when I'll be with Gaxna again, if I ever will. Even without the counteragent Astresia gave me, I doubt I would have slept. I loved one such once, he says. Mother sends she is still waiting for me. Was it hard to leave her? It is hard, every day. But I know why I left, and as long as I am on that path, I know our separation is for a reason. His words are like a warm blanket over my shoulders. I want to believe this is all for a reason, that I'm not just breaking my oath never to leave Gaxna because it's easier. Why did you leave, I ask, half because I just need distraction. You've never told me about your past. My people know of the monocle, he says, and surprise jerks me upright, though we call it by a different name. Have always believed one would appear when the time was right. Have been looking for it in our holy sites. I lean forward. Do you know where one is? One of the mothers thought so. I went with 8 brothers to search for it. We dived 2 weeks, living on the water and searching the ruins underneath. The pearlers I shipped with mentioned this, that they would sometimes sail to sites in the ocean where drowned cities stick from the water or are not far beneath to dive for salvage. And religious objects, if I understood them right. Was there something uniting there, even underwater, like a pre-flood kingdom made out of other kingdoms or something? He smiles. I have thought long on that since you found your words, but it is hard to tell such from ruins. So what happened? You didn't find it, apparently. On the 15th day a Daeul ship came, carrying 32 men and bearing weapons where we had none. They barred us from diving and threatened to take our lives if we did. I'm all ears now. Did they find anything? I have to believe they did not. They cannot dive as we can, even with their craftological masks. They left after 6 days, without explanation, as is their way. And you kept diving? He laughs. I went with them, sister, as a slave. Or how did you think I ended up in Duran? I suck in a breath. Anueo? He was with me as well. He did not join us on this quest because he felt the mother calling him back. If the monocle is in the Temple of Circled Ways, he will find it. But I believe we are on the right path. I believe the mother sent me to you. Why else would we both have ended up in that tower? A chill runs through me that has nothing to do with the morning air. First Astresia and now Tewo. And suddenly all his talk about faith and his sense of confidence makes sense. He thinks the mother is guiding us, which I guess is the parlor version of Jaya. Just like Astresia seems to think I'm fated to stop the floods. Or cause them, she said. From where I stand, it seems a lot more likely I'll accomplish nothing, but there's no need to say that. Instead, I shift a little closer to Tewo. Well, it's wonderful to have you along, to have your faith to fall back on, and I've appreciated how you've stayed neutral on Gaxna, as everyone else takes sides. The mother sent her to us for a reason too. He sips his tea. Maybe you have seen it now? I wish I had. I wish I felt anything useful had come from all this. But I think it's easier to have faith when you're not in control. All I feel is failure. Here I am trying to unite the ways, and I can't even keep my team together. Akifte wakes a few minutes later, the dawn's purples changing to reds, wrapped in his blankets like it's the dead of winter. He rubs at his eyes. Where's Gaxna? Sleeping, I say. Or, well, she's sedated, like Galimhe. He comes suddenly awake. You have chosen, then. I will do this thing if you cannot. We're not killing her, I say, maybe a little too quickly. I've thought about it a lot, and I do think something's going on with her, but I can't believe she's actively trying to hurt us. The path of mercy. He crouches, holding his hands out to the coals. I know it is applauded in your stories. In Bamani, it is always the beginning to a tragedy. The overseer, he convinced you of this? That's an interesting take. No. All he convinced me of is that he knew something, when it turns out he didn't. He just wanted to keep us on the Ironway so the other overseers could find us. So we are headed off the rails? Yes, today. At least let me kill Galimhe first. He will get word back to the others. No, I have plans for him too. Who's killing what? Isong says, rolling from under the wagon dressed in very little, in contrast to Akifte. I clear my throat, looking away from the lean lines of his body. No one. I was just saying we've learned all we can from Galimhe, and it's time to let him go. Isong frowns. He'll just go back to the temple. Tell them what he knows. I'm sure he's heard more than we think. Even so, I can't bring myself to murder an Ujayan brother in cold blood, or to let anyone else do it, I add at Akifte's look. Besides, I plan to be long gone by the time he can make contact. Though to be safe, I'm not saying where we're going until he's gone. Won't he just follow us? Not with Astresia blood pushing him. She's going to send them back to Amarat, at least. Them? Gaxna's going with him. Isong's eyes widen, and he draws in a ragged breath. What made you decide that? All the things you said, I say simply. I didn't want to admit them before, or maybe I wanted to believe that they had a different explanation. And I still think they might, but I have to act on what we know. Which is that, no matter who she is inside, or who she was to me, Gaxna's a danger to us right now. So we have to separate. Another flash of emotion on his face. Relief. Relief and hope? Part of me wants to assure him that I believed him the whole time, to apologize for how I was the last week, but that's still wrong. I'm not on his side, or on any side of the divide in our group. Hopefully, once I explain all this, there won't be sides anymore. But if there are, I'm just going to have to accept it. Maybe that isn't good leadership or uniting the ways. For the 1000th time, I wish I could talk to Reggiana and my father about this in the waters. But it's the best I can do. That'll have to be enough. What, is he going to carry her? Akifte asks. Even for a well-trained man like Galimhe, that will be a challenge after a few hours. Not to mention looks strange, Tewo says. They'll take the wagon, I say, and the spice, to use in trade. We won't need it where we're going, and that way, Gaxna can stay out of sight in the back. They will still be a strange sight if anyone looks closely, but Galimhe's blood-borne stiffness should be less apparent if he's driving a team. Once Astresia gets them wherever she thinks is far enough, they can just park the wagon and hide in it, Galimhe taking care of Gaxna and administering more sedative, until it's safe to let them go. They have enough rice for a week at least. Hopefully, that's long enough. I hate the idea of Gaxna trussed up like Galimhe was, and once again under the guard of an overseer, even if this will be different. My gut tells me this is the right choice. That doesn't mean my heart likes it. When Astresia wakes, we make all the preparations. Guilt grips me as I roll Gaxna out of the tent, unconscious, and Tewo ties her up. If they're tracking her, it's because of me, and they will leave her alone. If they're tracking me, she'll be out of danger. Either way, it doesn't make sense to stay together. And despite how much this hurts, staying together would be more painful. For whatever reason, we don't have the connection we used to right now. I just have to hope that after I defeat Narimes, things will be different. Or maybe I just need some time to deal with the fact that they are different. To grieve who Gaxna and I were, if that's not coming back. Anon wakes as we're hitching the team, going from confused to angry when he sees Gaxna unconscious in the back. He rounds on me. You're just sending her away? What happened to how much you loved her and all that? I still love her. I abandoned all of you to go up the mountain because I do. Because I wanted to try to make things work with her. Instead, we almost got killed up there, and I sat up all night accepting what I've denied this whole time. That something's wrong with Gaxna that she can't explain. That the overseers are tracking her. And what we had in Saray? I take a breath to steady my heart and my voice. Whatever it is, or was, we can't have it right now. Anon's eyes scrunch, half like an angry man and half like a hurt boy. So you're just gonna let them take her because she changed? Ooh, Jay, this hurts. But Anon and Gaxna were fast friends, and he probably saw a lot of himself in her. Probably thinks if I can do it to her, I can get rid of him too. I know how much our team means to him. I take a breath, looking for the words. Gaxna said something to me when they were chasing us on the mountain. I'm not who you think I am, Alethea. I think it's the truest thing she said to me since she came. If you had known her before... I break off because I can't, because I need a minute to let a wave of grief wash through. Astresia nods. She is not who she was. But she warned you about the overseers, right? Anon presses. Would she do that if she was trying to kill us? I don't think she's trying to kill us. I think Narimes or one of his allies is using her to do it, and that warning was Gaxna fighting them somehow. And I hope, once they see she's gone, that they'll let her go. I know they won't hurt her, at least, because they haven't in the fights. And Astresia will put Galimhe in the way if they try. Anon shakes his head. Is this what you're going to do to us, too, when you decide we're not convenient anymore? Get rid of us? His words are like a sledgehammer to the decisions I struggled with so long last night. It takes everything I have not to call it off right there and wake Gaxna up and apologize for everything. Except I've been over all these thoughts a million times and gone deeper than them, into my heart, and I know with a certainty that runs bone deep that this is the best way. Anything else is just me denying the truth. Which doesn't mean it hurts any less. Hey, I say, impulsively taking his hand, I'm not getting rid of her, and I wouldn't do that to you, to any of you. I hate how much her coming back has divided us already, and more than anything, I don't want that to happen. He pulls away. So you're choosing us over her? No, I'm choosing the world over me and Gaxna, which probably makes me an awful person, but the floods are coming, and we know Narimes is looking for the monocle. He's probably behind what's going on with Gaxna, too. I just need to stay alive long enough to figure out what it is and stop him. But I understand why you feel that way. So there's something I wanted to say to all of you. I turn to face the rest of them, where they stand watching. This has already been more dangerous than any of us were expecting, and is probably only going to get worse from here, even with me sending Gaxna away. So I wanted you all to know you're free to go. That you don't owe me anything, that any kind of debt you thought you had from the arena or whatever, I don't see it that way. If my mission's going to get in the way of us being friends, I would rather go it alone. And then I tense, watching Anon, half expecting him to go, even if he has nowhere to go. The silence stretches, Anon staring at the wagon. Tewo looks up. You are regretting your decision, he says in his calm way, but it is the right one. Maybe the reason the mother sent Gaxna to us, to teach us something. I know she sent me to you, and even if she didn't, the pearls will be the first lands to drown when the waters rise. My people need the monocle, and I believe you are the one who will find it. The danger doesn't matter. I'm coming. Ekifte thumps a hand to his chest. I knew you were a legend the first time I saw you fight in the arena, Alethea of the Viola. I know it even more now. Look at the feats we have accomplished. He gestures to the still raw tattoos on his ribs. When we find the monocle and defeat your enemies, surely we will all get beyond death. I nod, grateful for his loyalty, even if I don't totally understand it. I honestly wasn't sure how many of them would want to follow me after I abandoned them 2 nights ago. Never, Isong says. This mission is my mission too, and even without that, never. My traitor heart swells at the emotion in his voice, even as my lover lies trussed in the back of a wagon, Gleamhay holding the reins. I ice it hard. For my part, Astrea says, I expect nothing of you, Alethea. I am not here to secretly win you over to our cause. What we have seen in the blood, what I have seen in the blood, does not always come to pass, but we are lost if this does not. I will do what I can to help you regardless of the cost, until such time as you get rid of me. She smirks, and it's so uncharacteristic that for a second I don't realize she's making a joke. I would love to laugh, but one of us hasn't spoken yet, and that lies too heavy on my heart. Anon turns in a slow circle, his shoulders tight, all the light gone from his eyes. I don't know what I see there, but I know it is painful. I've always known that, under his thick skin, Anon has a delicate heart, like an urchin who's learned to be tough, but would still cry if he had someone to hold him. It's fine, he says. Anon, I say, reaching out to him, wishing the words didn't feel like stupid, blunt objects in my mouth. I'm sorry that this hurts. I know you care about Gaxna too. It's fine, he cuts in and jerks a clove twist from his jacket. Shouldn't we get them going or something? He lights it from the fire and draws hard. I meet Astrea's gaze, and we don't need a blood connection to share our feelings. Anon is not fine, no matter what he says. But I don't know what to do about it, and he's right. We should get them going, so we can get going, and everyone can be safer, even if I hate it. Right, I say. Astrea? She nods, and Gleamhay climbs up to the buckboard, his movements jerking like a puppet's. I swallow, icing the sudden urge to climb in the back and cling to Gaxna one last time. I've made my choice, and that kind of indecision is not what our team needs, not what I need, just what I want. Gleamhay jerks the reins, and the oxen snort to life, pulling the wagon around to head for the main road. I feel the sudden desire for parting words or a ritual, something to mark this. A funeral, maybe. May the mother favor them, Tewo says. And tides carry them, I add, the Ujayan phrase feeling right. Jaya protect them, Astrea says, as the wagon rumbles away. Laws guide them, Isong says solemnly. And legends hold their name, Ikifte ends. Anon just smokes and watches. Even in the middle of my own pain, the hurt at doing what I have to, I understand that he's the cost of my decision, that I might have saved us from breaking apart, but we are still not united, and maybe never will be again. "21. We make good time, once the wagon is out of sight. My heart hurts, and Anon's silence lies heavy on us, but it feels good to walk. The sun crests the horizon around the time we reach the Ironway, and by noon we find a carved wooden sign at a crossroads, pointing to Temerare. Our map says the same, marking Temerare as a minor port town along the inner coast. We sail along the coast then, Ekifte says, interrupting Astrea and Isong's discussion of cultural differences between the Daol and Serayan hinterlands. I don't think either of them are really interested in it, so much as wanting to fill in the space usually held by Anon, who said little since the wagon left, chain-smoking cloves instead. I feel about the same. I hate how separate I feel from him, despite us both missing Gaxna. No, I say, happy to have something to take my mind off it. We sail south, toward the Serante Isles. Tewo's brows go up. The temples of Shattered Sun. What business do we have there? A safe place, I say, remembering how it came up in my meditation last night. An unexpected place. Nurimes will be watching for us to run to the rebel temple, or maybe to the Therakins' new guild house, so even if I wanted to go there, it would be too dangerous. You do not want to go? Tewo asks. No offense to Astrea, I say, glancing at the woman, but both the guild house and the rebel temple have plans for me. I don't want to get caught in them, even if they could offer us protection. I have my own plans. Isong frowns. But we need Yemla. Without him, we're no closer to the Barnacle than we ever were. Riva Post, Ekifte guesses. You will talk with him by your water magic. I shake my head. Too many people could overhear, especially now that Deshaun basically exposed us with his message. Nurimes will be watching the posts like a goatfish. What then? She had me send messages by code, Astresia says, through the blood, to sisters I trust. Some of those will go on to post at the river nearest the guild house, in a cipher the rebels will recognize. And they'll respond to the Thericans, who will send code back to you, Isang says. That could take weeks, and lose a lot in translation. All they have to say is no or yes, I say. The Thericans have already agreed. Astresia nods at this. Agreed to what? To a parley. I shift the pack on my back, heavy with ravas, on top of one of the aisles. We can talk with Yemla directly there, out of sight of anyone, and lie low while we figure out our next move. And you'll talk to the Thericans too, Isang guesses, to unite the ways. Yes, if that passage is about politics, or about Saray, since so much of what they're doing centers on Saray, it has to start with uniting the monks and Thericans. Even if that's not what it is, maybe the Thericans know something about the monocle. And we're going to need allies. If we do manage to find a monocle or make one, that's not going to stop Narimes. If anything, he'll come at us harder once we have it. We could use the rebel temple and guild house on our side, if they've actually changed from Saray. And if they haven't? A flock of bosun wings bursts from a tree as we pass. Then I will encourage them to do so. The main thing they need to change, Tewo says slowly, is your city's obsession with gender. So you will push them together on the Isles. Try to unite your enemies. Yes, I want the flood stopped and Narimes dead, but we can't go back to the war between temple and guild house again. I want one temple, one religion, one city, united. I take a breath. I don't actually know if this is the unity the Chronicles are talking about, but I know it's one that I want. Another division that runs through my allies and into my own heart. Astresia's back stiffens at my words. And if they haven't changed, she asks, we'll still be safe on the islands, and Yemla will give us a better idea of what unite the ways means, how we can get a monocle. I take a deep breath and let it out, feeling some of the heaviness I'm carrying over Gaxna leave with it. It's a good plan, the best one I could think of. And still, this part took only a fraction of my time last night, deep in blood and water meditations. The rest was figuring out how Gaxna fit in. It is a good plan, Ikifte says. A refuge for the heroes before our final assault. It will make a good song for the stories. A ballad, maybe, or a slow refrain. I would have told you sooner, I go on, but I couldn't risk Gulimhe or Gaxna overhearing. Astresia has promised the Thericans will keep it secret, and I believe her for what that's worth. They won't tell the monks the meeting is in Sarante until they physically meet up, so there should be no way for Narimes to find us. Aside from the possibility they're tracking my blood through Yellen, in which case I just sent Gaxna away for nothing and this meeting is dooming us all. If only my fingers would tap again. It has to be Yellen trying to tell me something, but it's been 3 or 4 days since she tried. I trust Astresia enough to interpret it for me now, and I can always check her words in Watersight. One of the many stones on my shoulder is the worry that Yellen stopped sending because something happened to her, that Miara found Yellen's blood connection to me, or something worse. Our bond tells me she's still alive and still in Saray, but beyond that, I don't know. Can't know until I get good enough at blood pushing to tap Yellen's fingers, and until I learn the code. So once we've talked through the details of the plan, we pass the day learning code together. I get the feeling it's not information Astresia would normally share widely, but we need something to keep the mood light, and we couldn't really keep the training secret while walking together anyway. For my part, I want them all to learn Bloodsight, or try to. There's so much we don't know. Yes, I can use Watersight, and males have shown at least basic Bloodsight skills. But is that true for all men and women? Or do you have to be Sarayan to use our powers? I didn't have to be Daranese to use Vitality, but then Vitality requires no training in the way that Sarayan powers do. I take a deep breath and focus on the coding lesson. I need to learn this now. Plenty of time later to learn the things that won't make a difference in stopping the floods. Astresia teaches us the alphabet with a series of drills and quizzes. She's obviously done this before. Then has us start tapping out words on each other's arms. To my surprise, Anon joins in, though he avoids partnering with me. That's okay. If our friendship is the price I have to pay to keep us all safe and still find the monocle, I'm willing to pay it. I'm just happy to see him tap something out on Akifte's arm, and see the tattooed man's eyes widen in surprise before he barks a laugh. The old Anon is still in there. He just doesn't trust me anymore, I guess. That's fair. We camp a few thousand pace from Temerare, wanting to spend as little time as possible in the town. Our group feels different with Gaxna gone and Astresia more welcome than she was. There's more warmth, especially between Isong and Anon, but I still feel a little outside of it, not ready for the hearty banter that Astresia and Akifte are building up, or the intellectual discussions she has with Isong, while Anon and I stay quiet. I'll get there. For now, my heart needs a little space. Isong glances at me when I get up, well before the fire is burned low, but I guess he understands from my face, because he doesn't follow me to the tent. Part of me wants him to, pines for his calm, stable presence. Part of me needs him to tell me I did the right thing, and that everything will be okay. Only, I know he would, and that's what holds me back. That, and the rest of me that doesn't want to pretend it's all okay, that knows it would be untrue to Gaxna, that under my certainty this is right, and my pain over what it's done with Anon, is a sea of grief I need to cross over. A sea that's been rising since the first day she came, and I realized something was wrong. Grief that what we had might just be gone. I'm not strong enough to face it tonight, but I'm at least not going to run from it. I climb into the tent exhausted, and Gaxna's scent on the blankets almost does me in. I have to summon my breathing to keep going, center my awareness in my body like Astresia's taught me, but it reminds me of the connection we share in blood. Gaxna's seed is still dead, but I think I would feel it if something happened to her, feel the slip in her concentration, like Astresia did when we were on the mountain. So I lie in the dark and float on the surface of my grief, trying to take comfort in the fact that I can't feel my lover anymore. We slip into our old roles for Temerare the next day, Anon playing the Darnese merchant with his Salem Dale investor and motley group of guards. Whatever my Darnese friend is feeling inside, he puts a good front on it for the dock inspectors, and soon enough finds us a carrack headed for Surrey and willing to drop us on the Isles, with a dinghy for the final stretch. There's an overseer on the dock, watching the crowd from a perch next to the fish peddlers, but Anon keeps us out of sight, and the captain is fine with us waiting below decks while they finish loading. There are no cabins on the ship beyond the captain's own, but we get assigned 3 shift cots in the cramped lower berth, and free run of the fore and aft decks above. I settle down there to read the Chronicles, as much to avoid talking to anyone as because I think I'll find anything. The truth is, I don't want to do anything right now. Sleep, maybe. Still, the Chronicles draw me in, the mysticism of the immersions, the sense that deeper meaning is hiding behind the records, and the passion in my father's cramped notes. I hardly notice when sailors shout up above, and the ship lurches out to sea. I think it's the connection I feel to my father in these Chronicles, our shared passion for the secrets he was uncovering, that I'm still uncovering. I wish he were here now. I go back to entry 18, like I always do, to the first lines that tip me off to the monocle, and remember I was looking into something else referenced there, the Tide Man, last time I read these. My dad thought it might be connected to the monocle, writing star mentioned here connected to monocle, or reference to Tide Man. I shift on the cot. It implies there's something else in the Chronicles about the Tide Man. Finding it might give me a clue about uniting the ways. Maybe the Tide Man is the last person who made a monocle, or some kind of example of what uniting the ways means. It's worth a try, because as much as I hope Yemla remembers more about his vision than the monks recorded in entry 18, there's a good chance he doesn't, or he's forgotten it. It's been 50 years since he had it. I go back to entry 1 and start skimming for the Tide Man. It's laborious and kind of boring, but the captain said it'd be 3 days to Sarante, and I need a break from my feelings right now. I find a mention in the body of Chronicle 56. Tide Man will bring down the deluge, the text reads, if he can first not himself. I draw in a breath, the air musty with millet and wet burlap. Bring down the deluge? So is the Tide Man Nerimes then, and I'm the untied woman? It's not much to go on, so I keep skimming, past entries that feel almost like old friends now. I've read them so many times. I wonder what the latest immersions are like. if they're still being suppressed. With a twinge, I wonder if mine will ever make it into the temple's records. Probably not. Entry 122. And behind them, arranged in rows, were men with tentacles tied around their necks, choking and chanting the names of their gods. I read it again, but can't see much meaning there either. It isn't even necessarily a tied man or men, but I make a note anyway. The thump of feet on the deck above reminds me of my time on the Perler ship, and I think I hear my ancestors in the steady shush of waves against the hull. My father and my mother, voiceless now with age. I need to find a time to immerse. I don't want to use up the presence my father has left, but it fades with time anyway, and I miss him. Ironic how I never felt that while he was alive, or never noticed it under my anger. I read more, the light from the hatch beginning to fade, past nonsense passages like 146 and 213, past pages where my father scribbled so small I can barely make out his words. I pore over all of them, looking for another reference, for the reason he thought the monocle was connected to the tied man. The image comes up again in 289. She said that he would tie together blood and water, and only once in that holy sea could he hope to turn Ujay's eye. I frown, reading it again. This is not directly the tied man, but it is a man tying together blood and water, which can only mean the female and male halves of our faith. And turn Ujay's eye is a phrase that comes up over and over in the Chronicles, as a metaphor for stopping the floods, or saving the faithful, or whatever kind of doom the monk was witnessing. Eye, like monocle. I suck in a breath. So only someone who has tied together blood and water can hope to use the monocle, but does that mean monks and thericants, or water and blood sight, or both? Am I a tied man, or am I this passage's holy sea? I frown, reading 122 again, heart thumping in my chest. The tied man will bring down the deluge, it says, if he can first knot himself. Like, unite himself. My heart starts thumping in my chest. This has to be what Entry 18 is talking about, the unity we need to make a monocle, and this sounds a lot more like learning both kinds of magic than bringing together political enemies. Or maybe that's the first step. A wave of excitement rolls through me, my hands shaking on the page. It's the first step, and I'm doing it. I know water sight, and I'm learning blood sight. I look for Isong on instinct, and see only the sleeping bodies of off-shift sailors across the hold. I take a deep breath, reading over the entry again. Maybe even if Narimes finds a monocle before me, he won't be able to use it, because it's hard to believe he's swimming in any kind of holy sea, or knotting blood and water together inside. He's worked his whole life to divide the branches of our faith. You'll strain your eyes down here, a voice comes from behind me. I start, nearly falling out of the hammock. Astresia steps calmly off the ladder, skirts impeccable despite days on the road. I shrug, annoyance winning out over an internal war with my excitement to share what I've found with someone else. I trust the Thericant more than I did, but maybe not enough to share this. The sunset's beautiful up there, she says, stepping closer, and your friends are all wondering where you are. I ice another wave of annoyance because I know she's right, that as much as I may have solved some small problem down here, I'm really just avoiding a bigger one up there. They look to you for guidance, she says quietly, maybe especially Anon. That doesn't mean you have to be his friend or he has to like you all the time, but it does mean you need to accept the consequences of your decisions. Meaning what? I get annoyed all over again at how sullen I sound, like a scolded little girl. Meaning you have to stand behind what you decide, especially when someone disagrees with it. Try to show them why you chose it, which you can't do if you're avoiding them. I'm not... I stop myself, knowing it's pure petulance on my part. I have been avoiding Anon, telling myself it's because he doesn't want to see me. Avoiding all of them, really, and avoiding this sea of grief inside. Astresia nods, and I have to remind myself this woman is barely older than I am, because she seems like my grandmother at least. I myself might take a rest down here, she says, before the others need the cots. Which is probably her trying to stay out of the way in case her presence is an aggravator too. I should say thanks, but I'm not a saint, so I just roll off the cot and summon my breathing. Anxiety and guilt churn inside, waking up from their brief break while I was reading. I try to let them run rather than ice them, to trace them through my body like a theracant would, upstream from the places I feel tension, my chest, my shoulders, my back, to the processes in my heart that are causing them. It's not hard to do. These are not streams so much as rivers, and all waterways lead back to Gaxna and to the massive gray-blue sea of grief I have dammed inside. I let out a shuddering breath. There is no doubt in the waters, no part of me that regrets what I did. I know it was the right decision, however much it hurt. I just have to deal with that hurt now, to face the costs of what I did, my grief, and anon. I climb the ladder slowly, like a seer deep in his meditations, hands lifting and legs pushing as I trace the trail of tears inside. Some small part of me wonders, even as my throat tightens with grief, to see how the seer and theracant meditations connect, one tracing the emotions back from the body, the other out to their release, like upper and lower channels of a river. The rest of me barely makes it onto the deck as the pent-up feelings start to flow, longing and loss and anger and hurt, my breath the anchor that keeps me in the middle of the river. I struggle to the ship's rail like I'm fighting a current, and the sunset is glorious, but I barely register it, seeing only my emotions writ large in the fever dream of orange and scarlet spread across the sky. The current of emotion keeps swelling, the stream rising from my ankles to my knees to my hips, and with the consciousness I've only recently learned, I feel that emotion find its way to hands that clench, and a chest that aches, and eyes that start to rain tears over the side of the rail. I wish so much I could be alone, but there's no privacy on a ship like this. A sob racks my body, and another, the tears running hot down my cheeks. I send a prayer with them down into the waves, knowing my ancestors will hear me through my water. Just a prayer that this will end, that the tide of emotion now pushing against my chest, the thick sludge of confusion and hurt and, yes, betrayal that I held too long inside, will eventually run out to sea. Till then, it's everything I can do to stay present, holding on to each breath like a tree thrust up from the river until it breaks and I have to find another or be swept away. It ebbs sometime later, when the sunset's orange and scarlet have burned to burgundy and ochre, the tide leaving me as weak as if I'd struggled up a raging river the last hour, but also washed clean, exhausted but alive, and more clear-eyed about who I am and what I'm doing than I've felt in weeks. Since Duran, really. Only then do I notice that I'm not alone. Sometime in the middle of me clutching this railing and crying my eyes out, my friends have come, standing in a protective half-circle around me. Ikifte with his warrior's scowl, Tewo gazing calmly out, Isong standing with arms crossed, and Anon, face still troubled, but maybe not as troubled as it was. Wordlessly, Anon steps forward and hands me a clove twist. I almost choke on something that's half laugh and half sob, relief welling up just as strong as the grief did. I take it and light it off his and spend a moment trying to find what to say. I don't. Maybe I can't. But I realize that they've all seen me now without my armor, without the confidence I've tried to give off on the arena and on the road. And they're still here for it. Here for me. We watch the last colors of the sunset together as the sailors hang lanterns on the masts and the cook calls for dinner from the hold. I miss her, Anon says simply, after he's pitched his clove into the sea. Me too, I answer. We'll see her again. He nods, and I feel something that was broken between us start to heal. Maybe it will never be the same again, like a broken limb, but at least it won't hurt as much. That will have to be enough. 22. Astresia has me working blood by first light the next day. The theracant meditation is a welcome distraction from my worries about the upcoming meeting, as is the salt breeze of the ocean after a stuffy night in the hold. I push my awareness deep inside, as I once pushed it out through water, tracing the outlines of each individual organ, searching out the subtle wounds and stresses of each one, feeling the blood flow through them like a massive delta. It's difficult, feels impossible sometimes, like when she asked me the shape of my left kidney, but at least it's a different kind of difficult. Good, she says, when we've gone through my entire body 2 or 3 times, and I feel simultaneously like a loose collection of body parts and more tied together than I ever have. Now slow your heart. Do what? I ask, my eyes popping open in surprise. We're on the narrow aft deck, carved railings so close I could touch them to either side, with a glorious view of the open ocean beyond and the lateen sails snapping above us. Slow it, she says. You know the organ well enough now, have followed your blood through its 4 chambers, have felt its heat and chased its rhythms out to the extremities of your limbs. Return your focus to your heart and slow it. That's impossible. She arches an eyebrow, and I remember to close my eyes. You, of all people, are telling me something is impossible? You can slow your breathing, yes? The heart is the next step, the next of many. Focus, and slow it down. She lays a cool hand on my neck as she speaks, and for a moment I want to jerk away until I remember touch doesn't offer her insight the way it does Sears. She's just reading my pulse. Focus. Or did they not teach you how to do that in your beloved temple? I grit my teeth and do it. Sharpen my internal awareness and use it to illuminate my heart, feeling its outer boundaries as she's taught me, listening to its deeper rhythms, following the blood as it pumps through each chamber. Then I imagine it slowing. Nothing happens. Keep trying, she says, over the shouted banter of sailors in the rigging. Don't think, do it. It's a line she says a lot. I ice my annoyance, knowing as I do that I should be following that annoyance as it travels through my body and out again. I return to my heart, surround it in awareness, feel its rhythms, push myself inside its chambers, trying to sink my awareness as deep as the blood, and then slow it down. Good, Astrea says, drawing the word out. Now more. This is your body, Alethea, your heart, a muscle like any other. Use it. I imagine the beat dropping, my pulse calming, like a timed series of relaxations. My heart is a 4-tiered dam against the tide of my blood, slowing it down, smoothing the rapids, creating still water. And for a moment, in the rest between beats, I find an unexpected peace, a surety to my physical existence that I've never felt before, almost a transcendence. The snap of the sails fades, the breeze going still on my cheek. For a moment, I can feel the ship floating beneath me. Then my ears are ringing and my cheek flames with pain, and I'm all arms trying to keep my balance on the rocking deck. My eyes fly open. Did you just slap me? Astrea stares back, rubbing the palm of her hand. Well, you weren't lying about being a fast learner. I was doing it, wasn't I? I slowed my heart. You stopped it, fool girl. You shouldn't be able to do that for years yet. My eyebrows go up. Floods. So I passed the test? No, you failed it. Your mind has power, I'll give you that, but you can't heal with a sledgehammer. If you're bleeding out, you need to be able to slow the heart a precise amount, just as speeding it in cold situations is useful, but never too much. Now, again, with finesse. She's as unforgiving as any seer in the temple, and I love it even as it infuriates me. I spend the rest of the morning learning to control my pulse, to speed it and slow it, eventually trying to match the beats Astrea taps on my shoulder. I can't get them exactly, that still seems impossible, though I love the challenge. But I don't accidentally stop my heart again either, so I consider it a win. She calls a break when the cook rings midday meal. You did well, Astrea says grudgingly. This afternoon we'll work on peristalsis. I wouldn't even know the word if she hadn't been drilling me on anatomy and body systems since the first day she came. But as interesting as that sounds, something else feels more pressing. This control, I say, as she climbs down the ladder after me. This is what I use to blood push other people, right? I just get their blood, then focus on their body the way I do on mine? Essentially, yes. So if I have someone's blood, I can stop their heart, like I did mine? She frowns. Blood sight is for healing. The guild would only approve of such actions in extreme danger. Like if someone had murdered your father and was trying to kill you? She slows, looking down at me. What are you saying? I have Narimis's blood, I say, unable to keep the excitement from my voice. I got it during our fight, at his wedding. I might be the only one who has it, so as soon as I learn to really blood push, I drop to the deck and spread my hands. Problem solved. She still holds to her rung a pace above me. So you would become the witches you despised in Surrey, abusing your power to enact your version of justice. My head cocks back. One time! And does anyone dispute that Narimes should die? Galimhe would. I clench my jaw. Of course Galimhe would. And I see what she's saying, but in theory it's possible, yes? Estrija sighs. What you did today was unprecedented. It takes a very powerful focus and self-awareness to stop your own heart. But every feat you accomplish on your own body is 100 times more difficult on someone else's. It's like, she looks around, like the marionettes they use around the fountains in Surrey. Only these marionettes are self-aware creatures with wills of their own. When you push your own body, you have nothing to fight but your own disbelief. In a blood push, not only must you send that will through a narrow blood connection instead of the fullness of your being, but in cases where they don't agree to your push, which is typical outside of healing, you must also fight their will. I've done it, I insist, not wanting to give up on this. It's hard, and I can't always pull it off, but I've done it. And if I can stop my own heart with a little more training... It is impressive that you've pushed any blood, the aged woman says. Yes, but I imagine they were slight movements of body. A twitch here, a misplaced step there, something very much in the realm of voluntary action, and not much resisted in will. I think back on the pushes I've pulled off. Twitching the bull's hands open, making a man trip, freezing Narimes for a moment. She's right. Maybe that's why I haven't been able to do it lately. Maybe I was just getting lucky. Stopping a heart is entirely different, she says, watching me. Yes, it is possible. But as you learned today, the heart is not much of a voluntary organ. It is, in fact, one of the hardest organs to stop, because in the course of a normal human life, it never does. Combine that with the fact that your patient will not want his heart to stop, and that you likely obtained his blood without his consent, and you have a very difficult prospect indeed. But not impossible, I say, more out of obstinance than any remaining hope, if I keep training. Not impossible, she nods, and something you could do from here, but much easier to cause his death if you were able to see where he is. Make him fall from a cliff, for instance, or flub a fighting move and get impaled. Stopping a heart is lethal and requires no further information to accomplish, but it takes a very well-trained theracant indeed, and consented blood would go a long way toward making the convincing of that heart to stop, and stop long enough to kill the patient, mind, possible. So consented blood does matter? Of course it matters. It takes away half the battle of wills from the outset. Yes, a strong enough theracant can do what she needs without it, but most of us cannot. I think back to Hiana and her insistence that I give her a vial of my blood in full consent, when she could easily have forced it out of me. I'd always thought that was her misunderstanding of how blood powers worked, a misunderstanding that I was using to my advantage, but maybe the woman knew more than I gave her credit for. Consent certainly matters with vitality. We're still waiting for the bull's coins to offer up vitality because he refused to consent ownership of them to me. You see how difficult it would be, Estrija says, descending again, especially with stolen blood. I do, and I respect that your new oaths keep you from doing it, but I'm not constrained by those oaths. And yet I am training you. To my surprise, rather than a sigh on her part, her lips twitch in something like a smile. An unfortunate loophole. Still, I would advise you not to try it until you're sure of your abilities. Miara can do things no theracant should be able to, and if Narimes has similar abilities, he might be able to block such an attack if he knows it's coming. A bloodbind, like Gaxna's doing. Estrija nods. So don't try it until you are completely ready. Something like a slip or an accident during a fight, however, she shrugs. Those would be unfortunate for the current chosen of Ujie. I feel my heart warming toward this woman, climbing calmly off the weather-smooth ladder. I respect her for not wanting to break her oaths, and I'm glad, in general, that her new guild has decided to take them. But I like her even more for understanding that I'm not bound by them, and that such an arrangement has its uses. She quirks an eyebrow at me. I guess this means I'll have your full attention this afternoon? I scowl. You already had it. She gives a playful scowl back, and like an unexpected knife in the chest, I remember she and Gaxna were lovers. I wonder if I am appreciating the same things in her that Gaxna did, before the guild drove them apart? If Gaxana, Estrija calls her, wouldn't have been better off sticking to her first choice. Isong, Akifte, and Anon are all digging into their bowls of millet porridge when we get ours. We sit next to them on the smooth planking, out of the way of the sailors. Above us, Tewa works the rigging with the other men, his normally peaceful expression positively beatific up there. He moves like the pearlers I shipped with did, like the knots and yardings of the carrack sails are more home to him than solid ground. Good training, then? Isong asks. He looks concerned. He must have seen Estrija slap me. She did fine, Estrija says, pulling her own fork and spoon from an inner pocket. Her clothes seem to be full of them. Except for almost killing myself, I say cheerfully, and dig into the porridge. It's based in millet, like last night, but there are fudgy red beans and bits of salt haddock and sea vegetable mixed in. Something about the combination tastes just right. That, or I worked up a hunger trying to push blood all morning. Isong goggles, but Anon is the one who speaks. Sitting on your slop hole? How'd you manage that? Trying to blood push, I answer. On myself. Got a little carried away. Which we could have avoided if she would just give me her blood, Estrija says, giving me a pointed look. Anon quirks an eyebrow at her. Hey, if you're just looking for test subjects, I'm right here. He sticks out his arm, and I can't help laughing at Estrija's sour expression. Is it slightly more tolerant than it was? Insight into your body is the last thing I want, Mr. Mudoa. He makes a hurt face, and I chuckle. It feels good to see him back to himself, even if we haven't talked much. The conversation moves on, and I decide to just tell them all about what I found in the Chronicles yesterday, rather than try to keep it a secret from Estrija. Isong in particular gets excited, and promises to look over the Chronicles this afternoon, to check my interpretation, and see if he can find any other references to the Tide Man. Akifte is saying something about how he's never heard heroes of legend winning through scholarship, when I feel a twitch in my left hand. My left index finger taps out a beat. It takes me a moment to realize what's happening. The code! I cry. Guys, my fingers! Not my most eloquent communication, but I've been waiting for this for days. They crowd around, making way for Estrija, and I ice everything to focus on the rhythm and try to interpret it using what we've learned. I don't get all of it, but thankfully whoever it is stops for a moment. Run? I ask. Someone asking about running? Is it Yellen? Yes, Estrija says tersely. It must be. She's talking about escaping from Saray, from the guild house. Ice strikes through me. I offered escape to her when we first met. She refused, but the guild house is likely a very different place now. Before I can think more, my fingers are going again. Testing, Isong says, staring intently at my fingers. She's asking about some kind of test. No, stupid, Anon says as they stop. She's saying someone is testing her, saying it's dangerous. He looks at Estrija, for once totally serious. Some kind of theracant thing? Good, she says absently. Anon beams. She seems hesitant to use names, like she fears being overheard. She's what, a second year? Most of the guild likely has access to her blood. Still, I don't doubt the name she's avoiding is Miara. My fingers start again, the rhythms faster against the thick planking. Something about being busy and being careful. She says something's changed in the guild house, Estrija reads. The upper circles have gotten busier. She makes it sound like it's not good, that certain guests have been coming more often. Narimes, unless I miss my guess. Bloods, but I wish I could speak to her. My fingers go again, practically drumming against the smooth wood of the deck. It's way too fast to follow, but Estrija just nods as soon as they stop. You're in danger, she says, looking at me. She's overheard talk of you in their meetings. She says they'll test her again soon. She looks at me. She must be talking about vascular tests. They're checking to see if anyone gathered your blood before you left the city. Which means they don't know, I breathe. Praise Ujay. If anything happened to her because of me. That is why she wants to escape, Akifte says. They will kill her if they find out. No, Estrija says. They'll keep her alive, but it won't be pleasant. My fingers drum again, shorter this time. Something about reading. She's wondering if you're even getting these, Estrija says. If it's too late. Quick, Alethea, focus. Send her a message. Anything. Thank you, Anon says. Tell her thank you. It's a good idea. Only 5 taps. I ice the excitement, ice the fear at what she said, and push my awareness inside. Find your fingers, Estrija says tersely. Focus on them, and then find the affinity with Yellen's. Feel them through the bond, like they're part of your body too. Then tap them. Quickly now, before she goes. Well, this is one way to learn blood pushing. I try to do like Astrea says, try to feel a connection between my fingers and hers, and tap out the message. Index, index and pointer, twice pinky, index. They stare at me. Did it work? Anon asks. Astrea scowls. I'd know if I had her blood. Wait for a reply. 3 breaths, then 4, with nothing. Send it again. Focus, Alethea. Your body is her body. Your blood is her blood. I ice a sudden and intense urge to slap the woman and send my freed-up awareness down into my left hand, into the muscles and bones and sinews that tie it all together. At the same time, I try to feel Yellen's body through our bond, through that brief and shocked moment months ago when I licked a droplet of her blood. Her left hand, her fingers, index, index and pointer, twice pinky, index. 2 breaths pass, then 3, then my fingers rattle something off. Astrea breathes out. She's asking if it's you. Yes is much easier. Pointer twice. A rattle comes back. If you're safe. I hesitate, but yes still seems best. I send it. Another rattle. And if you can help. Floods. I don't have the words to explain in the code that I know. I will, I send back. Send her Cece's name, too, Astrea says, then leads me through spelling it, along with the township the new guild house is closest to. My fingers tap slower this time, like she's realizing I'm still bad at reading code. Have to go, it says. My heart lurches. Yellen is just one of hundreds of girls trapped there, one of tens of thousands trapped under my enemies in Saray, and still I feel protective of her in particular, like I'm responsible for her situation. Be strong, I tap out. I will do what I can. We all wait with bated breath for any more taps. There are none. You did well, Astrea says when we all sit back. All of you. You especially, Anon. His shocked smile has none of his usual playfulness in it, and I wonder for a second if he's serious about courting Astrea. But no, he was saying the same things to Panewa back in Duran. This is just who Anon is. If they discover Yellen has her blood, Isong says calmly, though his fingers work like they hold a chot nut, what will they be able to do to her? To Alethea? They should not be able to do much, Astrea says, still watching my fingers with a thoughtful expression. You cannot blood push through someone else's connection, or really do much of anything, but they can certainly force Yellen to tell them what she sees through the bond. With torture, Akifte says, his face grim. To my surprise, Astrea nods. There is no pain like the pain you can cause with complete control over a person's body. I shiver. There's no need to ask if Miara would go that far. Of course she would. I hate that it ever got Yellen involved in this. I had no idea what giving her my blood would do. Then we need to get her out, Akifte says, hands forming into fists. We cannot abandon one of our own. And if we meet Miara in the process, or Norimes, we will deal with them too. It will be a legend sung for 100 years, 1,000 years. I'm relieved to see the others looking at Akifte with the same disbelieving expression I probably have on. How does anyone get anything done in Bamani with all this heroism all the time? Or is that just Akifte? It would make quite a legend, I say carefully, but I think most likely end in us dead. And we can't abandon our parley in Serante so easily. The monocle has to come first. But the woman will be spying on us the whole time, and torturing young Yellen. The hard part is that part of me agrees with him completely. I hate the idea that she could be tortured for her connection to me, after already enduring everything she has as a novice in the guild house. I know from the seed in my chest how many nights she goes to sleep crying, and how many days she passes in misery. We will all have hard prices to pay before this is done, Astrea says, steel in her voice. Alethea is right. We have to focus on stopping the floods, which means getting the monocle, which right now means meeting Yemla at Serante. We may pick up valuable allies once we are there. I do think the new guild will be amenable to our cause. I don't miss that she says our instead of your. Isong's hands roll ghost shot. If they find Yellen's connection, if she doesn't escape first, they will be able to read Alethea's feelings and her location. The feelings alone will not mean much, but the location could send them after us, which means we will have to be quick on the islands and everywhere we go. But if they got that information and read instead that we were in Saray on a rescue mission, there's no way we could hope to survive. We'd be surrounded. Akifte nods at this, though he looks pained. I do not like to abandon my allies. I don't point out that 10 minutes ago he had no idea who Yellen was. I'm in no position to point fingers about abandoning allies. And there's something more pressing about this anyway. Them finding our location is a danger, I agree. And I hate the idea they might torture Yellen to get it. Ujay Sen, the girl, doesn't try to fight it. But even if Yellen resists, we need to accept that while regular Theracans can't use someone else's connection to push blood, Miara might be able to. I talk then, not sure how much my allies know, about Narimes being able to use a partial blind, and Hyana faking vitality, using the strange and malleable power that comes to them through their positions of authority. Hierarchy, Astresia says, her eyes narrowing. So that's how they're doing it. Makes sense to me, Anon says, gazing up at the rigging. No one in power ever deserves it, but as soon as they're up there, it's like they get untouchable somehow. Get smarter and stronger and seem more deserving. The more they keep us down, the more it keeps them up. That's a really good way of putting it, Isong says. Anon's eyebrows jump. Are you saying I'm smart? Isong clears his throat. Lucky turn of phrase. The thrust is, Akifte puts in, that if they find Yellen's connection, and Miara uses her hierarchy magic, they may be able to kill Alethea by blood push, as she nearly killed herself earlier today. Yes, I say, except I can stop it. I know I can, because Gaxon's been doing it all day, every day. Unless she hasn't, but I still can't make myself believe she sold out to Narimes. She would have killed me if she did, right? I just have to learn a new kind of blind. Astresia's eyes are steady on mine. Did she show you how to do it? She would not answer me, but then I'm likely not the right person to ask any more. No, I say, she wouldn't tell me anything about blood sight. Said she didn't remember, but still, she would have known how to do what she was actively doing the whole time. Another thing about Gaxana that didn't add up. The thought lightens the ache I still feel in my chest. We'll find a way, Astresia says. At least we know it's possible. And we will tell the girl to kill herself if they find her, Akifte says calmly. It is the only way. I'm glad to see my other friends staring too. That might be hard to convince her of. He shrugs. If it is that, we'll be tortured by enemies? He has a point, but her trying to escape is a better idea. Ironically, I wish Gaxna were back in Surrey so she could help Yellen escape like she used to. Astresia, I say, do you have anyone working in the city? Anyone who could get her out? The Therakin bites her lip. I may. Give me time. Her eyes unfocus, and I realize with a chill she's probably blood-pushing someone's fingers right now, sending a message. The Therakin communication is so much faster than water sight, and so much more reliable. No wonder they coordinated across the city so well, while we needed our system of fountains and waterways to talk. Thank you, Jay, they can't also hear thoughts, or I would have been dead long ago. That thought stops me in my tracks. Regular Therakins can't. But if Miara can, through Yellen, I pull my blind up on instinct, feeling an old weight descend on me, like I felt in the temple. I will have to keep this up all the time, day and night, like Gaxna does. That, or Miara will know everything I learned from Yemla as soon as he says the words. 23. I fall into a routine on the ship. Training in the mornings with Astresia, talking chronicles and strategies with Isong in the afternoon, the whole group coming together for meals and coding practice, and usually a few rounds of clove twists as the sun sets. Anon is still a little distant with me, but he's back to his regular self with everyone else, much to Astresia's amusement. I would tell him to back off, except I know the woman could easily shut him down if she wanted to. Isong agrees with my reading of the chronicles, and though he doesn't find any new references to the Tide Man, he sees implications I missed. I think you're right about nutting the powers inside, he says, seated on a three-legged stool in the cramped hold. But I can see how it could be misread to mean uniting the faiths or the political factions in your city. Seems like that's what Narimes is doing right now. Maybe Yeolat, too, in marrying him. I sit forward on a hammock. The air is pungent with sacks of coffee and pepper. Like he thinks if he can just get power over the Therakins as well as the temple, that'll be enough? Isong shrugs. It would make sense to him. And maybe she thinks she can unite Surrey and the Daewul. Yeolat's whole life has been about political ambition, and sounds like Narimes is the same. If they read that they could turn Ujay's eye and bring down the deluge if they just tie together blood and water, I think their first instinct would be to tie together the guild and temple. It may have been the plan all along with his alliance to Miara. Or maybe they think their extra powers are some sort of tying together. I let a chill of worry shudder through me. I guess we have to hope that they're wrong, or that they haven't found a monocle yet. Hopefully both. He rolls his neck, sailor's calls filtering down from the deck above. We have to assume each of our enemies is going to interpret these lines in their own way. That Yeolat is going to seek some craftological solution to tying together blood and water, because that is what my people do, and that Miara will have a bloodworker's take on it. As Hiana had an essentially economical one, I say, thinking back to the Darnese woman's plans. The trouble is, one of them could be right. They all could be right, he says, pale eyes meeting mine. Maybe the Tide man has to tie together the faiths in all these ways. I mean, we're basing all this on one passage using the word inside. He shakes his head. Tamel Semna. He's the one who had this vision 8 years ago. Do you know him? I think back over the trainers I worked with in the temple, and the seers I had some contact with in larger functions. Tamel Semna. I get a vision of a short man, skin dark like a Daol, eyes wide with pain. I suck in a breath. He's dead, I think, at the wedding. One of the loyalists between me and the overseers. Isang only looks disappointed for a moment. The waters, then. Maybe you could find him in the immersion, see what he knows there, if he still remembers. It's only been 3 months, I say. Unless someone has been visiting him regularly, he should still have a strong presence. Though if Narimes has already found these lines, he's likely already had these thoughts too. Maybe even talked to Tamil while he was alive. But if not, I wouldn't put it past the man to intentionally wear out Tamil's post-life presence in the immersion, just to dry the stream for anyone else trying to get information. It's worth looking into, Isang says. Maybe when we get to the Isles. I'll keep searching the text for something we've missed. Thank you, Isang, I say, feeling a sudden gratitude for him, for his dedication to the mission despite all I've put him through, despite keeping him at arm's length even now with Gaxna gone. It has to be confusing. Of course. He swallows, looking like he wants to say more. We're alone down here, except for a few sleeping sailors, the day bright and cloudless out the hatch. Are you worried about the parley? I ask. It's not what I really want to ask, but I don't know how to get there from here. How to climb over the wall I've built between us, even though most days I want to. Afraid my reasons will be selfish if I do. A little, he nods. Not the Theracans, because I trust Estrisia and knew Panewa for many years. But you have to understand, the only monks I've known are the 5 who came seeking to kill you in Daran, and the ones we've met on the road. And me. And you. But you're not an ordinary monk. His gaze is steady on me, his body close in the cramped hold. I'm not, but there are other good ones, I swear. Yemla is one of them. And my father. Urte, though he's dead now. Most of them are, really. Even Galimhe is, I think. Some of them are just deluded. He nods. Every faith has its faults. I would make the same argument for my own people. I take a breath. I'm sorry. If I've been kind of, staying away the last few days. Not at all. He says it, but I see the hurt in his eyes. It makes sense. What you did with Gaxna had to be so hard. Well, you were right. You knew something was wrong from the very start. If I'd listened sooner... He takes my hand. You can't think like that. Talimha died because he believed in you. That's why we're all here, even Estrisia, I think. Because it's worth the risk. And I need to apologize too. Even if I was right, I went too far on the road, said things I shouldn't have. What do you mean? Out of respect, I keep my awareness out of his thoughts, but I can feel them rush under his skin. The old steady warmth is there too, radiating up my arms like I hold them out to a fire. I mean, I let my own feelings cloud my judgment. That yes, there were things that didn't make sense about how Gaxna came or what she said, but I didn't give the situation the consideration it deserved because You wanted her gone. Yes, I wasn't the friend you needed then, and whatever else is between us, or could be, or... He breaks off for a moment, voice getting thick. Whatever it is, I want to be your ally in stopping the floods. That's what brought us together in the first place. I remember, I say, smiling at the memory. You wanted to just stay up in that tower and write letters to the Duran Confectioner's Circle till the world ended. To my surprise, he blushes. It wasn't a good time. I'd convinced myself what I was doing was enough, That if I tried to do more, it would just fall apart on me, like it did at home. That I couldn't do more. And then you came, and you didn't give a scrap whether anyone could or couldn't do anything. You were going to do it." He laughs. "And somewhere on that long walk from Chengai, watching you care for Gaxna, I realized that was all because you were doing it for her. That she was the reason you needed to get out, as much as saving the world. And there I was, trying to get in the way of it because I wanted more." He looks away, and I search for the words to tell him he's wrong, but I can't find them. Still, my gut says there's something not right about it. Another lie he's convinced himself of. "So anyway," he says, "there's no need to apologize. If there was ever anything between us, it was always based on how much we wanted to change the world, and I still want that, more than anything. I let my emotions cloud my judgment when you needed me the most, and I won't do that again. I will stay clear-headed." Thank you," I say, confusion and need a storm inside. "But I still need you. All of you, not just the part that can think clearly. Whatever this line in the Chronicles means, it tells me that we can't just be the things we were raised to believe in, just logical or pure-hearted or heroic or whatever our society believes in. We have to be our whole selves, even when that's messy. I think working with Estrija has shown me that. I only realize how much that's true as I say it, but I push on. So don't hold yourself back. If you try to only be logical or only be an ally or whatever, out of some sense of duty, you'll just limit yourself again. And I'll do the same, okay?" "Okay," he says, and the thoughts rush under his skin. Heat from his touch coils up my arms. His jaw works, and I find myself leaning in, eyes closing. "I need a minute," he says, standing abruptly and climbing the ladder. I stare after him, wondering what the hell I just did. What my little speech meant for us, and for the feelings I've been holding back, out of a sense of duty to Gaxna. If I've been selfish again, or confusing when I really just owe him clarity. Still, the words ring true inside. I don't know what the Tide Man is, but my gut tells me it's someone who sees the connections between things, instead of the divisions. Praise Ujay, my gut is clear at least, because my heart feels like a caravel lost in a winter storm. Isong doesn't come back down, but he seems normal when I climb up for an afternoon session with Estrija on the aft deck. The sky is an overcast gray, and the slightly chill promise of rain on the wind is a relief after weeks of oppressive heat. "The women have arrived," she tells me, balanced on one foot with arms twisted behind her in one of the Therican stretching poses. "They confirm the monks are maybe a day behind. They should all be there before us." I take a calming breath. Another group of people I need to tie together. I mirror her balancing pose, more challenging than I'd expected on the rolling deck of the ship. "You've been practicing the awareness?" she asked me at the end of yesterday's session, to try to keep my body-level awareness going throughout the day. She said it's something the Guild asks of students starting at third year, which makes me wonder if I'm the equivalent of a third-year Theracant novice now. "I have." "And?" She changes postures, swooping forward, and I follow suit, like an inverted current's kiss. "You were right. It does change things. I almost tell her about the conversation I just had with Isong, but I'm not sure I want to go there with her, ally or not. I feel a little more in touch with my intuition, like about the Tide Man. We don't know what it means, but I had a gut feeling that learning this with you is getting me closer to it. That if I want to control the monocle, I'm going to need to embody both kinds of sight, and that my allies probably need to do the same." "Good," she cocks her head. "Are you saying I should be learning water sight? It couldn't hurt. You can't just act off instinct all the time." That earns me a scowl. We don't just act off instinct. Intuition is quite different than instinct. And it's different again than a seer's emotion-free thinking. I realize, following my breath, that there's a bigger question here. Do you think your sisters would react to this the same way if I told them they should learn? Should might be a strong word to use as a novice. I'm not a novice. I'm a savior or something if they all believe the blood visions like you do. A sudden gust whips at us, pulling Estrija's dress out in a yellow cloud. "The woman we saw in our visions was a Theracant, and no doubt about it. You're a long way from a full sister. That's why you need to train. I must be something if they're willing to travel all the way out to the Isles to talk to me." Estrija kicks a leg up and catches it in a move I struggle to follow. "You're a hope," she says after a moment. "You are not destined to stop the floods. The visions are only possible futures. It's just that the visions of you are among the only desirable ones we've seen lately." A chill runs down my back despite my trembling muscles as I hold the pose. I've known about the floods for a long time. That they see the world ending too should come as no surprise. So I'm a desperate hope to them. Something like that. I file the information away to think through later. If I want the parley to go on my terms, I need to know what leverage I have over these women, what glue I can use to unite them. Okay, I say, maybe I won't tell them to go train with the monks right away, but how do you think they'll feel about working with them in the coming days, in resisting Nurimes and rebuilding our city in some form, whether it's in Saray or somewhere up peninsula? Her gaze gets distant. I've asked myself that many times. I know it is important to you. My gut says the same thing, but our very faith is founded on our differences with them, our history, our identity. To try to change that, she shakes her head, it will be difficult indeed. Great. I have no doubt the monks will feel the same way. Stronger, if anything. I would not set that as a goal for yourself in the parley, she says, her gray eyes sharp. Try too much too fast and you'll ruin your chances. Plant the seeds. Just getting them to sit together a few times will be more than we've done in centuries. The sisters will tell you what they know of the visions, and with any luck, Yemla will know what we need to find a monocle. I slow in the arched pose she models. Are you planning on staying with us after the parley? If you'll have me, she says evenly. The others can think what they want. I say if we have any hope at all, it's you. No pressure. I clear my throat. So, we were going to work on that bloodblind? We were, though I don't know how we're going to do it without a blood connection. I'm not giving you my blood. She pulls out of her pose and sits easily. Then I'll have to give you mine. I ice my surprise. You would do that? We can't both be obstinate and expect this to work. She pricks a finger with her hooked ring and holds it out. Here. I pause, suddenly feeling childish for not doing the same. You're sure? Yellen has taught me how much this means. I don't do things I'm not sure of. Now here. She thrusts her hand closer. I lick, the blood coppery on my tongue, and a moment later she's there, her petite body like an echo of mine, her emotions a calm stream of commitment and hope and, I smile at this, exasperation. We'll start with the block we do know, the Therkant says, apparently unruffled by my new, intimate knowledge of her. The one for connections like ours. She leads me through it, starting with the same bodily awareness, then tracing the seeds of perception I have in my chest, Nurimes, the bull, Gleamhay, Gaxna, and now Astresia, inward to my heart, almost as if each is a tiny, special organ fed by a narrow blood vessel. And then I close the flow to it, like I would the flow of blood anywhere else. The connections go quiet. Not blank, like Gaxna's, just muted. I can still feel them there, somehow, but they're like a finger immersed in lukewarm water, registering nothing, though I know it might report a new sensation at any moment. I sigh, not realizing how long those streams of information had been irritating me. Thank you. That's amazing. You're welcome. Now send me a message in code. I catch my breath. Blood pusher is what she's saying. I return blood flow to our connection and focus my awareness on her body through the bond, like she's told me. Then I reach through and try to move her fingers. Nothing happens. You're still thinking of our bodies as separate, she says, giving me a piercing gaze, of leaving your body to do something in mine. That duality is an illusion. Our bloods are connected now. We are one body, like your seers become one mind in the water. Again. I stare at her, trying to feel that in my mind-body. Her words echo what I've been saying about the Tide Man, about overcoming the division between blood and water. I try to lean into that and move my finger. My finger moves, not hers. I sigh. I'm sure it's an illusion, but when you've stared at one long enough, it starts to seem pretty real. She nods. The sun will leave traces on our sight, too, if we look long enough. But look away and you will see they were not real. Don't think your way out of this illusion, Alethea. Find where it manifests in your body and trace it backwards to its source. Dispel the feeling there, and the understanding will follow. Again, my mind tries to say this is impossible, and again I suspend judgment as I try to find the feeling in my body, remembering that this has worked before, that it has guided generations of women who've quietly done as much to keep Saray healthy and peaceful as my brethren ever did. By the end of the third day, I'm managing to tap Astresia's fingers reliably. I contact Yellen as soon as I can, encouraging her to escape, and confirming that, as far as she knows, Miara still doesn't know about our connection. Astresia still hasn't heard from her contacts in the city, but I assure Yellen we're working on it. Sending those simple codes is a far cry from stopping someone's heart, but I feel a flush of victory nonetheless. I could talk with Gaxna this way, too, if she ever let go of her blind. I hope she doesn't, of course, but I leave our connection awake anyway. Nar and Galimhe I happily put to sleep. We spend the rest of the time trying to figure out a block against blood sight. In the process, I teach Astresia how to blind against water sight, and feel a small flush of accomplishment as she begins to learn the Ujjayan method of awareness, and I see her ingrained beliefs about who can use what kind of powers start to dissolve. Still, as I share clove twists on what the sailors assure us will be our last night before Sarante, I'm aware of worry worming up from my gut and through my ribcage. Worry that Yemla will not know more of the monocle's location, that the Theracants won't trust me enough to share their insights, that Miara will discover Yellen's connection and spy on the whole thing, or send a boat full of overseers to attack us while I'm still trying to get the temple and guild to see eye to eye, that the floods will take us all while we sit around talking. Most of all, I worry that I'm not up to the tasks in front of me, that far from tying together the factions of my city, I can barely hold myself together these days. So as Anon flirts with Astresia and Tewo descends from the ropes to share the sunset with us, I say a simple prayer to Ujjayi, the same one I spoke when I entered the water in Amarat, for guidance. Then, not knowing the traditional words, I do my best to adapt it for what is becoming the other half of my faith. I take a breath to help the body hold me, spread my arms to feel the blood run through me, plant my feet to let intuition guide me, close my eyes to find Jaya inside me. 24. The isles loom on the horizon when I wake the next morning, thrusting from the water like ancient barnacled fingers. Strangest looking islands I ever saw, Anon says, already up and smoking when I get to the rail. They're not really islands. They're relics, like the towers in Duran, maybe from the same age when people built massive buildings of a metal that doesn't rust. You'll see when we get closer. My memories of the Isles are clear, because the trip my class took to these Isles in third year was the first time I really started believing in Ujjayi and the threat of the floods. The islands loom larger as we approach, square towers rising from the waters toward a central pair that tower above the rest, some tipped in jagged tops, some still impossibly square, the waterways between them arrow straight. On the edges, buildings sticking just barely above the water form a natural reef and nesting place for birds, keeping deep-hulled ships away. I get the same shivers I did in third year because the towers are so huge and yet undeniably man-made, even before you see the massive woman's face thrusting from the side of the shorter tower behind the tallest two. I cannot imagine the society that made these, and yet they, too, failed to survive. We pass into the shadow of one, sun glinting through its open sides, and the captain lowers our dinghy, not wanting to get too close because there are more towers underwater, forming treacherous reefs. Akifte and Tewo take the oars, and we cross the last stretch of water in pregnant silence. Anticipation is an eel inside, winding its way through my stomach and chest and shoulders as I do my best to breathe through it. It's hard not to feel like everything rides on this, that if Yemla doesn't know and the Theracants don't have some further visions like the Chronicles, that my enemies will find the monocle first and hold ultimate power over who survives the floods. That even if Yemla does know, I'll likely need the support of the rebel temple and guild to survive long enough to find it. Akifte spots smoke coming from the pair of tall towers. We row there, passing by mangled things sticking from the water and other metal corpses just below the surface. 3 keelboats are tied to one of the massive barnacle-encrusted pillars that hold the tower up. I can't help a primal uneasiness as we row under the tower, imagining the 300 paces of ancient flowstone above us suddenly crashing down, even though I know it's stood for centuries or more. What's left after all those years of weather and neglect are just the bones of a building, a rustless metal cage connecting at right angles, with sections of flowstone floor and walls still clinging to it in places. A wooden staircase descends from a hole in the ceiling, and I feel better once we secure the boat and begin to climb. A part of me wonders, treading the crumbling flowstone stairs, if future civilizations will find relics like these from our time, or if the sea will swallow our humble cities whole. If we will be the first to stop those floods from coming. It seems vain to even hope for, knowing Sarante's builders failed. Birds call and wind blows through the open sides as we climb, the tower's framework visible above and below, like 1,000 metal cubes stacked on each other. There must be 40 floors above us, each 100 paces square. Hundreds of people could have lived on each floor, thousands in this building alone. Hall of Surrey could fit in 5 or 6 of these, and that's only the part that thrusts from the water. No wonder the Pearlers consider these ruins sacred. They hold as much mystery as any doctrine I've come across. I return to my breathing as we get to the upper floors, tracing the worries through my body and then releasing them, working a combination of seer and theracant meditations. A part of me is excited to see my brethren, to be in the presence of sympathetic seers after so long encountering only overseers tasked with killing me. I hope that they've truly changed, that staying loyal to my father means they accept me in a way the wider temple never did. I would love to feel like a part of the only family I can really remember having. A final set of stairs brings us into a room as natural as the tower is strange. The floor and walls are built of natural driftwood deftly fitted together, with strange artifacts woven in, and tables made of more driftwood in the center. Tewo slows and begins singing in the Pearler tongue, and I remember this is a holy place for him. Pearlers likely gathered all these artifacts together. There is a shrine in the center, with bedrolls to each side, and urns for catching water. A pair of ancient women wait for us beside the shrine, hands folded identically over embroidered dresses. "Sister Astresia," they say as we enter, "you are welcome back to the circle, and this must be the Viola girl?" I think I recognize the woman talking. She was there the day I sat with Reggiana and her highest advisors, drinking tea in the upper floors of the guild house in Surrey. "I am," I say, not giving an inch to her patronizing tone. "And you are?" "Theracant Phelan, of the 7th Circle of the new Jayan Guild House. Thank you for joining us." I dislike the woman instantly, and I think I remember feeling the same 3 months ago. I clear my throat. I believe it was me who invited you here, so thank you. "You'll forgive Phelan," the other woman says, slender where Phelan is thick, with smooth iron-gray hair and wide-set eyes. Travel doesn't agree with her. "I am Ainma of the 6th Circle. Welcome home." I nod to her, uncertain what to make of their talk of home, and introduce the rest of our crew. Phelan's face is a stone. "Well, the men have seen fit to make themselves welcome upstairs too, though they've claimed the neighboring tower as their own." I stifle a groan. Of course the monks couldn't just stay in the same building as the Theracants, despite the thing being big enough to fit their entire temple plus the guild inside. I've been wondering how much of the old divisions remain. Apparently, plenty. "Then let's get upstairs," I say. "We have plenty to talk about." "A word first," Phelan says, stepping in front of the stairs. After a moment, Ainma joins her. "We understand you feel some lingering loyalties to these men, despite what they did to you, but we've come here with one purpose, and one purpose only, to bring you safely back to the guild house so you can be properly trained in your powers." "Because your visions show me stopping the waters," I say, "and you think I need to be a Theracant to do it." I'm rewarded with brief looks of shock on their faces, followed by a furious glance from Phelan towards Astresia. "That's fine," I go on, "and if I had time, I would like to learn more from you. But the visions of our seers," I tap the chronicles where they lie tucked inside my robes, "without fail show a man ending the floods, and most often a fully vested seer. I'm neither, and I don't have time to become either. But I'll explain all of that. To everyone. If you'll let me pass?" "I won't," Phelan says, "not with that kind of tone from a novice." "I'm not a novice." Craftology whines behind me, a lava staff heating up. "I can move these women," Akifte says lightly. I hold up a hand to him. "They'll move," I say steadily, meeting the two Theracants' eyes, "if they want to have any hope of me listening to what they have to say. I'm really only here for the monks, and just one of them at that. So if you would, sisters?" Phelan scowls, and Ainma cocks her head, but after a moment they both step back and we start up. I smile. Nothing like leveraging the danger of the floods to get what you want. "That's not how I'd recommend talking to 6th and 7th Circle women," Astresia says in a low tone as we climb, "if you want them to listen to anything you have to say." "Duly noted," I answer, already deep in basic tide, and feeling a certainty rise inside me like an internal flood. Astresia means well, but if I'm going to have any success here, I'll have to break a lot of old rules and expectations. I send prayers to Ojay and Jaya, and then we're up. The roof is woven driftwood, open on all sides to a view of endless ocean, sparkling in patches where the sun shines through breaks in the clouds. 20 ancient women stand to my left in colorful dresses, while another 20 monks stand on the far side of the roof, a breeze rippling their identical gray robes. No, not just gray, they're banded in violet, the same shade as my eyes. I smile. Maybe my brethren have changed. Still, the gap between them and the Theracans tells me they need to change more. I take a breath. There's only one way I'm talking with you here, I call, loud enough for both sides to hear, and that's all together. It was our divisions that led to our downfall in Surrey, and if you're too stuck in the old ways to change that, I don't have time to convince you otherwise. The floods are coming, and soon. I'm sure you've all seen that by now. 2 monks pause where they were stepping out to greet me, Yemlaw one of them. It's everything I can do not to rush over and start peppering him with questions. There'll be time for that. First, I have to start healing this division, still here after all that's happened. I hope this is what the Chronicles mean when they say the Tide Man will not the ways. But even if it isn't, it's what my heart tells me to do. Silence, on both sides. Some shuffling of feet. Astrea opens her mouth, and I hold up a hand. A few Theracans drift forward, maybe encouraged by the fact that Phelan and Ainma are already here, and I turn a questioning look on my brothers, wishing the roof was wet so I could berate them through the water bond. They get the message, and when Yemlaw starts walking, the whole troop of them follows. That's better, I say, when the 2 sides are together. There's still 2 paces between them, but I'm not going to have them holding hands and slapping backs on the first day. Now, thank you for I am Begdil, regent chosen of the loyalist temple of Ujjayi, the lead monk interrupts, voice dispassionate with concentration, and I want to make something clear. We will under no circumstances work with any witches until compensation is made for the blood they spilled at the usurper's wedding, and those witches who still have our blood are given over to us for safekeeping. My brief glimmer of satisfaction at the word usurper gets swallowed in anger when I hear his ridiculous demands. Before I can say anything, Phelan thrusts her head forward. Compensation? Certainly, as soon as you answer for all the assassinations carried out on our sisters over the years, both abroad and in Surrey. Don't play coy with me, woman, Begdil barks, even as Yemlaw opens his mouth. We know you were using novices to do the same, blood pushing them out into the city against their will. It's how you killed Alethea's own father, isn't it? A chill runs down my back at his words, because I know from Gaxna they were doing this, even as a sick pit opens in my stomach. I never learned how my father was murdered, and it doesn't change anything, but... I take a deep breath, centering myself, feeling the meeting start to unravel. There's no space for my feelings here, not if I want this meeting to bear fruit. I ice them hard. You're arguing like children, I say coldly. These are crimes of the old temple and the old guild house. You broke away from them because you didn't agree, because you wanted to be better. Don't you think the other side did the same? Begdil scowls. However they think they're different, they still have our blood, so they can start showing they're different by making recompense for it. We've taken new vows, Ainma says calmly, laying a hand on Phelan's arm. One of them is a promise to never take blood without consent again, because we regretted what happened that day. It was not in line with our integrity as Theracans. Vows, Begdil says coldly. What good is the word of a guild we know betrays its own members? Astrea stiffens beside me, and I can feel the tension in the air ratchet higher, each side glaring at the other. If I was ever on the fence about Begdil, I'm sure I dislike him now. Another, Ainma continues as though he hadn't spoken, is to never use that blood for violence, except out of self-protection. I have seen it, I speak up, to surprise on my brethren's faces. Astrea has traveled with us for a week now, and had many opportunities to abuse the blood she holds. She refused to, except for the one time it saved my life. If my word means anything to you, brothers, believe me when I say she, at least, has changed. The Theracans look appeased at this, but the scowls deepen among the monks. You can't really be siding with them, a younger monk says, and I'm surprised to see Ergina, my former classmate. Alethea, you know what they did. This whole thing could be an act. It isn't, I say, keeping my anger in check, and I'm not choosing sides. Don't you get it? There are no sides here. Just people who are willing to work together to survive, and the people who'd rather drown holding on to old grudges. I count myself on the former side, Begdil says, and in the cold logic of his voice, I hear what Astrea meant, about emotion and intuition needing a place in how we make decisions. But I cannot team up with people I do not trust. If you're ready to work with us, Alethea, we have many things to discuss. He turns, and the rest of the monks turn with him, most of them sharing his closed look. Something like panic wriggles out of my belly and circles my chest. This is not how this was supposed to go. "Wait," I call. "Yemla, stay. I would have words with you." "You will not," Begdil says, rounding on me. "There are no secrets in the new temple. You will have words with all of us, or none." Floods. I can't spill the kind of secrets I need to in front of all of them, not without a little more trust. "Yemla," I try again, seeing a willingness in my old trainer's eyes. "Please." He grimaces, glancing at Begdil. "It is as he says, Alethea. This would be best done altogether." The last of my hopes is about to collapse when I notice him glance at his left hand, which is moving strangely. His fingers stop, then start again as Begdil gives me a last dramatic pause. I catch my breath. Was that Theracant code? "Well," he calls, "are you coming?" I'm definitely not. The choice between his temple and these sisters is a false dilemma, and I'm not worried about not playing into their game. They both need me, and I need both of them together. But I pause as though I'm trying to decide, long enough for Yemla's fingers to drum out the pattern one last time. It is code. Pinky, index, and middle, forefinger, middle, index, index. My brain explodes with how and why a senior monk would know the guild's secret language. Even as it does, I fight hard to keep the smile from my face, because I've learned enough code to read what he's tapping. Boat. Midnight. 25. I let the monks go, frustrated but also relieved. Yemla is willing to talk, willing to go against his regent chosen to do it, and apparently willing enough to work with Theracants that he knows their code. I glance at Astresia and my other friends to see if any of them caught it, but they're all watching the monks go, looking distraught. "Wise choice," Phelan says, striding over to me. "The men can be brought into line with a firm hand, but we have pressing matters to take care of." I take a deep breath, meeting her ancient, sharp eyes. They remind me of Reggiana's, only less compassionate. How did this woman end up at the head of the new guild? "I'm sure we do," I say, joy at Yemla's 2 words feeling like holy armor. But I was serious when I said I will talk to all of you together or none of you. If your matters are truly pressing, then you will find a way to bring our brothers back to the table. A few sisters behind her suck in breaths. Phelan flicks her long braids over her shoulder. "You will not address me in that tone, young lady, not before you know what we're offering." "Training," I say, shifting the pack on my back. "Astresia has already gotten started. Thank you." Phelan shifts her scowl to Astresia for a moment before returning it to me. "Not just that. Your lover, Gaxana. Astresia is not the only one of us who holds her blood. We were monitoring her before she escaped and have conferred on her condition. We do think we can heal her given time, but that will depend on you." The pressure in my skull climbs at every word. "Depends on me? What kind of Theracants are you to withhold treatment from someone who needs it? And you were monitoring her? As in, you knew she was trapped down there and you did nothing? Just observed, thinking maybe she'd make a good Ancha piece when the time came? Don't talk to me of bargains, woman. Friends?" I turn to my group, arrayed on both sides. "Let's find some place to stay." "You'll stay here with us, surely," Ainma calls, stepping forward. "Please, Phelan can be direct at times, but many of us are eager to meet you. We've come a long way, and we have quarters laid out for you and your friends downstairs. Food." "We brought our own," I say, partially because I'm too angry to imagine spending another minute with Phelan, and partially because I know I can't be seen as choosing sides by either party, or any chances of getting them to work together will wash downstream. If they haven't already. If they were ever there. If they are, I guess I shouldn't be a total brat to these women either. "I look forward to meeting you too," I amend to Ainma, "but I hope you'll understand now is not the time, politically." With that, I turn and head down the stairs. I'm pleased to see Astresia follow me. I was half worried she'd stay with the healers. "Well," Anon says, lighting a clove as we walk through the Theracant dormitory, "that went well." "Ha!" Akifte says, drawing out the word like he sometimes does. "That is not an alliance that can happen without blood. You should get Phelan and Begdil to battle. Let them spill their grievances in combat. Then their clans can unite." Isong scoffs, but it's actually not a bad idea. "I would," I say, taking the stairs out of the dormitory and back into the open levels of the tower. "And you're right, I think they need that, but I can't let either side think they're winning or losing. They're way too touchy for that. Plus, I know who would win. Unless Phelan has the blood of some of the other monks here, or Begdil himself, and a fight using Bloodborne would do nothing to restore trust with the monks. Phelan is old god from our time in Surrey, Estrija says. She's the eldest sister we have at the new guild house, but you need to change how you pick leaders, I say, descending a scratchy ladder of knotted kelp and driftwood. We do, she says from above me, but change like that doesn't happen overnight. I don't know if her words are meant as an admonition, but I don't feel apologetic about this either. Well, they kind of have to this time, on both sides, on all sides, or we end up living in Narimes' future. Speaking of future, Hanan drawls, were you planning on us climbing all the way up and down this tower every time somebody wants to talk? 'Cause I got a better way. I actually hadn't really gotten that far. I just knew we couldn't stay. Some leader. Staying down here? The level is nothing special, a few rotted floorboards and plants rooted in windblown dirt. Nah, he grins, staying over there. He nods down and out the open side of the tower, where the shorter one with the massive woman's face sticks from the water. I'm about to say that seems like 2 hikes when he pulls a rope from his back. Any doubts I had about his prowess as a thief are quickly put to rest as he throws it across the gap, deftly secures it, then slides over a 100-pace drop. We follow after he's secured the rope. Perfect, I say once we're all across. The top is coated in bird droppings, but the pearlers have built a minor shrine on the next floor down, and much of the flowstone walls remain, making it feel more secure than the Theracant's open-sided building, towering above us now. Tewo uncovers a stash of charcoal and starts a meal while Anan and Akifte work on securing the line across on a higher floor, so it will be easier to go back and forth. The sun is still mostly up in the sky, and impatience roils in my chest, thinking about waiting until midnight to talk to Yemla. Beautiful, isn't it? Isong asks, stepping up to where I stand at one of the gaps in the flowstone, looking at the low ruins of the western reef and the open expanse of ocean beyond it. Up here, the crash of the waves on the reef is just a steady shush. I don't think I was actually looking at it, I admit, but yeah, it is. Worried about the talk with Yemla? I told them all about his message on the way here. Worried about all of it. I sigh, part of me wanting to lean into him, and the rest of me not wanting the added complication. I've got enough complications right now. You can do this, he says, and I take a little comfort in the certainty in his voice, even if I know there's no way he can be certain. They both want you on their side, and they both want to stop the floods. I tug at my worn blacks. That's the frustrating part of it, I say, is that it should be easy, but they're both so loaded down with memories of how things were, they can't see how things are. He nods and we're quiet for a time, gazing out to sea. They look like cans to me, he says eventually. These towers. I can't help but look at them and find the fulcrums, the places I would hit if I were trying to knock them down. Spoken like a true Dale, I say, laughing. But I get what you mean. I need to find the fulcrums with the monks and Theracants too, figure out what will knock them together. I just have to stay focused enough to see it. There were a lot of emotions today, he says. Then, more tentatively, seems like the news about your father's murder was hard. It was, I say, feeling that sickness come back up. I let it run through me this time, from my forearms, through my chest, and out through the soles of my feet. Find the old grief that's behind it. I mean, I know he was murdered, I've known that for a long time, but I never found out how, or who, and if the Theracants did it. You're worried some of these women were involved. I sigh. I don't know. If they were, I'm sure they regret it now. I saw how it was at first when I read Estrija's thoughts. The ones who left Surrey had no idea where to go or what to do, but they wanted a break from the old guild badly enough to leave anyway. But yes, at the same time, it's hard to think about allying with people who would do that. Or have done that, I guess. He nods, glancing at me and then back out to sea. There's something else, too? Floods, but this man knows me. I sigh and let the sick feeling I'd been trying to keep iced melt too, grateful at least I feel safe enough to do it with him here. I don't know if I told you this, but those kind of murders were the reason Gaxna ran from the guildhouse years ago. Why she put out her own eye. They'd forced her to do one, to a monk. I can't go on. He sucks in a breath. You think it might have been your father. The sick, twisting feeling in my guts is too strong to speak for a minute, too intense for me to sort it out, so I just breathe, until strands of grief and betrayal and fear unwind, like snakes pulled from a nesting pit. Grief, still, that my father is gone. Betrayal at the thought of Gaxna knowing she'd done it, or even suspecting, and not saying anything. Fear at the thought of what that means for us when I see her again. If this is the last nail in a coffin I never wanted to build. Yes, I say finally, and I know it shouldn't matter. She didn't have any choice in it, but... He just nods and puts an arm around my shoulders, and I feel the snake of grief slither through my chest, and then I'm crying and leaning into him, and it hurts, but I know my tears are the only way this snake is getting out of me, so I just let them come. Let myself lean into him even if that's confusing too. Let myself have needs too, just for a minute. He strokes my hair and whispers things in my ear I can't even hear over my own sobs until they die down. I keep my arms around him after they do, letting the twin urges to apologize and to pull his lips to mine pass through me without grabbing either. I will figure this out. I'll figure this all out. But first I need to talk to a monk named Yemla. "26. Anon guides me across the rope bridge in the silver light, the waxing moon casting the shadows of ruined towers long across the water. It's bright enough that the climb down the Therakin Tower is not hard. He stops at the level above the boats, fishing in his pockets for a clove. "Figure I'll stop here," he says. "Shout if you need anything." He still doesn't have the playfulness he used to with me, but I'm just grateful he's here at all after what happened with Gaxna. "Thanks, Anon. I will." I descend and untie our boat, relieved to see it's still there. All it would take is someone stealing the boats, or untying them even, to put us in deep water. I make a note to myself to pull ours up to higher ground. I push off and row out. The sea is calm tonight, ruins acting like a massive reef to still the waves that roll further out. Moonlight sparkles on the water, and it looks so inviting that I almost run my fingers through it. Almost, but after so long out of the ocean, that little touch might pull me into an immersion, and I need to stay focused. Still, it's calming to be so close to the waters, like I can feel the ancestral mind keeping me afloat. I can feel the presence of history, too, in the looming ruins around me, and the knowledge of how much more lies in the water beneath me. I wish I could feel reverence for them, like Tewo does, but all I feel is fear that the same will happen to us. And maybe, behind it, the deeper question of why. Why our God would keep killing us if that's who's doing it. Why he or she, they, hasn't ever saved us from it, if not. Urte would probably tell me I'm the proverbial man worrying about who threw the spear, and what kind of wood it's made from, and what the diameter of the shaft is, rather than focusing on getting it out. But in my gut, I suspect finding the answers to these questions will be the key to surviving the next floods, especially if it isn't our God who's doing it. Water shushes around oars, and I turn to see a dinghy nose from the shadow of the monk's tower, Yemla at the helm. His face is as lined as Urte's was, with the same clarity of gaze all our elder seers get, and his back is upright as he rows, hands steady on the oars. Here is one who never gave up the physical meditations. I smile, feeling all the anticipation and worry of the last few days wash out of me in simple familiarity. I was never as close to him as to Urte, but the former theocrat was still one of my favorite trainers, and never gave me the sense he resented my presence in the temple, like so many did. "Waters lift you, Alethea Viola," he says, voice close across the water. "And currents carry you, Yemla Maindwin," I answer with a smile, catching the side of his boat and drawing it close. "I've waited a long time to talk to you." He loops a knot between our oar latches, to keep the boats from separating. "So I gathered from your original river post. I admit to a certain curiosity as to what an old man could do for one such as you." I remind myself he has no idea what I've been doing, or maybe even where I've been, just that I made a scene at Norimis's wedding, then disappeared. "It has to do with the immersions," I say, and take a deep breath. It feels hard to even remember where this started. My father left a note with the Therakins, warning me of the floods and his enemies, and saying the key to stopping the flood was in his copy of the immersions. You know that he spent a lot of his last years studying them. "Sturgjon was always obsessed," Yemla says with a chuckle, "even as a novice. I was already a full seer then, you understand, but often tasked with watching over the boys during study sessions. Your father always had his head deep in something, but half the time it would be a text on the floods rather than his assigned work. And after he immersed, well, He must have seen something down there that confirmed his suspicions. It was a big part of the reason he rose to Chosen, his vision for the future. I didn't know, I say, fascinated despite my other questions. So the temple believed him that the floods were coming? Some, Yemla says, folding his hands together under his sleeves. Some were just caught up in his passion, and for being a scholar at heart, he had a talent for forging political bonds. Your father, well, what's done is done now. His death must have been devastating to you, but it was a huge loss to our faith as well. I shake my head. That's nice to hear. Those are the things Narime's told me led to my father's downfall, Heresies around the immersion, collapsing trade, collusion with the Theracants. Yemla nods. He certainly had his detractors as well. Anyone with a vision will. He gives me a penetrating gaze at that. But you didn't come here to talk of the past. Part of me longs to, now that we've gotten started. I know so few people who knew my father. The last one was Hiana. No, but answer me one question first. How did you learn the Theracant code? That, he chuckles, just a thing of my youth. The temple and guild were not always as separate as they are now. Or, well, maybe Narimes and Miara have reunited them, though I can't see it lasting. When I was still a novice, interfaith games were common, and young novices such as I knew which fountains to seek out in the city, where we might meet young Therals on a first-day night. I stare at him, trying to imagine this version of Saray. You weren't afraid of each other? Yemla laughs loud enough that it echoes from the steel walls to either side of us. Far from it. There was a friendly competitiveness, sure, but as we got older, we'd occasionally grow sweet on each other, too. His fingers tap on the boat's edge, just slow enough for me to make out, that's where I learned this. I just can't picture it. He sighs. Growing up in the last years of your father's reign and the first of Narimes's, I don't imagine you can. But all things change. You know that, Alethea. This present gap between temple and guild that has us on different towers despite common enemies is just another moment in a wave. A trough, I'd like to think. I get a strange moment of déjà vu, remembering when Yemla first taught me the concept years ago in a stuffy brick room in the third-year addition to the temple's east side. Him patiently explaining that though things look permanent, they are in fact always changing, like a drawing of a wave versus the actual thing. That a crest will become a trough and a breaker smashed to surf, only to reform again. And underneath, it's all the same water. I hope it is, I say. Any idea how we pull out of it? One of the things I would add to the concept, if I was ever a trainer, is that we can affect how those waves break and reform, even if we're girls raised to think they're misfits and heresies from day one. Yemla is silent for a moment, and I can see his focus go inside. I settle too, returning to my breath as I would do in meetings with my mentors, bringing ourselves to the clearest states to have the best possible communication. I was there at Narimes's wedding, he says at last. You made a strong case against him, and there was no denying the proofs you showed in the water. Do you know why he still won? Because the temple was too prejudiced to see past my gender, and the fact that I'd talked to Theracants while I was searching for answers. Yes, Yemla says, yes, that was certainly part of it. But Narimes had a vision, has a vision. A toxic one, yes, and one that depends in large part on tearing down the progress that your father and the chosen before him made, in bridging the divide between monk and Theracant, but still a vision, a call back to the past, but also a path for the future. Domination over Saray and an end to the civil war. He sighs, gazing out at the silent ruins. He's even achieved some of it, albeit at a high cost. I can see that, I guess, but what does it have to do with this parley? The rebels are floundering, Yemla says, a low wave rocking our boats together. Temple and guild. Begdil wants to attack Saray and take the city back, and Phelan wants to start a new guild there in the Highlands. She has the better of the two ideas, if you ask me, but they're both just reactions. What we need is action, a different vision. And I think you have that in the floods. So I need to sell them on the danger of the floods? It seems like they're all pretty aware of it. The new temple is, at least, and the Theracants seem to be as well. But no, not the danger, on your vision for ending it. Without that, without some vision of a future where we work together, we will end up falling back into our old patterns and hurts, as we did today. I nod, spotting a ship passing in the far distance. And each side will paint me as part of the other. Or claim you, he shrugs. I think we've both, separately, realized how much our visions point to you. But I gather that's not what you want. I don't. That's not who I am. I'm not a full seer, not even a novice theracant. And you know what? I don't want to be, if the institutions are still like the ones I left. Both traditions have so much to offer, but they also need to wake up if they're going to be part of what gets us through this flood. To reunite. I stop, realizing I may have gone too far for this old Ujjayan monk, no matter how forward-thinking he seems. And yet, this is what the Chronicles say we need to be. United. Yemla nods after a moment. Yes, that kind of vision. A threat and a solution. Present that to the parties, and if nothing else, in arguing against it, they will realize they are not so different from each other. But more so, I think they will see a future in you rather than just their visions. That is how you lead them. Or how your father did, anyway. I can't help thinking of how I have been leading my team. Have I been doing it with vision? I shake my head. Stop the floods first. Worry about leading people later. I shift on my dinghy's hard bench. Have you read the Chronicles? Some of them, yes. Some that were redacted from the official document, too. Like your father's. I realize with a start that my dad's own immersion isn't in the Chronicles, though it falls in the same time period. I suck in a breath, mind spinning with the possibilities. What did he see that made him so passionate about the floods? Why was his record cut, but Yemla's left in? Would all my questions have clear answers if I just had the full Chronicles? A shard of ice runs down my spine. Does Narimes have them? No matter. I have the author of Entry 11 here, in front of me, now. Your immersion has become one of the key passages in my study of the Chronicles, I say slowly, icing the fear and hope that rise up at what he might say next. Do you remember any more of it than what they recorded? I don't think any monk forgets his first immersion, the old man says. I remember. What do you want to know? Specifically, I say, pulse quickening in my neck, the line about the eye that can quell the coming inundation, the one born in the unity of ways. He nods. I take a breath, trying to stay ahead of my excitement and worry. Have you heard of the monocle? Read of it in the Chronicles? Yemla shakes his head. A monocle? You think it's connected to the eye I saw? I jump at that. Yes. Did you see it? Did you see all the things you recorded, or were they more like words that came to you? They were visions. I think most immersions are. And do you remember what things looked like? Yemla refolds his robes, gaze growing distant. The eye I saw weeping was in the night sky. Ujay's eye, except much larger, and a pale gold instead of red. Almost more of a stone. You know how visions are. They can be many things at once, in a way that regular sight is not. Yes, I say, drinking in every word, letting the excitement race through me to outpace the worry. He saw the monocle. He remembers. Do you remember the unity of ways, too? If that was people uniting, or a craftological way of building the monocle, or something else? He exhales, not a sigh, but the intentional breath of a seer, clearing his thoughts. I have not thought about that in a long time, but yes, I do. It was none of those things. Or all of them, but not primarily people or things. It is more like one thing, and one person. The monocle, I breathe. That has to be the thing. The pale gold stone you saw. And the person, is that the craftologist that makes it? The Tide Man? Even as I say it, my heart twists. Gaxna was right. She wasn't trying to lead me off to my death. We should have kept going. No, Yemla says, and my heart twists again. Perhaps a craftologist could make a monocle, but the one in my vision was old, a relic. But I knew in the vision that it was useless without someone to control it, someone who had united the ways. The Tide Man. But what does that mean? What ways? The same ways as always, he chuckles. The ways we walk as seers, and the ones I imagine the sisters walk as well. The internal ways. Meditations, then? I've been seeing connections between what the temple taught me and Estrita's lessons. Like a new way of seeing? Yes, he says, but it was more than that. A whole body, whole mind thing. I wish I could tell you what exactly, but I spent years trying to figure that out and never came up with an answer. Had started to chalk it up to an old man's dreams, honestly, until you brought it up. What else would it be? Magics? Like a unity of bloodwork and water sight? Yemla shakes his head. I don't know. I got the sense that the unity would be different for each person. But yes, for us, I think that would be part of it. Okay, it's a place to start. And someone needed to have done all that to use the monocle? He nods. I let out a deep breath. As daunting as it sounds, at least it will be equally so for my enemies. And the monocle, do you have any idea where it is? Saray, he says simply. The one I saw was in Saray. I suck in a breath. Isong was right. Saray is the center. Where? Does someone have it? I doubt it, he chuckles. Not unless they can dive deeper than the thickest-chested pearler. What do you mean? I mean it is in drowned Saray, the ruins beneath the bay. I frown. Ruins? The Fist of Ujjayi, Yemla says. You didn't think it was out there by itself. I goggle at him, trying to process this. There are more ruins down there? Under the bay? A whole city, we think, he says. Most of it buried in sand and waste now. But a city as big as this one, or bigger, before the flood. I saw it in my vision. Floods. But how do we get them? Even as I ask it, I remember Tewo's story about the Dale's ships coming to their dive site, how they had craftological diving gear. And I suddenly think I know which section of the bay Yeolat wanted exclusive access to. Scabs, I curse. We have to get to Saray. His eyebrows lift. And if you have not united your ways, what good will that do? It'll keep the monocle out of the hands of my enemies, at least. Well, there you have your vision, he says with a peaceful smile. I don't know how he can be peaceful right now, but then maybe that's why I never would have made a good seer. And the plan that will unite them, the monks and Theracans. I laugh. I'd almost forgotten them. I was ready to leave tonight. I mean, the main thing is, we can't let Narimes or Miara get the monocle first, or Yeolat. They have to be searching for it. I hate knowing Isong was right, and I kept holding off because I needed to be sure. We could have been in Saray by now. Weeks ago, by ship. Yemla refolds his hands in his sleeves. Whether they have it or not, you won't get into Saray without help. Not with your eyes, and the usurper looking for you the way he is. You still need us, especially if they already have the monocle, because that will mean getting into the temple or the guild house to take it back. Much easier for us to do, whether it's one sneaking back in or a full-on war between old factions and new. I stare at him. War. Is that what this comes down to? What we'll have to do to save the world? Start a war? Everything in me rebels at the idea. He seems to read my thoughts. It's not what I would choose either, but at least it will bring us together. Shared enmity is another kind of vision, albeit a limited one. A crutch to give you time to sell us on uniting in truth. No, I say, sure in my gut, even as my head still spins through the possibilities. We are not starting a war with the people who should be our brothers and sisters. Not between the towers here, not between the guild and temple there, and not between Saray and the rebel factions. That would be kids fighting over shells with a tidal wave coming. We have bigger... He lays a hand on my arm, and in the sudden flood of information through our bond, one thing stands out. Boats. I turn and see what I missed hearing in my own excitement. Dark shapes slipping through the water toward us. 2 of them, emerging from the shadow of the nearest tower. Longboats. Full of men. Armed men. My stomach clenches. Yemla stands, balanced perfectly in his narrow craft. "Hold, strangers!" he calls out. "Who are you, and what is your business here?" A man in the front of the nearer boat gives a signal, and 12 oars snap to a halt, breaking the craft. He stands, pulling back a night-black mask to reveal his face. I already know what color his eyes will be from the strange elasticity of the cloth and the sleek lines of the longboat he rides. Pale eyes. Salem Dale eyes. I am Chon Gatlam, Captain 3rd Class in Her Excellency's Provisional Navy, come to take you and your rebel friends hostage or execute you. At your discretion. Crossbows raise among the men behind him. Yemla grabs my wrist. 27. One of the benefits of water sight is that it's fast. Speech moves at the painfully slow speed of throats and tongues. Unblinded water sight goes at the speed of thought. 2 boats, 13 men each, Yemla's thoughts read. Have to warn the others. High ground advantage once we do. They'll catch us if we just run, I think back. Shoot us. Need to slow them down. A moment's pause while the boats drift closer and Chon waits for an answer, as more men train the Dale's impossibly powerful crossbows on us. The other advantage of water sight? It's silent. You distract, Yemla thinks, in pictures as much as words. I'll shoot a hole. On 3. 1. Good sir, I call, starting the distraction early. There must be some mistake. We are pilgrims from the pearls, seeking only cleansing and prayer here. 2. We have intel from the highest sources, Chon responds, unmoved. You have at least 2 parties of rebels here, one from the witches and another from the rebel temple, both of which are under censure of Surayan. 3. We dive, he to the left and I to the right. I hear bolts shatter wood even through the rush of water in my ears, and turn to see moonlight streaming through new holes in our dinghies. Good. I was counting on that. I dive deeper, Yemla's mind still there in the water, unblinded, kicking down and out toward the farther boat as lines of bubbles trace more bolts, shooting into the water around us. Praise Ujay they can't see us in the dark. The immersion mind is there too, in the water, calling to me after so many weeks away. I cannot give in to it, not now, though I long as ever to see my father, my mother, and all my teachers waiting there. I kick myself deeper, under the first boat and out to the second, a 12-legged insect on the surface above. Ready, Yemla's thoughts come from the far side of the craft. I kick up, thrusting with my arms and wriggling with my body in a short swimming sprint we call Dolphin's Crest. It carries nearly my whole body out of the water, like a fish jumping at sunset. I shout, and 13 startled pairs of eyes swivel to me, their crossbows following a moment later. I start to fall as Yemla crests on the far side, coming all the way out of the water, and in the moment before I submerge again, before 6 bolts fly over my head, I see him grab the bow of the man nearest him. I thrust down in Seagull's beak, 1 bolt rushing past my ear, and read in the water as much as hear Yemla come back down. Got it, he sends. Ready? I send that I am, and wait for the metallic snick of him firing the bow underwater to start another crest. A crunch sounds, and I pray the shot was powerful enough to knock a hole in the bottom of their boat like it did ours. I shoot out of the water again, angling toward the boat. As we hoped, the men are confused, one of them howling and clutching his foot. I grab the bow of the man nearest to me, distracted like the rest, intending to take it back with me into the water to shoot the other boat. He keeps his grip instead. My descending weight pulls him against the side of the boat, and we get stuck there, bow between us. I curse. The bow fires, jerking in my hands and shooting harmlessly into the water. Another head turns toward me, and I let go before I get shot, the bow useless to me now anyway. So much for distraction. I Seagull's beak under the boat to avoid the next shot, and see Yemla kicking for the monk's tower. Good enough, he sends. We can't risk more. Use the high ground. Send men, if you can, I send back. Without Bloodborne, the Theracans will not be up to this fight. Perhaps this will be the cooperation we need, his thoughts come, growing distant as we swim toward opposite towers. Your father would be proud of you, Alethea. His words are so unexpected, so out of place in the focused, battle-heightened awareness of my mind, that they hit like a crossbow bolt to the chest. I let whatever it is out, love or grief or gratitude, my tears hot in the chill water. I feel an echo of pride from the ancestral mind around me before I grip the wood stairs and pull myself out, focusing on everything I need to do to keep my allies alive tonight. Anon waits at the top, a knife in one hand. I'd forgotten all about him. Saw it all, he says briefly, begging Frost Eyes. Here, grab this. He jerks his head at a protruding part of the driftwood stairway, and I just have time to take hold before he slashes through the last support for the stairs, and they come loose in my hands. In our hands. He has the other side. Pull, he grunts, but I'm already leaning back against the weight. Gonna be a lot harder for them if they can't just put the stairs back up. I have a moment to reflect on how brilliant Anon is, how resourceful he is under his carefree shell, as we drag the cumbersome thing up the hole. Praise Ujay, he decided to stay with us. Come on, he says once it's up. We should have time to get to our tower and cut the rope. They won't even notice us in the fight. He's probably right, but I know in my heart I'm not doing that, well before I can think through the reasons. You go, I say as we scramble up the first wooden kelp ladder, then pull it up behind us. I've got to warn the women. He looks back sharply as we run to the next. The witches? They don't stand a chance. They have the high ground, I say, running up an ancient set of stairs and balancing across the bare beams beyond. And they'll have me. Thea, no, he says, spinning on me in the half-light. You can't. I take his hand. I'll be okay. I'll dive off if I have to, all right? But I'm not leaving them behind. This is who I am, Anon. I almost say sorry, but the insight that comes with deep breathing tells me I'm not, so I don't. I'm not lying to Anon. He just nods after a moment. A crazy hyena is what you are, he says, but there's a grin on his face. Come on. We make a mad dash up the rest of the floors, pulling up ladders and ruining stairs where we can, though I know none of it will stop the Dale long term. When we get to the floor where our rope is tied, I squeeze his hand. Be careful, okay? Tell them to sit tight. I'm going to need you to get the monocle if the Dale win tonight. Drown Saray. Tell Isong it's in Drown Saray, okay? I will, he says, dark eyes reflecting the moonlight. We will. Now go, crazy hyena. I go, pacing myself up the rest of the floors as the breath starts to get thick in my lungs. I don't stop to sabotage any more stairs or ladders. We'll need them for retreat. Because I know there's going to be some retreating. The women are already up when I get to the top, dressed and even armed, a few of them, though I've never seen a Therican fight. The situation, girl, Phelan snaps as I clear the stairs. How many, and what intent? 26, I say, or maybe 25. Dale, here to capture or kill us. They don't care which. She clucks her tongue. Miara or Ydaimla. They must have seen through our story for coming here. They're the only ones with enough blood to see a pattern. And seen through it fast to get those clippers here so quickly, Ainma adds. They're Dale ships, Phelan scowls. They might only need a day or two. There are more ships, someone cries. Where? Phelan opens her mouth to answer, and I cut her off. Doesn't matter, I snap, even as my heart sinks at the news of clippers. Of course they didn't come here in those longboats, any more than we came in dinghies. If you're stabbed, you get the spear out first, figure out who threw it later. Phelan stares like I've slapped her. Good. It's about time these women stopped looking at me like a child. I sabotage the bottom half of the tower on the way up, I say in the silence that follows, but it won't hold them. We need to get down there, and to use the high ground advantage for everything we can. There are only 13 of them if the other boat goes for the monks. We outnumber them. We can do this. We'll need Bloodborne, Phelan says grimly. Girls, how many of you can bring one across the waters? I realize what she's saying with a sickening lurch. No, you will not take control of the monks over there. Not if you ever want their cooperation again. Not if you ever want mine. We can do this. We just need to start now and maximize our advantage. Bring what weapons you have. We can find things to drop below. I start back down and realize that no one is following me. Instead, they all look to Phelan, who's still staring and scowling. Fine, I snap. I'll do it myself while you all debate whether you should abuse your only allies against the flood. Sounds about like what you've been doing since Saray, doesn't it? That gets a reaction. Ainma and 7 or 8 others start after me, despite indignant splutters from Phelan. Good enough. Hopefully more will follow, but I can work with 7 or 8. I hurry them back down the tower, sounds of battle already echoing from across the water. I send a prayer to Ujay that my brethren overwhelm their attackers quickly and send reinforcements. The high ground will mean a lot in this fight, but it will only take a few Dale climbing the outside girders to surround us, and I doubt these women will be much help in an actual fight. Not to mention Chan sounding perfectly happy to kill us if it was easier. We get to the floor where I left Anon, and I feel a small measure of relief that the rope is gone. At least my friends will be safe. If this all goes wrong, they know where to go. Hopefully, Yemla survives to guide them. I clench my fists, frustrated for a moment that I'm here and not with them. I ice the emotion. I made my choice, and there's no room for doubt now, or anything but cold focus. We go down one more floor, to the top of the first sabotage stairs. I run to the edge. Boat's already tied up, I call. So much for my hope of dropping something big from up here and sinking them. Gather anything heavy. We try to wound them from above and retreat before they can find a way up and actually fight us. You and you, I point at the eldest of the women, pace the perimeter and look for climbers. They'll be the biggest danger of surrounding us and the easiest to drop things on. Right, they call. I scan the long side of the tower. No climbers so far. "We have 20 floors to retreat to before we hit the top," I call, as much to encourage them as to talk through strategy. This one is pretty obvious. If we take out a fighter every other time, we'll win without having to fight. We have the advantage here. Don't risk yourself unless it's a sure thing. Their faces are pale but determined. Theracants may not train for battle like we do, but they're hard women nonetheless. I find myself wishing Astresia was here with us. A tense stretch of time passes. I pace the rotted floors and exposed beams, listening to sounds of fighting from the far tower. The distance and shadows make it hard to see more than flashes of movement, but the fight appears to be climbing higher up the tower, so the monks are giving ground. That doesn't bode well for us. I send women to the floors above us to gather things to drop and center myself in my breathing. As the weight stretches, I risk melting some of the emotions I've iced so far tonight. I will do better if they're not clogging up my thoughts. Worry, gratitude, grief. "There," someone snaps. 3 floors down. I saw them. "Places," I call, and the strongest 2 women join me at the top of the girder where the ladder was, while others spread out to likely climbing spots. The floor is far from solid here. None of the floors are, so there are a lot of them. "Remember, we retreat to the next level on my order, or as soon as any of them are up, no matter what. We can do this." "We can do this," some of them repeat, and I have a brief moment of wishing I was in the other tower, fighting alongside the brethren I trained with. The ones who, even if they turned out to be scholars or politicians, still know the same forms and still observe the basic physical meditations. Jaya send these women have other ways to make up for it. "There," one of them calls, and I see a black-clad figure appear through the opening below. "Take a shot if you have it," I shout. "Remember, they have to drop their weapons to climb." A bolt clatters off the ceiling above me and I duck down, clutching a misshapen metal lump that meant something to the people who lived here 1,000 years ago. More bolts clatter off metal beams and ceilings. Then I hear a particularly female shout as the Theracant throws something down, rewarded with a male grunt a moment later. I grin, then an improvised ladder clacks against a girder near me. I run over, staying out of bowshot, and hurl the lump down, catching sight of a surprised face. I kick the ladder away, but 3 more appear elsewhere on the floor, one without a woman near it. "Retreat!" I call, just as the head of the woman I left near the main opening snaps back. A bolt sticks from one eye socket. I curse, shooing the others up the pearler ladder, then pulling it up behind us, another bolt clattering past us as we do. We grab the stockpiled things to drop, race to new positions, and once again score a few hits before a pale-eyed man climbs up an outside girder and manages to shoot a Theracant in the chest before we can retreat. "Retreat!" We fall into a rhythm, kicking ladders and doing what damage we can before retreating, our numbers bolstered by the women I sent to higher floors coming back down. At some point, I realize I should be trying to take the Dale ladders, and their pace slows as we manage to throw 2 of their 4 ladders off into the sea. In response, they send more climbers, and as our numbers dwindle, it becomes harder to police the long edges of the tower, even though the men are terribly exposed while they climb. We lose more women and start to give up floors faster, some of them before we can even really fight. Then Ainma takes a bolt to the knee, and we retreat past the last floor where we'd stockpiled things to throw. I can see where this is heading, and it's a standoff on the top floor that ends in my Theracant allies captured or dead. I kick a pale-eyed man in the head where he's nearly pulled himself up a girder, and call another retreat. Just 4 of us scramble up the ladder, of the 9 that started. Cold-hearted logic tells me I need to abandon this fight now. That I can survive a fall from this height in Seagull's Beak, and maybe salvage one of their longboats to make an escape with my friends, or join with the monks to mount a counterattack. The monks. Where the hell are the monks? A surprise attack from behind would end these men fast. There are maybe 6 left, but they're strong and disciplined and armed to the teeth, more than one of them pulling knives or needle-like swords when they get close. We retreat again, pulling a ladder up behind us, and I use the moment's respite it gives us to run to the edge and look. The monk's tower appears quiet, but I see no boats traveling across the water or tied to the dock at the bottom of ours. No help is coming. A boat noses from the shadow of a nearby building and my heart leaps. They are coming! Then I register its size and shape, not a hinterland craft, and the 12 oars that pull it are too synchronized to be anything other than Dale reinforcements. I curse, and a second longboat slides out of shadow behind it. I don't know about the monks, but we cannot stand another wave. I prepare myself to jump, icing the awful feeling that rises inside as women shout and curse behind me, still fighting their desperate fight. I should stay to help them, but the monocle is more important than these women, even if I need their alliance. Even if my gut says I can't unite the ways without them. Then I hear a clatter from above, and turn to find Phelan descending at the head of the rest of the Theracants, 10 or 11 of them, faces determined and hands full of heavy objects. My heart surges. Maybe we can win this. I run back, shouting the plan to them as we retreat to the next floor. To my surprise, Phelan shoos me up the ladder with a scowl when I shout at her to retreat already. "There are more ways to fight than just throwing things, girl," she says, then wraps a scarf around her face. "Go." I do, watching with curiosity as she waits for the first Dale to breach the floor, then hurls a handful of something from her coat pocket and scrambles up the ladder. "Retreat again," she calls as soon as she's up, "unless you want Wholesome in your lungs." Faces blanch around me, so I retreat as fast as they do. Hoarse coughs sound below us. Phelan shoos me on again, reaching inside her sleeve. "Wholesome?" I ask one of the younger Theracants, who watches from the top of the next level with a jagged shard of flowstone in her hands. "The first part of an asphyxiator," she says, "dilates the bronchioles. It'll only take a few grains of the fur pall she throws next to damage them all beyond repair." "So they'll all choke to death?" She nods. "It can take hours, but they should stop being a threat. We can go down and finish the rest once the air clears." Phelan casts a second cloud of dust from her fingers, then hurriedly climbs and snaps at us to get up one more level. "Fool girls! One breath of that and you'll feel winded the rest of your days. Or have you forgotten your toxicology? Get moving." We do, and stand tense at the top of a parlor ladder, the dormitory and roof just a few levels above us now, waiting for the next attack. It never comes. Instead, the next few minutes are filled with shouts and coughs and curses in a foreign tongue. A few of the women pull scalpels from their sleeves and wrap heavy cloths around their faces. "This Wholesome, I say. You have more of it?" "That was everything," Phelan says. "We didn't come expecting to need to poison anyone. Why?" Other aged faces look our way. I take a breath. Because there was a second wave of boats. To their credit, none of the women cry or groan at this. They accept it silently, like I'd expect trained seers to do, and a detached part of my brain wonders if they're all tracing their despair through their bodies like Astresia taught me. The rest of me focuses on the next important question. How long does the combo last? Will it take out the next wave, too, if they walk through it? Or can we cross back through those levels to gain ground before we have to fight again? "Has to be airborne," the younger one says. Jayla, I think her name was. "And fur pall in particular settles out fast. Wholesome will take longer, but it won't do much without the toxin. Make them cough a little, maybe." "Then we need to get back down," I say. "Get ready for the second wave." Silence follows that, and a lot of women avoiding my eyes. "It's time to consider surrendering," Phelan says grimly. "If capture is an option Miara gave them, she has a reason for it. Even if it's only interrogation and torture, we will still have the passage home to find a way out, and sisters in the Saray Guildhouse we might turn. It's better than death." My gut immediately says no, even as I hear fighting from the far tower. Their second wave is already engaged then. No help will come from them in time. If it ever was. The thought makes me furious and ashamed of my Ujayan brothers. "The way it sounded to me," I say, icing that and reasoning through my intuition, "their captain thought killing us would be a lot easier. If we get down there now, we can still capitalize on our high ground advantage. We have more women than Ainma and I started with, and if we push this wave back, I doubt the Dale will try attacking again. They're a logical people. They won't risk more men if they know we can't escape. We just have to make it through this last attack." More shouts and clangs of metal on metal echo from the far tower. "Antagonize them and we just make it more likely that they choose corpses over captives," Phelan says. "We've killed enough. I'm mother here, and I say we surrender." "Well, I'm not a daughter," I snap, "or whatever you call yourselves, but I say if you surrender here, you might as well surrender your new guild house, too. You're mostly upper circle women, right? What will the ones you left behind do, especially if Miara uses you as hostages?" It's not even a question in my mind, but I realize with a sinking feeling what it means for me and the visions of the Tide Man, of stopping the flood. I need to unite the ways if I'm going to use the monocle. And somehow, I doubt I'm doing that if I have to unite Sears with Miara's guildhouse instead of Phelan's. The white-haired woman's mouth draws to a bloodless line while I talk, and the sounds of fighting grow more pronounced. Surrendering is not the same as giving up, girl. You're scared, I say, turning from Phelan to face the other women around us. You're worried, you're grieving the ones we've lost, maybe. I get it. But look inside. Doesn't your heart tell you I'm right? Your intuition? Who will you trust more here, a mother left over from the old guild house, or the girl your visions tell you has the power to stop the floods? It's blunt, but from the sounds of that fighting, I need something blunt right now. Every minute we waste here is another floor the day'll get closer, without resistance. I can get myself out, but if I don't save these women, I don't see how their guildhouse survives the fallout. Faces shift at my words, and I think for a second I have them. Don't try to usurp my power, girl, Phelan growls, or tie me to that lying excuse for a bloodworker, Miara. I am dedicated to our cause and true to our ideals, and I say the more we kill here, the worse it will be for us. I ice my frustration hard, hearing steps echoing up from our own tower now. Fine, I growl. You want to give up? Go ahead. I think our cause is worth fighting for, and anyone who feels the same way is welcome to join me. I jerk the chunk of flowstone JLo is holding from the floor and stalk down the stairs, half determined to just fight them or die trying. My hands itch for a real fight, not this ambushing and retreating nonsense. I need to smash some faces. I hear steps from behind me, but more importantly, coughing from below. Floods. That means some of them have reached the Halsum level at least, 4 floors down. I quicken my pace, even as my training tells me 4 floors is not enough, not without projectiles prepared and the entire force of women around me, ready to fight. And so these Thericans die, and so their guildhouse falls, and so I fail to unite the ways, and so the world drowns. I stop trying to ice the frustration inside and resolve to smash at least one Dale's face before I jump from the side of the tower like a coward. Maybe all of them. I know in my gut that jumping is just a different kind of giving up, even if there's no point in staying. I hate everything about this. Footsteps sound on the floor below, not even trying to be stealthy, and anger flows like a hot river through my arms, gripping the jagged flowstone. A ladder hits and I run toward it, raising the rock high. A head clears the floor. I almost trip in my shock. I know this man. Isong? "28. Yes, he shouts, ducking as I lose the flowstone in my fight to stay upright. It slams to the floor. It's me, and Anon and Ikifte and Tewo. What are you doing here? I ask stupidly, as my frustration and anger wash out and I put the pieces together. The echoes I thought were coming from the far tower, the clang of metal on metal, which wouldn't make sense if it was Ujayan's staffs against Dale's steel. You saved us? Isong climbs up. Looks like you didn't need much saving, but yes, when we saw the second wave, we decided to climb over and attack from below. Mostly a Kifte, he means, Anon drawls, coming up the ladder next. Man has a death wish with that lava staff. Not a death wish, Kifte answers from below, holding a staff that glows white-hot. A rebirth wish. They will sing of this one for 100 years. The 5 companions saving their woman from the frost ice in the dead of night in Serante. Remember that one of them is a frost ice, Isong says, but without heat. And hopefully they'll remember me as more than their woman, I add, but mostly I'm just relieved to see them and can't help grabbing the closest ones in a hug. So they're all dead then? The second boat? On this tower anyway, Isong says, pulling me in just as tight. And the ones you left below. When did you start being a hugger? Anon asks, voice muffled where his face is pressed into my shoulder. You were never a hugger before. Not that I'm complaining. I don't know, I laugh, tears of relief finding their way out of my eyes. Jaya, but I'm glad to see my friends. It just feels right. Come here, I say, releasing Isong and Anon to grab Tewo and Ikifte. I realize who's missing as I do it. Is Astrija okay? Where is she? Tending the wounded, Isong says. We found 3 or 4 women still alive down there. The Thericans behind me bustle at this, heading down to help. Well, thank you, I say, all of you, even if you're idiots and you should have tried to escape while the Dale were distracted. No one left behind, Akifte says, thumping his tattooed chest. Remember? I do, but a shard of guilt comes with my love for these people, thinking of Gaxna. And escape's not going to be easy, Isong says. They have 3 clippers out there, and they will be watching day and night. So we wait until night, I say. We can get past them. Not with astrometers, Isong says. They were new when I left the mountains, but I'm sure they're standard issue now. Astrometers? Spy glasses that work in the dark. They see heat instead of light. Begging craftologists, Anon mutters. Of course they do. Then we will have to fight, Akifte says. It is the only way. Isong's look tells me how likely we are to win a fight. But before I can say anything, Phelan comes down the stairs, the rest of the Theracans behind her. Alethea, it appears your second boat never came? My friends took care of it. You remember Isong and Anon and Tewo and Akifte? The gladiators? Phelan scowls. This would have been handled otherwise, but it's done now. The Dale are all dead? Isong clears his throat at this. The attackers are all dead, Madam Theracant. I'll thank you not to make this an ethnic issue. It's not, she says shortly, scowling and clutching something in one of her sleeve pockets. It's a matter of principles and leadership. It would be hard to miss who she's glaring at, and at this particular moment, I don't really care. All the frustration I felt at her hesitation a few minutes ago comes roaring back. You're right, I snap. It is. When your sisters and your entire principles are under threat, a leader acts. And when the world you're living in is under threat of an apocalyptic flood, a leader does what it takes to stop that. Even if that means going downstairs to risk her life while the people she's fighting for stay behind because the woman who's supposed to be leading them says they should wait to be captured and killed instead. Phelan's nostrils flare, and a part of me braces for a slap. I hope she tries. Your insolence, she says eventually, will be the first thing we train out of you once you're back in the guild house. My insolence kept me alive when the temple I was training under wanted to tell me it was wrong too, so if your training program is doing the same thing, I'll pass. I pause, amazed for a second at how easily the words are coming. Maybe I just need to get angry. Then more come. Is gratitude a thing you teach your novices? Because as far as I can tell, 4 complete strangers just saved all our lives, and all you've done is complain. Phelan's mouth opens and closes again, and the sisters behind her are looking wide-eyed between the 2 of us. Apparently, not many people speak to the mother this way. Looks like more of them should. I would add, Isong says coolly, that one of your own is down there right now, saving your sister's lives because she decided to come and fight rather than wait and be captured. So if all you see are gladiators and Dale here, maybe you can look to your own ranks for some inspiration on what leadership is. I led the remainder of my sisters down when it was hopeless, Phelan says, low and intense. I remembered Halsam and Furbane, and I took the risk of spreading it because I wasn't willing to put them at risk. Took the risk of coming to Serante at all, despite knowing this might happen, so don't lecture me about leadership. Before she can say any more, calls come for help down the stairs, and we all band together to make stretchers of our clothes and scraps, and carry the sisters too wounded to walk up to the dormitory, where the Theracans can give better aid. I'm shocked to see Ainma back on her feet, if walking with an improvised crutch. You were shot in the knee, I say. I saw it. How are you better? Blood work, she smiles, and I'm not better. I'm just holding the ligaments and bone shards in place until I can lie down, and dulling the pain messages meanwhile. You'll learn. She squeezes my shoulder. We were right to come. You're everything the visions promised, and more. My heart swells after the bitter exchange with Phelan. At least some of these women are decent. I was beginning to think Astresia was the only one. The important thing is, they survived. The Theracans are still here to parley with the monks. There is still a chance to unite the ways and to start building the kind of alliance my gut tells me we need to survive what's coming. The question is how. The sun is cresting the horizon by the time we get to the top. While Theracans build fires and gather water for bandages, I walk with my friends to the edge of the roof. 3 sleek black shapes float in the water beyond the last ruins, Dale clippers, like I'd see in Surrey. Did any of them make it back, I ask, mind beginning to turn over what comes next. Were the boats still there when you climbed up? Did you steal any? We came by rope, Isong says. I don't actually know what's down there, though isn't that a longboat tied under the monk's tower? It would make sense, because I doubt my Ujayan brethren left any of them alive, or gave them a chance to retreat. The thought makes me furious, imagining them watching from across the water while we battled for our lives. We need to make sure, I say, focusing. Need to secure those boats if they're there. Whatever plan we figure out to escape this, boats are going to be critical. We could make it to land in a longboat. I don't think any of us would want to try in a dinghy. On it, Anon says. Be careful, I say, catching his hand before he can slip away. The Dale might have left traps down there. Alethea, this is the Scourge of Duran you're talking to, remember? I watch for traps like dogs hunt for scraps. Besides, he grins, I should have been dead a long time ago, right? He slips away, and I let the mixture of love and worry and relief wash through me. Akifte clicks his tongue. The monastics appear to have survived all right. I frown. How can you tell? Fire, he says. Can't you smell it? They are burning charcoal, so there's no smoke, but you cannot mistake the smell, especially up here. I inhale, straining for it, but smell has never been my strongest sense. Still, I believe him. Boiling water for morning tea, probably, I growl, the old daily rituals still fresh in my mind. Ablutions, recitations, tea ceremony, breakfast, then lessons. I imagine them over there, sitting around the boiling teapot with serene faces while we tend our wounded and count the dead. My fists clench. My first instinct is to run across the rope connecting the towers and yell at them until they see reason. My second instinct tells me that would do more harm than good, and I force myself to take a deep breath, then another. A leader. I need to be a good leader. One keeps looking from the window, Akifte says, still watching. The one you met with last night. Yemla? He does? I spin. Where? It takes Akifte pointing it out for me to see, and I marvel again at the sharpness of the man's senses. I wave, and Yemla waves back, then I hold my hand up high and make the code for come over. He signals something back, but it's too far to make out. Did you catch that? Monks are planning, he said. Need to plan together, I signal back, and Akifte reads, I'll try, before Yemla disappears. I pace the rooftop as I wait for more news, mind spinning with different plans, all of them equally meaningless until I hear from Anon or get the monks over here. We're going to need everyone's help if we want to get past those ships, and the cynical part of me recognizes that this is the shared enmity Yemla talked about last night. The kind of simple vision that will bring people together. We're under threat, so we unite to beat them back. I can use that. I just have to get them to see that once we're out, that we still share an enemy in the floods. And hopefully by the time that's done, Theracans will be teaching monks to code and novices will be snogging behind the fountains again, like Yemla says they used to. And somewhere in that, I'll figure out how to unite the ways inside, too. Monks appear on the far tower, walking in solemn procession, and I'm relieved to see the first of them grab the rope and start swinging his way across. It's ridiculous that we're on separate towers at all, and the process is painful because the rope can only bear the weight of a few people at a time. We could at least build a floating rope bridge, I mutter. As monks gather on the roof, Theracans start to come up from below. If there was distance between the two parties yesterday, it is double today, with the monks watching steely-eyed and the Theracans glaring across the distance. Floods. How can supposedly self-aware people still act like such children? That reminds me to take a breath. I trace the anxiety and frustration in me up from a tense diaphragm to my heart, and the deep-seated wish I have to bring these factions together so I can get the monocle. And find, deeper than that, a deep-seated wish to heal these factions, to end the kind of prejudice I faced growing up in the temple. And as I breathe with that, letting those same emotions flow out of me in the Ujjayan way, I remember Yemla's advice about uniting based on a vision. I'm starting to think I have one now, even beyond stopping the flood. It starts with me uniting the ways, seeing in these people the future I want for them, rather than the troubled past we've had, the hurts they've put on me. So I force myself to greet the monks as they trickle over. I know most of them by name, the rest of them by sight, and roll in the faith. Between doing that, I cross to the far side of the rooftop and introduce myself to the Theracans I don't know personally, thanking them for what they did in the fight. It's reassuring. Individually, everyone seems fine and amicable, even if they glare daggers across the roof. It's collectively, somehow, that we get stupid. Which is too bad, because we need to get collectively smart. When the last monk is over, I don't raise my voice or make a long speech. I just hold out my hands. Friends, we've all been through a lot, and we've got more to do if we want to get out of this together. Come a little closer so we can hear each other? They do, if grudgingly, Phelan and Begdil seeming the least willing of the bunch. Thank you, I say when they're mostly in earshot. I intentionally keep my voice down to force them to get closer. Now, I think the best place to start would be with reports of what happened in each tower last night. Phelan scowls. You know what happened in our tower. We nearly died. What I have trouble believing is that you monks struggled as much. We defeated the intruders with minimal casualties, Begdal says, voice the even keel of Ujjayan concentration. Even keel with a smug edge in his case. And you didn't think to offer aid to us once you had? You didn't ask. I assumed you Thericans could take care of yourselves. We did, Phelan barks. Isong clears his throat at this, and I catch a few looks from the other Thericans, but I don't call her on it. Unity, I remind myself. The same reason I don't rage at Begdal's acknowledging that he didn't come help people in need. This enmity runs deep, and I need to walk carefully if I'm going to bridge it. And we did it, Ainma says, from where she sits with her knee bandaged and elevated, without calling any of your blood. Good that you didn't try, Begdal says, and I hear no trace of fear in his voice. Maybe no one here has his blood. They were decent, is what she means to say, I cut in, despite being in dire straits. Can you say the same? I rake a gaze over the monks there, 18 unless I miss my count. Women are dead downstairs because they opted not to abuse your bond. The least they could do, Begdal says, though I see a little more shame in the faces arrayed behind him, for leading the Dale to us. Excuse me, Phelan snaps, and I feel the conversation start to slip out of my grasp. We don't know, I start. Blood work, isn't that what you do? Begdal asks. Track people wherever they go, so you always know if you can make them blood-born or not. And don't all the witches in Saray have your blood like you have theirs? They could as easily have tracked you, Phelan says coldly. I believe Saray has a fair amount of your blood, too. Begdal glances back at his men, a little more smugness rising to the surface. They could have before we learned the block, but we've been holding our blood blinds steady since before we left the temple. There's no way they could know we're here. I suck in a breath. The monks know how to block blood? Impossible, Phelan snaps. There is no such thing as a blood blind. Or why would you have been raising such a stink about who has whose blood in the first place? Estresia clears her throat. Actually, Mother, it appears our former Theral Gaxana found a way. That's how she escaped the temple in Saray. And it should be possible, at least in theory. Go ahead, Begdal says, truly smug now despite his focus. Try it. Nothing happens. Nothing except Phelan curses, and a few other faces among the Thericans look surprised. You see, Begdal says, so it had to be you the Dale were tracking. And whatever advantage you thought you had over us in this parley, it's gone. Not good. I know this is not good, but the rest of me is spinning with the implications. If the brothers have figured out the blind, then they can teach me in Ujjayan terms. I can block Miara from blood-pushing me once she finds Yelen's connection, from tracking me or any of my team. I can teach them, too. This changes everything. But at the moment, it's only making things worse. Phelan and Begdal are openly arguing now, and anyone with any brains could tell there's no way to know for sure. One of the monks could have slipped in their concentration. I try saying that, shouting it, actually, but no one hears. Other Thericants and monks are joining in, and where common ground wouldn't bring them together, enmity presses them close, waving fists and shouting like a bunch of drunken porters. We're about 2 seconds from this meeting failing like the last one did, and obviously nothing I can say here is going to change it. I can't even shout over the noise. So I run. I run straight through the narrowing gap between the factions, toward the edge of the rooftop and the ocean beyond. I'm tempted just to jump. To make the fall in Seagull's Beak, trust the immersion to carry me under the Daewel boats and back toward shore, and make my own way to Saray. To do this all myself. It would be so much easier. Only my heart tells me I'm not up to it, even if I make it to land, that this is not something one person can do. So I leap up onto the crumbling edge of the ancient rooftop and pause, teetering on the edge. Shocked silence falls behind me. Good. Apparently they care enough about me to overlook their old hatreds, or maybe just about who they want me to be. That's fine. I can use that. I turn, and I don't bother tracing or icing the feelings inside. These people need to see the real me. I'm about one flooding second from jumping off this tower and letting you all die. They look as surprised as I am at the words that came out of my mouth, but my frustration is too strong to stop now, a riptide pulling me in. You call yourselves Ujayans, servants of the people, and you've both had visions of the flood that's coming and you want to stand up here arguing whose fault it is? What kind of service is that? Phelan looks away at this, and a moment later Begdil has the decency to do the same. It's all our faults, I go on, quieter but no less angry. Our faith's faults, going back generations, that we never put in the time to search. Never heeded our visions calling on us to unite rather than divide. We got comfortable in our interpretations and quietly silenced the parts that didn't fit. How long have we seen this coming? And now here we are, arguing about who threw the spear when the point is we're stabbed, we're dying, and the first thing we need to do is get it out. I jab a finger behind me. There are 3 Salem Dale warships out there, with who knows how many more men on them. We all survived the night. Great. Will we survive the next one? What if they start using those cannons instead of attacking in person? What if they just wait and starve us out? We don't even know if we killed all of them, or if they left and took our boats with them, or whether they're running up these floors right now in a counterattack. The monks bristle at this, and the Thericans look worried. Well, we need to send someone, clearly, Phelan says. Jayla, already did, I snap. One of mine, close to an hour ago. And when he comes back, we'll need to make a plan. Not argue about whose fault it is, or who's going to do what to make up for water that's long gone under the bridge, but plan for right now, for survival. Or like I said, if you're not interested, I'll go do this on my own. There are 100 pettier words and demands that push out of the tide inside me, but I keep them down. Somehow, the ocean at my back helps, and the ocean breeze that threatens to push me off the edge. I feel trapped, but I'm not trapped. Staying here is harder, but it's better, so I'm choosing that. Like I chose to stay with the Thericans last night. I just pray to my gods it works. Okay, Begdil says at last. Just come down from there. You could fall to your death, Phelan adds, and the parental tone in their voices almost makes me laugh. A very childish part of me wants to refuse until they do something equally childish. But my ploy worked, and I hop down, only to see Anon climb up the stairs. Anon, I cry, what news from below? Did they take the boats? Boats are still there, he says, panting and patting his pocket for a clove. Exhales of relief come from both sides. Good, I say, we're going to need them for... Dale are too, he goes on, finding a clove and clenching it in his teeth. Got the bottom 2 layers of both towers cut off and fortified. Tried to get through, but, he shrugs, craftology. No getting out now. And they sank our boats. A shocked silence follows his words. Anon strikes a match and draws deep. So, it's been a good run, but we're pretty much licked. 29. We're not licked, Yemla says in the silence that follows. We can dive down, counterattack in the night. I wouldn't try that, Anon says, holding up a barbed crossbow bolt. This would have taken me in the throat if I hadn't been watching so close. Came from a licking box, and they got hundreds of them down there. Half of them pointed at the water. A box? I ask, stomach sinking. Craftology, Anon says, like a crossbow with a bunch of gears and wires sticking out. No need, Phelan says, imperious once again. We've already sent word to the guild house. We'll have sisters here in under a week with a full contingent of the guard with them. Do we have food for a week? A monk asks, and I feel the fragile truce we'd made start to waver. And can your contingent of guards handle an assault on 3 Dale clippers and 2 fortified positions is the main question, Begdil adds. No. The longer we wait to fix this, the worse it will get. They're still hurting from last night. Or maybe still formulating their next plan, or still gathering men to refresh those below. I say we strike, and we strike now. Young Anon here seems to think that would only lead to your death, Phelan says. And, Ainma cuts in, it's the same kind of thinking they employ. Kill first and ask questions later. But we're only enemies here because of a misunderstanding. Because Miara or Yeolat or whoever they take orders from told them we're enemies. They will have wounded like us. Let us go instead, she glances at Phelan, who nods, and offer them healing. Talk to them instead of fight, because fighting clearly won't work. Begdil snorts. And you think that won't get you killed even more quickly? They scuttled the boats, Phelan snaps. That means the only way out of here is their clippers. Can you get through the traps downstairs and swim 3,000 pace and overwhelm a full Dale clipper and then fight off the other 2? Because anything less than that is still your death. Still our death, I cut in, holding up my hands, which is why we need to think. The first ideas are usually the most obvious and the worst. I think Ainma had a fine idea, Phelan interrupts. And I still say this won't be settled without blood, Begdil barks right after. So you try your way and we'll try ours. Just don't expect us to rescue you when talking and healing your enemy don't work out. Likewise, Phelan says, her tone pure ice, I doubt we can spur compassion in them toward a group of men intent on— No, I say, striding between them, anger sparking in my steps. If you both took a second to breathe, you'd know both of your ideas are bad. That they're more likely to end up with a lot of brothers and sisters dead than our situation improved. We need to think, meditate, ask our gods for guidance. Begdil snorts. We need to act. If you were a full seer, you'd realize that. But I never could be a full seer in the temple that taught you that, could I? I snap, then take a breath. Look, I'm only here because I think we will be stronger together. So what I'm asking is that neither of you move before sundown. Send your own agents down to check the situation. Talk through the details, but don't risk the advantages we have until we've thought through all the options. I take a breath and find the words I was missing, including the one where we work together. Impossible as that sounds right now. Or what? Phelan asks. Or I go, I say, not thinking it through and not needing to. If you can't see eye to eye, then maybe I can make the temple and guildhouse in Saray do it. Or maybe our faiths are doomed. But I'm sure as slop not going to pick either side here. So if your visions say I'm the one you need to stop the floods, then I guess you can blame yourselves when we all die instead. I keep breathing, but it doesn't do much to stop the tide of frustration inside. It's just a scrap of sanity I can balance on as that tide carries me out the other side of the monks and thericants and toward the stairs. Come on, I say to my friends, even as I know I should wait. I just can't. Sunset, Begdil grits. We meet again at sunset. The temple won't take action until then. Fine, Phelan says back. Nor will we. Good, I bark. Then, thank you. It's the best I can do, and it still feels like more than they deserve. 30. We descend the tower, crossbow bolts and smell of blood a sorry reminder of what went on here last night. So you still trying to make the curs and mousers get along? Anon asks, kicking a clump of flowstone out of the way. Or do we make our own plan? I'm open to ideas, I say, tide of frustration still pushing me. But yes, I do think we need to make them get along. Even if we get out of here, we're going to need their help in Saray. And the Tide Man, Esong says quietly. I remember I'd been keeping that a secret from Astresia, but I don't see the point in it now. She's proven herself as loyal as anyone, more so than the flooding temple calling themselves loyalists, who couldn't be bothered to come help me survive last night. So I explain about the Chronicles saying the Tide Man is the only one who can use the monocle, and what Yemla thinks Unite the Ways means. She clucks her tongue. Unless you're already the Tide Man. I mean, you've always been a girl with water sight, and you're getting proficient at blood sight, too. Maybe that's all it takes. It's so tempting to believe that. If it is, I say slowly, footsteps crunching on centuries-old debris. Anon, what's your plan for getting us out? His plan is crazy and depends mostly on him to sneak past the fortifications at the bottom of our tower, because we can see boxes below our tower too, just like the others, then onto a Dale ship where he causes a distraction long enough for us to overwhelm the rest of the crew. It's a long shot, but any idea is welcome at this point. Okay, I say, thank you. Any other ideas? Akifte gives a short ha in what I'm learning is the Bomani version of a cleared throat. We may want to deal with our visitors first. We all tense. Dale? From above, he says, though he still draws his lava staff, craftworks beginning to whine, sounding like men. I hear them a moment later, and we form a semicircle around the bottom of a broken set of stairs. A contingent of monks glides down, only 5, but Begdil and Yemla are with them. Yemla's eyebrows raise at our stances. We're not here to fight, friends, he says, just to talk. I silence 100 things I want to say about how well they've talked so far today. To make an offer, Begdil adds, stepping in front of the rest as they clear the stairs. Unless you want to fight. I nod at the others, and they relax. I said I wasn't talking with anyone alone, I say, and I meant that. Although, at this point, if some back-channeling makes the next meeting go better, I'm not above it. I think we all know the witches aren't going to see reason, Begdil says. Your dedication to bringing us together is admirable, Alethea, but we can't risk the entire cause for it. It's time to move on. You're breaking our agreement then? I ask, surprised to not even find myself that surprised. Of course he is. I will stand by my word in Ujay's sight, but to speed your decision along, I've come with something to offer. My decision? Us or them, which shouldn't be much of a choice since you know which temple raised you and which one has stayed loyal to you. There are 1,000 things I could say to that. I let them all pass by before I opened my mouth. What are you offering? The blood-blind. If you've spent any time with them, he glances at Astresia. I'm sure they've managed to take your blood. May have during the wedding even. We can teach you to block that, like you've always been so good at our regular block. I nod. I haven't had a lot of time to think it through, but it's something I desperately want. Something I need if I don't want to live under the constant threat of Miara tracking me, or blackmailing Yellen or Panewa into blood pushing me to death, for that matter. You have my attention. What are you asking? The same thing we have since you left, Yemla says. That you come home. And rejoin the novices? I don't have time for that. And become our regent-elect, Begdil says, pending only your full seership, which we can speed along. We've seen the error of our ways, Alethea. You deserve a place with us, and the one thing that will convince the Saray Temple to join us is a return to Viola leadership. His tone is so different without the Theracants around. Reasonable, even. And in exchange for this, you would teach me the bloodblind? It is a regular part of the training now, Yemla says, but yes, we would teach it to you today. A part of me wants to say yes, is dying to say yes, has been dying just to hear any kind of Ujayan leadership say that I belong for so long that it takes 3 tries to ice the upswell of relief and goodwill. In the clarity that follows, both my mind and my gut say we still need the other Ujayan faith. No, not the other faith, the other half of our faith. Because the more I learn of Jainism, I can't help seeing them as the same at heart. Like men and women are both still humans at heart. Teach it to me now, I say, here, as a gesture of good faith. We have until sunset, after all. Yemla opens his mouth, but Begdil speaks first. Give us a small gesture first. Come to our tower. We'll do it there, after recitations. The brothers would really love to see you. He waves his hand back up the stairs. Come to their tower, across the rope bridge at the top, in front of the Theracants. Choose a side, in other words. Well, Begdil asks, a smug light in his eyes. I trace the anger rising in my chest back to its source in my heart, the old hurt that says, but you never chose me, a hurt that wants to hurt him in the same way, to reject him on principle. I spend a moment with it, breathing, then try to speak words that don't just come from hurt. The Ujaism I learned, I say slowly, the one I grew to love despite how I was treated, was the one that offered the gifts of our practice to anyone freely, to relieve their suffering and give them the tools to live better. Is that not the faith you practice, brother? Begdil's face flushes, and I see shame in the eyes of the men behind him. There are times when faith must make way for more practical concerns, he says. You'll understand that once you become chosen. No, I won't, I want to snap. Instead, I breathe with it again, tracing that anger back to my old resentment of all the men in power at our temple, to the loneliness and powerlessness I felt back then. And once I'm there, I remember something the other chosen said to me on the night he tried to drown me in the deepling pool. Dissent is the ultimate heresy. The seed of a revelation sprouts inside me, seeing a common spirit with what Begdil said, that something about power itself, or about the position of being in power, does change your perspective, but not in good ways. I keep breathing and trace that line of thought through our meetings here and how they've failed and realize how differently Begdil and Phelan have acted to Yemla and Ainma and all the people here not in power. How differently leaders always act. Yes, I say, not done with that thought, but needing to say something. I imagine leadership does change how you see things. That doesn't mean your sight is clearer, Brother Begdil. If you are offering a gift, I accept. But if you are trying to make a transaction of Ujay's blessings, I refuse. Even as his face reddens, the line of insight inside branches to another point, a more practical one. Yemla is sympathetic, and because of Bloodsight, I don't need Begdil to agree with us. He only has power here so far as we grant it to him. I meet Yemla's eyes where they're searching mine, then glance down to my hand. Teach me, brother, I tap out. His eyes widen, and he moves just 2 fingers. How? Begdil begins a lecture on respect and understanding the true roots of our morals. I ignore him. Blood. I just need your blood. He pauses, and for a moment I feel that old divide coming between us. We who share the same faith, who laughed over memories of my father just last night, then risked our lives together to save our friends. Feel him, for just a moment, see me as a witch rather than Alethea. Trust me, I flash. I don't know the code for more, and likely wouldn't have the words to convince him if I did. This comes down to him and that old divide in his mind. I send a prayer to Ujay. Let him share my vision of how it could be, rather than how it is. Yemla doesn't answer. Instead, he pulls back a sleeve to reveal a bandage on his forearm and rips it off. Blood wells. Begdil stops talking, obviously expecting me to answer him, to agree with him now that he's exercised his authority over me. I step past him, folding Yemla in a hug. His hurt arm wraps around my shoulders, and I lean my head just slightly to the side, then taste copper on my tongue. Thank you, brother, I whisper in his ear. His body comes alive in my perception the next moment, a physical mass of age and old aches laced with new hurts, but an emotional body that is serenity and confidence. This is a seed I'll be happy to nurture inside. I step back. Begdil is staring at us, somewhere between offended and perplexed. Thank you for the lecture, I say, though I honestly didn't hear it. I didn't need to. I've heard that one before. In response, I would offer that leadership is only at the will of the people, and power is just the illusion it is not. I would be careful to value your illusions over your brethren. I leave, ignoring his shout that he's still waiting for an answer. He can wait. I have mine. 31. Exhaustion hits me like a high tide breaker when we get back. It's been a long night and morning, but I can't let myself rest yet. Instead, I drink a cup of Tewo's bitter tea and reach my awareness through my newest blood bond, coding to Yemla that I'm ready to learn. Estresia helps me interpret his responses. It's tricky, only having a one-way blood bond. I can push his fingers to tap my words, and I read his taps in blood sight, but Yemla knows more code than I do, so I have to repeat his tapping sequence with my own fingers so Estresia can interpret it. I'm tired enough that I garble a fair amount of his responses, but the gist comes through. The blood blind is like a water blind, only instead of a wall drawn up before the mind, the key here is visualizing my entire body of blood as a sea, and raising a wall around that. I kick myself for not thinking of it sooner, but then again, how would I know if it worked? Estresia tisks when I say as much to her. I know, I say, before she can go on. Another reason I should have given you my blood a long time ago. We could test it. Oh, I've accepted you're not going to, she says, sitting on rolled-up blankets in the dormitory of our tower. And maybe you're wise for that. No, I'm just thinking you could try to push me if Ujjayi meditation wasn't so bleeding convoluted. I stifle my smile, remembering how foreign blood work seemed when she first started teaching me. You'll see the connections if you look, I say, though I'm amazed Gaxna figured this out on her own. The wry amusement drops from Estresia's face. About that, I've been trying to find a time to tell you, but with everything going on, my stomach drops. What? Gaxana escaped. Yesterday. I've had Galimhe after her, but... She looks away. There's only so much a bloodborne can do. I'm sorry, Alethea. I stare at her, or through her. Escaped. Somehow I'm not surprised. I should maybe be happy, even. Gaxon's free now, and my ploy worked. She should have no idea where I've gone, only a vague sense of which direction I am from this distance. Hopefully, by the time she catches up, the danger will be over. Still, my heart lurches in my chest, like a craftological paddle through black water sludge. She's free, but without Galimhe, she's at risk again. A tool my enemies could pick up to get power over me. The old guilt comes back, a guilt I've managed to get free of in the last few days. Or just forget, maybe. Estresia takes my hand. I know this must be hard for you. I bite my lip, feeling the tears coming, then remember my body, my tools. I breathe deep and trace the heaviness in my chest and sickness in my stomach back, deeper into my heart, to the heartbreak I still feel at having to leave Gaxna, to the longing, deeper still, to be with her. I just never wanted this, never thought it would be like this, you know, I ask, shoulders shaking with sobs. I thought if we could just find each other again, that would be enough. It will be, she soothed, scooting closer to stroke my hair. I know Gaxana. She has a lot of anger, but her love is stronger. It will come through. Remembering Estresia's relationship with Gaxana just makes me cry harder. I saw how they acted together. Estresia's love was clear enough, but Gaxana just seemed angry, even after so many years. Is that how she sees me now? Another Estresia? The thought hurts too much to hold on to my tools, and I lose it in sobs, clinging to Estresia's shoulder as guilt and grief flood from my eyes. I sleep like the drowned, and wake to sunlight streaming through chinks in the flowstone wall. Late afternoon. I take a deep breath, welcoming the clean brine of the ocean into my lungs, feeling refreshed in a way I haven't in a long time. Hollowed out and empty, but clean at least. The thought of Gaxna still hurts, but I think I've cried all the tears I needed to. The breeze brings me clove smoke too, and I can hear Anon laughing about something from the rooftop above. I sit up, feeling a sudden longing to be up there with my friends. I don't want to be alone. A flash of light catches my eye, and I leap up, only to realize it's Isong, stripped to the waist in the center of the empty room, dancing. No, practicing 7 Cairns forms, his movements elegant as a dancer as he flows between bars of sunlight. I just watch for a moment, relishing the rare chance to see without being seen. The concentrated crinkle between his brows and the sweat on his nose take me back to the gay old tower in Duran, and the sweltering afternoons we would spend practicing on the upper floor. Funny how what just feels like survival at the time can come back in memory so fondly. I step forward and join him without a word, the strike and balance and twist of the 3rd Cairn form almost as natural now as my Ujjain moves. I find my breath, following one of my earliest lessons in the temple, and fall into that focused stillness that exists before thought. It is the same place I go in battle, another kind of home. So when Isong spins in 5th Cairn and tries a hold on me, I deflect without skipping a beat, slapping his arm to the side and kicking for his hip fulcrum in the Cairn way. He spins with the blow, and what was a duet of forms becomes a spar of technique, his mastery of the Daol method forcing Ujjain moves out of me. The competition is playful at first, then faster and stronger, our attack and counter rhythm increasing until I find myself fighting with all I've got, sidestepping a 2nd Cairn strike only to spin a drop that breaks the dam at his forehead. I pull it at the last second, and he catches my leg in a looping 5th Cairn bind that lands me flat on my back, his arms pinning mine, our torsos pressed together. My instincts tell me to try feather shifts the river's course, the unbalanced counter likely the only chance I have of getting out of this. My body tells me something different, how his chest heaves against mine, how his touch burns against my wrists, how the weight of his body feels good pressing on mine. I draw in a breath, sinking from my focused stillness to a deeper awareness. My eyes meet his, our breaths connect, and I suddenly realize that I want this. Isong, I say, not even sure what words are going to come out. He shakes his head, pale gaze drinking in mine, and the space between us is a riptide, pulling us closer. Isong, somebody shouts. You find that salt or what? Anon. I suck in a breath, suddenly aware of the bare inch between our lips, of how we must look pressed together on the floor like this. I open my eyes and see frustration in Isong's, frustration and desire. Oh, Anon's voice comes, closer now. Sorry, I didn't think you'd be, well... I laugh to cover the ache of that warmth retreating and the sudden awkwardness as Isong pushes up. We're sparring, Isong says, clearing his throat. Just sparring. Anon looks between us. Sparring. Right. You want me to go? Let you get back to, sparring? If there was any chance we were saving the moment, the way he waggles his eyebrows at the last word kills it. Still, I can't help smiling as I get up. No, I say, it's probably time to head over anyway, right? The thief shrugs. Life is short. But yeah, the sun's getting low and Tewa's got food ready. He just needs salt. We find it and take the stairs up, my worries about the upcoming meeting already starting to wash away my embarrassment. The Daol are literally fortifying beneath us. I can't let this meeting fail like the last ones did. Any action from the other tower? I ask Anon as we climb, partially to fill the charged space between Isong and me. What was that? Was it anything? Not from the Baldies or witches, he says, and not from the Frost Eyes either. They're still working on their forts and re-aiming some of the shooter boxes on the Monk's Tower. I nod. I expected as much. Of course they're preparing for a counterattack. They know we're dead if we don't do something. We just have to decide what to do, and not die doing it. No one else on the rooftop has seen much more, and by some unspoken agreement, we stopped talking about our situation after that, sharing a bean and rice curry and a round of clove twists. Anon, thankfully, keeps his mouth shut about the sparring, focusing instead on teaching Astrija how to smoke. The conversation is light, and I don't think things are awkward now with Isong, but it's hard to tell. Thoughts keep wanting to come up, and memories of what it felt like to be pressed together like that. I ice them. I will figure them all out eventually. Now is not the time. Anon slings a rope across the gap, and we cross one at a time, hanging 100 paces in the air by our arms. Ikifte makes a ha sound as I wait my turn next to him. What? See there, he says, pointing down. And there. The Deul are swimming. Swimming? I frown, squinting down at the water, 15 stories below. I might see what he's talking about, or it might be a trick of slanting sunlight on the water. Why would they be swimming? To clean their wounds or wash themselves? He doesn't sound worried, but I mull it as I tie myself on, then work my way hand over hand. Ikifte, show off that he is, walks across. Then Anon gathers the rope and we make our way up. Anyone come up with any good solutions to getting out of here? I ask as we climb. I told you, Anon says. We sneak onto a ship, I distract them, you do all the killy parts, then we sail away. It would be a legendary death, Ikifte says, but only our enemies would live to tell it. I did have one thought, Isong says, halfway up a discarded Deul ladder. You said the captain claimed Yeolat sent them. She's connected to Nerimes and the temple. Could they have any overseers or other monks on board? And if they do, could any of the Theracans here have their blood? If so, we might be able to use Bloodborne to do the, killy parts. Or poison them, Astrija says mildly. Get that Bloodborne to mix the right herbs into the ship's fresh water, and we could take it without a fight. Though, I'm sorry to say, I don't personally have connections to anyone on those ships. It is a good thought, Tewo says, though I have traveled with Deul before. They keep ships in constant communication. We would have to move fast once the poison took effect. And moving might be a challenge even with your experience, Isong says. I don't think my people build rigging or navigation like the rest of the world. Good things to think on, I say, though nothing feels like a plan yet. I have to trust when we get both sides together, we'll be able to think of something better. With any luck, one of the Theracans will have some useful blood connections. It would change everything. Still, I hold off asking when we get to the weathered flowstone roof. If I want this parley to work, I need to stay true to my word about not talking to either side alone. Annoyingly, the monks haven't even started crossing yet, though they're gathered on the far side. Waiting for me, apparently, because the first of them starts working his way across. It's a painful process, because their rope can only hold 2 at a time, and it takes 5 minutes or so for them to swing across the gap. It feels so stupid that we're still on separate towers. Fortunately, I know a good way to deal with a weight, and it's something the monks and Theracans will be familiar with too. Something we could probably all use more of right now. Better than standing here awkwardly watching the sunset anyway. Sisters and brothers, I call when the first few monks have crossed. Might I suggest we take this time to look inside for guidance on an escape plan and grace in overcoming our differences? I take a meditative pose, and am pleased to see most of the others follow suit after a few moments. A quiet descends on the rooftop that's much at odds with the tense silence we had before, and I pray that we find a common ground in meditation we can't seem to reach in conversation. Astrija takes the Theracan's spread knee pose beside me, and Isong and Tewo both find their own versions. Anon even sits down, though I smell clove smoke from his direction a minute later. Ikifte paces the edge of the rooftop. Maybe keeping watch is meditation for him. The monks join us as they trickle over, and I let the annoyance wash through me at noting Begdil is not among them. Waiting till the end, no doubt, to demonstrate his importance. I'm tempted to start without him. Instead, I keep breathing, letting the annoyance flow through me, seeking the clear mind I'll need to guide this parley to success. The vision, Yemla said. Ikifte's rhythmic pacing stops, and a second later he calls my name. I open my eyes, and 2 thunderous booms sound, like someone beating drums an inch from my head. I leap to my feet, half the rooftop doing the same, as the booms echo off the sides of nearby towers, loud enough that I feel them in my chest. "What in the—" "There!" Akifte calls, pointing at the far tower. "Smoke!" Like a spooked herd, we all run to the edge. Sure enough, 2 plumes of smoke drift from the base of the monk's tower, twin to the one we stand on. I frown. They started a fire? I'd already thought of the Dale trying to burn us out, but the towers are metal and flowstone. They wouldn't burn. "The rope," Isong says, with such intensity that his quiet voice cuts through the confused roar rising around us. I look and see the 2 monks currently hanging over the water coming across at double speed. The rope is still there. What? "It's getting tighter," he says, and then I see it. The rope is getting tighter, like it's being stretched, which can only mean, "The monk's tower!" someone yells. "It's gonna fall!" "32. Everything snaps together in my mind, like a blacksmith's puzzle turned just right. The booms were explosions, probably the last push needed to knock the ancient tower over. The men we saw swimming were evacuating before they dropped it, and the Dale weren't entrenching down there. They were demolishing. Around me, I see 30 faces come to the same conclusion, and as my mind burns through the implications, one thing stands out. Seagull's beak or not, no one on that tower will survive it falling, or the waves of debris that will come after. We need to get the monks across now, or they'll die. "More rope!" I shout. "Let out more rope!" Massive groans sound from the far tower, echoing from Sarante's other towers in an unholy thunder. I run for the place where the rope is anchored, but Tewo is already there, tying a quick slip knot, then playing out line. Others run to hold tension on the rope, monks and Thericans both, keeping it from slipping out of his hands. A monk climbs off the rope, steely-eyed with concentration. Beyond him, 3 more race across the gap, with the 4th one getting on. My stomach drops. That's too many, too much weight, and if the rope breaks, no one gets across. Yemla is still over there. "It's too many," I shout. "You have to wait." My voice is a gust of wind in the hurricane of shouting men and groaning metal in loud cracks that now sound up the side of the leaning tower. No one can hear me, least of all the men on the rope. I grab Anon's shoulder. "Your rope!" I shout in his ear. "You have it?" "I do," he shouts back. "But lose it and we can't escape." I grit my teeth. He's right. If we lose our way to climb across, the only way off these towers will be down into crossbows. But still, I can't leave these men to die. "Just trust me." He hesitates just a moment, then uncoils the narrow rope and throws. It's barely secured on both sides before monks scramble on. My stomach unclenches just a touch. One of them is Yemla. Ujay send he makes it. He's the only monk here I can count on. The far tower groans again like a dying god. Then the whole thing drops a pace in a boom that sends up clouds of dust below. My stomach clenches tighter. The ropes go taut. One of the monks loses his grip when the line jerks and falls, a yell ripping from his throat. He gets himself into Seagull's beak before the full drop is over, but I'm still muttering a prayer for him when a crossbow bolt punches him in the stomach and he slams into the water. It feels like I've been shot too. There's no way he's surviving that, and no way a human crossbowman could make that shot. Craftology. If we dive from these buildings, we're dead. But if the monks don't make it across before the tower falls, they're dead too. "Think, Alethea," I mutter under the shouts and curses. "What are we missing?" I get the mad idea of anchoring the far building to this one, to keep it from falling, but we don't have enough rope. Tewo is running out of line to ease the tension on his, and Anon's coil is not much better. The far tower still looks almost stable, if listing away from us, but the ropes tell a different story, constantly in danger of pulling too tight. The tower's fall is speeding up. As I look, a wave of debris spills from the far side, tumbling into the water below. At least it's falling away from us. Ujay preserve us if that building smashed into ours, or they set charges to drop this tower too. Another monk makes it. That's 4 across, 7 on the ropes, and 3 more still on the far side. My stomach churns. Too many to make it at this pace. I'm seized with the impulse to run out on the ropes like a Kifte does, to grab the men and start dragging them across, but I can't risk the weight. Then a crossbow bolt flies up from below, missing Yemla by inches. Floods, I curse, leaning over to see archers angling from the building 2/3 of the way down, taking aim. No crossbow should be able to shoot that high and do any damage, except their flooding Dael crossbows. Kifte, I shout, as another bolt zips up, wide of any monks but just inches from Anand's rope. I get it then. They're not trying to shoot men. They're trying to shoot the rope. I would say that's impossible, but again, these are Dael. Who knows what craftology can do? Akifte comes. Archers, I shout. Do we have anything we can throw at them? He dashes off without saying anything, and I watch in anxious silence as another monk makes it over, and the last gets on at the far side. Begdil. At least he waited for the others to go first. I have the unworthy thought that if he's the only one we lose, it won't be that bad. Tewo shouts, and I see him play out the last of his rope, tying a thick knot at the end. The listing tower has already almost pulled it flat again. Begdil, I shout, you've got to cut the rope. I don't know if he hears me, but if he waits for tension to snap it, or a Dael bolt to slice it, more fly all the time, one hitting a monk, it could give in the middle, trapping people on the far side. I hear a shout, and see a Kifte hurling a ceramic oven over the edge, coals still hot inside. Behind him, men and women run, carrying more. Cut it! I shout at Begdil again, not watching to see if any of the ovens hit. There are too many problems to deal with all of them. Begdil keeps crossing, but the monk at the far end of Anand's rope gets the message, and suddenly his whole line goes slack, rushing toward the side of our tower like a giant rope swing. I suck in a breath, watching as they hit, praying they fly right through the tower's open sides. 2 bounce off, tumbling out into open air. I watch even though I shouldn't, as they get oriented and take Seagull's beak. They make it past the Dael archers, still focused on the remaining rope, but the craftological bows get them like the last man, a bolt punching each man just before they hit the water. I want to scream. I want to cry. I want to hit something, but there's nothing to hit up here, so I ice all of that and focus on what I can do. All Anand's monks are off, but Tewo's rope pulls perfectly flat, 4 men still on it. My stomach clenches. I get an idea. Anand, I shout, running toward him. Can you pull it up and tie it onto Tewo's? He's out of slack. The thief grabs the rope and runs, hands tying as he goes. The far tower leans more, and Tewo's rope stretches, tight as a lute string. I hold my breath, fists clenching, hating this feeling of not being able to help. Anand and Tewo work furiously at the taut rope. Another monk climbs over, and with a pop, one of the braided strands of Tewo's rope splits, hairs rapidly unspiraling down its length. They get Anand's rope tied, and 10 paces of slack fly out of the line. The falling tower takes it up just as quickly, the chest-shaking groan constant now. I can see it falling, debris spilling off the edges. 3 men still hang on the line, Yemla, an elderly theocrat, and Begdil. Come on, Yemla, I mutter, crowding close to the spot, ready to pull him in. The man's face is steely calm, but his arms shake. The crossing is no small task under normal circumstances, and Yemla is approaching his 7th decade. The rope gets tight again, and Phelan sets up a line of men and women to help play out the remaining tension as the far tower leans further out. Anand's entire rope is only going to last another minute or so. You've got this, I shout at the monks still out there, and with a rush of relief see a Kifte grab Yemla's arm and haul him in. 2 more to go, just 2 more, but the rope goes tight with no more slack to give. More bolts fly from below despite a Kifte's continued barrage. The elderly monk climbs over, eyes cool but arms shaking. Begdil still has 10 paces. Another volley of bolts flies from below as he sweats and works his arms. The taut rope gives another pop, and more fibers unspool, the line getting dangerously thin. Begdil makes it over, to a round of cheers from everyone on the rooftop. Everyone. I feel a flush of victory at that, mixed with relief that pours like cool water on the burn in my chest and belly. The rope finally snaps, and the ancient tower leans farther out, headed for the open patch of water beyond. We all turn to watch it go. The tower is like an ancient warrior, silhouetted in the red and gold of sunset, finally toppling to the battlefield below. Some disconnected part of me wonders how long that tower has stood, how many floods it has weathered, and I marvel at how easily we will destroy the works of the past for our own gain. A deep sadness wells up in me. Maybe this is why we never survive intact. We refuse to respect the past. "Listen up," Phelan calls, over the death moans of the falling building. "When that tower falls, it's going to make a big wave, and we don't know how sturdy this tower is, or whether they've got charges ready to explode below us, too." A sudden silence sweeps over us, and I curse myself for not thinking about this in the chaos. I saw this coming, could have been preparing for it. "We can't jump," one of the monks calls out. "Everyone who fell got shot." "And I don't think we'd survive trying to ride it down," Yemla adds. "The water will be too rough when it hits." "So what do we do?" one of the Thericans asks. Jela. Silence falls. In place of an answer, the dying groan of the tower fills the air as it finally topples in a cloud of dust and smashes into the sea. 33. I watch, helpless, entranced, as 300 paces of iron and flowstones slam into the water. The sound is thunderous, rattling up through our tower and echoing from the buildings around us. Massive waves rise to either side of the impact, and I stare in awe as the sea parts, giving a brief glimpse of the wonder and beauty of the relics drowned below. Structures jut from the water, coated in marine life but undeniably human-made. Slanted roofs, slender spires, some sort of raised track curving around the bottom of the broken tower. A human figure thrusts from the top of one peak, 10 times life-size, open palm raised as if to hold the floods back. Then the water slams back in a tide of froth and debris, and the waves meet with a roar in the belly of the fallen tower, drowning the city again. Only then do I remember to brace, but no booms sound from below, and the strongest waves roll away from us, frothing over the reefs of ancient buildings and out to sea, where one of the Deol clippers rocks heavily against its anchor. I hear a collective sigh all around, but for a moment longer none of us seem able to look away from the fallen tower, like we've all just watched a mentor or an entire people die before our eyes. Or maybe a gravestone for a people already dead. One less reason to remember they were ever here. A pit opens anew in my stomach, remembering this place is an actual graveyard for 3 of my brethren who fell trying to get across. Not to mention the women who died last night, defending the tower we stand on. "Ujay, take them up," I murmur, sorrow mingling with my old anger that doing what's right has to cost so much. I don't know who I'm angry at Ujay maybe, or Narimes and all the people who forced us into this, but it burns like a buried coal vein inside, always there, a thread of fire in my heart. Anger pulls me back to the present, to what that tower falling means for our situation and our own hopes of escaping, of making this all mean something. "Ujay, take them up," I call again, louder. "And Jaya, welcome them home," I add, remembering the Therakin version. Faces turn toward me, and I see the window I've been looking for. See enough fright on these trained faces, enough remorse for what just happened, that maybe they are willing to see past their differences. I don't say that we could have avoided all this with a better bridge, or by working together yesterday instead of waiting for the Dale to strike. It's written on every face here. "A prayer," I say, following my gut. "A prayer for the fallen and for guidance in what we do next. Ainma, if you will, and Yemla?" Scowls appear on Phelan and Begdol's faces, but even they are muted with what we've just seen. Monk and Therakint step forward, and Yemla begins with our traditional incantation for the deceased. As I hoped, he pauses only a few lines in, and Ainma takes it up, her words slightly different, but the spirit just the same. I smile quietly, remembering it was Yemla who taught me that most of our prayers have analogues in the Jain faith, that histories point to them having been one religion during the founding of our city. May they be so again. A moment of silence follows the last of Ainma's words, and then faces start to turn towards me, on their own, because they want to. That feels like a victory in itself after the last few days, though I hate how much the time cost us. Now I just have to make sure we don't waste the chance. In the temple, we have a tradition of sitting in a circle for meetings, I say, and I know the guild house follows a similar pattern. Will you sit with me, brothers and sisters? I spread my arms wide, tracing a circle that extends from me, then sit down. They sit, some of the Therakints shuffling away from the monks to be nearer their sisters, but the genders still wonderfully mixed in the circle that forms. Another victory. I say a quiet prayer to Ujay that this is the first of many, that this is the last defeat we suffer because of our own divisions. Thank you, I say, then take a moment searching for words. I feel like this calls for a grand speech, or something careful and wise at least, but the words don't come to me, so I use the ones I have. I guess we know what we're up against now, and what we're capable of when we work together. I nod to the surviving monks, who look grateful and shaken. We were supposed to be meeting right now to make a plan for escaping, and I guess that hasn't changed. I wish I could say I'd thought of a good plan for it, but I have faith we're smarter together than we would be apart. So let's figure this out. It's not Yemla's grand vision, or any kind of leadership really, but it's what I have. Faith, despite it all. Well, we know we can't just dive down and swim, Yemla says after a moment. We all saw what happened to the men who fell. The craftology bows, but is there a way to defeat them? One of the Therakints asks. Or can we trigger them all on one side somehow, so we can at least use that side to escape? We likely can, Isong speaks up. But I suspect the crafting is advanced enough that what we drop will need to at least appear humanoid. Regular debris won't work. Then we will do what we have to, Phelan says, her voice cold. There are bodies enough downstairs, and clothes to stuff, and warm bodies if need be. Are you talking about your own people, or mine? Bigdil asks, voice muted but still angry. Because the boys said there are hundreds of shooter boxes, and I've lost a fair amount of my own already today. Like we lost ours last night, Phelan says coldly. 6 to your 3 if my count is right. But no, if it comes to that, we can trade. One of yours, one of ours, until the boxes stop triggering. And then what? Bigdil snaps. We all swim to the ships and hope they let us on? The reinforcements, Ainma says, holding up a hand as if to slow a breeze. If we can just hold out till our contingent of guards gets here. We can't, a monk cuts in. Not unless they're getting here before tomorrow morning. It took the Dale 12 hours to fell that tower, maybe less. We have until morning at best. At best, Phelan agrees. The light so cold in her eyes I almost think she's enjoying this. If they've already been working on this tower, we may have minutes only. I shift, heart feeling heavy. This isn't right. The words are what need to be said, but the tone is wrong. Like underneath the discussion is a deeper battle to be right, to be superior, to put the other party in the wrong. And as long as that's the real conversation that's going on, the result is not going to be what we need. So we can't afford to waste time, I say, before Begdil can shoot something back. We either work together up here, or we die together up here, in a few minutes or a few hours. Now, I sent you all with a mission to seek solutions. What did you come up with? Glances shoot back and forth across the circle, and I fear for a second that no one came up with anything. That despite all the wisdom we should have as senior members of our faiths, that we're still doomed. That Ujay pulled back their grace somehow, decided we're unworthy, that the best thing for this world is to wipe it away with a flood. that it's too late. Ainma clears her throat. Well, I had the idea that if any of us happened to have connections to the Dale, or men who might be on board the clippers, that we could use it to our advantage. But I've spoken with all the sisters here. She gives a brief shake of her head. A part of my stomach drops out, like the disintegrating floors in the tower below me. Blood pushing our way off the tower and onto the ships felt like our best chance. I have thought long and hard on this, Yemla says, and looked as deeply as I know how to. We will have to battle our way out. I do not see another way. Against those shooter boxes? Anon asks, a fresh clove burning in his hand. Good luck. Better chance building wings out of bedsheets and trying to fly back to the mainland. There will be loss of life, Begdil says coolly, and I see the men have already discussed this, made their own decisions about what's best. Frustration wells inside, like blood from a stab wound. They could have waited, but better some than all. If we were all trained warriors, I say, that might be the best strategy, and our numbers might stand a chance against theirs, even with the shooter boxes. But the Theracans can't fight like you do, and trying it would waste the strengths they do have. They've just said they can't use blood, Begdil says, so if they want to be part of this fight, then they'll have to give it. Heat spirals up my core at the way he says it, like I can hear centuries of prejudice and enmity driving his words. Even as it does, something nags at me. They can't use blood, so they have to give it. Phelan snaps upright at his words. We certainly have more uses than as crossbow targets, Sir Hienon, or as blood workers, which you would know if you passed through the crowd of bodies a few floors down. Poisons, I say, needing to derail this, to get us back to the teamwork we had while the tower was falling. Good. Have you thought of some other combination we could use against them? Or some way to put them to sleep, even? Phelan scowls. Not without access to their water source. Which brings us back to the shooter boxes. Which brings us back to the question of who's going to sacrifice themselves to get the others past. I ice the growing frustration inside with an effort, then trace it like a theracant back from the tight joints in my neck to my heart, and the voice that says this is our last chance, to the nagging doubt behind it that asks if Ujay isn't telling me it's already too late, that visions be damned, I'm not the one for the job. The ropes, one of the younger monks says. We have two now, even if they're damaged. Could we use them to cross to further towers, at least get to the water that way? Anon exhales a cloud of smoke. We could, he says, at least to get to our tower. From there, the next closest is a long throw, and I'm not sure I could get the grapple to stick even if we made it. And the angle would make us targets for those below, Akifte says. I do not think many of us would make it over. No, the only solution is to fight, and pray that some of us make it out to carry the tale, that our legends will bring us back if we prove worthy in the fight. More frustration wells hot inside. I ice it hard, not feeling the time or space to deal with it properly. The ropes, I say, trying to focus on the problem rather than this looming sense of doom, of things coming apart. What if we used them on the shooter boxes? Swung one body down and tried to trigger all of them to go off. I hate even thinking about sacrificing someone to this, but it feels like that's what we're down to. Faces turn to Isong, who grimaces. I don't think even that would work, he says. The boxes are likely linked. If not, 3 bolts would have gone into the first man who fell. Instead, they each got shot once as they fell past. And if they are crafted that deep, they would likely recognize a target they've hit before. I clench my fists. Floods! Faces shift around me, women glancing at each other, men fidgeting in their seats. All, no doubt, coming to the same conclusion I am, that we have no good options, and the longer we try to find one, the less chance any of them have of working. The more likely we are to hear twin booms from the base of our tower, and be trapped up here while we smash helplessly into the sea. I take a deep breath, feeling a resolve settle into my gut. We can't wait, can't defeat the shooter boxes without dying, and we can't get out without a fight. I don't like it, but a fight is at least familiar, something I know how to do. And there are worse ways to go than fighting for something I believe in alongside people I care about. I'm just about to stand and say as much when something rattles across the rooftop. I start, but Akifte is already up, running after and snatching up a length of iron. I squint as startled voices rise around the circle. A crossbow bolt? Are they trying to shoot us from down there? A message, Akifte says, unwrapping a length of parchment from the shaft. Anxiety churns in my gut, mixing with the frustration and despair into a sick mud. I want to believe this can only be good news, but I've lived too long for that. Things can still get worse. Akifte hands the paper to Isong. To the men and women of Saray, Isong reads out in a steady voice. I get a sudden urge to lean into him where he sits next to me, an overwhelming need for some of that steadiness he seems to hold effortlessly, like a mountain. A message from Chon Gatlam, Captain 3rd Class in Her Excellency's Provisional Navy, concerning the occupation of Sarante Isles. More murmurs at this. I send a prayer to my gods that it's something we can use. Anything. We do not wish further bloodshed here, nor are we under strict orders to create it. I am advised by the Excellency herself that we can release the rest of you on your own conscience, so long as the girl Alethea Viola is remanded unharmed into our custody. Voices rise at this, angry ones from my friends, but I feel a strange release. Here is a way out, a way to save most of us at least, maybe a chance to do more. If she is not, Isong continues, be advised that we have already begun demolition of the tower on which you stand, and the tertiary tower some of you have been known to occupy. When it is complete, we will fell it as we felled the first. Be further advised that any of you that should survive and attempt an attack on our ships before we depart will face more crafted fire from our decks, as well as the regular resistance of our men-at-arms. Let me hope it does not come to that. We have disabled our top level of defenses and left a man there to escort Miss Viola, if that is your decision. If it is not, may the laws guide us in what comes next. Isong stops, and an awful silence descends where there was worried chatter. A silence in which my allies weigh their own lives against mine and against their visions for the future. It's not a decision I would want to make, and I'm not going to wait here to see who chooses which side, or whether the question brings us together or tears us further apart. We don't have time for that, and for once, I know what to do. I stand, my heart clearing for the first time in what feels like weeks. I'm going. "34. 15 minutes later, I am descending the broken levels of stairs and ladders, past blood and bodies and the chaotic signs of battle. I breathe salty air in and out, letting the emotions that come up pass through me, staying rooted in the source of all of them, a heart that wants to do what's right for the world. Regret is one of those feelings, for Gaxna and my father's legacy and all the things I've failed to do in my short life. Some of that has been circumstances stacked against me, and some of it my own fault. I'm just grateful I can let it go. I can't change it, and it doesn't matter, except in what it means to who I am and what I'm doing right now. Turning myself over to the Dale, that's what I'm doing. I drop down a final broken ladder and find a lanky Dale man waiting for me, his whole body clad in their clingy fabric, save for a strip of face exposing pale eyes, and hands that hold a sword and a pair of manacles. "Alethea Viola," he says, accent reminding me of Isong. My heart aches all over again. There's another one I haven't done right by. I am, I say, letting that ache go too. There's no place for it here. Outside, the wind flaps a rope against the tower's weathered frame, knocking free a white puff of salt. "You are unarmed?" Behind him, 4 or 5 of what must be shooter boxes hunker in the corners, crossbows covered in a mess of tiny ropes and gears, arrow-headed bolts sticking from the front. I suppress a shudder. I hope this man doesn't have control over them. I crouch slowly, laying the sword I'm carrying down on the weathered flowstone. I am now. Good. He holds up the manacles. If you would, please. I twist the ring on my finger, a gift from Astresia. I'd prefer to go unbound. That's not an option, he says, stepping closer and taking my arm. So much for that, then. I step into his approach, inside the reach of his sword, then make a fist and poke like Astresia showed me, like a good Therakint. He sucks air, more surprised than hurt to find a ring in his wrist. What? Nothing personal, I say, checking to make sure blood wells properly around the hooked end. It does. Good. I slam an ice fingers rising into his throat and sprint for the edge, praying the Dale do want me unharmed. Stop, he calls after me. The bows below will... I dash along an exposed beam, aiming for the place I saw the puff of salt. Shouts sound from below, and I pray they can't activate those shooter boxes quickly. Just a second more. The rope flaps into view, and I leap, grabbing it with both fists and wrapping legs around it. It immediately zips upward, Akifte and 5 or 6 others on the far end. Crossbow bolts hiss through the space where I was. Fortunately, they're shot by mere humans, and the bolts go wide. My outward momentum peaks, and I let the rope carry me back toward the tower, then jump in. Phelan is waiting on this floor. Not my first choice, but I trust the woman to get the job done, and time is more important here than preference. The blood, she snaps, but I've already got the ring off. She holds it up and taps it. A single bead of red blood rolls from the hollow tip and onto her tongue. Her eyes dilate, then focus again. You left the packet? Under the sword. Good. Now quiet. I watch her in tense silence, Theracants and monks from the levels above and below joining me. This is the part of the plan that has me most worried. Most of them were worried about me getting the initial blood, but now Phelan has to be good enough at blood pushing to grab my herb packet and get the guard back to their water supply without raising too much suspicion. Which is going to be hard since Bloodborne can't speak. There's also no chance to do this over. If the Dale realize what we're doing, there's no way they'll let me get that close again. Nor is there any way I would do it, of course. I'd still rather die fighting than give myself up on the off chance they'll honor their word. I've had enough of the promises of my enemies. Curious, I stretch my awareness out through my newest bond. I'm not sure if 2 people can blood push someone at the same time, but I'd like to see what Phelan's doing. All I find is a blankness, like his seed is gone dead. A curiously familiar one. Phelan lets out a breath and opens her eyes. It's done, she says. And they didn't suspect you? Yemla asks. Your throat attack, she says shortly. I made his larynx swell up. Good way to get around Bloodborne not being able to speak. With a throat like that, no one even noticed the poke on his arm. Laid him down right next to their water barrel. She nods to Isong. You were right. They keep it in the center. I take his arm, too excited at the thought of this actually working to worry about what the touch means. Life is short. How long will it take? Depends, Astresia says. She's the one who prepared the herbs. Turns out she's kind of a specialist among the Theracants. On how long it takes them all to drink and how much water was in the barrel. Hard to know the dosage. But it will knock them out? Erjun asks. Or at least make them very drowsy at low dosages, Phelan answers. Drowsy enough to do what you need to. And the shooter boxes? The Bloodborne knows how to disarm them, she nods. I can't understand any of it, but I don't need to. Once the rest of them are out, I'll just give him the command and he can take care of it. If they don't figure him out first, Erjuna says. They won't, she snaps. They think he's sleeping. What follows is a restless period of waiting on the roof, the monks and I armed for a night raid and the possibility of Dale's sailors still awake or shooter boxes still active. Some part of me still waits to hear the twin booms that will mark the beginning of this tower falling, but they never come. The last of the sunlight dies in a burgundy haze on the far horizon, and the moon rises fat and golden above the waters to the east. You'd think they would be done by now, Akifte says, bouncing on his toes. I swear the man lives for fights. Do you people not drink water before bed? We do, Isong says tersely, but not all of us go to bed when the sun goes down. Ha! Akifte scoffs in his Bamani way. After sex and food, what is there to do? Read, play games, converse. Reading, Akifte scoffs again. That is why you need crafted things to shoot your bows for you. You spend too much time reading. Isong just clears his throat uncomfortably, glancing at me. We still haven't talked about what happened during our spar. We need to do that. Or maybe talking is the last thing we need to do. Phelan gives the go-ahead when the moon is half risen. We descend with careful steps, senses alert despite her assurances everyone is sedated. The Dale guard waits for us on the level above the first shooter boxes, standing deathly still in the moonlit shadows. I shudder. I still hate Bloodborne and the idea of Bloodborne, even if I'm learning to make them. I hope to use my new skill as little as possible. The guard descends the stairs first, walking up to each shooter box in turn to show it's safe. Still, I hold my breath until Ergina is down the ladder and nothing shoots. My tension melts into a morbid kind of curiosity as we descend to the lowest level, where the Pearlers built their temple. Some of the Dale are wrapped in their pallets, but others slump on the woven driftwood floor like they were suddenly knocked out. The floor is strewn with strange instruments, fever dreams of gears and pulleys, illuminated in the stark light of flameless lanterns. Monks hurry to disarm and bind the Dale, though we're not done with him yet. A chill runs through me when I look at the walls. They've torn the delicate Pearler woodwork apart, exposing the bare metal beams of the tower. Half of them are already cut through, and Isong tells us the large boxes strapped to the base of others are explosives. He said they had 2 or maybe 3 hours of work left until they could have dropped the tower. We get to work under Isong's guidance, some of us taking up the strange implements while others unstrap the explosive boxes and move them to different pillars. Astrija, who's come down with us, goes around checking men and gathering blood. I'm sure the whole time that one of them is going to spring awake, or that the shooter boxes will come to life, or that the massive tower above us will collapse from all the cutting we're doing. Lights glow across the gap to the west, on the bottom level of what I've come to think of as my tower. They're cutting there, too. Still, as we finish the work the Dale started, hope starts to rise in my chest. Maybe this won't come down to a pitched battle after all. After a half hour of sitting to one side concentrating, Astrija manages to rouse 2 of the Dale men as bloodborne, burning away the sedatives in their blood. She sends them across the water to the far tower, more sedatives tucked into their clothes. Ergina and another monk cling to the back of the boat, submerged up to their noses, in case it doesn't work. I keep that same lightness in my heart as we wrap up our work, and Astrija tells us the far tower is subdued. Ergina comes back with the Dale longboat, and monks and Theracans trickle down from upstairs to transfer to my tower, which is largely undamaged. Strange how just a few hours ago I felt like everything was falling apart. Like maybe the visions were wrong, or Ujay had turned its eye from us. And now, with a little luck and some teamwork, everything feels different. Like this might actually work. Or maybe that it is working, whether we succeed or not, because the monks and Theracans around me are actually working together. So even if we fail here, or if things don't go exactly as we planned them when we first got the note, this is already a victory. We're uniting the ways in a way my enemies never could. Now I just have to hope it's enough. We watch with bated breath from the upper floors of my tower as the longboat heads for open water in the early morning light. 12 bloodborne Dale pull the oars, each under the control of one of the Theracans standing around me. The boat slows just beyond the last underwater ruin, and the bloodborne stand and wave their arms like they're in need. It would be better if they shouted, but the Theracans do a convincing job of making them look distressed nonetheless. After a few minutes, one of the clippers pulls up its anchor and draws in close, moving slowly under oar power. I breathe, letting the tension run through me like a storm-swollen river. This is the critical part. If we can get men on that boat, we can spike their water supply like we did the camps at the base of the towers. And if we can take over one boat, we should be able to take the rest, or make a run for the mainland. But that all depends on the Dale sailors letting these men on board. Men who either can't speak as bloodborne, or who will have strange tales to tell if the women release control. Stories of getting strangely sleepy, then waking up on the longboat, unable to control their bodies. After a lot of discussion, we decided letting them speak would be better than a bunch of mute bloodborne, but I can see the anxiety on the faces of the men and women around us. No one wants to revert to our backup plan. Even from here, 400 paces away, I know the moment the women release control. Clipper gliding the last few hundred yards, the men in the boat suddenly stop waving their arms, then look around with confusion. The ship pulls up, and sailors appear on the railing above. I hold my breath, wishing we could hear what's being said, that we could make even one of those bloodborne tell the simplest of lies. If the sailors will just take them on board, our escape is almost assured. The Thericans will push some of them to create a distraction, while others sneak off to dose the water barrels. They talk forever, the men in the boat gesturing with their hands, the men on the ship standing in knots. Ekifte, with the sharpest eyes of us all, keeps up a running commentary. Now the top ones are talking to themselves. They don't look pleased. No. There! They are talking to the lowers again. Asking about the body, I think. We left 2 of the bloodborne as bodies, slumped in the prow of the ship, in case we need a backup plan. I bite my lip. Ujay let them not try to move the bodies. Ujay let Dale military discipline not be so strong that they abandon their comrades in the longboat. Or even worse, shoot them down where they float, asking for help. The conversation seems to shift, the men in the longboat shouting and moving around, rocking the boat. There's commotion on the clipper deck, too. One of the bloodborne falls, clutching his throat. My stomach clenches. They wouldn't. They are shooting, Ekifte says, and another one falls. So much for compassion winning out over discipline. Another 2 men are shot down, sailors appearing on the railing with more loaded bows. The device, Phelan snaps. Astresia, it's time to trigger it. Astresia just nods, gaze going distant. 2 more men drop, just 4 left now. One of them tries to swim for it. I look at Astresia. I can't, she gasps. The trigger won't pull. There's a safety catch, Isong says. Remember, the red hook over top? Easy for you to say, she mutters distractedly. I can't actually see the thing. More men fall, and I feel the bird of hope that's been sailing high in my chest most of this morning start to fall too. If the Dale won't take our bloodborne on the boats, and Astresia can't trigger the device... Light flashes, and men and water and shards of longboat explode into the air. A moment later, a massive boom slams into us, carrying the shouts and cries of men. There, Astresia says, straightening out her sleeves. Got it. The prow of the longboat tumbles out of the cloud of smoke and debris, and a waist-high wave of water rolls from where the boat was. Ujay Sen that did it, Begdil says tersely. It had to do some damage, Anon says. An explosion like that? How do you people make those anyway? I don't know, Isong says, watching the dissipating cloud of debris as closely as the rest of us. I didn't study craftology or the material arts. Let me guess, Anon says. Poetry? Political science. There! Isn't that a hole? It is a hole, Ekifte confirms as the smoke clears. A big one! Yes, I do not think they will survive that. The question is, Yemla says, will they send aid? They'll send it, Ainma says, like a prayer. The Dale are people too. Isong grunts at this, but there's no acrimony in her words, and better yet, I don't feel any between Monk and Thericant as the discussion goes on in low tones. I think they finally understand we're in this together. I just wish I had Ainma's faith in the Dale. I start pacing as the clipper lists to one side, taking on water despite the mad scramble of men across its deck. It feels wrong to be here 1,000 pace away, just watching. I want to be there, in the thick of the action, climbing the deck with an oakwood staff in my hands, or crouched in a longboat ready to attack if things go wrong. We talked over all those options, though, and none of them make sense. The Dale are too well armed, and their advantage in numbers and high ground too great to try attacking. Fortunately, the backup plan should take care of some of that advantage. A lot of it, if it works. There, Ekifte says, from the far side of the dormitory. The western ship has taken up anchor. I hear a collective sigh of relief. Tell the sisters to get ready, I say to Ainma, though there's no need. We all know the plan. I keep pacing as the damaged clipper sinks lower in the water, and the second ship makes its slow approach around the outside of the Sorrente reef. Now? Someone asks. Shouldn't we do it now? Not yet, Isong says, as calm and confident as always. He's the one who should be the leader here. I chuckle at the thought. Good luck getting Sorayans to accept a Salem Dale in that role. I'm guessing Yeolat's poisoned those waters pretty thoroughly, if prejudice hadn't already done the job. The clipper draws closer, and I have to trace more and more anxiety back through my belly to the deep-seated desire in my heart that this go well, and upstream from there to the idea that everything rides on this. It might, but there's nothing I can do about that now. I let the emotion run. Now? Anon asks, as the second clipper glides close. I can't believe he has any clothes left, the way he's been burning through them the last hour. Not yet, Isong says, eyes on the water. The clipper ships its oars and glides to a stop beside the sinking ship, sailors working at the anchor. Now, surely, Phelan says, before they get suspicious. They drop the anchor, chain rattle audible all the way across the water. Sailors toss lines across, and men scramble to secure them to the sinking ship. Still, Isong waits. I ice the tension spreading across my chest and see others around me doing the same. I have to trust that he knows what he's doing, knows how his people operate. Men start scrambling across the gap between ships, in a strange parody of what we did yesterday between towers. Now, Isong says. Phelan and Ainma's hands twitch, coding to the women in a boat below, who jerk lines leading to the Therakin's tower. The flash comes just a second before the boom this time, a solid wall of hot air and sound slamming into us. Wood and tools and debris shoot outward from the base of the Therakin's tower, and a cloud of dust rolls out, obscuring the clippers from view. Everyone crowds to the slats in the flowstone walls, watching and murmuring. I keep pacing, anxiety growing too strong to stay still. I plead with my gods as I do, that the cutting work we did under the tower was enough, that we placed the explosives in the right place to drop the tower before the ships can escape, that it falls and smashes 2 of the 3 clippers between us and freedom. It's falling the wrong way, Jayla gasps, and I lose my reverence in sudden fear. I run to a window, but voices are already assuring her it's falling the right way, away from us. It's just taking its time, like the last one did. Cracks and booms and groans sound from the dying tower, and I watch with every other eye in the place as the dust clears and the far ships become visible again. There's no hope for the first one, but there never was. It's not moving, and the tower looks primed to fall directly into its path. The question is whether the second one can move fast enough, and whether they'll leave their shipmates behind if it comes to that. We're banking that they won't, but in retrospect, that might have been a mistake. I have a moment of remorse for what we're doing, not only for dropping this tower that has stood untold centuries, but for the cold and impersonal way we are trying to take so many lives. It feels different in the heat of battle, when the morals come down to kill or be killed. That's still the case here, but I dislike watching from afar as some explosions and a giant hulk of metal do my killing for me. Maybe this is what it's like to be a leader, killing with decisions and allies rather than your bare hands. I don't know if I'll ever feel okay with it. The second clipper pulls up its anchor, desperate sailors clinging to the side, and the oars come out. My heart sinks. I guess we were wrong again to bank on humanity. These sailors are more disciplined than that. The tower lists further over, massive cracks and pops sounding from its lower stories. The Therakins who pulled the trigger lines make it back, fortunately, though they're both coated in dust. The second clipper starts to move, like a many-legged beetle trying to push itself through jam. The tower falls further, and I swear it's falling through jam too. The irony is not lost on me that the stately descent that saved monks' lives yesterday is the same one that threatens to derail our plans today. How long until it hits? 30 seconds? A minute? Enough time for the clipper to get away? The wave will get them still, Akifte says, as a sick feeling starts in my stomach. The clipper is picking up speed, even if they get out. The tower makes its final descent in a trail of dust and smoke, and the scream of wrenching metal. The clipper just manages to slide free. The tower smashes into the first ship and the ocean beneath. I curse, eyes glued to the massive wall of water that rises on impact, throwing the remaining clipper up like a child's toy and thrusting it out to sea. Again, the receding water exposes lower levels of the ancient city, strange spires and barnacle-encrusted statues, but I have eyes only for the day-old clipper, over the crest of the wave now and sliding backward into the trough of the tower's impact. It's intact for now, but we're not done yet. The displaced water rushes back, thick with debris, seeking equilibrium as water always does. It catches the clipper slightly sideways, and the sleek ship rushes back toward the sinking frame of the tower. It lays almost on its side from the rushing current, men's shouts and cries audible over the roar of displaced water. I whisper a prayer for death and destruction. The returning waves crash together, slamming the clipper over onto its other side. A mast snaps, and men and lines fly from the boat, but it misses the exposed metal beams of the fallen tower, spinning instead on the confused whitewater of the return currents, wreckage of the first clipper thick in the water around it. The breath whooshes out of me like a punch to the gut. Floods! They're going to survive, with much of the crew of the first ship. This is bad. This is very bad. Other breaths exhale around me, and I catch Yemla looking at me. I should say something encouraging, to pull the people through this moment, this defeat, but I'm too caught in my own disappointment to think of what. "One ship down, at least," he calls, "and the second damaged, with none of our own wounded." "And this tower ours to defend," I call belatedly. "Here's to the united strength of our faiths." A cheer goes up, but it's thinner than I would like, and I understand why. No sense trying to sugarcoat it. Both our plans failed, or only half worked. "Look," I say when the cheer is over, "we didn't do as much as we'd hoped, but any fight we walk away from unscarred, with opponents down, is a victory. And this shows what we can do when we work together. How much more are we capable of? Let's share some breakfast and morning prayers, then circle back to plan our next move, okay?" It's not much of a speech, but it gets people moving, and thinking about the present rather than ruminating on how so much of our plan didn't work out. I try to do the same, though the facts feel inevitable. We've lost 2 of our towers and used our advantages in bloodborne and stolen explosives. They still have the superior numbers and weapons, and we're still stuck on these ruins, low on food and far from land. That's when the first boom sounds. 35. Like a flock of spooked ducks, we run for the side of the tower, as a low whine sounds, then a huge splash. I get there too late to see anything, just a ripple of waves spreading 100 paces out in the water, like some giant had thrown in a rock. "Smoke," Ekifte says, pointing towards the far Dale Clipper, where a small cloud of white smoke hangs in the air. "Cannons," Esong says. "Most trading clippers are equipped with them for protection. I guess they've decided we're too much of a threat to just wait out." I stifle the curse rising in my throat. "What are they shooting?" I ask instead. Cannons are known but not common, as only the Dale have the secret to black powder, and they trade it ounce for ounce with gemstones. The Salt Merchants Guild in Surrey keeps a few cannons to defend their storehouse, and I've seen them on the sides of Dale's ships, but this is the first time I've actually seen one fired. Esong shakes his head. "Could be anything. Iron balls, musket shot, craftwork." "Well, they missed," Anon smirks. "That won't be the last," Esong says. "I imagine they are just finding their range." I'm stunned for a moment at the power the day will hold, to waste that much powder on finding a range. That they have enough powder on that ship to shoot more at us. That they're wealthy enough to try cannoning us to death instead of just waiting for us to starve. I guess my enemies think we're too big a threat to ignore. I hope they're right. As if to underline my thoughts, a new puff of smoke appears on the broadside of the same clipper, the undamaged one. The cannon's boom comes a few seconds later, and then the low whine of another projectile. I brace, imagining something that big and heavy hitting our tower, but it again just splashes into the water. Closer this time. What happens when they find their range? "We need to shore up the walls," Begdil says. "No, we need to move," Esong answers. "They won't be firing whatever it is if they think we have a chance of surviving it. There could be more black powder inside the cannonballs." We all stare at him. "More?" Anon barks. "Inside? What are you people, made of ravas?" Esong grimaces. "No, we just know how to keep our secrets. And as long as no one outside that particular craftwork knows how to make black powder, we can sell it for whatever we want. Trust me, my people have warehouses full of this stuff." I shudder at the idea of an entire warehouse full of it, when all it took was a few big boxes to drop a massive tower. "If we move," Yemla says slowly, "we will lose the protection of high ground. None of the other islands are high enough to thwart crossbows, nor do they offer much defense. We can't go without a plan." Another boom, and another whine. Everyone tenses. The splash is close now, maybe 10 paces from our tower. And then they look to me. Floods. We were here to make a plan, together, because I already know I don't have a good enough one on my own. But now there's no time. I guess this is what it means to lead, making a decision because you have to, not because you know what's right, and accepting the consequences. I'd be okay with it. That's how I've always lived my life, except for the last part. It was always just my life at risk before. Or mine and Gaxna's. We move, I say, to the trio of Eastern Islands, out of range in case this one falls. Split up, some monks and Therakins on each. Take only what you can carry and try to stay out of sight. And think, meditate, pray. We meet again at noon, on the largest of those three, to make a plan. Another boom, another whine, and this time an impact shudders through the ancient building. It sways under my feet, and dust sifts down from the ceiling. I suddenly very much do not want to be in this massive pile of metal and flowstone. Now, I snap, move, before they start shooting something worse at us. The next 15 minutes are chaos, men and women frantically packing up the tower's meager stores of dry food and charcoal. More missiles hit, like giant melons of iron, but Isong seems to think they're going to send worse once they get their targeting right. We have to leave the Perler's massive stone and charcoal water filtering system, but it's just as well. We either make it out before the next sunrise, or we're dead. Without this tower, we're sitting ducks for their cannons and crossbows. We load the 2 longboats full as another distant boom sounds. This time it hits in an explosion so loud all I can hear afterward is ringing, like I've just been kicked in the side of the head. Go! I shout, though I can barely hear myself. Oldest in the boats! Take the long way around! What about the rest of us? Jayla yells. Her voice echoes like she's at the end of a long tunnel. You can swim, I call, or hold onto the side of the boats. A hand takes my arm. Isong. And you? He shouts. I haven't even thought about it, but I realize I already know. I pull him into a hug on impulse, then push back, finally giving in to an old longing in my heart. I'm going for a swim too, to talk to my father. 36. I see the boats off, then plunge into the water, some of the other monks doing the same. My skin prickles at the cold, but as I dive down, I feel it start to warm around me, and that old war of gravity and buoyancy on my body slips away. I slow. The breath inside my lungs settles, as though time has stopped or my body has stepped outside of it for a moment. I open my eyes to green shafts of morning light coming from a surface that's grown indistinct up above. The immersion. Sarante is still here, the barnacled pillars of my tower off to the left, the stubs and twisted wreckage of the higher towers to my right. The ancient city spreads out and down from there, like a jungle canopy seen from above. There are more towers and sloping roofs and proud monuments and statues rising from a seafloor that hints of more roadways and roofs. Nature has had less chance to undo mankind's work on the taller buildings, and I see flashes of color through the coating of sea life and barnacle, find walls still intact and swirls of delicate ironwork that have not given way to rust. I get a sense that the city itself is still alive down here, patient and watching. I realize I've felt that way the whole time I've been here, like we're intruding. Then I see them, rising from the narrow spaces between buildings and rolling from the gaping windows and collapsed roofs of the city below. People. Not just my father and Reggiana and the familiar circle of loved ones swimming in from the sides, though my heart swells to see them. An entire city of drowned people, still living on here in the immersion, coming out of their drowned homes to watch in a great, silent crowd. I wonder if they knew of the immersion when they were alive, if any of their descendants survived to come back to them here. Then my immersion circle swims up, and I lose my wonder in the longing I've felt for them these last few weeks. My father, my mother, Reggiana, Urte, each one with a line of ancestors stretching into the haze behind them. Safela is there too, and I see a new face. Talimha. My heart contracts. Another one here because of me. Not because of you, he says, sounding as I remember him in life, only with that added layer of faith and calm everyone has down here. Because of my own choices, and because the world needed it. I am still sorry, I say. I had hopes you would join us in our cause. I have, he says simply, and Lathius is doing as good a job as I would have, covering what happened in Amarat. Your trail is safe there, at least. I start, but then, of course he can hear what's said in the river posts down here. They must hear the entire world through its waterways. But you have not come to us to air regrets, my father says, and I feel that same mix of love and grief on seeing his bluff face. I relish these chances to talk, and mourn the fact that each time we do, a little more of him fades away. I followed your instructions, I say, summoning a smile. Your notes in the immersions, your thoughts about the monocle, and hints of where it might be. I could not say more, he says, even there, in my private papers. Though you will have seen entry 213. Yes, I say, curiosity overtaking even my warm melancholy. What is that? A coded entry, he says simply. All the thoughts and theories I could not risk my enemies finding out. A code, of course. Otherwise he never would have kept such insane ramblings. But what's the key? Aletheia, he says with a smile. Transpose the first word with the letters of your name, and you will see how to read the rest. That's wonderful, I say, but I need help now. Something sooner. You know the situation we're in? The Dale, Erte says, from the far side of the circle of loved ones that floats around me. I turn to him, past Regiana and my mother. They have their own interest in the monocle, if I read the currents right. Right now all they seem interested in is trying to kill us, I say, though a part of me burns to ask him more. What they've been doing, if anyone's been to Drownseray. If they know where the monocle is. Our time here is limited, and none of that will matter if we can't get past the clippers. Do you know anything that can help? You already know everything you need to, girl, Regiana says to my right, her black eyes twinkling in an impossibly ancient face. And you have done in a few days what I failed to my whole career, brought the faith together again. I suck in a breath, though a part of me knows that's impossible underwater. So it is one faith, then? That's what my heart has said all along, but it's different to hear the former head of the Theracant say it. It always has been, my father answers. That became clear down here. The divisions have done nothing but weaken us, for the short-term gains of leaders who sought to exploit them, to use them in place of a vision. You read the passages on uniting the ways? Yes, is that what it means? Uniting Judaism? Is that what I have to do? It is, Regiana says, though I hear the answer come from several other mouths too, a sure sign the immersion is ending. My throat tightens. I have so much more to ask. On every level, bringing monk and Theracant together as individuals, bringing our practices together in your meditations and actions, bringing our beliefs back together, our God, if you could only see it like we do down here. She shakes her head. Okay, good. I say, urgency winning out over my curiosity. But how do we get past the Dale? None of this will matter if we all die here. Unite the ways, my father says, and I get a flash of irritation at the lecturing sternness in his voice. Irritation and fondness both, like always. You already have everything you need. Unite the ways, and you will get free. Sophala clears her throat, a sound echoed in the chorus of ancestors spread out around us. You might start, she says with a hint of a smirk, by uniting what your monks and Theracants can do. And by talking to the one who's coming, Regiana says, and her voice is thunder in a cavern, echoing from every side. She is the thread that ties it all together, the loose end to knot. A shadow falls across her, and I look up to see a boat passing on the water above, too small to be one of ours. I frown, but who else could it be? Yeolat? When I look back, my guides are receding in the water, and buoyancy pulls me toward the surface. Like always, I'm leaving the immersion with more questions than I started with. Maybe this woman will help me answer them. I feel for the staff at my back, and if she won't, maybe I can make her. 37. I surface in a completely different part of Sarante. The islands are low here, almost natural save for their two perfect shapes, and the long, straight waterways that run grid-like between them. The eastern reefs, Yemla thought maybe they built with something different in this neighborhood, something that survived the water but not the air. The small boat I saw is moored to the nearest square island, a low hump of barnacle and bird droppings with a weathered statue thrusting from its middle. I take a breath and dive under again, awkward with a staff in one hand, seeking my focus. If it is Yeolat, the woman will not have come unprepared. There could be soldiers with her, or shooter boxes, and she may be able to fight far beyond her physical means, like Norime's did. That's the problem with his cabal. I can't predict what they'll be able to do, in the way I can with Therikins, or vital fighters, or even craftologists. Their power is too malleable. And still, I can't afford to swim away from this. The immersion mind said she was the thread that ties all my problems together. And she likely moored this far from the towers and the reef where my people are gathering because she didn't want to be noticed. I surface on the far side of the island. A quick scan shows me nothing but bird droppings and nests of the little green lizards that inhabit Serante. I climb out as silently as I can, stretching my awareness out. I heard nothing in the water, and I feel nothing in my blood connection, but that means little with someone like Yeolat. The best thing will be to take her by surprise. I pull off my outer robes to free up movement, take a deep breath, and sprint over the low hump of the island. A solitary figure sits there, no shooter boxes, no guards, with her back turned. I press the butt of my staff to her upper cervical vertebrae the next second, ready to gut the fish if she tries anything. Even as I do, I register that something is off here. The body is too thick for a Yeolat, the black clothes too familiar. I suck in a breath. Gaxna? She turns, brushing the staff away, and if I felt a rush of emotions at seeing my father, it is double to see Gaxna's one-eyed smirk, longing that pulls at my core, grief that tightens my throat, guilt that sickens my belly, and confusion that rolls like fog through the clarity of my mind. What are you doing here? Finding you, of course, she says, standing up, though you picked a flooding strange place to run. Serante? But how? The blood bond, of course. She could feel me the whole time Galimhe had her tied up. I just didn't think she'd be able to feel me this accurately. Talk to the wharf master. In Temerare? She chuckles. Bribed him with his own coins. But anyway, he said he'd seen you all get onto a ship headed this way. Figured it was Saray, but when we got close, she shrugs. I felt you on the island, so I stole a dinghy and started rowing. I sit down, trying to get a grasp on this, how it's even possible. But Galimhe? He had you tied up. I'm a thief, Thea. You think I don't know how to get out of a bind? Something about her saying Thea tugs at me, but I can't place it. I shake my head. This is too much on top of what I just saw in the immersion, and the Daewal cannons that even now boom in the distance, followed by concussive explosions. Has my tower fallen yet? I take a breath, trying to focus. What she says makes sense, but something about it is still wrong. But how did you get past the Daewal ships? I mean, that's the whole thing we've been trying to do these last few days. Her eyebrows raise, the effect strange over her missing eye. That's why you're holed up here? You got trapped here by the frost eyes? No, I cut off, following another breath in and out, willing the storm of emotions and questions inside to settle. Yes, but after we got here. We've been under siege. How did you get in? Old thief's trick, she smirks. Teach you if you come with me. I huff out air. That simple. An old thief's trick, and here we are dying. And here she is, out of nowhere, asking me the same thing she's asked since she first appeared on the Ironway. To go away with her. Like I did in the mountains. When we got attacked. When she said, I'm not who you think I am. I shake my head. Who are you, Gaxna? She frowns. The slop is that supposed to mean? Let me guess. You need me to get all your monks and witches out, too. I do, I say, even as I register that I haven't said anything about them yet. So how does she know? Then I remember something else. Something I noticed yesterday when I touched the Daewal guard Phelan was pushing. I take another breath, hanging on to this one line of thought in the storm of grief and guilt and longing. I take her hand and feel the same familiar blankness there I have since she first appeared on the road. The one I have since her seed went cold in Duran. The blankness of a bloodblind, she said, only I know the bloodblind now. Yemla taught me. It doesn't feel like this. I just want you, Thea, Gaxna says, drawing in closer. That's all I've ever wanted. Why I chased you halfway across the world and then all the way here. I'm nothing without you. Half of me blossoms open at her words like a flower starved of light. The other half recognizes this blankness for what it is. Not a blood blind, a blood push. And that's impossible, but a prick tingles in my wrist, and I look down to see Gaxna pulling back a hooked ring. A theracant ring. You're not blocking them out, I breathe. You never were. Now she gets it, she says, releasing me and stepping back. The raspy quality of her voice disappears, replaced by one I remember from the Gale Tower. Only then, it came from a dying man's throat. Surprised it took you this long, my lover's body says. Gaxna's bloodborne. Has been this whole time. 38. My stomach clenches in horror. What? Gaxna, Gaxna says, like it's not her. Because it's not. It's Miara's voice coming out of her throat, like it did Sisgen's before she strangled him. She didn't escape the pits. No one does. Had trouble getting you to swallow that one from the start. But, I say, feeling suddenly underwater, but Bloodborne can't speak. Not from a Theracant's push they can't, Miara says through Gaxna's mouth. But I'm a lot more than a Theracant these days, Alethea. And the things I can do with this new power? She shakes her head, and the movement is so wrong on Gaxna's body, so alien to how she holds herself, that it finally sinks in. Gaxna is bloodborne. She has been since the day she showed up on the Ironway. And everything she told me, everything we shared, was a lie. I start up, seizing my staff, ready to kill her. Then I stop, because I can't kill her. Gaxna's still in there somewhere, and I can't touch the person who's got her trapped. A laugh bubbles from her lips. That won't work, will it? Are your limbs getting heavy yet? I stare at her, remembering the prick I felt on my wrist, the hooked ring Gaxna's wearing. What did you do? These rings do more than just take blood, you know, Gaxna says, as all the emotions I've felt inside start to devolve into simple horror. It can't end like this. They deliver fluids, too, like the tincture currently making its way through your bloodstream. What do you want? I growl, seizing on my anger, even as I realize I can't feel my fingers. Bloods. Do I even have time to swim back to my friends? Obviously not just to kill me. Oh no, she says. You're too valuable for that. Gaxna tucks the hooked ring in one of her pockets, and the movement is so fluid, so natural compared to the jerky ways I've seen Bloodborne move, that I have to remind myself this is not my lover. With a curse, I remember Isong saying this very thing, that Gaxna might be Bloodborne, that we don't know what Narimes and his ilk are capable of, that maybe they could even make a Bloodborne talk. But our history, I say, knowing that I need to accept this and move on, but still wanting to fight it. To prove Gaxna is still Gaxna. How did you know everything? How did you know how to talk like her? Walk like her? I choke, remembering our nights in the tent together. Like I said, she answers, a gleam in her eye. It's amazing what our powers are capable of. I used water sight through blood sight. Imagine it. A connection that can read every thought that comes up in the subject's mind, along with their sensations and emotions, and do it all at any distance. Take their natural movements and turn them into a push. She shakes her head. I've gotten so used to it the last few weeks. I've almost started to take it for granted. But I am the most powerful blood worker or water seer in the world right now. And you did that day and night? I ask, remembering how exhausting the focus needed for a blood push is. Oh, not the nights. Those moans and cries you heard, those were the real Gaxna. Of course, I made sure she couldn't be woken during that time. Even I need sleep, it turns out. I hate it. I hate every single piece of it so much, especially the part where I can do nothing about it, and Miara's poison is seeping deeper into my limbs every moment. Hate it, but force myself to accept it. The question is, what do I do now? I had my slip-ups too, Miara Gaxna goes on, chatty as a washwoman. I listen with half an ear as I try feverishly to find some way out of this. The times Gaxna would stop talking and just stare into the distance, or sleep like the dead even though it was morning, she laughs. Even with my power, there were mistakes. and some things that needed tending to. She scowls at this, then seems to brighten. But that brings us to where we are now. Your plight on these little islands, and the larger problem of how to stop the floods. Here, put that staff down. Sit. I don't want you to hurt yourself. She reaches out, and I jerk away from her touch, my movement sluggish. Until the poison kills me, you mean? Not Gaxna sighs. I already said I'm not going to kill you, girl. No. Heronsbane is not a poison. It will even keep you lucid for the most part. You just won't be able to move. Sort of like a blood push without the blood. I sit, mind racing even as my limbs go numb. I feel so helpless, but her words make me realize I'm not, even without my body. I have blood now, and work blood. I find Astrezia's seed inside and push her fingers in a simple code. I won't get messages back, but hopefully this is enough. I send the same message to Yemla and Isong, praying they're safe enough to read it, that they made it out of the tower and the Dale haven't found them. Judging by the sun, I've spent hours under the water. What I need, Notgaxna says, is your cooperation. I stare at her. You've got a funny way of trying to get it, blood pushing my friend and then poisoning me. Notgaxna starts pacing. Things have changed in Saray. I should have seen it coming. Should have seen Narimes' play in this whole strategy. We've known for a long time that you will be key in controlling the coming floods, that nothing will work without you, though Yeolat still seems not to accept that. Anyways, fooling you into cooperating using Gaxna seemed like a great plan a month ago. I could argue that, but I just nod at her to go on. The longer she talks, the more time my friends have to get here. They'll be able to handle Gaxna, even if Miara makes her fight like a bloodborne. The trouble is, I'm the only one with the necessary skills for that kind of blood push, which also seemed good. I would be in control of what happened. Groom your relationship to my own needs. In practicality, it's meant I've been tied up day and night for weeks while Narimes and Yelat explored other options. I started to hear whispers that they'd found something, that they had a new project they hadn't told me about. And when you abandoned me after the mountains... She takes a breath, and even in the midst of my anxiety about how long it will take my friends to get here, I flush with pleasure. Leaving Gaxton was the right move, even if it hurt like hell at the time. I finally got the time to meet with them, she goes on, and they admitted it, to my face, as though me not succeeding with Gaxna meant that I wasn't useful to them anymore. She grins, a dark light in Gaxna's eyes. But whatever new information they have, I have my own too. The third of my 3 bloods. Yes, she says at my expression, I saved it this whole time, though I had to force the birth. And it confirmed that you are the one. As it confirmed to me, the monocle is in the Dale. I goggle, and only with the greatest of effort manage to keep from giving anything away when I say, the Dale. So it wasn't just a trap? It was one of the places we thought the monocle might be, Notgaxna says, starting to pace now, as another cannon booms in the distance. Then Narimes just surprised me by wanting to take you into custody with those overseers instead of letting me handle it. That's when I knew something was wrong. I narrow my eyes. And that's why you warned me? That was Gaxna, actually. There are limits to what you can control in Bloodborne. Pain is one of them. She grimaces, gesturing at Gaxna's missing eye. Orgasms are another, any physical sensation which overwhelms the mind. Which is why I held you off as long as I did. I thought it would be safe to let you have a night with Gaxna up there in that village, but I didn't anticipate her reading the Overseer's presence through my bonds. My skin crawls, thinking about that night in the guest house with Gaxna. What we did, and how that was actually Miara? But yes, when the Overseers attacked, I realized Narimes and I were no longer equal partners, and I needed to take control of the situation. I tried to tell you during our flight what was really going on, I just wasn't sure how to do it. And then I figured it out myself, or close enough, I say, icing my revulsion as deeply as I can. I might just never thaw that one. And I sent you away. Which was, of course, foolish on your part. If you'd given me the chance to explain, we could have avoided all this unpleasantness, she says, gesturing at the smoking tower and the clippers in the distance. You had plenty of chances, I say coldly. You just wanted everything on your own terms, which you're still swimming for now, as far as I can see. Is that a longboat I see in the distance? I dearly hope so. I just have to keep her talking until they're close. No, I am not seeking to dupe you this time, Alethea Viola. That may have been my mistake from the start, and I wouldn't have tried it if I'd seen this last vision. I need you if we are to stop the floods, and I need your cooperation to be informed and uncoerced. I narrow my eyes, the rest of my body feeling awfully heavy. I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to sit up. And this is how you're looking to get it? By poisoning me and trying to kill my friends? The siege, you mean? This is Yalat's doing, Gaxna says dismissively. From which I gather she doesn't think she needs you anymore. And the Heron's Bane is more for Gaxna than you. To keep her safe in case you or one of your friends decides to kill the messenger. There is an antidote, but I doubt the sisters here will have brought any. It's yours if you decide to join me or not. I just wanted to make sure you heard the whole message. The longboat is closer now. It has to be them. Just a few more minutes. And you honestly think I'll believe that you want to stop the floods? Not to control them like Hiana? I do, she says simply. I'm still a Theracant, even if history has given me a deeper purpose than the Guild's oaths. I do not wish to see this world destroyed, and unlike Norimes and Yeolat, do not think it is in our benefit to let it happen. The cost is too high. You just want the threat of annihilation to cement your power, I say in a flash of understanding. Exactly. For the people to know I am the one keeping the floods back, and only the people of Saray. That's enough for now. You can have your new guild house or your rebel temple or whatever it is you want, Alethea, once the floods have passed. Or once we have found a way to hold them back in case the danger never passes. Pig slop. If one thing connects everyone I've known of your little cabal, it's that you all always want more. That's why Norimes and Yeolat are shutting you out, why they'll try to shut each other out too as soon as they think they can. Because there's only so much power to go around, and every one of you wants all of it. She nods. I do feel that pull inside. But what happens to all the power of our city once its people are drowned? All the power waiting to be taken from feudal chiefs in Bomani when the flood lays waste to their entire land. Did you know most of that continent is lowland and their southern mountains are barely inhabited? They would all be lost in the flood, Alethea, hundreds of thousands of souls. As a Theracant, I cannot abide that. And as a hierarchist, I cannot stand the thought of squandering power, whether in an unnecessary flood or in 1,000 warring fiefdoms that never unify under a true leader. I don't believe her. She's telling me what she wants me to hear, so I will give her my informed and uncoerced cooperation. But as the longboat draws close, and I see Isong and Yemla straining at the oars, I let myself be drawn in, just a bit. What are you asking of me then? And what are you offering? I'm asking your help in getting a monocle and using it to stop the floods, which you yourself seek, as far as I can tell. I nod. There's no reason to deny that. What I'm offering is a way out of this mess you're in, and a fast clipper all the way to the Dale, followed by an escort to the storehouse, most likely to hold the monocle. I wait, but there's nothing more. No request for blood or demand for collateral. And all you need is me to say yes? To what? Hug you or something? As I said, Nakaxna says slowly, for this to work, I need your actual cooperation, which I assume you are willing to give as our goals are in alignment and I have both the knowledge and the tools you need to accomplish our shared aim. But no, I'm not just going to take your word for it. You'll forgive me if I need a bit more proof than that. An unblinded agreement will do. I frown. Unblinded? I told you my powers extend to water sight too. It's not easy to do, but I can read you through a bloodborne, so long as I don't try much more. I will be able to read whether you are telling the truth when you swear to work with me, and I need it to be the truth. The vision needs it. She stops pacing and turns to me. So what will it be, Alethea? Assured death here, or cooperation to stop the floods? It flashes through my head, just for a moment, that maybe this is what the Chronicles meant by uniting the ways. Making common cause with my enemy. Then I snap back to my senses. Neither, I say, as Isong and Yemla slip from the water behind her. I'll make my own way free, thank you very much, and use the monocle as I see fit. Her eyes just have time to widen before the men seize her. 39. There's a wild light in Isong's eyes as he grabs what must look like Gaxna. I try to throw up a hand, but the limb is dead. Stop, I call. It's not her. She's bloodborne, and we need her. He slows, maybe realizing that Miara is not fighting back. This changes nothing, girl, Gaxna says. Think about my offer. You've got no other way off these islands, especially with that heron's bane in your blood. The men frown, Erjuna and a few others jumping from the longboat once it draws in close. I'll explain everything, I say to them as I lose control even of my core and slump over in the sand. Just knock her out for now, would you? Gladly, Isong says, that light still in his eyes. I'm not sure I totally trust him with Gaxna, but what am I going to do? Don't wait too long on your decision, girl, Gaxna chokes out as he applies pressure to her temples. I can't control what Yeolat does with these men. You need me to... Her eyes glaze suddenly, and her body goes slack. I let out a deep breath I didn't know I was holding, and then Yemla and Erjun are propping me up, asking if I'm okay. I explain everything as they load me and Gaxna's body into the longboat, Isong and Yemla peppering in questions. A silence descends when I finish telling them about her offer, broken only by the shush of oars in the water and the boom and crash of the Daewoo cannons that's almost become a backdrop by now. Yemla steers us wide of the tower, leaning at an impossible angle now, smoke rolling from its belly. You'll have to cooperate with her then, Yemla says at last. I don't see any other way. Why? I mumble, the heronsbane working its way into my jaw now. Can't feel my body. Have they attacked directly? No, the aged monk says, but it's only a matter of time. They will come looking for survivors once the tower's down, and when they find us, likely try to shoot us down. But we can fight back, I slur. The smell of smoke is thick on the air. Use the immersion to attack from below. Put holes in their boats like we did that first night, then pick them off when they swim for it. We could, Isong says, but I know my people. They won't commit everything they have to an attack like that. Not even if Yeolat orders it, and I doubt she would. They know we can't survive out here for long with no shelter and no food. And if they figure out which islands we're on, they can just start bombarding those instead of risking more lives. I'm afraid I agree with the seer. Miara is our best option. I experience a moment of disorientation, like I must be missing something, if they both think this and I don't. But I literally can't, I say through dead lips. She needs me to actually agree to cooperate. I can't fake my trust because she'll be reading my thoughts. She'll know I'm just doing it to get us out, that I have no intention of cooperating with her. And I never would intend that unless I knew I could trust her. I'd rather fight our way out of here on our own, even if it's against the odds. My whole life has been against the odds, and my entire being rebels at the idea of working with Miara, even if it's only temporary and under duress, just like it did with Hyana, and with Narimes before her. I've always refused, always managed it on my own. Before any of that, Isong says, we need to see if the sisters can do something for you, if they have the antidote or know some other way around it. Don't like seeing you like this, and if we're going to fight, we need you. Phelan clucks her tongue when she sees me. Heronsbane will do that, sure enough, but so will Ardensward or the right concentration of Artemiglia. She makes a fist, exposing the hook on her ring. I'll need your blood to see closer. No, I try to say, but it comes out just as a moan. Floods. I can barely even see now, eyelids drooping over a circle of allies on an island that's little more than bird droppings and a few twisted metal fingers. I push down the fear that says I'm helpless here, without control of my body. I have more bodies I can control these days. I grab Isong's connection inside and push code into his fingers. It's bizarre to see his fingers jerk where he stands in front of me, physically keeping Phelan back. And also empowering to know that my voice doesn't end where my physical body does, and that I have allies who are willing to listen. She's saying Astresia, Isong says. She wants Astresia to do it. They send word to another island, where Astresia is helping set up a shelter. During the wait, I feel even the muscles in my face go slack, and my eyelids droop lower. I keep a steady rein on my fear, following my breath and tracing it from a sickness in my stomach back to all the undone things burning in my heart, then out through my breath and into the world, flowing back to the sea that claims all moisture, back to the ancestors that wait for me down there. I'm not joining them today, no matter what Miara did to me. My friends will see to that. Sure you want to do this? I hear a familiar voice say, though all I can see is a worn pair of boots and the hem of a yellow dress. Wasn't that long ago you were tying up my hands to keep me from coding? I am, I send to Astresia, using the very coding and blood work she taught me. Should have done it a long time ago. I guess I won't say I told you so, Astresia says, crouching down in front of me. But if you ever change your mind on becoming a novice, I'm going to warn you. This stubbornness is going to cause you no end of suffering." "Already does," I code, to a bark of laughter from her. I feel a prick in my arm, uncomfortably close to where Not Gaxna poked me, then a tingle in the connection I already share with her, like I've been holding a limp hand that suddenly came to life and now holds mine back. Other than that, focused as I am, I have no sense that Astresia is probing through my body, seeking out the poison and what it's doing, but I know from blood sight that her whole body is taut and focused on something. I think of Miara's words then, of how she said she managed such a perfect imitation of Gaxna by combining blood and water sight. How thoroughly would I know Astresia in this moment if I was connected to her by water too? Could I teach myself to do it without Miara's magic? Hierarchism, she called it. Shudder at the word. May I never resort to seeking that power too. Astresia sits back. "It is Heronsbane, as far as I can tell. Not lethal, but bleeding inconvenient. At this concentration, I'd say you'll be out for a day or two at least, and we've already asked around. No one has the Maribli to counteract it." My stomach sinks. A day or two? I can't be immobile that long. Not with the Dale trying to kill us. "What can you do about it?" I code to her, breathing through my impatience and fear. "Anything?" "No," she says, sitting back on her heels. "I can't. But you could, if you want to try." "What do you mean?" "I mean there is a level of awareness that is very difficult to achieve through the bond, but that is more accessible in your own body. It's still something only senior Thericans can do, but you've proven to be a special case. Just tell me how." She does, and if I didn't need my body back so badly, if I wasn't sure the Dale were going to try something tonight or today still, I would laugh in her face. Read the individual streams of blood in my liver, find the Heronsbane and use my liver to divert it into bile? And I thought slowing my heart was complicated. Still, what else am I going to do? My eyelids have completely shut now, and while I can still hear voices around me and smell the brine of the ocean, I'm starting to feel cut off from the world, like a second kind of immersion. "Okay," I code to Astresia, "I'm going to try. Come tell me if anything changes in the situation. Otherwise..." She nods, something I see in the blood rather than with my eyes. We have an expression in the guild when sisters are about to undergo a trial. "May your blood run deep, Alethea." I find my breath as she walks away, find my body like she taught me so many weeks ago, and run through all the exercises to sink my awareness under the skin. I feel out each organ and system, then scan for bruises and wounds, adjusting blood flow to each to slow bleeding or speed healing. In the process, I find those maladies that register in the flesh but have roots in my heart, and trace them back to see how the last few hours and days have registered in my body. Anxiety prowls there like a marlin caught in a tide pool, thrashing against the sides, fueled by my worries about Gaxna showing up and what it means, as well as the looming problem of getting past the Dale and how we're going to find the monocle once we do. Those threads connect to a tightness in my throat that is uncertainty about Miara's offer. Not just whether I can trust her, but her vision that the monocle is in the Dale. And here I am, certain it's in Brown Saray. I curse myself for not asking my ancestors directly. I will next time I get in the water. They'll know. I return to my breath and the slow seeping of my awareness inward, like water into a submerged log. I find remorse there too, like a stone in my chest. The old remorse for a Gaxna that's still gone, even if her body sits on the next island over. It's weighed on me since the night I escaped Narimesa's bedchamber and left Gaxna there, and it's only heavier now, knowing she's been blood-pushed this entire time, the very thing she feared the most when we first met. The breath squeezes in my lungs, thinking of her locked inside there, silent witness to everything Miara has done in her name. Of all the nights she spent moaning and whimpering next to me in the tent, imprisoned in the pits for months, and then in the cell of her own body. Will there be anything left of her after all that? The fear that thought brings is a sword that strikes through my heart and into my core, that cuts with every breath, that stays cold and sharp no matter how long I trace it, and how carefully I breathe with it. It is a second spine made of pain. But rising alongside it, I trace a new determination too. A drive to save what's left of my friend no matter how much it hurts. To free her of the blood push even as my friends are urging me to ally with the one controlling her. to stop the floods so we can be safe together, and to do whatever I can to heal her, even if she wants nothing to do with me once she's free. Because, of course, much of the pain that comes from that sword inside is the fear she'll blame me for all this. It's an edge I dulled once, believing Miara's act for the real Gaxna, that's come back twice as sharp, cutting me on every inhale. The river of emotion I trace from it feels as much blood as water. But the important thing first is to get her free, no matter how much it hurts or what it means for us. Which, right now, means getting myself free. And that means reading the individual streams of my blood through the lens of my liver. I let out a long, shuddering breath as people talk in low tones around me, and I hear a distant groan and crash that can only be the last tower giving way. How Astresia described neutralizing the Heronsbane sounds impossible, but so did a lot of what I've done in the last year. My whole life should be impossible. A girl with a man's magic. So reading my own bloodstreams to filter out a poison? Yeah, I can do this. I breathe deeper, awareness already spread like a second kind of mind through my body. It comes to me that all my life I was taught by the monks to focus outward, to block off what was inside. The Thericans teach the opposite, to go inside and reach others through myself, not by cutting myself off. So I embrace that, push my awareness deeper, into my muscles, into my organs, into the ocean of blood that flows and streams through it all. I try to identify the air and sugars and waters Astresia assures me are there in each capillary and vein. Try to feel them as separate rivers flowing, and the liver as the place where those streams diverge, like the delta of a great river or a farmer's irrigation gate, separating what's needed from what isn't. It's hard. It's maybe harder than anything I've ever tried to do with my mind before, leagues harder than just blood pushing. Still, I'd take this kind of struggle over the helplessness of my sedated body any day. Even if it's frustrating, even if it feels impossible, at least I can do something about it. There, like a thread unraveling from a braided rope, I sense the sugars passing through my liver, feel the way they trickle from my small intestines and pass through my liver before joining the stream of my blood. An endlessly cycling current that has run inside my whole life, and only now am I aware of it. Can I read it? Can I embody the fact that I am this current on the deepest levels? And deep in the fulcrum of my belly, feeling my liver sort nutrient stream from waste stream from bloodstream, it occurs to me that our two magics are actually one. How blood is another water, and water another blood. How it's no accident we are as salty as the sea we return to. How so long as we only see ourselves as one half of this, only looking outward or inward, we will only be half of our potential, and that we need to be whole to face what's coming. I sense the stream of Heronsbane there too, like a tendril of ink in a clear stream, passing unnoticed through my liver and back up to my heart, its sedative influence already soaked into the fibers of my body and renewed with each cycle of my blood. Distantly, I hear a low-voiced conversation, male and female voices together, but I keep my focus on this slender stream. Try to bring my understanding of what it's doing to me down into the simpler awareness of my liver itself, to teach it that the Heronsbane is not a stream that should continue, that it should go to bile with the other waste streams it siphons off. And there, slowly, in the tissues of this one mushroom cap-shaped organ in my belly, I feel the awareness sink in. See the stream gradually shift left, see the ink stop flowing back toward my heart, and down instead toward my lower intestines. I let out a sigh of relief and inhale the next moment in wonder that I can have done this thing. It will be hours yet before the Heronsbane will leach back out of my tissues and the stream pass harmlessly into my waste channels, but it's happening. I keep breathing, keep guiding that inky stream out of my blood, but I can feel the liver taking over. Feel it learn Heronsbane, like my blood has learned diseases and sicknesses over the years, and brought with it knowledge of all the maladies my ancestors survived, like a second ancestral mind here in the circling ocean of my blood. No, not a second mind, the same mind, the wisdom of the ancestors immersed in my blood. Despite the cannon booms that start up again, despite the uncertainty and anxiety and remorse that still thread their way through my inner ocean, I spend the next 100 breaths in pure wonder. seeing all the connections between the water site I knew and the blood site I've learned, marveling that this was here the whole time, just under my skin, and feeling a quiet confidence build that this is what the Chronicles meant by uniting the ways, embodying the knowledge that has only been a theory up until now, that water is blood is water. That if I can teach this to my allies, if I can learn to use it fully like it sounds Miara has, we will become an unstoppable force, one strong enough to stand up to my enemies, to find the solution that stops the flood. Experimentally, I reach my awareness out through my blood bonds. I feel Astresia just a few paces away, with all the physical awareness that always comes through blood, the relaxed posture of her body leaning against something solid, the shifting mass of exhaustion swirling around her lower back, the mix of worry and faith and determination that pumps through her heart and out again through her whole body. Blood is water is blood. I open my second awareness, the cold and certain clarity of water sight, and try sending it through our bond. I suck in a breath in shock as a whole new stream of information floods in, the reddening evening light catching in Ainma's white hair, the quiet slap of waves against the ruins all around, the descending damp of the coming evening settling on her skin, and the concerned tide of her thoughts as she sorts through their conversation and her own thoughts on what this new cannon fire means, on whether they will need to evacuate again, on whether I'm doing okay. I'm fine, I send through the bond, as naturally as I would send my words through touch or a pool of water. She sucks in a breath. Alethea? It is a strange sensation to hear this with my ears and feel her mouth make the word with blood sight and see the thought a moment before in water sight, like the triple vision I get after a hard blow to the head. I breathe through it, seeking to pull them together, to unify the ways inside. Yes, I say back, tracing new lines of wonder up through my chest, pulling some of the energy away from my anxiety and worry. I am doing it. I figured out what you meant about my liver, and then something more. Ainma and Yemla are staring at her, and I would smile if the Heronsbane had given me that much of my body back. But it's like Astresia said, this was a highly concentrated dose. So I just smile on the inside and send words through my bond with Yemla. Old friend, old teacher, I think I understand now what the Chronicles meant about unifying the ways. I feel him break into a smile, even as I see it through Astresia's eyes. Then the sheer tide of information coming through their two bonds, plus the newness of how deeply I'm experiencing my own body, starts to overwhelm me, and I pull back. I'll explain later, I send to them in simple code, but I'm doing fine, and I might have an idea about how we get out of here. I hear footsteps approach some time later, when I'm beginning to get movement back into my fingers and to flutter my eyes enough to see the darkening horizon. Alethea, Isong says, crouching next to where I'm slumped. Can you hear me? I try to speak, but my throat is still muddy with Heronsbane. I can, I send in code. We need to move. Aegina and some of the others made a diversion a few riverways down, and have been drawing fire, but the Clippers sent a new round of longboats. They'll realize our main forces aren't there and come after us. You're not safe here. I let the worry that comes up flow through me, easy when I'm this in tune with my body. Where do we go then? I ask in code. What's the plan? Back to the towers, he says in a low voice, and I realize there are more sounds of movement around me. The scrape of feet carrying heavy loads, the wooden thunk of a boat against the island's metal sides. Whichever one is most intact above the ground. Probably ours. Not permanently, just long enough to launch a counterattack. Ice strikes into my belly. Counterattack? But we agreed we didn't have the strength for that. I can feel the resignation in his blood, alongside Isong's ever-present determination. It's the only option. This place isn't big enough to keep dodging them, and the longer we stretch it out, the more people we'll lose. We've already lost Aegina to an exploding round. My heart squeezes. We were enemies once, in another life, but I still hate it. Hate it with the same old hatred I have for every life that gets lost because someone is trying to stop us from just doing what's right. I try to grab his arm, but my limb is still dead, flooding Heronsbane. I have another idea, I send. Is Gaxno awake? He nods, a movement I see more in blood than in my slatted vision. We've had her tied up across the water for the last few hours. Good. I'm gonna need her. Bring Phelan first. Bring all the sisters if you can. I need to find someone with Miara's blood. 40. They gather around me as the day fades to a glow in the west, and some movement begins to return to my limbs. Estrija told us of your success with the Heronsbane, Phelan says stiffly, seated in a circle with the 10 other surviving Thericans. Your blood runs deep indeed. I have so much more to tell her, but there's no time. Isang and Akifte are already gone with most of the monks to draw the Daol attack off. Gaxna sits at the far edge of the island under Tewo's eye, muffles over her ears. You were senior to Miara before the guild split, right? I slur, ignoring her compliment, though a small part of me wants to revel in it, coming from this woman. Contemporaries, actually, but yes, we were both 8th Circle before the schism. So you have her blood? My mouth still feels full of soaked grain. 3 of us do, actually, or 2 of us now. I'm afraid Nylan lost the fight with her wounds a few hours ago. I understand now what she means about a fight with her wounds. I can only imagine what's possible internally with women who master control over their bodies. No wonder Ainma was up and walking with a shattered kneecap. She seems almost fine now. Good. The men told you about her offer? They did, Phelan says. I would consider it only as a last resort. The woman proved quite perfidious in our dealings with her. The other aged faces in the circle mirror her reserved expression. I was worried about the same thing, and even with the men telling me our military situation was dire, I leaned toward not cooperating. I don't know Miara well, but she was part of what happened to me at Nurimes' wedding. A cannon booms in the distance, and I hear the echoes of shouts. I send a prayer to my god, whatever I call them now, this unity of Ujay and Jaya, to keep my friends safe. I hate any death in this conflict, but I can't even think about losing one of them. I didn't even think it was possible to agree to work with her, I say, because she wants my full cooperation, and she'll be reading my thoughts in Watersight. Breaths suck in at the implications. Watersight through Bloodsight isn't as shocking to me as it was, though I'm still not on that level. I'll get there, without hierarchism. She would see that you didn't intend to cooperate once we're out, Phelan says, and thus not fulfill her vision. Right, and I didn't think there was a way to actually ally with her, as dead set against working with her or any of my enemies as I am. But the more I learn about our shared powers, the more options I'm realizing we have. So I'll need one of you to read her blood while I talk to her, and tell me if she honestly means what she says, especially about stopping the floods. She'll just block the reed, won't she? One of the women asks. Surely she knows of the blood block. She may know of it, I say slowly, but I doubt she knows it. And it sounds like reading water through blood takes all her concentration. But she'll know we're reading her as soon as we tell you, Ainma protests. If we're in earshot of you, she'll be able to hear too. No need to speak, I say. I'll read you through the blood. Ridiculous, Phelan exclaims. You're going to try to judge what we've read of her body through the reactions of our bodies? No, I smile. I'll be reading your thoughts through the bond. Watersight through blood. Impossible, Phelan scoffs. Give me your blood, I say calmly. I can prove it. The woman's back stiffens. That won't be necessary. Well, I'm going to need someone's, I say, trying to push myself upright and having a little luck, though my core still feels like cooked apples. More shouts echo from the buildings around us. The fight is getting closer. Miara said she had a plan for getting us out of here, and any option right now sounds better than what we're facing. Assuming she actually means what she said about stopping the flood. I nod. We'll see whether she does in the blood. And if she doesn't, well, at least we tried. And if she does, Ainma says slowly, you are going to work with her, even if her intentions are bad? I will. If her first goal is to stop the floods, then I can at least honestly tell her I want to work together. Once we stop the floods, well, there was never any guarantee life would be easy afterwards. Though I gather what she wants is to conquer Bamani. In the end, Ainma is the one to offer blood. Her body blossoms in my awareness a few moments later, cool and lithe and throbbing in a dozen places from wounds she's taken, most especially her right knee. This is a hard woman to still be on her feet. You can hear me? I ask through the bond. I can, she says, to more gasps from the women, watching as they gather up their things. More importantly, I hear her say it in her thoughts. Good. Go with the others. I'll keep you updated on our discussion as much as I can, but mainly, I just need you to consciously think through every reaction you read in Miara's body and what it likely means. I'm still not an expert at interpreting the body. I'd say you're doing pretty bleeding well, she thinks, and I register the words clear as speech, for only having studied a few weeks. She nods to me and climbs into the boat with the others, headed for the ruins of our tower. I had a good teacher. Take care of yourself, Theric and Ainma. And you as well, she hesitates, and I hear as well as feel in the bond her uncertainty over what to call me. Sister? I smile. The word feels right. Sister. The boat pushes off, and I nod to Tewo, who stands next to a very bound and gagged Gaxna. He undoes her bonds and starts to drag her over, her body limp as though she's unconscious. Life snaps into it a few steps later, Miara likely realizing her bloodborne is not bound anymore, and he lets go, allowing her to walk over. Not Gaxna's eyebrows raise on seeing me. Someone actually had the antidote? They did, I say. It's not totally a lie. And I've thought more about your offer. Good, she says, and reaches out a hand. I suppress a shudder at the irony that it is my lover's hand, but offered as a truce with my enemy. I don't take it. I can't, or she would read in an instant what I'm doing with Ainma, who, for her part, is only registering calm and focus in Miara. Just getting negotiations started, I say to her through Watersight. If we are doing this, I want it to be as equals, I say to Not Gaxna. You can read me when it's time for the truce. Until then, since your thoughts are not open to me, keep mine the same. I remember, belatedly, to blind myself in water and blood. Miara has said nothing about being able to read blood through Gaxna's connections, but I'm not taking any chances. I know far too much, and the less time she has to read my intentions about this agreement, the better. Fine, she says, but we are not equals in this, and never will be. I am saving your life, providing you with transport, and practically giving you the monocle. All you have to do is use it. And stop the floods that you can't? A minor detail. Gaxna's face stays bloodborne blank, but I listen close to Ainma's thoughts, looking for some indication that Miara does actually care about the floods, and the possibility we won't stop them. And sure enough, her heartbeat goes up, and Ainma reads tension in her forearms that she interprets as worry. Interesting. But I'm going to need better proof before I shake hands with my enemy. A cannonball explodes somewhere nearby, and I hear the clash of weapons. Currents send this works, or we've got nothing. I don't know what's so complicated about this, Miara says. I'm basically handing you everything you could want on a silver platter and asking nothing but that you actually use it once we get the monocle. What's complicated, I say, is that you're asking me to trust someone I know has betrayed people I care about, who has sent my allies to the grave, and to do it without being able to read you in Watersight. So forgive me for wanting to make sure. You've said you only want Saray once the floods are stopped. What else are you planning for afterwards? To make sure we thrive, Miara says, as Ainma notes no special agitation through the bond. To try my hand at ruling. So you want to oust Narimes and Yeolat. To get back at them, maybe, for sidelining you? Faster pulse, Ainma thinks in the bond. Tension in hands. This is excitement or maybe anger. So part of her motivation is revenge. That's fine. I wouldn't mind getting some on Narimes too, as it turns out. Another whistling explosion, and more sounds of fighting. I would not hesitate to sideline them, Miara says, if it's convenient. But no. I mean extending my power and the guild's reach beyond Saray. You spoke of Bomani. You would conquer them? Not conquer, she says. Civilize. Show them a better way as possible. They were dealt the worst hand by the last flood. I would like to equalize that. Relaxation in the chest, warmth in the belly. She's excited about something, and also lying if I had to guess. So this is how you would beat your allies, I say. Not by direct conflict, just by gaining more power. That's how your magic works, isn't it? A sort of popularity contest? Miara sucks in a breath, and I feel tension strap across Ainma's chest through the bond. Whatever you said, she didn't like it. All that warmth is gone, back into tension. You might want to change the topics. I suppress a smile. No, this is exactly what I want to talk about. Something so important to her that she can't hide her true feelings. Plus, I need to know more about hierarchism, because I don't want any of them to get more powerful long term, especially not the one making my lover a bloodborne. It is far more complex than that, Not Gaxna growls, and I neither need nor want to explain it to you. Like I said, I'm not coming after you or your little rebellions once this is over. Be content with that. A cannonball hits 2 islands over, and the flash of light throws everything into a moment of stark relief, casting shadows over Gaxna's face and illuminating debris as it flies into the air. The fighting is louder, and I realize with a start that one of the Dale boats is rowing towards us, men inside struggling against 2 monks. What do you read? I send to Ainma. Is she lying? You've made her very angry, she says. But no, I don't see any of the telltale tightness in throat and face. This is the real her. And before any of that, I press, you need me to stop the floods, or you lose all those unclaimed souls in Bomani. Yes, she bites off. Though now I'm going to need you to swear you'll not go after them either. I'll do one better, I say, thrusting out my hand. Let's do this. I'm still not completely sure about this, but I am sure it's a better alternative than trying to fight for my life with my body still half asleep. And if Miara rises to awful power after the floods are over, well, that's the post-flood world's problem. I've got more immediate ones to deal with. Not Gaxna seizes mine, greedy, then hisses. You still have your blind up. Swear to me you will get us out of here, all of us, and bring me to the most likely location of the monocle. My wording is no accident. I tell Ainma what I'm doing and wait for her read in the bond. I swear it, Miara says, so long as I can be sure you intend to cooperate once you're out of here. 1 monk falls, a dagger in his chest, and the Dale men swarm onto the other. In a second, I say, as Ainma confirms Miara is telling the truth. And you won't come after me or my friends once we've successfully stopped the floods? I will not, she says again, so long as you do the same. Those weren't the initial terms, but good enough. She can have Saray if it means saving the world, and saving my friends here, whoever's left of them. Now drop your blind, she says, and make good on your half of the bargain. One last thing, I say. Gaxna. She's done you all the good she can. Release her. Gaxna's excited expression cools. I may, in time, but no, you are asking for extra assurances, and so I will keep mine. This one body in case you change your mind. Besides, the bond is made. I can't unmake it. Then release her, I say, a wave of grief and longing suddenly flooding into my eyes. Unless you need her, let her go. She'll be safe. I swear it. Gaxna's one eye narrows. No. Now drop your blind. Floods. My fists clench and my chest hurts, and that sword in my guts cuts deeper because there's nothing I can do about this. No other option. In the flickering light of the burning island, the last monk falls, and the Dale men seize their oars. I take a deep breath, trying to clear all the thoughts and fears for Gaxna from my head, but it's impossible. As well try to take the salt from the ocean. I drop my blind, knowing she will see what her blood-born pawn means to me. At least it gives me something to focus on, rather than all the secrets I still keep. I swear to cooperate, I say, feeling naked as a newborn under her gaze. To search for a monocle and to do everything in my power to stop the floods once I have it. To work with you, I say, looking into Gaxna's one eye. A tiny lie. It gives me some sense of control as more cannonballs whine overhead. Then it is done, Miara says, and I slam my blind up, as Ainma confirms she reads only satisfaction and determination in Miara's blood. At least the woman was telling the truth then. Now, Gaxna says, turning toward the longboat racing toward us, and the clippers booming cannon fire beyond, to get you out of here. 41. One of the Dale men suddenly jerks up from his oar and rams a knife into the man in front of him. Quick as lightning, before the man can even cry out, he slashes it across the throat of another and jams it into the chest of a third. The boat slows, men suddenly shouting and scrambling, and Gaxna smiles, a lazy thing. It's amazing what you can do with a little blood in the right place. I push myself to my feet, body still feeling numb, but at least responding to my commands. The boat has stalled in the water as the men fight Miara's bloodborne, but I don't see how she expects to win against the other 6 sailors. How many of them do you have? I ask, looking around for my staff. Just the one, she murmurs, but don't worry, more are on the way. The sailors overcome Miara's bloodborne and turn back for their oars, one of them pointing our way. A crossbow bolt takes him in the throat, and then the air is humming with them as a second Deo longboat rounds the low ruin to the east. Just 4 men inside, but all of them bloodborne still. save for hands that methodically reload and crank their crossbows. Sailors fall like paper dolls in the nearer boat. One manages to get a shot off back, killing one of Miara's 4 bloodborne, and then the nearer boat is adrift in the water, blood leaking from a body that slumps over the side. Easy enough, Nokaxna says, dusting off her hands. Now for the clippers. You can't just send those 4 back, I say. We tried that. The Day'll know to look for bloodborne. Hadn't a thought of it, she says, as the 3 remaining men suddenly start choking. My stomach goes cold, remembering how she did the same to the overseers who came to kill me in the Gale Tower. I have more on the ships, she says at my look, but I will need some assistance. Can you gather your people and we'll make a little plan? I send out the word, even as misgiving wars with relief in my belly and chest. I am shocked to see the boats that come back carrying a mix of Theracants and monks. I thought you were going to safety, I say to Astresia as they pull up against our island. While others are in danger, she asks. Never. I register then that many of the men are wounded, and my heart warms to see them consenting to Theracant treatment, some even passing over blood, another feat that would have sounded impossible a year ago. My sense of victory is short-lived as the second boat rows in, with only a handful of people in it. The rest? I ask anxiously. Ama just shakes her head. Ujay has taken them, Begdil says somberly. Not all of us, a familiar voice drawls, and I turn to see Anon climbing from the water, Akifte and Isong with him. Praise the gods, I say, as some small part of the fear binding my chest releases. Yemla? Isong's face goes still, and Akifte thumps his chest. He died in the best way, a legend. May the stories carry his name. Grief rolls over me, and the old anger that anyone should have to die for this, especially a man as kind and wise as Yemla. Tewo lays a hand on my arm. You will see him again in the mother's arms. Do not blame yourself for this thing. I feel an avalanche of tears waiting in my heart, but Nokaxna is already calling people together, and I have to think of the living first, of continuing the fight so many have died for. I ice those tears hard and join the circle. Jayla, Ainma, Salo, Miara is saying, nodding to each as she goes around the circle, as if they aren't mortal enemies. Phelan, good to see you again, sisters. I don't need a blood bond to see how hard this is for the rebel Theracants, but they keep their mouths closed. The monks are scowling too, those unhurt enough to be in the circle. My heart squeezes when I realize that's only 3 men, with just 3 more too wounded to join. So many lost, and we're still not out. I murmur a prayer to Ujay and Jaya to take them up, then raise my voice. You all understand we're allies now, even if we've had our differences in the past, I say into the icy glares passing between the women. This is not about the past. It's about the future and stopping the floods. You've already joined hands with your mortal enemies in the temple and guildhouse. Miara is just one more step in that, and if this is the bitterest pill we have to swallow to save civilization as we know it, I'll count myself lucky. Some of the expressions around the circle shift. They obviously don't like it, but that's fine. I don't either. The important thing is, I see hope on their faces. That we've gone through a lot, the immediate danger has passed, and we have a powerful ally now to help us get out. All right, I say, turning to Nokaxna. Time for you to carry your side of the bargain. How do we get out of here? I have the blood of 7 sailors, she says, for her part sounding completely unperturbed by the frosty reception of the Theracants. 5 on the undamaged ship, 2 more on the one you almost smashed. A brilliant move, by the way. So what? Begdil says, blood seeping from a bandage on his forehead. You blood push your 5 and we're supposed to go defeat the other 30 on board? I'm not sure if you've noticed, but we're low on fighters. I told the girl not to wait this long, Miara says. You can still do it. My 5 will do a lot of the damage, and the sisters will join in, right, girls? The Theracants look doubtful at this. I remember how awkward they were in combat on that first night in the tower. But it's Isong who speaks up. Sailors are not just sailors in the Daewul, he says, wincing as Astresia dresses a stab wound on his leg. They're part of the military and are trained for combat situations. No offense to the men and women here, but I don't think we could overwhelm either clipper, even with the help of a bloodborne mutiny. And even if we do, Tewo says, there is still the matter of sailing them. Daewul ships do not operate as other vessels do. We will need some of those sailors alive to teach us, likely to help us if we're going to sail full clippers. So I say we skip all that, Anon drawls. pulling a sodden clove out and scowling. We've got longboats, and fake Gaxna here's got enough men to cause a distraction while we slip past in the night. We sail for the coast and let them spend the next couple days cannoning Sarante into ruins while we get ahead. I should be able to get you past their surveillance, Gaxna says thoughtfully. That's how I got in, by making sure my bloodborne was the one on lookout duty. Isong shakes his head. I'm not a sailor, but I doubt we could get far enough fast enough to escape notice. These longboats only have oars, so it would be up to us to row far enough away that they couldn't see us with their long-range scopes. But more so, they will be scanning the islands with their astrometers, and when they don't see any life, they'll give chase. In sailboats much faster than ours, Tewo says, and not to mention the work of rowing. The coast is 20,000 pace distant? 30? It will take some time to get there, even assuming fair weather. If it's that or die, Begdal asks, we'll do it. We can't fight, so we're going to need to run. We'll split up. Some of us stay here and draw them off, while the rest of you get out. Come back with help if you can. It's clear from his tone how likely he thinks that is, but I feel a flash of respect for this monk. Antagonistic as he's been since the start, he's also risked his life over and over for his people. He is a true Ujjayan at heart, just old guard. No, I say, escape was a good idea, but I'm not ready to accept most of us dying in the hopes a few can row fast enough to get out. Miara, you didn't have any better plans than this? Poison, my lover's body says, in a foreign voice. You did it to them once. We'll get into the water supply of both ships, then just walk on and take control. We just need enough herbs? The Theracants exchange glances, and I see fingers rattling in code. We don't have them, Phelan says after a moment. We put absolutely everything we had into the tincture we used on the sailors demolishing our towers. But your Heronsbane, I say, feeling the optimism I'd had, that we all had starting this talk, start to slip away. That was such a concentrated dose, it wouldn't take much to lay them out. Surely you have a vial of it somewhere. Gaxna scowls. A few concentrated drops were the best I could do in Temerare. There might be one left in the ring, but it won't do for a boat full of sailors. A silence starts to descend, and I again see that hope start to slip off faces, feel it in the blood bond I now share with so many of these people. I can't let that happen. There has to be something we've missed. Then we fight, Ikifte says fiercely, thumping his chest. We fight and we die if that is our story. We pray that one of us gets through to tell it, and to stop the floods. He nods at me, then turns to the group, as if in challenge. Do you not want to die as heroes? Phelan's scowl deepens. I don't particularly care how I die, boy. I just don't want it to be for nothing. I feel the same way. We can't fight, and we can't run. So what? I exhale out the stress and find my focus. Gaxna scoffs. Thought you were made of tougher stuff than that, Phelan. But look, I'm going to give you every advantage I can, and I'll have this body in the fight too. My stomach twists as she gestures at Gaxna, at the thought of my friend once again facing death for me, and not even choosing it this time. Everything is going wrong. We're not fighters, Ainma says, even if we wanted to be. Your plan won't work. I see it's true with the clarity that comes with my focus, and still the waters rush in my mind, seeking that other alternative we haven't thought of. The solution the ancestral mind would pick if it was here. Some strength we have other than fighting, like we always have. Something deeper. I see it and suck in a breath. You're right, I say, sitting up. We're not fighters, and even if we were, these sailors are not our enemies. They're just following orders, and anyway, it sounds like we need them if we want to actually sail these ships once we take them over. So if we don't fight, Gaxna snaps, and you don't run, what? I smile. We unite the ways. 42. We wait until sunrise, following Gaxna's old advice to me about the best times to get past guards. Miara assures us she has bloodborne in the crow's nests of both ships, and the bulk of the other men are below decks, having no sailing to do. As we row past the last of the city's ruins, the birds of Sarante begin their morning song. I breathe with currents of anxiety and fear, listening to the shush of oars through water. Every one of my living allies is packed onto these 2 longboats. Just 15 people now, and less than half capable of a fight. We can't let it come to that. If we do, we're dead. and the world along with us. Tewo pulls us in tight with the side of the ship, its embers gleaming with some kind of dark paint in the reddening glow. Anon scrambles up the anchor line, and I am right behind him, followed by Akifte. This is our initial wave. Not to attack or to kill, though Akifte is here if it comes to that. To get blood. The deck of the ship is chill beneath my bare feet, great bands of iron running across the thick wood planks. 3 Daewoo men stand there, still as statues, watching us with panicked eyes. Bloodborne. I suppress a shudder, knowing Miara is watching through those eyes too. For all that Ainma read her blood during our agreement, and she has stayed true to her word so far, I can't help expecting her to betray us. I just hope it's not this morning. Down the stairs to the rear of the ship, into a cramped hallway that smells of oil and bodies. Lamps unlike anything I've ever seen light the way, flameless like the strange light Hiana showed me in Duran, but attached to the wall without apparently any worry of the wood catching on fire. The ship is different in other ways too. Metal tubes run along the ceiling, spotted with bulbous attachments like a craftological vine, but there's no time to gawk. Speed and surprise are everything here. Anon slows at the entrance to the first door, raising a hand to code, "Ready?" I signal yes and hand my staff to Akifte. There would be no using it in this cramped space, and I have a new set of weapons anyway. Anon eases open the door, and I spread the fingers of my right hand, each one sporting a hooked ring taken from a theracant. 5 drops of blood. Anon wears another 5, all we could gather from the living and the dead. Once we get these back to the women boarding the ship, the numbers should sway in our favor. And if we can do it without waking the rest of the ship, we may even stand a chance. I slip in and let the soft sounds of slumber guide me to the first hammock, while Akifte follows Anon to the other wall. I find the man's face and press my fingers in diver's bind, waiting for his mind to wink out in water sight, then prick him with the first of my rings. Across the way, I hear the thump of a thrashing foot, but it's soon silenced. Akifte has his own version of the knockout bind, but he promised it would work just as well. I move on, balancing on the lower man's hammock to reach the upper, again pressing the bind, then gathering the blood. My eyes have adjusted now, and I see 4 more occupied beds. Keep sleeping, I urge them as I slip over to the next, for your own sake. A sudden gasp sounds from where Anon works, then a heavy thump, and silence. I hold my breath, waiting for the others to stir, to sound the alarm that will overwhelm us before we can muster enough bloodborne to fight. The beating of my heart alone feels loud enough to wake them up. The rhythmic breathing next to me disrupts. I get ready to use Ice Fingers Rising or gut the fish to keep them quiet, but after a moment, they drop back into a regular rhythm. We get the rest of the blood without a disturbance, and slip back to the top deck to find the women assembled there. I hold a finger out to each of them, and they take the blood onto their tongues like some surreal ritual in the early morning light. Well, it would be surreal if Anon wasn't doing the same thing on the far side of the circle, and cracking every inappropriate joke he can think of while he does it. Astresia, for once, laughs right along with him. Then we slip back down, past Bloodborne filing from the first room with halting movements. Anon eases the door open to the second. There are fewer men in this room, 5 if my vision serves me right, but I know something is off the second we're inside. A voice shouts out, word unintelligibly Daewoo, but warning tone clear. My palm thuds into the man's temple, just as Akifte's fist crushes his windpipe, but men cry out all around us. No time for subtlety. I jab rings into bodies, to more cries of confusion, then ram Ice Fingers Rising into those same bodies, missing on the second one, but knocking my 2 out. Anon and Akifte take a moment longer, and one of their men cries out again, but all told it's been maybe 6 seconds. Not long, but long enough to wake the final room, if the tide runs against us. I grab Anon's arm. Take these, I send through the bond, then pull off my blooded rings. Akifte and I will handle the rest. I grab Akifte and slip back into the dimly lit hallway. Listen, he flashes to me in code, and I nod, slowing. The ship creaks, and low voices come from the deck above, but I hear nothing from the far room. I shrug at him, and he presses a fist to his chest, then holds it up in some kind of silent Bamani war cry. I want to warn him not to start killing in there, but he's already running for the door. I dash after him, but before he can get a hand on the latch, it bursts open. A man leans out, crossbow leveled, and Akifte and I dive in different directions. The string twangs and a bolt zips through the air where we were. I turn my dive into a lunge, but the man slams the door shut. I curse, glancing back to see Akifte rising unhurt. He glances from me to the doorway, and his grin is unworried, excited even. I guess I am getting my fight after all, he says. You will tell them how I battled if I do not make it. Will tell them, I say, striding up to him, after we both make it. Alethea, he says, and his voice is almost gentle. This is not a two-person battle, not in that small space. The way I will need to fight, he shakes his head as thumps sound beyond the door. You would not be safe. Then we'll call in Bloodborne, I say, frustration rising. Frustration and fear. Can't lose another friend today. We cannot, he says calmly, rolling his shoulders out. Those inside are dead one way or another, and you will need the ones that remain to pilot the ship. No, I must do this. He pulls his lava staff out, then hesitates. If you make it to Bamani in your travels, you may find a man named Sakayamor, a legend. You will tell him what I did here, and then, if you have enough allies about you, you will spit in his face and kill him. He puts a hand on the door. Can you promise me that? Curiosity gets the best of me, even as I'm desperately searching for a different way to do this. Who is he? A liar and a false tale and a betrayer of his tribe. He sighs, then shakes his head. He is my brother. The door flies open, and all I know in that moment is I'm not letting Akifte die for my cause. Not when he has his own reasons to live, and so many monks and Theracans have already died for this. Maybe it makes me a bad leader, but I can't stand back this time. Besides, he may be the better fighter, but I have other skills. So as crossbow strings twang and Akifte dodges left in preparation to charge, I crouch and dive into the room. It's a tangle of legs, just like I hoped. I rip my hooked ring across a calf and thrust it in my mouth. Copper bursts on my tongue as I push further in, shoving to create more confusion. There's just one light in the cramped berth, in the hand of a man at the back. I grab it and smash it. Darkness and shouts. I jab my hooked finger out again as the first blood sprouts into a connection in my chest. I seize his body through the bond and make him start throwing elbows, drawing more shouts from the other men. How many are here? 6? 10? I lick blood and jab again, staying low, having my bloodborne throw himself into the mess of men in the middle of the space. He partially lands on me, knocking the air from my lungs, but another connection sprouts inside and I push that one too, making him start shouting and thrashing his arms. Then I jab someone else and lick more blood. It's chaos. I get kicked and stepped on and elbowed by my own bloodborne and drink more blood in a few short minutes than I've ever wanted to in a lifetime. But gradually, the room starts to feel under my control. 4 connections, then 5 coming to life inside. Best of all, no one dies, though we're all going to be badly bruised. The door rips open and Akifte bellows, Alethea! A shape darts out. Apparently I missed one, but I grab the rest of them through the bond, 5 living bodies connected in streams of blood to my own, and push them to stillness. They stop, and the room goes suddenly silent. Push up off the floor, adjusting my sleeves as the light reveals a wasteland of shattered crates and broken hammocks. Akifte, I say, silence highlighted by the 5 bloodborne Dale panting around me. Now it's on you to tell them how I battled in here. He bellows out a laugh, lava staff dropping to his side. You are a legend indeed, Alethea of the Viola. But next time we will discuss who gets the glory before someone runs in. Like you were going to discuss it with me? At least let me catch this one that ran. Slops, I forgot about that one. The only one that escaped me getting his blood. Yes, I say, go. I can handle these. I nod at the sweaty sailors around me. He runs off, and I lead my pack of bloodborne up to the deck, where a larger clump of Daewal bloodborne stand, still as statues, while pairs of monks and Theracans work on each individually, trying to coordinate water and blood sight. It's a sight for sore eyes to see the old enemies of my city working so naturally together. It reminds me that I have both their sights now, and I could be looking for the same answers about how to work the ship in my own bloodborne. But as soon as I focus my awareness on one of my new streams, I see flashes of a metal box below decks, and explosions, and hope centering around the Dale who escaped the last room. I suck in a breath. They're gonna blow up the ship. That's what that whole room was trying to do, distract us so one could get away. And now he's somewhere in the belly of this strange ship, working on a way to kill us all. There's no way I'll find him, unless... Isong! I shout, not having time to work out the details. Get me Isong! 43. I fill him in as we run down the narrow hallway in the direction the man escaped. Ikifte long gone. Jay, I hope he finds the saboteur before we do. But in a ship this big and complicated, I can't count on it. And I don't have his blood to locate him. So that's where you come in, I pant, rounding a corner and taking another set of stairs down. I don't know exactly where it is, except down, but I'm getting words and images from the man upstairs. Can you show me? He asks, limping just slightly but eyes intense. Through the bond? I grab his wrist and push the images I've read in blood, of a cramped berth and a rectangular metal box, of a few tangled lines of Dale script. He sucks in a breath, then slows, looking around. The stern chase, he says. Come on. We barrel through the Clipper's narrow bays in the dark, passing through rooms lined with casks and wooden crates, and 2 long hallways full of cannonballs packed in hay and sawdust. I shiver and have to fight down the animal urge to run back the way we came. Exploding shot. We're all dead if the bomb below triggers these. We must be at the far end of the ship, though it's hard to tell below decks, when we come out in a cramped room with a miniature cannon aimed at a narrow porthole, overlooking the sea behind the ship. Cannon shot rolls loose across the floor, and bags of powder are stacked against the far wall. I glance around. This is it? It doesn't look like the cramped berth I read in Watersight, and I don't see any rectangular boxes. A chamber under this, he says. Through a trapdoor, I think. Did you read anything else? I've been scanning the thoughts of my bloodborne as we ran, but without being able to talk to them to guide their thoughts, it's hard to pick much out. Not really. They're mostly thinking about whether we're going to kill them right now. Any more images? Script? He is down on the floor, feeling at the wood planks for hidden joints. I grab his arm and show him what I have, reading my bloodborne again as I do. Most of them are thinking about the other ship now, hoping to figure out what's going on and attack. Floods. We need to get this under control fast if we're going to fight off another Clipper. Isong sucks in a breath. Melons. What here has anything to do with melons? I look around, forcing my panic down with steady breaths, keeping my heart and lungs at an even rhythm. The cannonballs, I say after a moment. They're about melon size, and your people wouldn't just leave them loose, right? So... They had to be stacked up somewhere, he says, then scrabbles at a lighter patch of wood next to the cannon. His fingers catch. Yes, he calls, and rips the hidden latch open. Isong, wait! A wire twangs from the dark below, and a bolt slams into him, the bloody head ripping through the clothes on his back. He jerks backward with the impact, falling against the cannon, then sliding to the floor in a cry of pain. I stare, panic and denial flooding in like a river broken free from its dam, even as I know I need to get down there or we're all dead. It's Isong. Can't I? He's my anchor. I hesitate one agonizing moment more, then force myself down the hole before the sailor can reload. After a brief and desperate scramble in the dark, I get purchase on his jaw and break his neck. I don't even feel bad about it, just panic to get back to Isong. Then I hear a ticking from the metal box and look at it in horror. I don't understand craftology, but I doubt this bomb is supposed to tick normally, which can only mean I scramble out of the dark compartment to find Isong in a spreading pool of blood. Isong, I gasp, dropping to my knees beside him. Oh gods, Isong! The mission. Focus on the mission. I need you again. I'm sorry. Jay, I'm so sorry. I always need something from you, and I never... I pull myself together. He's not answering. Passed out. I reach out through our blood connection, lay my hands on his skin. He's unconscious, but not dead yet. The bolt passed through one of his lungs without hitting his heart. That lung is filling with blood, but he has a few minutes. My heart seizes. No, he must have more than that. He deserves more than that. I start babbling again, apologies I didn't even know I needed to say spilling out of my mouth. I take him under the arms as I do, dragging him to the lip of the trapdoor. God, I'm so sorry for this, I say, then drop down and use my weight to pull him down on top of me. He cries out, pain searing through the bond, and I feel him come briefly awake. Isong, I say, echoing my words through his skin. Isong, I'm so sorry, but the sailor activated this exploding box somehow. I need you to stop it. It's all just gears to me. He sucks in a long breath, the air bubbling in his chest, and focuses his pale eyes on the box, its details indistinct in the dim light. The lantern, he gasps, his voice small and weak. I hate it. Ujay and Jaya, I hate it, but I pull myself up and grab the lantern. I know this is what he would want, what he would choose if I'd given him a choice. That, like me, he's always going to pick the world over himself, even if it means his death, even if he never gets to live, if we never do. I hold the light up and see tiny lines of Dale's script embossed on the box, along with a series of switches and buttons. My stomach clenches. Any one of those could make it go off right now, for all I know. And if Isong dies or passes out, it'll be up to me. He runs his fingers over the lines of script, but his shoulders sway from the effort of staying upright. I crouch down next to him with a curse, cradling him with my body and free arm while the other holds the lantern up. Chal, he mutters to himself, voice reedy and weak. Jamdaiko, Champagya. You've got this, I whisper to him. You've always got this. You're my anchor. Tears start spilling from my eyes as I say it, and suddenly I feel like a complete pile of shit. He is my anchor, has been since the first day I met him in the arena, and all I've done is use him to hold me steady, to keep me grounded, to help when I needed him. And all this time, I've ignored what he's needed from me. I shake my head, focusing on the moment, on the ship full of people we're trying to save, and the mission to stop the floods we carry, and the fact that it all rests on this crossbow-shot man I hold in my arms. No, I have tools now, tools that can help him even if I have no idea which switch to flip and feel like I don't deserve to be this close to him ever again. I push all that aside and reach inside, through the bond of our shared blood, feeling the resonance between our bodies, seeking out the wounded places in his. The stab wound in his thigh, the 100 cuts and bruises from the last few days, but most especially the puncture wounds in his chest and the blood he's losing out both sides. Gently, slowly, I constrict the arteries that are feeding the area, even as I dilate the ones that run to his brain and massage the sublingual glands to release more wakefulness. The hot seep of blood against my chest slows, and he sucks in a breath, words slurring from Deul back to Jayan. Activator and here, disentangler. He flips a switch, and I flinch despite myself. Silence follows. Bone-deep silence, save for the creak of the ship and the slosh of the waves outside. No ticking, no imminent promise of a ship-shattering explosion. Thank you, I whisper, pressing my face to his back in the dark. Thank you, and I'm sorry. I heard you, he says, voice still a whisper, blood still bubbling in his lungs. While I was working, like a speech in a theater, only I could feel it too. Feel your worry and your sorrow. He tries to reach for me and gasps. I feel the pain through our bond as a fresh scab tears on his chest. No, I say, don't move. I need to apologize, Isong. I've been ignoring you this whole time, using you, keeping you by me but ignoring what you need. No, he says. I mean, yes, you're right, but that... He pauses a moment to catch his breath, and I almost say that we don't need to talk about this now, but we do, especially if he doesn't survive this. That's my fault, he goes on. I've always been more comfortable doing what other people want, but these few weeks I've realized that I've just been using you, I whisper, dragging you along, not worth your time. No, he whispers, fierce. Never. You will always be worth my time. But I thought... He coughs, and I seek again inside for anything else I can do for him. Thought I would be fine to wait Gaxna out, to see what happened. But I can't. I need to know what we are, what I am to you, even if... I know, I whisper, tears coming out again. I should have told you a long time ago. Been clear about it, even if I... No, no excuses. I need you, Isong. I don't want to do this without you. I can't, maybe. I laugh, like another sob coming out of my chest. I definitely can't. How many times would I be dead if you hadn't been there? His chest squeezes in a kind of laugh, too, something I read through the bond as much as feel where he's pressed against me. And how many times, he whispers, have I given thanks you got me out of the arena and the sad little life I'd convinced myself I wanted. This is just, he coughs again, just me realizing all of that was a mistake. That after Yelena, I thought I was being selfless and dedicating myself to others. I was actually just avoiding the pain, not willing to risk it again. But I am willing to risk it again. If you are. I am, I breathe, then feel my heart climbing up, and I know there's more that I need to say. But you'll have to share me with the world, with this mission that we're on. I can't promise that I won't always choose it first. You won't have to, he says, because I would too. It's something I've always loved about you, that you care about strangers that much. The tightness doesn't let up, and I realize there's still more. Gaxna, I whisper, chest squeezing like it's in a noose. Like all the fears of the last month have suddenly piled on. You'll have to share me with her too. He nods. I already am, and I love your love for her, your dedication. I would never want to get in the way of that, which is why I didn't speak up. But I need to, because if I died without at least trying, you would still want me? I ask in the darkness, tears welling in my eyes. Even with Gaxna and the floods and the way I've treated you these last few weeks? Yes, he says. 100 times yes. 1,000 times. I would never want to limit you. I love you for how wide you are, how you don't operate inside the rules I've always known. So I would never put any on you. I just want to be with you, that's all. Me too, I whisper, and I promise I will never keep you away again. If you can accept me for all my mess, well, you're welcome to it. Now shut up and let your body heal. I will, he says, straining to turn his head towards me. Just hold still, I say, and lean up and forwards until I find his lips. It has to be the world's most awkward kiss, but it just feels like home to me. Like a place I've longed for so long that now I'm here, I never want to leave again. We pull away, both gasping, just as heat is starting to build in my core. I should go, I pant. Find someone who can help you. Don't, he says, tangling a fist in my shirt. I start, but he pulls me down into another kiss. I stay. 44. When I finally make it back to the upper deck, I find a swarm of blood-borne Dale crawling over the rigging, while others sit in bonds on the deck, monks and thericants next to them. And the ship is moving. I take a deep breath, the air fresh in my lungs after the bloody stink of the stern chase. Phelan looks up from where she talks to a younger monk at my approach. She looks me once up and down and clicks her tongue. Seeking your second blood while the rest of us are up here working, were you, girl? No amount of meditation or internal work could keep the blush from burning onto my cheeks. He's hurt, so we didn't. She lifts an eyebrow. You need somebody to go work on him? Yes, I say, with a few bloodborne, probably, for a stretcher. I'll show them where to go. They can find it, she says sharply. We've got bigger problems. The other clippers figured us out somehow. They started lifting sails as soon as we had ours up. Fear spikes through me, looking off the back deck and seeing her words are true. Then I remember our mad dash through the ship and what I saw on the way. Gunpowder. Cannonballs. Get me Miara, I say. I think I have a solution for that. A few minutes later, as two bloodborne haul Isong up on a stretcher from below decks, there is a massive eruption of light from the ship behind us, followed by thunder that rolls across the water loud enough to shake the ship beneath me. I was right. The other ship carried as much powder as this one does. When the smoke clears, there are only a few burning fragments left of the other clipper, sinking into the blue deep, and a wide field of debris. The longboats we dropped are there too, and I'm cheered to see Dale's sailors climbing onto them. Your mercy will be the death of you, Gaxna says casually, from where she stands next to me. Or it will be the life of the people that depend on me, I say. Those men didn't deserve to die. And maybe when they live to tell this tale, they'll finish it by talking about how your bloodborne warned them before they triggered the explosion. Or they'll finish it with an oath to end your life, she says. You're going to have to learn to accept losses sooner or later, girl, if you want to be a decent leader. That reminds me of the moment I had with Akifte in the hallway outside the last room full of sailors, and the heavy hatred I felt in my heart every time another of my allies dies in the fight to stop the flood. I take a deep breath and let it out, watching the ancient city dwindle in the distance, 3 towers shorter for our time there. That's the thing, I say. I've been trying to figure out how to be a leader ever since I started organizing fighters in Duran, and I don't think that's what I'm here to do. There are plenty of people who can make good leaders and who can maybe stomach the things you're talking about. That's not me. Not Gaxner raises an eyebrow. If you're not a leader, in this time when that's what so many people need, what are you? I take a breath, seeking my clarity inside. This is a question I need to answer. If I'm not a leader, what am I? My father's words in the immersion come back to me, talking about leaders who rely on division, and I remember Yemla's advice too, that night on the water before the Dale came, about uniting people with vision. A visionary, I say, following my gut. I'm not here to lead. I'm here because I had a vision. Have a vision. And I guess a lot of other people have had them about me too, but none of those show me leading, sending other people off to die for my cause while I sit back. They show me doing the thing, stopping the floods, and that's who I am, not a leader or a follower, just someone with something that I need to do. And if other people want to do it too, they're welcome, but I'm not going to tell them how to do it. I leave off what I realized about Begdil and Phelan, and positions of power changing people for the worse. Miara either knows that, or she disagrees with me from the bottom of her soul. She's a hierarchist, after all. Gaxna smiles. Well, perhaps our partnership will bear more fruit than I expected. The thought twists my stomach. I'm pretty sure that's not what uniting the ways means, but I've learned enough to stay quiet for now. A visionary, Tewo says, dropping from the rigging next to us. Yes, that sounds right. The mother will guide us. We just need to follow her path. Ah! Akifte laughs in his high-pitched way, pushing off from the railing. What she has is a vision of stealing all my glory. But do not get excited, blood zombie. There are many legends in Bamani who are not leaders. It does not mean you can steal her glory. I smile at Gaxna's off-put expression. Thanks, guys. That feels right. A visionary. I guess in a way I always have had a vision, one that started as proving that a girl had a place in the temple. Now it's uniting the ways to stop the floods, but I see the seed of the one in the other. A tension leaves my shoulders as it sinks in. I'm not a leader. I don't have to make all the decisions. I have friends to help with that. I look up. This is about the time Anon would be saying something snarky. Where's Anon? Or Astresia? Akifte gives another high-pitched laugh and waves an arm at the upper deck. They have been occupied for some time. What? I spit, even as I spot the pair of them, leaning heavily against the rail next to the aft cabin, hands in each other's hair, lips locked together. They're not. This time Akifte's laugh is full-bellied, and even Tewo joins in. You are not a leader or a romantic, Alethea of the Viola, the massive warrior says. Oh, you would have seen this coming a long time ago. I stammer, then take a breath. I guess not, but good for them. The sight makes me think of Isong and what we were doing when we should have been getting healed. I go to check on him, and though he's unconscious, the Theracans work on him assure me he will pull through. A few weeks to heal, Ainma says. Less if someone gives him extra attention. There is a gleam in her eye as she says it, and I fight down a blush. This ship already feels too small. It will likely take that long to get across the sea anyway, Gaxna says. Good. It will serve us well to have a Deul ally. I feel a twist in my gut, thinking about all the things Miara doesn't know. How much easier it would be if she wasn't here, and at the same time, how I can't stand the thought of Gaxna going away again, even if she's only here as a bloodborn. About that, I say as the wind snaps the sails above us. The journey is long, and you know you have my cooperation. It sounds like you have affairs to take care of at home, and Gaxna has been under blood push day and night for weeks now. Why don't you let her go and just check in on us now and then? And have you teach her the bloodblind? Gaxna says with Miara's voice. I hate the thought of her being locked in there, hearing everything and unable to do anything about it. I don't think so. I have your cooperation, girl, but it never hurts to have a little extra assurance. No. I'll release her when we have the monocle. Only then, and not before. That strand of worry and anger twists tighter inside me at every word, and I understand in a flash that this is where she will betray me. That Miara understands what Gaxna means to me, and so she will keep her forever, as leverage, no matter what promises she makes about letting her go. Because I'll never give up. So I make a vow to myself, and to Gaxna, as the wind catches in the sails above. I will get her free. No matter what it takes, no matter what oaths I have to break, I will get my lover free. Even if she wants nothing to do with me again, it doesn't matter. I owe her this much. And Miara? I owe her nothing. I feel better once that's done, and I've taken that twist of worry and anger inside and tied it into a noose for Miara's neck. The day is bright and clear, the smoke and wreckage of Sarante is fading behind us, and all around me monks and Theracants work together like they never fought on different sides of a war or called their god different names. Some of them even laugh as they do it. I take a deep breath of ocean air. The floods are still coming. My lover, or one of my lovers, is still trapped in her body, and there's every chance Narimes will get a monocle before I do. But this still feels like a victory. I know what to do, have people I love and trust around me, and the enmity that haunted me from my first days in the temple is finally healed, at least in the monks and Theracants here. We're uniting the ways. Now we just have to do it deep enough and fast enough to stop the floods. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Rebel of Riddle and Woe, Book 3 of the Tidecaller Chronicles, text and audio copyright 2023. For more info on Levi Jacobs and the Tidecaller audiobooks, please visit www.levijacobs.com. Or for a free prequel novella featuring Gaxna in the months before the start of Book 1, go to levijacobs.com/free. If you enjoyed this book, consider leaving a review on Goodreads or the store where you purchased it. They mean the world to independent authors and will help others find these stories. Thanks for listening.